Thanks for
October
watching
31,
part 1 of this story.
1995.
For part 2, please
Harry
check out
Potter
my
had been
channel.
missing for 3 weeks, and Daphne Greengrass's life was pretty much over. While it wasn't directly her fault, he was gone. She wasn't going to refute the culpability she had in his disappearance. Because of that, she now sat in the Great Hall at the Slytherin table alone, as none of her peers would come within 5 feet of her anymore. The Hogwarts rumor mill always traveled faster than a Daily Prophet front page story, and everyone knew what had happened. In potions on October 10th, to further exacerbate the situation, today was Halloween, a day in which people usually celebrated Harry Potter. Granted, the professors had done an excellent job of covering up the disappearance the first week, but now the entirety of Wizarding Britain knew, as it had been all the Prophet had reported on for the last 2 weeks, so naturally there were several reporters from various newspapers scattered through the Great Hall tonight as they prepared for the annual Halloween feast. To say that the mood was reserved and somber would be an understatement. Gone was the usual twinkle in the piercing blue eyes of Dumbledore. He carried heavy bags under his eyes, and his beard and hair looked askew, as if he hadn't slept in days. Harry's disappearance hit him hard. Daphne knew, as she'd been there in that potions class when it all went to hell. When I made it all go to hell, she thought sadly. She scanned the staff table, noting Snape, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Hagrid. The defense chair sat empty, the only positive of Harry's disappearance. That foul-toed Umbridge was gone and being tried by the Weisenmaggot. All of them, even Snape, wore varying levels of guilt on their faces. Madame Pomfrey sat on the far end of the table, weeping quietly. Daphne could only assume she blamed herself for missing the signs when she treated Harry over the years. The self-loathing Daphne could handle, the scathing looks from other students she could ignore, the disappointed glares from various professors, even Snape. Over the last 2 weeks she had been able to shoulder, but what Daphne could not bear, and what had completely shattered her Ice Queen facade, was her sister, Astoria Greengrass's reaction to Harry's disappearance. It was no secret to anyone in Hogwarts that Astoria and Harry were close. Over the last 2 years, she had become his best and only friend. Astoria carried a natural happiness and cheer that allowed her to make friends easily, but her blood curse and the Greengrass reputation for being a dark family caused many problems for the girl when she first came to Hogwarts and was sorted to Gryffindor. The shock could only be compared to an imagined scenario of Harry Potter being declared a Slytherin preposterous. Until 3 weeks ago, when Harry had shouted in that same potions class the last he was seen, to Draco Malfoy that he was a hat stall between Gryffindor and Slytherin. That single sentence had crippled Draco's hold on the Slytherin power base. Many were rightly pissed at the lost renown the boy who lived could have brought their house, which was often considered to only be good for producing the next Dark Lord. So, when Astoria had been sorted into Gryffindor, and the whispers, mutterings, and jeers began, and the automatic shunning started, only one person stood up and put a stop to it. Daphne had watched as third-year Harry Potter got out from his seat, walked over to her baby sister, and gently grabbed her hand before pulling her to sit directly next to him. Daphne did not miss the light pink blush that peppered Astoria's cheeks that night. All children in Wizarding Britain grew up reading the stories of Harry Potter's greatness, generosity, and charity. He was like one of the Arthurian knights come to life, and at that sorting he lived up to every legend. When he embraced a scared little girl who had been clearly sorted into the wrong house, even when it became known that Astoria suffered from a terrible blood curse, Harry never seemed to treat her differently. It was something Astoria was quick to point out to Daphne, who constantly treated Astoria like a glass doll. Daphne would argue that this was because Astoria's condition was worsened through too much stimulus, be it physical, magical, or emotional. She was literally shaving years off her life every time she had an episode, and they were increasing in frequency. Nevertheless, Harry Potter was a constant encourager to the girl, never doubting her. He'd even helped her cast the Patronus charm in his fourth year, something that had put Astoria out of school for 2 weeks, while also placing Daphne in a horribly embarrassing situation with the second task. Daphne had retaliated with a savageness shortly after, which immediately made the front page of every major newspaper for the following week. Now Daphne watched as Astoria wept quietly, alone at the Gryffindor table, her back to Daphne. Astoria had refused to look at Daphne the past 3 days, but every time Daphne had seen her, her eyes were red and puffy. The emotional strain on Astoria had nearly killed her last week, and Daphne knew that Astoria blamed her, even though she'd never say it out loud. Dumbledore cleared his throat and stood to begin his speech when the candles in the Great Hall flickered and suddenly went out, leaving the room illuminated only by the house ghosts that floated around. Seconds later, a flash appeared in the center of the Great Hall before elongating into a large white rectangle that shimmered but was not translucent. Many Muggle-born and half-bloods began whispering amongst themselves, and the world screen was heard and passed around. Daphne watched Dumbledore wave his wand several times, probably casting detection spells or attempting to restore the candlelight. Nothing happened. A collective gasp echoed through the hall, however. As Harry Potter walked into view on the screen, it was clear to Daphne he wasn't there, but somehow an image of him was. She watched as the image conjured a plush chair and took a seat, seeming to stare directly at her. She would later learn from others that everyone in the Great Hall that night felt as if he was talking directly to them. She heard a heavy cough and looked over to Astoria, now bent over the table, hacking heavily. She made to move to her sister, feast rules. Be damned, when the image began speaking. Hello, Harry's voice carried easily through the Great Hall, almost as if he'd cast a sonorous charm. Daphne froze in her seat. A chill went down her spine at the sound of his voice. She remembered well how cold he'd been in that potions class. Any memory of the raw power coming off him in waves, to this day, caused goosebumps to erupt down her arms. She involuntarily shuddered. I suppose many of you feel I owe you an explanation, the image continued. Frankly, I don't think I owe anyone in Wizarding Britain, except a select few, anything, but we'll get to that. For now, allow me to introduce you to the hell that is my life, to avoid any accusations of what you're about to witness being falsified or altered. I've brought a friend from the Department of Mysteries to validate what you're about to see. Harry leaned back in his chair, steepling his hands as a much taller and imposing figure cut into the screen, wearing dark gray robes and a mask that concealed his face. Running down both sleeves was the word, Croaker, which caused quite a stir in the Great Hall from those who knew the name. This was the head unspeakable of the Department of Mysteries. There were maybe 2 or 3 people in Wizarding Britain who knew more about magic than this man. Greetings, the emotionless voice called out. As I'm sure you've know. Doubt derived, I am head unspeakable Croaker. Lord Potterblack has requested the Department of Mysteries to authenticate what you are about to see. Therefore, I shall place the DOM runic seal at the bottom of this memory, which can be vetted at the Ministry as needed. Additionally, at Lord Potterblack's request, we have used a rather unknown memory magic to display what Lord Potterblack wishes to be seen. You will undoubtedly note that the view will not exclusively be from first-person perspective, but will also allow for views outside of the memory holder's eyes, much like a pensive, most jarring for those unfamiliar with this magic. is that the memory holder's thoughts will be heard. It is important that the DOM stresses that everything you see and hear is exactly as it occurred without edit. Raw and unfiltered, Harry quipped as Croaker waved his wand briefly, carving the runes into the bottom of the screen. After all, Harry raised his right hand to the screen, showing the horrible scars just above his wrist from the blood quill. I must not tell lies. Croaker, now finished, took a final bow and departed from the screen. Seeing as how it's Halloween, Harry continued in his cold, harsh voice, I'm sure all of you are celebrating the day of Voldemort's defeat. No. A collective shudder ran through the great hall. Funny how all of you can sit back and breathe a sigh of relief over the supposed actions of an orphan who lost everything that day. The silence was palpable. Daphne swallowed heavily. Harry leaned back, his hands still steepled, his emerald green eyes flashed briefly. Dementors are right bastards, he said randomly. What do you hear when they are near? What do you relive, thanks to those disgusting creatures? You'll get to see exactly what I hear and see. I'm sure you'll find it riveting. Something worth celebrating on this day. He waved his right hand, and the screen began to shimmer. See you soon. The screen flashed October 31, 1981. The DOM rune burned brightly, reminding everyone this was beyond contention. Lily, get Harry and run, he knows. Peter betrayed us. James Potter stood at the doorway to their home in Godric's Hollow, wandless, having just seen Voldemort apparate within the Fidelius ward. Suddenly it was blown off its hinges, sending drywall, brick, and wood throughout the entryway, and James flat on his back. Voldemort stepped inside the home, watching as Lily Potter cleared the stairs and turned left toward Harry's room. James struggled to get to his feet, bleeding from several cuts, his wand not even in hand. Fight me, he called out to Voldemort, who was moving past him. A duel to the death. Voldemort laughed. It was high-pitched, mocking, and cruel. Crucio. James screamed and collapsed as every nerve was lit on fire. Voldemort held it for 15 seconds, reveling in the agony he was inflicting. He pulled the spell, leaving a twitching James Potter on the floor. The young man was sturdier than anticipated, however, as he forced himself upright and stumbled to a nearby coffee table where his wand lay. He nearly made it before a bright flash of green lit the room and he fell dead to the floor. Voldemort had just hit him in the back, not even giving the man the honor to die in a duel or with wand in hand. The Dark Lord stalked up the stairs, knowing that Lily Potter and the brat would be going nowhere with his anti-apparition and portkey wards in place. He rounded the corner, relishing the fear he felt from behind the closed door to the nursery. A wand motion and the door was ripped from his hinges, disintegrating before touching the Dark Lord. Please, Lily cried, shielding the crib with her body. He's just a baby. Move, girl, Voldemort snarled, reaching out and grabbing Lily by the hair. She shrieked and fought, refusing to budge. Voldemort finally tired of her refusal. Avada Kedavra. A green flash, and Lily Potter fell to the floor, dead. Harry Potter and his green eyes stared into the red eyes of the snake-faced Voldemort. Time seemed to stop only for a moment. And with this, I conquered death, Voldemort said matter-of-factly. Avada Kedavra. The green beam of light impacted Harry right in the forehead before ricocheting into Voldemort. The concussion from the rebound shattered every piece of glass in the room. In place of the Dark Lord was a gaping hole in the wall and roof, showing the night sky. Harry Potter stared down at his mother's lifeless corpse, and not realizing she would ever hold him again, reached out and cried for her. The screen faded to black. The next moments in the Great Hall happened almost in slow motion for Daphne. Everyone paled considerably, even the ferret Malfoy. Some students retched at the murders. McGonagall, Flitwick, and Hagrid were openly sobbing. There was movement in the great hall as many tried to leave, only to find the doors sealed shut somehow. Daphne watched as Astoria collapsed on the table, convulsing from the stress. She screamed and sprinted over to her sister, who was coughing blood and sobbing uncontrollably. "Harry," Astoria wailed. Daphne wrapped her sister in her arms and rocked her back and forth. What was she supposed to say? "It's going to be okay. I'm sorry, this is all my fault." The screen flickered once more. Suddenly, they were looking down on the house from the air, as Sirius Black flew in on his enchanted motorcycle. He landed, hard and bolted from the vehicle, sprinting to the house. "Oh, Merlin, no," he said frantically, clearing the doorstep and seeing his best friend dead on the floor. "No, James." James didn't respond. Sirius sobbed harshly while cradling James' body. "I'm sorry," he repeated over and over. "I'm so sorry." The cries of Harry called from upstairs. "Harry," Sirius gasped, bolting up the stairs 2 at a time. He looked at the body of Lily and his legs failed him, dropping him weakly to the floor. "Lily, no," he sobbed. With a Herculean effort, he crawled to the crib, staring at Harry, now sporting his famous lightning bolt scar, who, not understanding the situation, giggled and reached through the bars to grab a wisp of Sirius's long black hair. Sirius staggered to his feet and lifted Harry from the crib, clutching him like a lifeline to his chest. "I've got you," he whispered brokenly. "You're safe." "Pafu," Harry cooed. Sirius sobbed and held his godson tighter, leaving the home and shielding his eyes from seeing his father's corpse. He cleared the threshold of the front door to find Hagrid, out of breath, standing by the motorcycle. "Hagrid," Sirius called. The large man was sobbing heavily. "Sirius, where's Dumbledore?" "Sent me, he did," Hagrid responded. "Got ter take Harry to his family." "He's with his family, Hagrid," Sirius responded. "You know I'm his godfather." "Dumbledore wants you ter go after Peter," Hagrid replied. "He was spotted not far from here." "Peter," Sirius swore viciously. He gently handed Harry over to Hagrid. "I'll trust Dumbledore on this, Hagrid. Take my bike, but know that I'm coming back for my godson immediately after." "All right," Hagrid nodded. The screen went blank once more, and Daphne called for Madame Pomfrey, who, seeing Astoria, came running and began diagnostics on the girl. Astoria was stubbornly watching the screen, refusing to look away at this point, as Daphne continued to hold her. Harry appeared once more, seated in his chair and looking impassive. "Sirius Black, my godfather, provided the memories you saw from his perspective to me before he died, the ones that appeared to be from Voldemort's perspective." He trailed off for a moment, appearing pensive. "Well, they are from his perspective." Harry tapped his temple. "Voldemort's been in here ever since that night. You'll see more of that later, though." Daphne noted Dumbledore paled significantly, appearing dumbstruck at this admission. "So there you have it," Harry continued. "Maybe next time you are enjoying a nice celebration regarding the downfall of the now resurrected Dark Lord, you'll remember what it cost," he snorted. "Yes, you heard right. Now resurrected, you'll see. That's the whole purpose of the DOM rune." He pointed down to it. "Thanks again for that, Croaker." "No problem, Lord Potterblack," came the emotionless response. "I'm sure, by now, some of you have attempted to leave the Great Hall," Harry said casually, causing many to gasp in shock. "Don't bother, I've taken control of the castle, as Albus has no doubt realized. You will be allowed to go once you've seen this to completion. Seeing as how many of you contributed to my life, it's only fair you have your beliefs challenged or verified." He reached down and pulled out several children's books, all of which had been read to Daphne and Astoria. Daphne felt bile rise in her throat as she looked at those books. She had no doubt that Harry was going to make an example of them, and with the current tone of this memory, thus far she was not looking forward to it. Astoria, her coughing now under control after several healing spells from Pomfrey, was whimpering in her arms. "How many of you recognize these?" Harry called casually. "I'm sure all of you born in the magical world had at least one of them read to you. Grew up believing Harry Potter was raised in a life of luxury and glory. Right, or I was off slaying dragons and saving princesses when I was 4, yeah." He chuckled, but it was hollow. "My arrogance surely knows no bounds, because of the wonderful childhood I, the savior of the wizarding world, must have led, right? Snape," Harry spat the name out with distaste, "or I've never had to work a day in my life, and I've always been handed everything, the Gryffindor golden boy, right, Malfoy?" Daphne noted both Snape and Malfoy actually flinched. "You gits," Harry scoffed. "Let's watch my childhood so you can see how much love I've known before I learned about my heritage." The next hour caused roughly half the Great Hall to have a physical reaction to what was being displayed. Many passed smooth out, others became violently ill, and some, mostly Gryffindors, actually shot curses up at the screen, which passed through with ease, not even distorting the images. Astoria faded in and out of consciousness throughout, the stress causing blood to begin running from her ears. Daphne felt her grip on sanity straining, and vowed that if her little sister died during this shitstorm, she would hunt Harry Potter down and kill him herself. What they saw, however, would never leave their minds. Daphne had seen the scars during that potions lesson, but now she was with everyone else, living each and every one. Harry's first day of school, he introduced himself as Freak because he truly believed that was his name. He was 4. Images of Harry, at 4 years old, presenting his grades from preschool, which were higher than Dudley's. He was backhanded by his uncle so hard one of his baby teeth flew out, an instant bruise forming. Lifted by his ear, he was hurled into the cupboard beneath the stairs. That would be his home for the next 6 years. Dudley stomping on the stairs daily, preventing Harry from a good sleep and knocking the spiders atop him, Harry being only allowed 1/10 the portions of his cousin, while being forced to cook breakfast, lunch, and dinner daily. At 5, Harry dropped bacon on the floor when it spluttered and burned him. He was shoved from the stool he was standing on, landing on the tile and breaking his wrist. Vernon laid into his back with his belt when Harry began screaming in pain from the injury. The reason, wasting food and being ungrateful. They went to the doctor, and Harry was forced to lie and say he fell down the stairs. They made sure to wait until the welts from Vernon's beating had subsided. By that time, his wrist had swollen and was dangerously close to being infected. They laughed it off as Harry not being communicative and having a high pain tolerance when questioned by the doctor. At 6, Harry was beaten heavily by Dudley, who was starting boxing lessons. For months, Dudley would spar with his cousin, who would suffer heavy beatings from Vernon and his belt if he hit back. Harry learned how to dodge and move quickly, but always ended up injured. Also at 6, Harry was treated by one of Aunt Marge's dogs who had bitten his leg shortly before. Blood ran down in rivulets, feeding the bloodlust of the beast. That was his first bout of accidental magic. Right after being bit, he had practically teleported up the tree. Vernon waited until Marge had left and beat Harry to within an inch of his life, all the while roaring about how he would beat the freakishness out of his nephew. Petunia refused to treat the bite. It got infected, and when Harry was feverish and unconscious, they finally took him to the doctor, who informed them that had they waited any longer, he would have lost his leg. They made some cockeyed story about how Harry always wore jeans and didn't tell them to hide what they'd done. Again, they'd waited until the bruising and welts had faded before taking him in. At 7, the pain from the belt hardly registered with Harry, who now carried several scars from the constant beatings. With pain tolerance came confidence, with confidence mouthiness. The first time he mouthed back was during the winter holidays, and Harry wanted to go outside to see the snow for the first time, his reward being stripped naked and thrown into the backyard, where Vernon proceeded to drag him through the 3-foot snow drifts that had accumulated. Harry was allowed back inside roughly 2 hours later, shivering and suffering minor frostbite on his toes and fingers. To stimulate him, he was given a ratty blanket and thrown back into his freak lair, as they had dubbed it. At 8, Harry had another bout of accidental magic when Petunia attempted to cut his hair. She shaved him bald, thinking it faster and easier and saying it would be a perfect look for a freak. Later that day, when his full head of hair was back, she screamed and grabbed the poker from the fire, stabbing him in the left shoulder with it. Harry screamed and tried to run, managing to get back to his cupboard and accidentally causing it to magically lock. Petunia shrieked that he would pay for his freakishness when Vernon got home. Pay he did. Vernon had worked himself into a rage after a phone call from his wife. He arrived home and ripped the door open, dragging Harry out by his wounded arm and up the stairs. When they made it to the top, he threw him down, watching as the boy tumbled to the bottom. Harry felt pain acutely that day as his right shoulder dislocated and his left leg broke. This time there was no doctor. Vernon reset the shoulder by shoving Harry into the back door frame. Once Harry blacked out, Petunia splint the broken bone. Harry was fed half rations while recovering for being unable to contribute around the house. He was out for 8 weeks and suffered another infection that he only managed to fight through due to his magical heritage. Those were some of the most painful days he'd ever experienced, curled up on his meager pallet in the cupboard, feverish and drenched in sweat. At 9, Harry had learned how to somewhat mitigate the raging tempers of the Dursleys and thus reduce outbursts of violence. On a particular night, when Vernon and Petunia almost seemed pleased with his chores and had been liquored up, he asked about his parents. That's when he found out they had died in a car crash, having been drunk, and he ended up with that freakish scar. Unfortunately, Harry asked what their names were, and Vernon beat him into unconsciousness for his cheek, dragging the bleeding boy back to his freak den and tossing him inside, locking the door. They didn't let Harry eat for 3 days. At 10, Harry began talking to the spiders and darkness late in the nights. "Will you be my friend?" the boy questioned. The spider he was holding scuttled away, causing him to sigh. "One friend, someone who doesn't call me freak, someone who doesn't hurt me." Harry sobbed quietly and whispered brokenly, "I don't want to hurt anymore." Daphne, who had been silently crying while watching the horror show, felt a dull ache in her chest. She'd used the same word as those despicable muggles when she'd erupted on Potter during that potions class 3 weeks ago. Astoria was failing to hold it together. Daphne imagined out of everyone in the room, this was hurting her the worst. Astoria loved Harry like a big brother. "Oh, Harry," Astoria hiccuped. Madame Pomfrey, having seen every injury she'd glanced over or dismissed over the many visits Harry had to the hospital wing, was stunned. Daphne thought someone had used stupefy on her. The only indication that wasn't the case were the tears streaming unchecked down her cheeks. June 23, 1991. Harry learned he was a Parselmouth accidentally setting free a boa constrictor. It had been the first time ever that Harry was allowed out of the house for something fun, even if it had been Dudley's birthday. Vernon upgraded from the belt that day and beat Harry into oblivion with the fire poker. At least it wasn't heated. July 24, 1991. The first Hogwarts letter arrives, and Harry is allowed to move into Dudley's second bedroom. Dudley pitches a fit and throws Harry down the stairs. before being softly reprimanded by Petunia. Harry, miraculously, only sprains an ankle from his tumble. July 31, 1991. Harry is trying to stay warm in the shack they were staying in, softly singing happy birthday to himself and wishing for a friend. Hagrid shows up. "I am a wizard," Harry questioned softly. "Blimey, Harry," Hagrid responded. "Don't tell me you don't know about your parents." Harry calmly explained what he knew, which quickly escalated into the Dursleys being cowed and Dudley sporting a brand new tail. Harry was then whisked away to Diagon Alley. "I'm a wizard," he thought. This was the first time his thoughts had been shown in the memories thus far, and Hagrid knew my parents. Would I have had friends if they were alive? "Hagrid," Harry asked softly, "did my mum and dad have friends?" Hagrid looked surprised. "Well, of course they did, Harry," he laughed at the odd question. "Why, your mum was best friends with Arya Greengrass. She was also close with Amelia Bones and Alice Longbottom. Your dad, well, he had tons of friends. Caused quite a bit of trouble at school with 3 others. He formed a group with Greengrass, Bones, Longbottom." Harry thought. Funny names, but I won't forget. My mum had friends. When Hagrid showed Harry how to enter Diagon Alley, the young boy was spellbound. He stared around in awe. "I love magic." The thought echoed around the Great Hall, filled with both longing and a sense of completion, like Harry had finally found something that made living worthwhile. "Let's start with Gringotts." Hagrid pointed to a large white building. Harry followed along, gazing around in wonder. Gringotts was an adventure in of itself, including the mysterious package Hagrid acquired. Harry's vault caused many to intake sharp breaths. It was true that Harry was well off, but based on his childhood, all now knew why he wore Dudley's hand-me-downs, loaded with a bag of galleons. They began with Madame Malkin's. Hagrid dropped Harry off at the door and begged off, stating he needed to get Harry's birthday present. Harry, now alone and completely confused, entered the shop with trepidation. He saw several people seated along the right wall and moved to join, but there were no empty seats. He stood awkwardly by a blonde-haired adult woman, who, upon noticing him, smiled brightly. "Here you go, dear." She stood and motioned to the seat. "Have a seat." "Tea, thanks," Harry murmured, sitting down awkwardly. "First year?" a soft voice questioned to his right. Harry turned to find the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen staring back at him with striking blue eyes the color of the ocean. She had the same blonde hair, straight and falling just past her shoulders, as the woman who had offered him the seat. In fact, she looked like a clone of that woman, with her sharp nose, aristocratic features, and lithe body. Harry was momentarily breathless. She sat straight as a board, regal and looking every bit the pureblood princess she was. Daphne, still holding Astoria, stared gobsmacked. Shit, she thought. Harry's thoughts were echoing around the Great Hall. She has nice eyes. I shouldn't stare. Staring leads to pain. She is really quite pretty. Though probably not proper to say such a thing. Oh, she asked me a question. Not responding leads to pain. Why, yes, Harry nodded dumbly. Hogwarts, right. The girl sat straighter if possible. Of course. Is there any school better? Harry shrugged. No. That answer seemed to placate her. Phew, I had no clue what to say there. I'm Harry. He tried to keep conversation going, even though the girl was staring straight ahead. To his left, the mother was biting her lower lip and attempting to not laugh at the clumsy boy. Harry Potter. The woman gasped, while her daughter raised an eyebrow and turned to look at him. The Harry Potter. She leaned forward to view his forehead, causing Harry to flinch. Seeing the scar satisfied her disbelief, and she nodded curtly. Daphne Greengrass. She held her hand out, which Harry took and shook, causing the girl to frown in displeasure. It did not go unnoticed by Harry. Greengrass, Harry practically shouted in his mind. This is one of Mum's. Friends, it's one of the names. Maybe we can be friends. He turned to the mother. Excuse me, he questioned politely. Are you Arya Greengrass? Yes, I am. I was close friends with your mother, Arya affirmed. I must say it's a surprise to see you after all these years, Harry. No one has known where you've been. Oh, I was living with my relatives, Harry responded softly. Well, that sounds lovely, Arya smiled. Not how I'd describe it, Harry thought bitterly. Yeah, he offered before turning back to Daphne. I'm sorry if I offended you. This is all new to me. Your relatives are muggles, Arya asked in surprise. What now? Muggles, non-magicals, Daphne interjected. Oh, Harry nodded emphatically. Oh yes, they hate magic. Arya frowned. You caught me off guard is all, Daphne informed. Tradition dictates that you should kiss the knuckles of a lady's offered hand while performing a half bow. Harry stood up immediately. Can we try again? Daphne smirked. I suppose. Harry grabbed the offered hand reverently, bowing as instructed while placing a chaste kiss on her knuckles. He was rewarded with a blinding smile that sent goosebumps down his arms. Hugh must have done it right. I'll do that every time if it makes her smile. Much better, Daphne complimented. Are you excited about going to Hogwarts? Harry smiled back while returning to his seat, not recognizing it was one of the first times he'd ever smiled. I am. What house do you think you'll be in? House? Daphne rolled her eyes. Daphne, Arya admonished. He doesn't know, she smiled down at Harry. Seeing as how you look just like James, I'd bet you'll go straight to Gryffindor. Harry shrugged. What about you, Daphne? Ravenclaw or Slytherin, she replied with a smirk. Mum was Ravenclaw and Dad was a Slytherin. They continued talking for several minutes, Daphne gradually opening up and letting her guard down while Arya observed curiously. Harry had never smiled so much in his life when Madame Malkin called him back. For fitting, seeing as he was the last boy, he thanked both Arya and Daphne for the company. As he made to follow Madame Malkin, he paused, turning back to Daphne. Daphne, he said softly, seeming to struggle to find the words. Can we be friends? The girl seemed taken aback. She bit her lower lip and brushed a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. Her mother, having taken the seat next to her once more, elbowed Daphne sharply in the ribs. Yes, of course, you'll write to me then. Harry paused and kicked his feet nervously, looking at the ground. Arya, understanding, gave a light-hearted giggle. Just give us your address, dear, and I'll have Daphne send the first letter so you can reply. After that, I imagine our post will make much more sense. Harry brightened and opened his mouth. 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging. The smile Harry left with didn't leave for the rest of his trip, not even his initial meeting with Draco Malfoy could wipe it out, although he did have harsh thoughts about the prick for his views on Hagrid. At that time, he had no idea that Daphne was raised with less extreme, but similar views. The students in the Great Hall were shocked to learn that his wand was the brother of Voldemort's. Throughout the trip, Harry kept his eyes open for anyone named Bones or Longbottom, but never found them. He was thrilled with Hedwig, his owl, and so happy to have someone to talk to, even if she couldn't talk back. Without realizing it, he immediately established a familiar bond with the gorgeous Snowy Owl. But the thoughts that echoed throughout the rest of his trip centered mainly around Daphne, his first friend. He was beyond thrilled and counted their discussion among the best conversation he'd had to date in his life. Additionally, he had something to look forward to for the entire month of August. Letters from Daphne, the beautiful. He really did think that quite a bit. Girl who just so happened to be the daughter of his mum's best friend. It's like fate wants us to be friends. For once in my life, something good happened. During the Diagon Alley memories, the atmosphere of the Great Hall had begun to change. Students, staff, and reporters were beginning to root heavily for the abused boy, hoping he could find some modicum of joy. Even the ghosts were enthralled, while terribly awkward for Daphne, who was sitting in the Great Hall with them. Most seemed rather encouraged at their interaction. Some of the girls were even eyeing her curiously, wondering why she'd gone suddenly pale. The Ice Queen, as she was known, suddenly felt her mask fail. She knew what was going to be shown, and she felt sick. I'm fucked, Daphne thought miserably. I'm such a bitch. Harry was back at the Dursleys, sitting on his bed in his room, with more space than he'd ever known, the same smile he'd worn ever since meeting Daphne still plastered on his face. He rocked back and forth in anticipation, chattering quietly to Hedwig, who watched him intently. She's going to write me, Harry exclaimed. My friend is going to write me. I can't wait to know her better, Hedwig. The owl hooted. She was my mum's best friend. How amazing is that? It must have been magic that introduced us. He sighed happily and flopped back on the lumpy bed that suited his needs far better than the meager pallet he used to sleep on. I love magic. Most of the females, caught up in the obvious burgeoning romance, leaned forward in anticipation for that first letter. The days began to flicker on the screen. As each day flashed, a memory of Harry eagerly awaiting was shown, and each night he went to bed without a letter, but always with an excuse from his friend. Maybe it takes a while for owls to deliver mail, Harry asked Hedwig in confusion after 2 weeks had passed. Hedwig hooted indignantly. Well, maybe she's busy, Harry shrugged. I'd imagine there's plenty to do on the magic side. 3 weeks had passed without a letter from Daphne. You know, Hedwig, Harry mused while staring at the ceiling, having eaten a cold bowl of soup that barely filled him, and given Hedwig the crusts of the single piece of bread he'd been allotted. I think Daphne may have forgotten. Daphne felt Astoria suddenly clench her robes harshly, taking a sharp breath. The final days passed, and Harry was going to Hogwarts at last. Tomorrow, yet Daphne had not written him a letter. Tomorrow is the day. Harry called over to Hedwig, who hooted at him happily. I'm so excited. We'll get to see Daphne again. I'm not even going to bring up the letter thing, though. I don't want to upset her. She told me she'd be my friend, so that's enough for me. She's my first friend, after all. Hedwig hooted. Well, you're my second friend, Hedwig, Harry assured. I can't help that Daphne found me first. Another hoot. Okay, yes, Harry huffed. She's very pretty, and I really like her. Smile, speaking of which, I need to practice. He got out of bed and faced Hedwig, bowing at the waist and miming holding Daphne's hand, kissing the air regally. He kept this up for almost an hour, until Hedwig finally nipped his outstretched hand. Oi, Harry shook his hand in agitation. Hedwig hooted indignantly and turned away from him. Fine, Harry huffed. You're very pretty too. Hedwig. The owl turned to stare at him with one eye. The most gorgeous of all owls. Hedwig hooted, satisfied with the compliment, and turned back to him. But Daphne's prettier, Harry thought while smirking at his familiar. The screen went blank once more. No, Astoria whispered, causing Daphne to look down at her, not realizing that quite a few people in the Great Hall were staring at her. No way. Tori. Are you fucking kidding me? Astoria shrieked the last word. Shoving her sister violently, Daphne spilled out of the bench, landing on the stone floor, hard. She looked up at Astoria with shock and hurt plastered on her face. Astoria stood and trembled with rage, coughing sporadically, and uncaring that the blood was now running freely out of her mouth. One letter, Daph, Astoria screamed. It makes sense now, all the shit he went through, for you. She coughed violently, doubling over. Blood splattered the ground at her feet. Daphne moved to help her. "Don't," Astoria roared. "Don't touch me." Daphne fell back, wounded and scared. She'd never seen Astoria so angry. "Do you have any idea what you've done to him?" she asked in a warbly voice. "Dear Merlin, Daph, you're smart enough to have seen it. He's been hopelessly in love with you, and because of what he's been through, he doesn't recognize what love is." Daphne's mouth fell open, and she found no words to offer as Astoria continued her tirade. "And every time he tried, what did you do to him? You hurt him," she screeched. "Do you know how many times I've defended you these past 2 years? How many times he's asked what he's done wrong? Merlin, I should have tried to get him to love me the way he does you. At least I wouldn't have drug him along all these years and ripped his heart out." "I didn't," Daphne protested. "Shut up," Astoria pointed, uncaring that she was beginning to feel faint. "You don't get to talk. You don't deserve him, Daph. I'm so utterly disgusted by you right now. Don't pretend you didn't know." "Why Daph? WHY? Is it because he's a half-blood? Because he was raised Muggle? What the fuck does that matter? He saved you from a bloody basilisk." Astoria seized by a horrible fit of coughing, but managed to stand her ground and not topple. She began sobbing pitifully, shaking her head. "He told me about that, you know," she said in defeat. "I'm sure he's going to show it, you'll see." She looked over to Ron, who looked guilty. For some reason, he had to choose between Daphne and your sister. "Ronald," Astoria called. "He has never forgiven himself for that awful choice." She turned to look at Daphne. "I'm not sure he made the right choice anymore." Several people gasped in horror. "Tori," Daphne croaked, trying to hold in the sobs threatening to break free. "No, Daph," Astoria coughed and felt her legs give out. She fell to the ground, breathing heavily. "They're going to see. He's the most noble, sweetest, loving boy I've ever met. The embodiment of Gryffindor. And you broke him." Astoria forced herself to her feet and sat back down at the table. Hacking weakly, she turned and spat on the ground. "Go sit with Malfoy. It's where you belong. Him and Snape are the only two who have come close to hurting Harry the way you have." The screen began to shimmer once more, and Daphne, feeling sick, staggered to her feet and fell back into her seat at the Slytherin table. She could feel the hatred from the majority of the hall angled at her. Only the new images flashing across the screen pulled attention away from her. "My life is over," Daphne thought miserably, "and what's worse is Tori's right. I knew, and I didn't care. I'll be amazed if I'm alive by the end of the week." She looked over at Tori, who was openly crying, sobbing, and beating the table with her fist furiously. "I'm not sure I want to live anyway." A date flashed as images of King's Cross Station appeared on the screen. September 1, 1991. Harry, having just been dropped off by Vernon, was lost and confused because he had absolutely no idea where platform 9¾ was. Worse, the memory confirmed Vernon laughing heavily as he walked away, leaving the boy alone. Harry heaved a sigh from the tips of his toes. After an embarrassing interaction with a police officer, Harry was finally guided through the barrier by Molly Weasley. "Happy to help, dear," Molly called exasperatedly. "You're welcome to sit with one of my boys." "Oh, thank you, ma'am," Harry replied respectfully. "I'm actually going to meet someone on the train." Daphne swore. She heard people groaning around her in the Great Hall. "Fred, George, if I get one letter from McGonagall this year." "Oh, come on, Mother," Fred or George called. "We swear we'll be good. Weasley's honor," George or Fred assured. "Merlin, save me," Molly grumbled, "and save poor Minerva." Meanwhile, Harry made his way onto the train, found an empty compartment, and stowed his trunk and Hedwig. He immediately departed on a quest to find Daphne, his friend. He found her near the Back of the train, sitting with another girl who appeared around the same age. She had brown eyes and brunette hair that was straightened and pulled into a ponytail. She was also chatting animatedly with Daphne, who was sitting straight and carried a neutral expression. Remember to bow and kiss the knuckles. Bow and kiss. Bow and... Harry's thoughts trailed off as he entered and found both girls looking at him. Hi there, the animated girl stood. First year. Why yes, Harry stammered. I'm Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. I'm Tracy Davis. Harry nodded. It's nice to meet you, Tracy. Hello, Daphne. Potter, Daphne extended her hand, and Harry performed the half bow and kiss as expected. Only this time Daphne didn't smile. Harry wasn't sure why and couldn't hide the hurt from his eyes. You know Harry Potter? Tracy questioned her friend incredulously. We met at Madame Malkin's, Daphne admitted. You never wrote, Harry said softly. You said you'd write Harry Potter, Tracy deadpanned. Daphne ignored her friend. I was busy, Harry. I do apologize for failing to write. Oh, well, that's okay, Harry shrugged. Do you mind if I sit here? Sure, Tracy exclaimed, completely missing Daphne's attempts to get her to say no. Great, I'll go get my stuff. As Harry turned, the memory made sure to show Daphne whirl on. Tracy, the train was still filling with students, so Harry didn't have much trouble gathering his trunk and Hedwig. When he returned, Daphne seemed agitated and Tracy, well, excited. As soon as he'd stowed his stuff, Tracy held out her hand. Harry bowed and kissed her knuckles, eliciting a giggle from the girl. What house do you think you'll be in, Harry? Tracy questioned while bouncing in her seat. I'm not sure, Harry admitted. Each house sounds appealing to me. I suppose I'll see where I get sorted. I thought you didn't know what the houses were, Daphne questioned, an icy edge to her tone. Harry flinched. I didn't, but when I got home after Diagon Alley, I read all of my textbooks. I really enjoyed Hogwarts, a history, so now I understand the house system a bit better. You read all of your textbooks, Tracy was amazed, but Hogwarts, history, wasn't on our list. Yes, I rather like reading, Harry affirmed. It's something I don't get to do often, as I don't have many books. I was really glad to see how many we got for this year. Hagrid encouraged me to buy the history book, said it'd be an interesting read. He wasn't wrong. Well, you'll love your OWL and NEWT years then, Tracy giggled. Those are the tests that determine what careers we can take, right? Harry questioned. Yes, Daphne replied lazily, but with the same frosty tone. What about you, Tracy? What house do you think you'll be in? I know. Daphne said she'd be a Slytherin or Ravenclaw. Oh, I don't think I could be a Slytherin, being a half-blood and all, Tracy admitted, although I do have plenty of ambition and cunning. So you never know. I'm going to say Slytherin even though the odds are stacked against me. Maybe we'll be in Slytherin together then, Harry mused. Daphne scoffed. Did I do something to upset you, Daphne? Harry asked, confusion evident. No, Daphne growled. Harry was clearly bewildered. He appeared to be about to speak once more when the compartment door opened, and a red-haired gangly boy stood at the entrance. Is Harry Potter here? I'm Harry Potter, Harry waved. Really? The boy appeared skeptical. You barge in here and ask, then challenge when he says who he is. Daphne glared. Well, a lot of people could claim that, the boy defended. What's wrong with wanting proof? He turned to Harry. Do you have the scar? Harry lifted his hair, showing the lightning bolt scar that he'd learned from his books Voldemort had given him the night he killed his parents. It still didn't sit well with Harry, reading about himself in textbooks. Whoa, Tracy whispered. Wicked, the boy agreed. I'm Ron Weasley. Hi, Ron, Harry shook Ron's hand. Your mum was a big help to me. Yeah, Mum's great. Ron slunk onto the seat next to Harry. Okay, so let's backtrack, Tracy spoke up. You read all of your textbooks, like every single one. Who, me? Ron looked taken aback. Absolutely not, what nutter would do that? Me, Harry admitted sheepishly. Blimey, Ron exclaimed. All of them. All of them, Harry confirmed. I really liked the magical drafts and potions book. It paired nicely with 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Makes sense when you consider those plants are primarily used in potions. Are you sure you're not a Ravenclaw? Tracy questioned. Harry shrugged and ran a hand through his hair nervously. Normally. This amount of attention meant pain. Ron, Harry tried to divert the attention. What house will you be in? Gryffindor, Ron stated proudly. Family tradition, I won't break it. Daphne was staring at Harry curiously. The admission to having read all of his textbooks clearly intrigued her, but the stare made Harry uncomfortable. He was thankful that the trolley came by, offering sweets. Harry bought 4 of everything, happily paying and sharing. With the compartment, Ron thanked him heavily and tucked in, as did Tracy. Daphne bought a couple of chocolate frogs for herself, but flatly refused to take anything Harry had purchased. Older Daphne felt lower and lower with every minute. Morgana's tits, she swore internally. What the hell am I doing? Why did I shun him so heavily? He had been nothing but friendly. I know for a fact I wasn't on my period that day. I didn't start until 2nd year. So what the hell is wrong with me? We weren't even sorted. Why am I being such a bitch? Her musings were interrupted as Draco appeared on screen with his 2 gorillas, or more like chimpanzees at their age. I've heard Harry Potter is in this compartment, Draco said importantly. Yeah, he's here, Ron scowled. Draco sniffed. Dirt on your nose, hand-me-down robes, red hair. He drawled. A Weasley. What's wrong with being a Weasley? Harry questioned. Draco's eyes narrowed. You're Harry Potter. Yes, he is, Tracy assured. I didn't ask you, mudblood, Draco sneered. Ron was on his feet, wand in hand, but Harry appeared confused. Tracy looked affronted, but unsurprised. It was Daphne who quelled the tension. Draco, she called frostily, calling my friend that is not nice. Greengrass, Draco just caught sight of Daphne. What are you doing here with a weasel and Harry Potter? Daphne's my friend, Harry responded, missing Daphne visibly flinch. Draco snorted. Whatever, Potter. Listen, you're going to need someone to guide you through the hierarchy of this world. I can be that someone and can help you determine those above. He eyed Daphne. And below your status. He pointedly looked at Ron and Tracy as he spoke this. Ron bristled and Tracy looked hurt. I'm good, thanks, Harry responded coldly. I'm pretty sure I can make character judgments for myself. Draco eyed Harry for several moments before sniffing loudly and turning on his heel, leaving the 4 with his chimpanzees in tow. Ron was breathing heavily, red-faced, and Tracy was choking back. Angry tears. Harry exhaled slowly and asked the question his books hadn't answered. What's a mudblood? Me, Tracy said miserably. It means half-blood or muggle-born. It's a really nasty thing to say, Ron affirmed. Even if it's true, my mom and dad say there's no merit to any of the blood purity. Nonsense. I suppose Slytherin won't be the place for me. Harry thought. I have no interest in being in a house with that Ponce, Malfoy. Hopefully Tracy will go anywhere, but she's really cool and polite and has been very welcoming. I wish I knew what was wrong with Daphne. Maybe I should have complimented her when I first found her. I definitely need some kind of book that explains customs of pure bloods, since it's important to her. Don't want to offend my friend. I'm really sorry, Tracy, Harry said after several minutes with his thoughts. Tracy looked at him curiously. What for? I don't think I want to be in Slytherin anymore, he admitted. I'd rather not share a house with that Malfoy guy. Damn Malfoy, Tracy mumbled while Ron cackled. Daphne appeared. Aloof. Also, it wouldn't do me much good since I'm a half-blood myself. Harry shrugged. My mum was Muggle-born. You wouldn't want to go to Slytherin anyway, mate, Ron informed. All dark wizards and witches come from that house. Daphne sneered. You would think that. But it's true, Ron protested. Daphne shook her head in annoyance. I doubt that's true, Harry agreed with Daphne. In Hogwarts, history it clearly shows that's not the case. Also, magic is really more about intent than anything. It's not quite accurate to classify spells as light or dark. Daphne appeared impressed, as did Tracy. Ron was skeptical. Oh, really? He challenged. Sure, Harry scratched the back of his neck. Take the cutting curse for example. You can use it to hurt someone, right? Yeah, Ron agreed. But you can also use it to cut limbs off of trees, or ropes, or hedges. Right. Ron sat and thought. Tracy nodded. So you see, it's how you use the spell that determines if it's good or bad intent. And how did you come to that conclusion, being Muggle-raised? Daphne spoke up. It's in a magical theory by Adalbert Waffling, Harry informed. Made sense to me when I read it. Mental, mate, Ron shook his head. Mental who goes and reads every textbook before term starts. I'm sure there are others who have, Harry frowned. I'd take that bet, Tracy giggled. The screen faded to black for a moment, and the ire of the gathered students, staff, and reporters was split between Draco and Daphne. Tracy Davis, who was sitting on the far end of the table away from everyone, kept her head down. She didn't want any accolades for the small joy she gave Harry that day, as soon as she'd been sorted into Slytherin. She pointedly ignored him. No good came from being friends with a Gryffindor as a Slytherin, let alone the boy who lived. Morgana, help me, Daphne Greengrass, Astoria shouted at the ceiling. The images returned and Harry was being sorted. The hat dropped on his head and covering his eyes. Interesting, very interesting. The hat spoke in Harry's mind, a Potter. But so different than your father. There's loyalty to be shared for those select few you call friend, and knowledge a thirst for it, and no shortage of bravery, ambition as well, and a thirst to prove yourself. Hello, Mr. Hat, Harry thought. So what to do with you, Mr. Potter? What to do? Hufflepuff is out. You have traits far more aligned with the other three. Ravenclaw would be an obvious choice, but I find your bravery and loyalty outweighs your hunger for knowledge. The only thing eclipsing those is your desire to prove yourself. Slytherin or Gryffindor it should be. No, not Slytherin, Harry pleaded. Not Slytherin, you say? Why not? You would be great there. That Git Malfoy is there, and I'm a half-blood. Bah, Slytherin would turn in his grave if he knew how far his noble house has fallen. Pure-blood ideology has been warped so horribly. You could turn it on its head, but would I make friends? Harry questioned. That's what I really want. I'm tired of being alone and hurt. Yes, that's a fair point, Mr. Potter. You would be unlikely to form lasting bonds in Slytherin. I do have one friend there, Harry protested. So you say. Since it's not Slytherin, then it better be Gryffindor. The screen faded to black, and there was a large amount of murmuring. At the Slytherin table, Crabbe and Goyle actually moved away from Malfoy, seeing all the glares being sent his way. No honor amongst Gits, it would seem. The next images to display were of Harry's first potions class with Snape. Of all classes he'd gone to, this one was his most anticipated. Potions with Slytherins, Harry thought as he and Ron made their way down to the dungeons. This is fantastic. Maybe I'll get to partner with Daphne. That would be awesome. Of course, it was not awesome, as Daphne immediately took a seat with Tracy, leaving Harry with Ron. Harry watched Snape go through his impressive introduction while taking thorough notes before being called out for not paying attention. He looked up in confusion, taken aback by the palpable hatred emanating from his professor. "Potter, our resident celebrity, tell me, what would I get if I added a powder root of asphodel to an infusion of wormhood?" Harry thought for a moment. "The draught of living death, sir." "Where would you find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, or your potion kit, sir." "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same, Professor." "What potion begins with an ashwinder egg?" "What, ashwinder egg? There's no potion in the textbooks that has that ingredient." "I don't know, Professor." "You don't know," Snape drawled. "It's not a fair question, Professor," Harry rebutted. "Our textbooks don't have a potion that mentions that ingredient." "Clearly your arrogance is unparalleled, Potter," Snape scowled. 10 points from Gryffindor for your cheek." Harry was incensed. "What? I'm telling you the truth." Silence, another 5 points for talking back. Harry bit his tongue, but was seething at the injustice of it all. Snape raised an eyebrow. "It seems you do have some level of intelligence, minute it may be." Draco was doing a poor job of stifling his laughs. Snape smirked. Harry sighed. "Please, Professor, can you show me where in our textbook the answer is?" Snape ignored Harry and waved his wand. Instructions flashed across the blackboard. "Professor," Harry tried again through gritted teeth, "can you at least answer the question you posed?" "You have 45 minutes, begin," Snape called, not gracing Harry with another glance. "What the hell did I do?" Harry raged internally. The screen changed to first-person perspective and found Harry staring at his shaking hands. Oddly, his vision obfuscated with a red haze briefly before he got it under control and was able to see clearly once more. "I know for a fact there's no potion in the textbook with that ingredient, but by God, I'll figure out which one it is and rub his ugly mug in it." McGonagall looked apoplectic as the screen transitioned. Snape pointedly avoided her gaze. Dumbledore was visibly disappointed. No other initial lessons were shown, although Harry did find the answer. Felix Felicis, in the library after a week of thorough research. It was in a 6th-year potion book. He presented it during the next potions lesson only to be mocked and lose another 20 points. Harry gave up afterwards and decided that potions, while fascinating, was his least favorite subject, so long as the bat was teaching it. Harry's first flying lesson drew fond memories for McGonagall as she watched Harry defend Neville. The challenge from Malfoy to duel, where he didn't show, came as no surprise to most in the Great Hall, although it did lead to Harry's initial encounter with Fluffy. October 18, 1991, flashed across the screen. Harry walked alone down a hallway until he heard raised voices from a closed classroom. One was female and sounded distressed. He hurried forward but stopped outside the door. "Come on, Greengrass," Draco drawled. "There's no reason you're not on my arm already." "Get your gorillas off of me, Malfoy," Daphne shouted. "I'd rather lose my magic than be on your arm." "Is that so? Then maybe I need to teach you a lesson in respect." Daphne screamed, and Harry wasted no time in bursting through the door, casting a jelly-legs jinx at Crabbe and catching him completely off guard. Goyle let go of Daphne, who kneed him in the groin, toppling him. She yelped when Draco grabbed her hair and jerked her head, his wand at her throat. "Potter," he sneered. "Fancy seeing you here." "Leave her alone, Malfoy," Harry commanded. "No, I don't think I will." Draco purposely inhaled her hair, making Daphne flinch. "What's the plan?" Harry asked himself. "I don't want to hit Daphne with a spell. Attacking is probably not wise. What about the first principle of alchemy, equal exchange?" "A deal then," Harry offered, causing Draco to almost release Daphne. "Surprise, me for her." "You're serious?" Draco questioned. "Yes," Harry said confidently. "On my honor, release Daphne and leave Her alone, and I'll take her place. It's your lucky day, princess, Draco laughed, letting go of Daphne and shoving her into Harry's arms. He caught and steadied her briefly, looking her over for injuries. I don't need your help, Daphne snarled at Harry. But you have it, Daphne, Harry returned, and his emerald eyes flashed. You're my friend. This is the least I can do. Now run along. Very well, Daphne held her head up. I'll go pen a letter to my father. I'm sure he'll be thrilled to hear how the Malfoy scion has treated me. This evening. Draco paled. His color returned, however, when Daphne left, shutting the door behind her. You're going to pay for interfering, Potter, he promised as Goyle and Crabbe stood. The beating Harry took was brutal. It took an hour to limp to the hospital wing because he was constantly leaning on the wall for support. Madame Pomfrey was not impressed. You fell, she deadpanned. Yes, ma'am, Harry nodded wearily. And the past history of broken bones and dislocated shoulders. Fell downstairs when I was younger. I'm a clumsy child, ma'am. HMPH. I've healed the cuts and bruises, but you'll need a couple potions for the fractures you've sustained. You'll be here for 2 days. So it's a good thing it's the weekend. Should have you ready for class Monday. Thank you, ma'am, Harry responded respectfully. I don't suppose you have a book or two I could read while I'm here. The 2 days flashed by in almost a fast-forward. Only Ron stopped by on Saturday morning to check on Harry. He didn't come back. Daphne never came to see her friend. The screen faded to black. You bitch, Astoria shouted before being overtaken by a fit of coughing that knocked her to the floor, blood pouring from her mouth. Her eyes were swollen and red. Snot dripped from her nose and mixed with the blood running down her jaw. She'd been crying since the memories began. Are you fucking kidding, Daphne? You couldn't be bothered to see him after he did that for you. Daphne was speechless and hung her head in shame. She knew it was only going to get worse. Who? Astoria hiccuped with sobs. Who are you? She looked up at Daphne with sorrow. Are you really? She coughed brutally, gagging on the blood. That callous. Pomfrey came over and helped Astoria back to her seat. The girl was pale as death and sweating profusely, her breathing ragged. Pomfrey opened her medicine bag and unshrunk a blood-replenishing potion, which Astoria shakily downed. You need to calm down, dear, Pomfrey soothed. You've lost way too much blood. I can't be calm, Astoria snapped, glaring at Daphne. Not while watching that viper ruin my best friend. The screen showed October 21, 1991. Harry was free of the hospital wing and on his way to Charms. After class, he held back to speak with Professor Flitwick. Professor, Harry began, is there any chance I could take on extra credit or have you give me additional lessons? Whatever for Mr. Potter, Flitwick questioned. You were the first today to master Wingardium Leviosa. Actually, sir, Harry paused. I was thinking more along the lines of dueling advice. Preparing for any fights, Mr. Potter. The half-goblin raised an eyebrow. Only if someone threatens Daphne again. No, sir, Harry assured. Just want to be able to defend myself. This is all new to me, and knowing would be nice. Indeed, Flitwick studied his student for a moment, making Harry uncomfortable. He nodded. You've certainly got a nose for choosing the right instructor. May I ask why me? Harry shrugged. I'm not sure, he admitted. I just had a feeling you were the professor to ask. I was a champion duelist in my time, world-ranked also, Flitwick chuckled. Sometimes our gut can be great guides. I'll give you some pointers, and we can set up a weekly session for you, if you'd like. That would be wonderful, Professor, Harry exclaimed. Do you have any books you could suggest as well? I do, Flitwick nodded. Dueling practices for one. It will cover the basic spells, stances, and terminology you'll need to know and understand. The other is a case study that I wrote for my charms. Mastery, the correlation of physicality and magical capability. I have a copy of it. Give me just a moment. Flitwick ruffled around his desk and pulled out a stack of parchment. He grabbed a blank sheet and wrote 2 hurried notes, tearing the parchment in half to split them. Harry took the offered documents. You have my case study, a note for Madame Pince to issue you the book from the library. The other note is an excuse for your tardiness for your next class. Thank you so much, Professor, Harry smiled. It's a great pleasure to have a student so eager to learn, Mr. Potter. Let's get together in this classroom Friday at 4 p.m. We can plan additional lessons then. I'm looking forward to it, sir. Later that night, Harry found an abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor, where he began practicing the initial spells from the book he checked. Out from the library, his face was set in grim determination as he worked on the spells over and over until he was shaking from the magical exertion. Right before curfew, he staggered back to the Gryffindor common room and collapsed on his bed. This became routine every night for the rest of term. The case study from Flitwick was filled with large words that were hard for Harry to comprehend, but he did his best, and with the help of a dictionary, was able to understand that there was a clear connection between healthy magical reserves and physical fitness. Translated, exercise equals heightened magical capabilities. Harry determined to ask about this on Friday. When Harry met with Flitwick that Friday, the professor was thrilled with how easily Harry seemed to learn and was quick to praise. They began basic dueling techniques, and Harry managed to convince the professor to give him 2 sessions a week for the rest of term. Additionally, Flitwick was thoroughly impressed with Harry's interpretation of his case study and confirmed its accuracy. A training regimen was quickly written out for Harry to follow. That was the hardest to pursue, as Harry was rarely given an opportunity to be physical at home. He did his best and took 2 morning jogs. The first few did not go well and ended with him dry heaving on the ground, his body screaming at him to stop. Flitwick assured him it would get better over time, so Harry persisted on time. The thought to quit flashed in his mind, which was often Harry would think about Daphne and grit his teeth and gut it out. October 31, 1991 arrived, and Harry was sitting in the Great Hall, looking for Daphne, who was, for some odd reason, missing from her table. The feast was preparing to begin, and Harry, concerned, made his way over to Tracy Davis, who hadn't really spoken to him since she was sorted into Slytherin. She'd still smile at him on occasion, but Harry felt it was insincere. Tracy, Harry asked, startling the girl. Harry, she stammered. Where's Daphne? She was headed to the dungeons. Last I saw her, Tracy shrugged. She got a letter from her parents. I think her sister might be sick. Again. Daphne has a sister, and she's sick, again. I didn't know she had a sister, Harry mumbled. Oh, Tracy appeared alarmed. Hey, listen, can you please not let her? No, you know. Harry was now confused. Why? Just don't, okay, Tracy nervously fidgeted. Daphne doesn't share stuff like that, and she'd be cross with me if she found out I did without her permission. Harry opened his mouth to reply when Quirrell burst into the Great Hall, screaming something about trolls and dungeons before collapsing dramatically on the floor. Trolls, dungeons, how? The wards of Hogwarts won't let dark creatures like that in unless invited. Who would have invited a he? Gasped and grabbed his chest. His heart throbbed painfully. Dungeons. Troll, Daphne. Harry bolted, ignoring Tracy calling his name. He slipped through the Great Hall doors just before they closed and sprinted toward the dungeons, suddenly very grateful for his daily jogs. His mind was racing. If it's a mountain troll, then they are spell-resistant. Anything I use will just irritate it, but I'll use that as a distraction. Trolls aren't very bright. According to Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, once I have its attention, Daphne can run. A female scream caused his vision to obfuscate with the red haze that he'd only had one other time. He didn't fight it. Rounding a corner, he saw Daphne backing away from a hulking mountain troll, wielding a large club. It moved to swing, and in a last burst of speed, Harry tackled Daphne to the ground. The club collided with the corridor wall, missing them both by inches. Harry rolled to his feet, wand in hand, and started casting a rapid fire of minor jinxes and hexes meant to irritate and distract. The speed at which he moved caused many watching to gasp in surprise. The troll's backswing narrowly missed Harry as he leaned away while simultaneously shouting at Daphne to run. The girl was frozen by fear, however, and sat rooted on the floor. Harry dove toward her, half picking her up and half throwing her to her feet. The club smashed to the ground where she had been seconds ago. The troll swung out with his hand, catching Harry in the chest and hurling him into the wall. He felt something in his spine snap, followed quickly by his head colliding with the wall. He felt something warm and sticky dripping down his neck, and the walls started spinning. Harry felt very sleepy all of a sudden. Daphne screamed. The red haze deepened as Harry watched the troll lift its club once more. He stubbornly shook off the sleepiness, ignoring the spinning walls, and cast a Wingardium Leviosa on the club. The troll swung down, the club no longer in its hand, and clocked itself in the groin. It groaned and doubled over. Harry released the spell once the club had ascended as high as possible. It fell with a resounding crack on the troll's skull, and the beast fell to the ground. Whether knocked out or dead, Harry didn't know or care. The red haze began to clear, and Harry's vision began tunneling. She's safe, he thought wearily. My friend is safe. He staggered over to Daphne, who was breathing heavily, tears streaming down her face. She looked at Harry in horror. You okay? He mumble-questioned. Why, yes, Daphne stammered and looked at him with concern. Harry. He waved off the question. Mashe, he slurred. Roomsh sh pinin. Though the last thing Harry saw was Daphne moving to catch him before darkness embraced him. Harry awoke briefly around midnight in the hospital wing. He heard voices he identified as Madame Pomfrey and Dumbledore. Albus, I'm telling you, his pain tolerance is not natural. Poppy, are you sure you're not exaggerating? 3 broken discs in his spine, Albus, Pomfrey retorted angrily. The pain alone should have prevented him from moving. Miss Greengrass was adamant that he kept fighting after being backhanded into the wall by that beast. Frankly, I can't fathom how he maintained consciousness. He suffered a major concussion on top of the bone damage. Perhaps the concussion numbed his ability to feel pain, Albus offered thoughtfully. Nonsense, Harry heard a sloshing sound. Do you know what this is? Albus. Skeelgrow. And I'm sure you're aware that, on the pain scale, this potion is considered slightly less painful than the Cruciatus curse. Your point, Poppy, Albus sighed. My point, Pomfrey spat, is that Potter said he felt a, and I quote, tingling in his back when it began to settle in. I'm normally forced to give patients a dreamless sleep draft just to get them to lie still when they drink this potion. Now correlate that with the various scars, history of broken bones, and dislocated shoulders. Poppy, Albus interjected, I don't like where this is going. Well, I should hope not, Pomfrey hissed. Have you looked into his home life, Albus? I shall endeavor to do so this summer, Albus promised. There was a knock on the door before it opened. Miss Greengrass, Albus greeted. You're not supposed to be out after curfew. I'm sorry, headmaster, Daphne said softly. I just wanted to check on Harry. He's asleep, dear, Pomfrey said warmly. You can have 5 minutes. And then you'll need to go back to your dorm. Yes, ma'am. Harry wanted to open his eyes but found that he couldn't. The smell of strawberries and lemons assaulted his nose as Daphne took a seat next to his bed and gently pat his arm. At least that's he thought she did, seeing as how his body was still tingling from the Skeel Grow potion. He felt movement on the bed, and Daphne's breath was ghosting his ear. As she whispered, "Thank you, Harry, you saved my life." "You're my friend, Daphne," Harry attempted to say but could only think. She sat with him for a few moments longer before sighing and departing, leaving Harry alone once more. The gesture was lovely, however, and Harry was thrilled to note her smell lingered in the air for the rest of the night. "I'm so thankful she's okay. It was really nice of her to check on me. I've been so worried I've upset her. I should get her a Christmas gift." With that thought, a happy Harry drifted off to sleep. The screen faded to black once more, and Daphne stiffened at the last thought displayed. Astoria was going to kill her. November 18, 1991, flashed on the screen to find Harry flipping through a jewelry catalog an older Gryffindor girl had let him borrow. He found a goblin silver charm bracelet that he thought was nice, and a charm in the shape of a Daphne flower with a sapphire center. The sapphire matches her eyes, Harry thought. He'd been disappointed to find Daphne still distant and cold toward him after the troll incident, but assumed she was struggling with whatever sickness her sister had. He didn't want to bring it up out of respect for Tracy. Harry ordered the bracelet and charm and sat down to pen a letter he would send with the gift on Christmas. The cost of the gift never registered with him. What did galleons matter when shopping for your friend? "Dear Daphne, Happy Christmas. I saw this bracelet and charm and immediately thought of you. I'm so thankful you're my friend and hope you have a wonderful time with your family. By the way, when is your birthday? And is there anything you would like for it? Your friend, Harry." The screen shimmered, and suddenly an odd sound echoed in the grate hall. Laughter. Shrill laughter that sounded both agonized and enraged. Every eye turned as Astoria Greengrass got to her feet and marched over to her sister. Slap. Daphne didn't bother stopping the blow. Her head turned from the force of it, an ugly welt already forming as Astoria stood there shaking. "This bracelet." Astoria held up her left hand where the very same bracelet Harry had just shown rested, the Daphne charm also present. "Among others, this bracelet you gave me that Christmas." Sounds of sharp intakes of breath could be heard across several tables. "The bracelet that you said you got me because you thought of me, and the Daphne charm would be a way to remind me of you," Astoria asked. Daphne was unable to look at her sister and instead stared over her shoulder. "Look at me." She flinched and turned to meet Astoria's blue eyes, just like hers. "Every charm," Astoria hissed. "Harry bought them, didn't he?" Daphne bit her bottom lip and nodded, silent tears spilling down her cheeks. "For you," Astoria said hollowly. Daphne looked down, and her hair spilled forward to cover her face in a golden curtain. Astoria sighed heavily, choking back a cough. I can't even look at you right now, Daph." December 25, 1991 appeared on the screen. Harry awoke on Christmas Day to find Ron shredding paper as quickly as he could. "Morning, mate, happy Christmas," Ron called. "Happy Christmas, Ron," Harry replied. "You've got presents, by the way." Harry froze. "Presents for me? On Christmas? I've never gotten a present before." He looked at the foot of his bed to find 3 gifts. Harry opened them reverently. The first from Ron contained a box of chocolate frogs. The second from Hagrid were some cauldron cakes and a well-wishes card. The third was unlabeled and contained a cloak with a note from the giver that encouraged him to use it well and assured him it was his father's. "That's an invisibility cloak," Ron cried when Harry put it on. Oddly, it only seemed to work for Harry. The only time it worked for Ron was if he shared it with Harry. They both talked eagerly about adventures they could go on after hours. Harry quickly determined he would go visit the restricted section of the library, having wanted to find new subjects to study, since his nightly practice sessions were bearing fruit. He was consistently top spot in all his classes, except potions. Because of Snape being a git. Harry looked under his bed and the covers for a moment, causing Ron to scrunch his face at him in confusion. Lost something, mate? Huh, Harry paused. Oh, I was just checking to make sure I didn't miss any other gifts. Well, you got one from Hagrid, me, and a mystery gift. Expecting any from anyone else? Harry shrugged. I guess not. Maybe the cloak was from Daphne, Harry mused. Unlikely because her mother was friends with my mom. I don't see why my dad would give them his cloak. No, maybe she just couldn't think of anything to get me. It's not like we know each other that well. He trailed off for a moment in his thoughts. What does it matter if she gets me something? We're friends. She's my first friend. That's gift enough to last me a lifetime. That night, Harry made his way to the restricted section and found 2 books of great interest. One pertained to runes and how they could be applied to simulate spells. The other applied to wards and their various functions. Figuring it would be great to study, Harry pocketed them both but tripped on his cloak, knocking a book that had given him the willies off the shelf. It let out an unholy scream which caused Harry to rush away. The light from Filch's lantern appeared down a hallway, and Harry heard the caretaker hollering at Professor Snape that a student was out of bed, not wanting further encounters with the professor that harbored a special hatred for him. Harry entered an abandoned classroom and gently shut the door behind him, huddling in a corner under his cloak and praying no one would find him. He waited a good 15 minutes, only the sound of his breathing keeping him company, before he chanced a look around the dust-riddled classroom. In the corner stood a tall mirror, which Harry felt an odd pull to look at. He approached to see an inscription atop it. Quickly deciphering it, he whispered, I show not your face but your heart's desire. Intrigued, he stood before it and stared. Briefly, it showed himself standing next to Daphne. The reflection caused Harry to look to his side. In surprise, only Daphne wasn't there. The mirror shimmered and suddenly Harry saw his parents. He knew it had to be them. The woman had his eyes, and the man looked like an older version of himself. He swallowed and reached forward, but the mirror shimmered once more. Now there were 4, no, 5 people in the reflection. His parents were still there, but he also stood there. What was odd, however, was he was older, around the same age as his dad, and there was a woman standing next to him, smiling. She had golden blonde hair and striking sapphire eyes that pierced his soul. He knew without a doubt that it was an older Daphne. His breathing hitched when he examined the 5th person, currently hiding behind his reflection's legs. She was little, maybe 3 or 4, and was a clone of older Daphne in every way except her eyes. She had Harry's eyes, and she was smiling mischievously at Harry. He stared, devoid of thought, for what felt like years, until he felt something wet hit his hand. Startled from his reverie, he looked down to see a droplet of water on his wrist. He raised his hand to his cheek to find he had tears running down his face. Harry couldn't remember the last time he'd cried. I show you your heart's desire, Harry thought. Family, that's my desire. No surprise there, it always has been. The little girl giggled and waved at him. His heart throbbed painfully, and he unconsciously grabbed his chest. She's gorgeous. I hope to God this is a vision of my future, because I want that little girl in my life. My daughter. Harry shook his head. No. Our daughter. Harry made his way back to the mirror every night until December 27, 1991, when he met Dumbledore in the same room. Harry, my boy, Dumbledore appeared amused. I see you are making good use of that cloak. You gave it to me, Harry asked in surprise. Yes, your father allowed me to examine it before he passed. I must say it is one of a kind. Thank you, Professor. Nothing to thank, Harry. It is your legacy, after all, but I suspect you have not come here to discuss the advantages of such a magnificent cloak. There's a mirror, sir. Harry pointed and made his way over to it. It shows your heart's desire. Indeed it does, Dumbledore nodded. Tell me, Harry, what do you see when you look into it? I see my family, Harry responded distractedly. My mum and my dad. And he trailed off. You see more than just your parents, Dumbledore asked with a hint of surprise in his tone. Yes, sir, Harry nodded. I see my wife and my daughter. Dumbledore quirked an eyebrow. I was unaware you had such affections from any of our illustrious females, Harry. Well, I don't, not really, Harry admitted. I do have one female friend, though. And she is who you see. Yes. Curious, Dumbledore muttered. What do you see, sir? I see myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks, Dumbledore chuckled, of which I am woefully without. This broke Harry's reverie, and when he turned to the professor, he was quickly told that the Mirror of Arist would be leaving this room, and that Harry should no longer look for it. Apparently, many had wasted away staring into it as it slowly sapped their magic. Harry understood and would respect the request, but it hurt him deeply to think he'd not get to see the face of that little girl again. The image faded to black, and whispers broke throughout the great hall. The Mirror of Arist was known as a Class 5 magical artifact. Extremely dangerous. The fact that it was in the school and Harry interacted with it 3 times was subject for discussion. Glances were cast to several figures, namely Dumbledore and Daphne, although many looked over to find Astoria shaking her head, unable to provide an outburst this time. Daphne was oblivious to it all. Tears tracked continually down her face, and her mouth was agape as she attempted to fathom what she had just seen. Her heart ached when she thought about the little girl in that mirror, that beautiful, innocent little girl who Harry identified as his daughter. No, Daphne thought sadly, our daughter, my daughter, and I've lost any chance I'll ever have of that beautiful, happy little girl. She thought of how she herself had looked, more mature and, if possible, even more beautiful than she was now, but more so was the smile she carried in the reflection. She knew that the Daphne in the reflection was happy, happier than she could possibly imagine, happy with her husband, happy with their daughter. Bitter regret overwhelmed Daphne, and she was unable to hold back choking sob as it burst free, followed by hot tears. Daphne buried her face in her hands and wept, uncaring any more of who saw or heard. Harry continued training, every night in earnest over the next 6 months, also maintaining his twice-a-week sessions with Flitwick. He rapidly improved, as did his understanding of magical theory, which allowed him to begin engaging in more difficult spells. 3 months after Christmas, Harry was finally beginning to understand the 2 books he'd taken from the library. He made a concerted effort to get to know Daphne better, despite her obvious attempts at avoidance. He eventually learned her birthday was August 19th. He didn't get much else from her, but it was enough to decide the next charm she would receive on her birthday. Snape was as vicious as ever, constantly degrading him and taking points at every opportunity. Draco was still a ponce and made sure Harry knew it at each encounter, always espousing how Harry was the golden boy. There was an adventure involving Hagrid, a baby dragon, which quickly outgrew its baby status. Ron and Draco. It landed the 3 boys in detention, but Ron and Harry did manage to get the dragon to safety through Ron's older brother, Charlie. Their trek through the Forbidden Forest drew plenty of discussion, considering Harry came face to face with a possessed Quirrell, though he didn't know it at the time, who was lovingly drinking the blood of a recently killed unicorn. The spider-crawl Quildamore performed when he noticed Harry and Fang standing there looked like something straight out of a Muggle horror movie and caused several of the younger students to shriek in terror. Thankfully, Harry was saved a gruesome death by Forenza, the centaur, who aided Harry in getting back to Hagrid. Draco had long since turned tail and fled, coward. Starting in March, Harry began actively practicing runes and wards in his dorm, namely sound suppression and barriers. He was immediately hooked and took to the subjects like a fish to water. One evening, he forgot to take down the rune wards he'd drawn on their dorm entrance, and Neville woke them all with a yelp as he collided with an invisible wall and collapsed on the ground. Harry apologized profusely and from that moment forward was closer with Neville, who he remembered had a mother who was friends with his mom. Neville was a puzzle to Harry that he wanted to solve. He had tons of potential and latent power due to his heritage, but he had the confidence of a baby rabbit and a wand that seemed to have a mind of its own. Harry wasn't sure what to do about helping Neville out of his proverbial shell. He spent several weeks encouraging him without any real results. That is, until Tracy Davis entered the picture. In his quest to learn more about Daphne, Harry had firmly engaged in conversation with Tracy. This led to Neville being introduced to her. And well, she appeared to take to him quite quickly. Harry didn't know it, but they began secretly seeing each other 3 years later, all because he introduced them. Yet even during their first year, the attraction between the two was obvious, as was the change in Neville, who became much more confident and relaxed. He also finally got his own wand the summer of '92. The reason his original wand didn't respond to him was because it was his father's. Harry continued to improve with runes and wards. Eventually, the Weasley twins, pranksters extraordinaire, took note and gave advice to help improve Harry's technique. Many were surprised that the twins were so knowledgeable on the subjects. Eventually, the memory recapped Harry's suspicions of Snape and Quirrell, showing the cursed broom incident, Snape with a bitten leg, the discovery of the Philosopher's Stone through conversations with Hagrid and the chocolate frog cards, as well as the encounter with McGonagall where Harry pleaded to deaf ears for her to help stop Snape from stealing the stone. By June 2, 1992, Harry was able to cast several third-year spells under Flitwick's tutelage. The constant nights of practice and morning exercise had expanded his magical core, allowing him to advance rapidly. His footwork during dueling had improved dramatically, and he was able to cast on the move more fluidly, something Flitwick stressed heavily. On June 4, 1992, he confronted McGonagall about the stone. She told him to put it from his mind. Refusing, Harry gathered Ron and Neville, and the three made their way through the gauntlet to the stone. Fluffy was easy, just play music to make him sleep. The devil's snare was no problem with Neville and his knowledge of herbology. The key, Ron and Harry managed quickly, seeing as how Neville was a disaster waiting to happen on a broom. The chess game lost them Ron, as he sacrificed himself so they could progress. Thankfully, he was still breathing. The troll was already dead. Courtesy of Quildamore, Harry figured out the potions challenge rather quickly, and Neville went for help while Harry continued. Finally, for all to see, was Harry Potter's second encounter with Lord Voldemort. Harry walked down the stairs to the open room, ringed by flames with the mirror of Arist in its center. Quirrell was muttering agitatedly at it. "I see the stone," he cried, "yet I cannot get it." "Use the boy." A raspy voice seemed to come from Quirrell. Harry grabbed at his scar, wincing. Quirrell rounded on Harry. "You, Potter," he beckoned. "Come and tell me what you see." Harry approached cautiously, wand in hand, and looked into the mirror. He saw his parents, He saw Daphne and himself. He saw the little girl. She was beaming at him and holding a red stone. She waved shyly. Before handing the stone up to Reflection Harry, who gave a lopsided grin and pocketed it. Immediately, Harry felt the weight of the stone in his pocket. I see myself with the Quidditch cup, Harry lied, feeling dirty. Quirrell swore and turned back to the mirror. He lies, the raspy voice called. Let me speak with him. Master, you are not strong enough, Quirrell protested. Silence. Quirrell yelped in pain and shakily began unwinding his turban, slowly. Turning around, Harry was confronted with the face of Voldemort. Embedded in the skull of Quirrell, the red eyes narrowed and the slits for nostrils flared as the Dark Lord faced his nemesis. Harry Potter, the voice rasped. We meet at last. Voldemort, Harry whispered. I know you have the stone, boy, Voldemort hissed. I can see it in your mind. You cannot hide it from me. Harry's eyes widened. How can he see into my mind? Magic, Harry, Voldemort assured. Your thoughts are known to me. The stone, now. And then something horrible happened, with sharp cracks that made Harry want to regurgitate his lunch. Quirrell's arms snapped the wrong direction to face his back, even though his hands were upside down. It was unnatural and made Harry think about a Frankenstein story he'd once heard in school with Dudley. Voldemort stalked forward, walking backward, but his arms now facing forward, wand in hand. It was grotesque and aberration. Harry took several steps back, eventually hitting the bottom stair of the entrance and falling to his rear. I see you need encouragement, Voldemort noted. No matter, you will yield the stone to me. Crucio. White spikes of pain lanced through Harry's body. It was not unmanageable, however. The last time Vernon had beaten him with the fireplace poker compared. It still elicited a scream from Harry, who writhed on the stairs while Voldemort held it for roughly 15 seconds, finally breaking the curse. Harry gasped and staggered to his feet. This vessel is weak, Voldemort hissed in disappointment. Yet I admit myself surprised you can move, Harry. Expelliarmus, Harry shouted, only for Voldemort to lazily bat it away. It was one of the first spells Flitwick had taught him in their private lessons. Harry tried several other spells, but Voldemort seemed unimpressed and merely stood there for some reason. Another Crucio and Harry was no longer fighting back, but gasping for air. Master, Quirrell's voice called out, we can always use the girl. A pity to need to spill pure blood, Voldemort noted, but an effective decision. Leaves Daphne alone, Harry panted. Give me the stone, Harry, and I shall spare her. Harry saw red. Voldemort didn't spare anyone, not his father, not his mother, uncaring of the pain or the fact that he couldn't hope to cross wands with Voldemort. Harry, forcing himself to stand, charged forward and grabbed him. An unnatural scream resonated in the chamber as Harry's hands burned the Dark Lord. Harry was so surprised he missed the vicious backhand that sent him sprawling to the floor. Voldemort staggered to his feet. Enough, he shouted. I tire of this. Harry Potter. He raised his wand in a grand gesture, and Harry knew it wasn't going to be good, so he dove forward and tackled Voldemort to the ground, shoving his hands directly to the Dark Lord's face. They burned, melting the skin on his fingers, but he didn't care. He held them there until the screaming stopped and Quildamor's head was ash. His body twitched uncontrollably from exposure to the Cruciatus. Black mist with Voldemort's face rose from the body, screaming in rage. It passed through Harry violently, stopping his heart momentarily. Before disappearing on the wind, Harry fell back, blood trickling out of his mouth and his body still twitching. The last thing he saw was a gray beard and purple robes before darkness overtook him. On June 11, 1992, Harry awoke. He'd been out for a week. He was in the hospital wing, and Madame Pomfrey was bustling about him, waving her wand and checking diagnostics. Dumbledore stood at the foot of the bed, a twinkle in his eye. Harry, my boy, you gave us quite a scare. How long have I been out? Harry croaked. Just over a week, Dumbledore replied. You're awake in time for your exams, however. Poppy has assured me you'll be able to attend after. She's forced you to take a few rather unpleasant potions. Ron and Neville, Harry questioned. Healthy, and didn't even need to spend the night in the medical ward. Dumbledore informed happily, although Mr. Weasley did require a couple of bandages and headache potions. Good, Harry whispered, closing his eyes for a moment. Did anyone else come visit me? Pomfrey and Albus shared a look. No, dear, Pomfrey informed, but what you went through hasn't been made public. Yeah, Harry sighed. He looked to Dumbledore. Professor, what happened? Dumbledore explained the sacrifice of Love Lily Potter made, and how her blood protected him, and why he had to go back to the Dursleys. Harry knew enough from his ward book that it must be a blood ward protecting him, but was unsure of further details, and Dumbledore didn't offer any. Dumbledore continued to explain his friendship with Nicholas Flamel and the workings of the Philosopher's Stone, which Nicholas had determined to destroy. As Harry listened to the explanation, he had a twinge of doubt creep in the back of his mind. Pomfrey eventually cleared Harry, who remained on his bed, and continued to speak with Dumbledore. Professor, Harry began, Voldemort said he could read my mind, and he did. How? Voldemort is arguably the most skilled Legolimens ever known. With your lack of occlumency, your mind would be as an open book to him. Occlumency. The antithesis to Legolimency, Dumbledore offered. It allows you to organize your mind, better control your emotions, and protect your thoughts. Is there maybe a book on it I can read? Harry questioned. Oh yes, my boy. He waved his wand and 4 books appeared on his bed. I've taken the liberty of providing copies of the 2 tomes you liberated from the restricted section. There was a gleam in his eye as he said this. If you could return the originals, I'd be most grateful. Harry nodded. Of course, Professor. Well then, off you go. Classes will begin shortly, and your exams are this week. Harry exited the hospital wing with his 4 books in hand, thinking. Furiously, something didn't add up. The key to Voldemort's resurrection, hidden in school instead of Gringotts, Harry mused as he slowly made his way back to his dorm. Why, based on our history of magic class, the goblins are a warrioress who almost drove wizarding Britain to extinction until the treaty. Also, the protections on the stone were bested by a group of 11-year-olds. I'm missing something. Harry almost dropped his books in shock. Had it been a test? He sprinted the remaining distance to his dorm, ignoring the few who called to him. He dropped the 4 books on his bed and riffled through his trunk for the ward book taken from the library. He flipped to the section on blood wards and quickly did the same on the copy Dumbledore had given him. Only the copy didn't have a section on blood wards. He lied, Harry thought in amazement. Why would he lie? Late that night, he made his way to the restricted section of the library. Under his cloak, he placed the bad copies on the shelf, having kept the originals in his trunk, and searched for books on occlumency. After half an hour, he located both that Dumbledore had loaned him, and swapped them out as well. Another hour of searching yielded a book on Legolimency and another book on occlumency. Feeling accomplished and vindicated, Harry departed the restricted section and made his way back to his dorm. I don't know what Dumbledore is playing at, lying to me, Harry thought, but I'm not going to roll over and blindly trust him. There's a reason he doesn't want me to know about those blood wards, and I'm going to find out what it is. Exams came and went. Harry finished top 3 in all his classes, alongside Daphne and Hermione Granger, a Muggle-born Ravenclaw. Despite his best efforts, Snape was forced to give an impartial grade on the exam, and Harry made out with an outstanding in potions, even though his coursework had rarely been over and acceptable. June 19, 1992, the last night before they would return home for summer vacation. Harry, under his cloak, went back to where he fought Voldemort. Fluffy was no longer there. The Devil's Snare and other tests were gone also. All that remained in the last room was the mirror of Arist, unscathed. Harry strode up to it, removing his cloak. The mirror shimmered, and once again the 5 people appeared. Harry stared at them with longing. "I'll come back every year before I go home for summer," he promised. It wouldn't be wise to visit any more than that. The reflections didn't respond. "And I'm going to work really hard to make sure my future turns out exactly like this," he promised, staring at the little girl who melted his heart with her innocent smile. "I'll see you soon," he whispered and turned to leave, throwing his cloak over himself once more. June 20, 1992, flickered on the screen, and Harry was on the Hogwarts Express, alone in a compartment and reading his ward book. The mystery of the blood wards still eluded him. Ron and Neville had gone ahead to hang out with the twins, and Harry wanted to be undisturbed. Anyway, as the train whistle sounded, indicating they were closing in on King's Cross Station, Harry stowed his things in his trunk and activated a rune on its side to cause it to shrink down. It was one of the last charms Professor Flitwick had taught him for the year, and Harry had managed to apply it in a rune format. He hoped he could sneak it past Vernon. Unable to read any longer, Harry left his compartment to find Daphne. She was, as usual, with Tracy Davis in their own space. He knocked and entered shortly after. "Hello, Tracy, Daphne." "Potter," Daphne said cordially. "Hi, Harry," Tracy waved. He took a steadying breath and faced Daphne. "Can I write you this?" "Summer, Daphne." She stared at him with her sapphire eyes that enthralled him every time. "I suppose." "Great," he turned to leave. "I don't want to be a bother. Have a nice summer. Oh, and thanks again, Tracy." "No problem, Harry," Tracy grinned. Glad I got Daphne's address from Tracy. He made his way to his compartment and grabbed Hedwig and her cage. The express had just pulled into the station. As he departed, he took his shrunken trunk and popped it into his mouth, maneuvering it under his tongue. He left the barrier and found Vernon waiting for him, obviously disgruntled. "Boy," he huffed, "where are your things?" "Left them at school," Harry said politely. "I know you don't like my freakishness, so I worked with the school to have my things kept there." "But not your bloody bird?" Vernon questioned suspiciously. "Well, the teachers don't live on site, sir," Harry countered, "so no one could take care of her if she was there, but I'll make sure she doesn't make any noise and doesn't attract attention." "See that you do," Vernon snarled, "or it's your head." The screen changed to Harry sitting in his chair. He leaned forward. "And we've come to the conclusion of year 1, he quipped. "I hope you all enjoyed it. Merlin knows I didn't." He stood, and the lights in the great hall flared to life. "Now don't go getting excited," Harry cautioned. "We still have to go through the next 3 years, plus what's happened this year, but it would be rather rude of me to force you to endure that without a bathroom break." He spoke in parcel tongue, causing several students to yelp in fright. 2 doors appeared, one on the left wall and one on the right. "Ladies to the right, gents to the left," Harry motioned. "Also, Poppy, there's a door behind your normal spot at the staff table, which will lead to the medical wing. Only you can enter it. Any others who attempt will be met with unpleasant results." Poppy moved that way, leaving Astoria for the first time since she'd arrived to help her. "I'm sure you've derived why I'm allowing this, Poppy, but just in case, please gather what you need for Astoria. I have no doubt this has been extremely hard on her." Astoria gave a watery smile at the screen. Tori, Harry addressed her. Don't worry, little lioness, it's going to get much worse, as I'm sure you're dreading. But I promise you this. It's going to be okay. The Great Hall went silent at that admission. Just hang in there for me, all right? Harry asked. Astoria, tears running down her face, wiped her nose and nodded. She knew that Harry wasn't really in the room, but it certainly felt like he was. Daphne watched this in awe. Even with all Harry was showing, he still took time to think of others, especially Astoria. A tiny part of her hoped he would have something to say to her, not that she anticipated it would be positive. She was both disappointed and relieved that he did not. She observed the staff table, noting that Dumbledore had gone exceptionally pale, and was nodding vaguely as McGonagall attempted to converse with him. What has got him so nervous? Daphne thought. The gauntlet for the stone was obviously a series of tests. Harry won. Isn't that the result he wanted? She watched a bit longer before something clicked. Trust. Harry stopped blindly trusting him. That's something he must have not realized. Pomfrey returned 5 minutes later, and Astoria was looking much better after she downed 5 potions. Color returned to her skin. She stopped sweating and her cough abated. Pomfrey also cast a couple Scourgify charms to clean up the blood that had soaked into her robes. Should be enough time to continue, Harry said amusedly. Now then, let's head into year 2 and see what kind of chaos I find myself in. Shall we? Does Vernon find out what I've done? Will Daphne respond? Will Croaker ever laugh? Not likely, Croaker deadpanned off screen. Worth a shot, Harry shrugged, then chuckled suddenly. You do realize your response was a satisfactory answer to all 3 questions, right? It was intentional, Lord Potterblack. The screen faded, and a new image appeared. The rest of the drive from King's Cross Station went by in silence. Harry made for his room and shut his door, locking it. He removed his trunk from under his tongue and unshrunk it by touching his wand to the rune. He didn't have much time, so he set to work quickly, dragging several quills and ink out. I have to hide my trunk, Harry thought. I just hope this works. Harry began inscribing runes along the floor and wall around the trunk. He double-checked each using his textbook to make sure they were perfect. Fred and George had helped him come up with it when he explained what he wanted to do. He pricked his thumb with a fresh quill and smeared a drop of blood over each rune. They began to glow dimly. A tiny pulse of magic later, and they glowed brightly, then faded. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. If it worked, then his trunk would be invisible to Muggles. There was a knock on the door, and Harry tossed his wand in his trunk and opened the door to see Vernon standing there. Boy, he huffed. We expect dinner. What's taking you so long? Just getting settled, sir, Harry mumbled. Vernon looked around suspiciously, his eyes narrowing at Hedwig in her cage. Hedwig hooted. Well, get to it. He pushed past Harry, waddling downstairs. Harry was flabbergasted. Vernon never missed an opportunity to cuff him on the back of the head whenever he was in reach. Harry was kept busy for the rest of June and July with his daily chores and cooking. Surprisingly, his summer stay was rather pleasant, all things considered, since he didn't have any eruptions from Vernon or Petunia. Even Dudley seemed reserved and even scared of Harry, which suited him just fine. After dinner each night, Harry was left to his own devices and would lock himself in his room and read. With the trace on his wand, he was unable to practice or perform magic. He would instead perform the wand motions and whisper the pronunciations in hopes it would translate when he could use magic again. Thus, Harry's birthday arrived without any fanfare or incident. Harry had attempted a couple more letters to Daphne, but she never replied. July 31, 1992, flashed across the screen. I think I'm done writing letters, girl, Harry said softly while lying in bed to Hedwig in the early hours of the morning. Daphne hasn't ever responded to one. Hedwig hooted. Yeah, maybe friend doesn't mean to her what it does to me. Not like I really know what a friend is, seeing as she was the first. Ron is nice and all, but we're not exactly close. He's abrasive, opinionated, and volatile. Sometimes, a picture of Vernon flashed in Harry's mind. The twins are nice enough, Harry continued, but I don't know if I'd call them friends, and Neville is a decent fellow, but we don't spend much time together outside of class. Harry sat up. But what does that make Daphne? Hedwig stared at him with her large, luminous eyes. She does less than any of the others, Harry observed. If none of them are my friends, how can she be? Vernon hollered from downstairs. Harry sighed heavily and stood, having slept in his clothes. A mystery for another time, Harry muttered. He hurried downstairs to find Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley waiting for him. They did not wish him a happy birthday or even acknowledge it was his birthday. Instead, they informed him that he would be upstairs and quiet in his room for the entire day. He would be quiet, non-existent. They then performed some sort of stage pantomime that Harry thought would do anything but seal the deal, as Vernon said. Vernon reinforced the quiet requirement with threats of apocalyptic violence and sent Harry upstairs so they could prepare. Thankful for a day off, Harry went to his room and locked his door. Determined to make the most of his birthday, he began by meditating. And heading to his mindscape, he found himself in a meadow, surrounded by tall pine trees and littered with various flowers of all manner of colors. Golden snitches floated above him, darting around. Those were unsorted memories. He looked down at the flowers, his sorted memories. Each color had meaning. Black, the most prominent, were the bad memories. Those had been tough to relive and cope with. He was glad that the remaining memories weren't like the black flowers. Red were angry memories, or memories that involved fighting. Yellow flowers denoted happy memories or fun experiences, like when he first arrived at Hogwarts. Blue flowers were informational memories and focused on classes and textbooks. The blue had almost caught up to the black, and Harry assumed once he finished sorting, he'd have more blue flowers than any others. The flowers were mainly daisies, something he gardened almost daily. On behalf of Petunia, sprinkled throughout his mindscape, however, were Daphne flowers. These, of course, were any memory that involved Daphne Greengrass. Harry spent a couple hours sorting and cataloging his memories before exiting his mindscape. He spent the rest of the day studying his legilimency book. It quickly became apparent that he would need a partner to develop this skill, so he moved back to occlumency. He'd taken the ward and rune books as far as he could without a deeper understanding of magic. Maybe his second-year books would help in that, but his school supplies letter hadn't come yet. Evening arrived, and Harry could hear the commotion downstairs, indicating Vernon's special night was starting, where he was going to close a deal that would change their lives. Right, Harry doubted such a person would be unable to see through the snake oil salesman that was Vernon Dursley. He closed his eyes, deciding to sort more memories and maybe try implementing some rudimentary mental defenses his book spoke of. He was just settling in when a soft crack shook him from his meditation. Harry opened his eyes to find himself staring into two tennis ball-sized yellow orbs. They were rather close to his face. Bloody hell, Harry exclaimed, falling back on his bed. The great Harry Potter, sir, exclaimed the house elf. Dobby has come to warn you of great danger. SHHH, Harry hissed. You're going to get me in trouble. Dobby's ears lowered, but he nodded, clamping two hands over his mouth. Now what are you? Dobby is a house elf. And you've come to warn me. Yes, the great Harry Potter is in grave danger. There is a Dobby. Paused and banged his head on the wall. Thankfully, it was an outward facing wall, so it was well insulated, and the sound was rather muted. Harry flinched. "Stop," Harry commanded. "If you make noise, my uncle will come up here and hurt me." Dobby paused. Dobby must punish himself. He is a bad elf, a very bad elf. "Then go do it somewhere that's not here," Harry demanded, pointing. "Out the window. You've warned me, I really appreciate it." "Good elf, Dobby, thank you." "The great Harry Potter thanks Dobby," he wailed. "Dobby has heard stories of your greatness, sir, but to experience it in person," he began, crying loudly. "Oh. For God's sake, Dobby," Harry pleaded, "please shut up. The last thing I want for my birthday is a pissed-off Dursley." Dobby gasped. "It is Harry Potter's birthday." "Yeah. Then Dobby must get Harry Potter a gift," the elf said exuberantly. "What does Harry Potter desire? Dobby will do his best to give it." "Quiet, I want quiet," Harry said immediately. "That is not a gift worthy of your greatness, sir," Dobby replied, subdued. "It would be nice to talk to Daphne Greengrass," Harry whispered to himself. "Dobby can get Miss Daffy," Dobby assured before vanishing with a small pop. "Mental," Harry snorted. "Completely mental." Dobby didn't return, so Harry settled back in his bed and stretched out. He was thankful Vernon hadn't come storming upstairs. Unfortunately, the threat of a thorough beating meant every floorboard that squeaked set Harry on edge. Dobby had sounded like a train blaring through a neighborhood in Harry's mind. He took a deep breath and prepared to go back to his mindscape. Maybe he'd find a Daphne memory. He didn't really have many since she didn't interact with him very much. Right as he closed his eyes and began to descend into his mind, there was another pop, and a decidedly feminine squeak of surprise. Several things occurred at once. Harry immediately thought, oh shit. Something landed atop him, smushing him into the bed and covering him with a curtain of golden blonde hair that smelled of strawberries and lemons. Harry then thought, bloody hell, Dobby. Dobby proclaimed, too loudly, he had brought Miss Daffy as requested. He was quite proud of himself. Daphne gathered her bearings, her sapphire blue eyes meeting Harry's emerald greens. She didn't care that she was currently straddling Harry Potter, the boy who lived. She didn't care that she had been essentially abducted from her home. All she cared about was strangling the life from the prat beneath her. "Dafferk," Harry choked and slapped at her hands. "Miss Daffy is choking the great Harry Potter." Dobby grabbed his ears, horrified. "Why the fuck am I here?" Daphne throttled Harry, causing the bed to shake. And then Harry heard a sound that made his blood freeze. Heavy footsteps, climbing stairs. Fear gave way to an extreme burst of adrenaline. Vernon would hurt him, he knew that, but he could not risk Daphne getting hurt. The stark terror must have shone in his eyes, or his face must have paled considerably, because Daphne stopped choking him. She squeaked when he slapped a hand over her mouth and sat up, flipping her back on the bed and shooting over to his trunk, where he rapidly located his invisibility cloak. "Potter, what are MMPH?" Harry returned and covered her mouth again. "Hush," he whispered. "Don't make a sound." He threw the cloak over Daphne, praying it would make her invisible. Surprisingly, it worked, even though he wasn't under it. Harry grabbed Dobby by the throat and threw him into his wardrobe, turning just as Vernon burst into his room. The lock to his room sometimes worked, never when Vernon was on a tear, stupid Dudley. And his tantrums, always breaking things like doorknobs and locks. "What the hell are you doing, boy?" Vernon huffed, purple-faced and in a towering rage. The wardrobe door opened slightly. Harry pushed it closed. Vernon's fist crashed into his jaw. Harry purposely let out a large gasp of surprise, praying it would hide Daphne's. He struggled to his knees as Vernon's chest heaved with rage. Harry closed the wardrobe door as it popped open once more. "Not another sound. Do you understand me?" Harry nodded. If you cause any more distractions, I will use the poker again. Harry flinched, but nodded and closed the wardrobe door once more. And fix that bloody door. Vernon stormed out. Harry closed his room door miserably. He helped Dobby out of the wardrobe, who was grabbing his ears in shame. Dobby is sorry, Harry Potter, sir. Harry felt blood pooling in his mouth and spat it out. He hated the taste of blood. It's fine, Dobby, he mumbled. Just be quiet. He walked over to the bed and reached out for the invisibility cloak, gently pulling it off Daphne, who was wide-eyed, mouth agape, and had tears streaming down her cheeks. Who was that? Daphne whispered. My uncle. Has he done that before? Harry snorted and spat another mouthful of blood on the floor. Worse. Dobby stepped forward. Dobby is sorry, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby cannot cast a privacy ward without your trace activating. Thanks for warning me, Dobby, Harry knelt. I have one more birthday wish. Daphne took a sharp breath. She didn't know today was his birthday. Please take Daphne home. Dobby nodded solemnly and moved to take Daphne's hand. She shook her head vehemently and said, as loud as she dared, Dobby, I order you to return to your master. You will not speak of this to anyone, nor will you punish yourself for disobeying your master. You also will not come back here. The house elf grabbed his ears and nodded, disappearing a second later. Wah, Harry got back to his feet dazedly. Why? He was in violation of his master's orders, Harry, Daphne informed. I don't even know whose elf that was, but he shouldn't have been here. Whatever magic allowed him to come was overridden when I ordered him home. You could have done the same and he would have had no choice but to obey. But now you can't get home, Harry protested. I'll be fine, Daphne assured, then fell silent. She had so many questions and no idea where to begin. Now what the hell do I do? Harry thought. I don't want her to go, but I don't want her to stay. It's dangerous here for her. Can I stay for a while? Daphne asked gently. I promise I'll be quiet. Harry stared at her. She'd stopped crying, but the tear streaks remained on her cheeks. The moonlight chose that moment to fly through the window and over Daphne, causing her hair to practically glow. She looked radiant. Harry swallowed and nodded. He stepped forward and cast his cloak back over her. Stay under the cloak, he said. Please. What is this? Daphne felt the silky material, noting how it glowed, a bright silver under the moonlight. It sparkled almost as if it held captured starlight. Harry stared at the now empty space, where Daphne's voice was quietly emanating. It made it easier to talk to her. It's my dad's invisibility cloak, Harry revealed. It's all I have left of him. It's a very lovely cloak. Daphne tried half-heartedly, not really sure how to respond. Yeah, Harry trailed off awkwardly. There was an agonizing minute of silence. Daphne, Harry, They both spoke at the same time and halted. Daphne giggled nervously, surprising Harry. He'd never heard her giggle, but he really liked the sound of it. You first, Daphne intoned. Harry sighed. What does friend mean to you, Daphne? Daphne froze beneath the cloak. She'd been dreading this question. Unshed tears burst forth, and she was glad Harry couldn't see her. She spoke in a watery voice. Probably not what it means to you. You've never answered any of my letters, Harry said. It wasn't accusatory, as Daphne had expected it to be. It was broken, defeated. I haven't been allowed to, Harry. But your mom was corrected, Daphne interrupted. My father is a hard man, Harry. Not like your uncle, she quickly assured. He is set in his ways and views and expects me to behave a certain way and interact with certain people. You're not one of them. So my letters. He burns them as soon as they come in, but he always lets me read them before he does. Daphne sobbed as quietly as she could. I'm so sorry, Harry. But why haven't you told me? Harry's voice was thick with emotion. I have to be very careful at Hogwarts, Daphne hiccuped. Father is friends with many families, and their children are in our year. They report to their fathers, who report to mine. I'll stop writing you letters, Harry promised. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I know you mean well. They make me feel happy when I see them. You're my friend Daphne, Harry said numbly. I don't want you to get in trouble. What does that mean to you, Harry? Daphne whispered. The cloak slipped off her head momentarily, and she looked at Harry. With puffy eyes, she never looked more beautiful to him than in that moment. Harry didn't bother fixing the cloak, with how quiet they were. He would hear if the Dursleys came upstairs. Friendship is where you care about how the other person feels. You protect them and want to see them happy. If they have a dream or a goal, then you do everything you can to see it through. You never give up on them, and you always believe the best. You never turn your back on a friend. Daphne smiled sadly. What does love mean to you, Harry? Harry appeared confused. Love is where you die for someone, he whispered with reverence, like what my mum and dad did for me. They loved me. He looked over to see tears flooding Daphne's face. She was still smiling at him. Are you okay, Daphne? Harry asked with concern. She nodded subtly. Am I your friend, Harry? He nodded emphatically. Yes, you're my only friend, Daphne. She bit her lower lip, and a hand appeared seemingly out of thin air to brush a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. Can I hug you, Harry? He looked scared but nodded. Daphne leaned over and gently embraced him. He stiffened but didn't flinch. She held him until ever so slowly, his arms raised and embraced her back. He pulled her close, crushing her against his chest, and inhaled the wonderful scent of her hair, uncaring at the wetness he felt on his cheek from her tears. You're my friend too, Harry, Daphne whispered in his ear. I promise. The sound of heavy footsteps caused them to hurriedly break apart. Harry quickly threw the invisibility cloak back over Daphne and stood facing the door. Vernon entered seconds later. Boy, he said gruffly, we had a good night despite your freakishness. Almost ruining it. That's good, Harry mumbled. Vernon barked a short laugh. Too right it is, he replied maliciously. Had it not been, it would have been your hide. Harry nodded. We expect breakfast in the morning. Yes, sir. Vernon left, and Harry closed the door before sitting back down on the bed. Daphne pulled the cloak down once more. It's really bad here, isn't it? Daphne whispered. Why, yeah. Harry felt tears threatening his eyes and forced them away. Daphne's hand appeared out of thin air and gently held Harry's. He flinched but didn't pull away. Her hand was warm and scent pleasant. Tingles up his arm. His face got hot. He didn't let go. Do you want to talk about it? Not really, Harry thought, but maybe I should. I don't want her to go. If I tell her, she'll get scared and go. I won't leave you, Harry, Daphne promised. We're friends. Harry trailed off before trying again. They hit me. For how long? As long as I can remember. And Harry told her everything. Every hurt, every injustice, every pain. The tears begged for release, and he didn't stop them. It felt good to cry. It felt good to tell her. Minute by minute, the darkness that had haunted him for years ebbed, and piece by piece, Harry handed Daphne his heart, trusting she would keep it safe. He was tired, so very tired when finished. He'd cried on Daphne's shoulder for what felt like hours, and she didn't rebut him, only gently ran fingers through his hair. It's time for me to go, Harry, she whispered as his eyes drooped. He held her tighter. I don't want you to leave. I have to, she said firmly. If my father found out. Harry nodded and released her. They both stood apart, looking at each other awkwardly. Daphne suddenly surged forward and crashed into Harry, hugging him fiercely. Harry hesitated only for a second before returning it. Happy birthday, Harry, Daphne said warmly. Thank you, Harry replied. Daphne reluctantly released him and backed away. Tipsy, she whispered, and a female house elf wearing a rather nice dress and apron appeared. Miss Daphne, she whispered, why are you here? It's a long story, Tipsy, Daphne replied. Can you please take me home? The house elf nodded and held out her hand. Daphne looked over to Harry one last time and gave him a blinding smile that caused his heart to skip a beat. Then she vanished along with the house elf. Harry sighed from the tips of his toes and crashed onto his bed, pulling the invisibility cloak to him that now carried Daphne's scent. He fell asleep with a huge smile on his face, dreaming of blonde-haired, blue-eyed girls. The screen faded to black, and the great hall collectively turned to stare at Daphne, Astoria rounded in her seat with a venomous glare that faltered almost immediately when she saw her sister. Daphne looked befuddled, horrified, and sick somehow all in a single expression. Her hands were in her hair, clutching her head, and she was breathing rapidly, clearly distressed. Tears were streaking down her face at a rapid pace, and she looked like she wanted to scream in terror, but couldn't find her voice. Astoria watched as all color drained from Daphne's face and hands. That's not possible, Daphne thought. I don't remember that. I would never forget something like that. It's not me, she managed to whisper so softly only she could hear, her voice hollow. She began racking her mind to try to find the memory, to understand how she could have forgotten. The horror at the thought of someone else having impersonated her caused her to panic. Then, suddenly, she felt a sharp pain that forced her to double over and groan in agony. Her head was throbbing, and she saw spots. The great hall began shrinking and spinning simultaneously. Daphne passed out before she could register the many voices around. Sir. Daphne groaned as she returned to the waking world. She promptly rolled over and retched violently. Her body was shaking, and she was drenched in sweat. Her head felt as if it was being split in two. She whimpered. Miss Greengrass, the voice of Dumbledore came from somewhere to her right. What happened? My head, she coughed. A blanket was draped over her and the vomit vanished. Daphne felt her stomach lurch and dry heaved several times. She was helped to a sitting position by Madame Pomfrey. Professor Snape was off to her left and kept the student body away. Astoria sat down next to Daphne and grabbed one of her hands, wearing an expression, a mixture of concern and irritation. Was it true? Astoria questioned, loud enough to be heard over the general murmuring of the great hall. Daphne attempted to school her expression, but her bottom lip kept trembling and her face twitched from the effort. She bit her bottom lip, but unwanted tears still spilled. She took a shaky breath. I don't remember. Dumbledore and Snape shared a look. I don't understand, Daphne said in a small voice. Severus, Dumbledore called. It appears the memory will not continue unless we return to our seats. It seems Harry wants us to witness what he has to share. Please have Miss Greengrass join you when she is able. I believe it will be best for her safety. Daph, Astoria squeezed the hand she was holding to get her sister's attention. What don't you remember? Daphne was shivering uncontrollably, her teeth chattering and clutched the blanket tighter around her shoulders. Madame Pomfrey bustled about her, muttering and waving her wand. Daphne's voice cracked and she cleared her throat. She continued in a watery voice, I don't remember that night, Torre. It's nowhere in my mind. As far as I know, it never happened. Astoria leaned forward. What about what you said, about the letters? She swallowed heavily. And father. Daphne flinched involuntarily and repeated, I don't remember that night, Torre. But is what you said true? She nodded once. So you do remember getting Harry's letters? Another nod. And you do remember father burning them? Daphne's shoulders bobbed once with a repressed sob. "Oh, Daph," Astoria sighed. "Why didn't you tell me?" Daphne shook her head, tears starting to spill once more. "Why would?" She questioned in a choked voice. "I remember the letters annoying. I was glad Father burned them. Then they stopped coming. Summer after our first year. But what about Mother?" "I don't remember Torre," Daphne pleaded. Madame Pomfrey helped Daphne to her feet and motioned to the staff table where Snape had conjured a chair for Daphne. She began making her way there, clutching the blanket to her body and not bothering to hide her tears, puffy eyes, or dripping nose which she wiped with the back of her sleeve. What was the point of cleaning up? She knew she would be shedding more tears. "Is what you said about Father true, Daph?" Astoria called. She paused briefly and looked over her shoulder. "Yes, even though don't remember that conversation with Harry. What I said was true." Daphne began walking away. "It doesn't change what I said or did to him, Torre." Astoria watched Daphne walk away before moving back to the Gryffindor table. Daphne sat and looked up to see the screen begin shimmering. "What else will I see that I can't remember?" The screen flashed August 19, 1992. Harry was lying on his bed. Thus far, he'd avoided any further incidents with the Dursleys, and was still riding the high of getting to see Daphne for his birthday. His summer was about to get so much better. He got up and double-checked the charm he'd bought Daphne for her birthday. He didn't bother with a letter now that he knew her father was burning them. Instead, he wrote a small note and placed the charm, a small emerald, encased in goblin silver in the shape of a heart, in a small box, and sent Hedwig off with instructions to deliver it directly to Daphne, and no one else. He heard a commotion downstairs and ignored it. Having already cooked breakfast, Vernon hollering for him caused him to sigh and head on down to see what the ruckus was about. As he cleared the last stair, he paused in shock. Standing in the doorway were Fred and George Weasley, and an older man who had to be their father, judging by his balding head. "Harry," the twins greeted simultaneously. "Fred, George," Harry said dumbly. "Hello, Harry," the older man approached. "Arthur Weasley." Harry shook the proffered hand. "Dumbledore asked for us to get you and take you to Diagon Alley for your school supplies. You also have the option to stay with us until term starts if you prefer." Harry didn't even have to think about it. Freedom from the Dursleys. Hell yes, where did he sign? "I'll be right back," and he bolted up the stairs, leaving the twins and Arthur in the foyer. He kept everything in his trunk, so it was a simple matter of closing it, activating the shrinking rune, and pocketing it. He made sure he had his school supplies list for second year. Then he rubbed out a corner rune to deactivate the ward for his trunk. It would be easy enough to reactivate when he returned next summer. Merlin forbid. He grabbed Hedwig's cage and headed down. "All set," he assured. "Excellent. It really was a pleasure to meet you. What did you say your name was again?" Vernon purpled. "I didn't." "Ah, a pity. Perhaps next time then." Mr. Weasley turned. "Come along, Fred, George." Harry crossed the threshold and turned to his uncle. "See you." Vernon slammed the door in his face. "Thank you so much for doing this, Mr. Weasley," Harry said. "It's our pleasure, Harry," Arthur replied. "Fred and George speak very highly of you. I'm not sure if that's necessarily a good thing based on their history at Hogwarts." "Not to worry, Father," George called. "Harry here is just a natural at runes and wards," Fred finished. "I'm not that good," Harry mumbled. "Not yet, no," they said together, "but you will be." "I'm going to catch up with Molly," Arthur informed. "It's Ginny's first year, so she'll be manic, I'm sure." He turned to the twins. "I'm taking Harry with me. I'll be right back for you too." Mr. Weasley turned on his heel with Harry. There was the feeling of being squeezed through a tube, and then Harry found himself standing Outside the leaky cauldron in Diagon Alley, he felt woozy and unsteady. On his feet, Arthur placed a hand on Harry's shoulder to anchor him. Harry flinched unconsciously. "It gets easier over time," Arthur assured. "I don't think I'll ever get used to that," Harry retorted, his stomach flopping. Mr. Weasley apparated away once more, returning half a minute later with Fred and George. "Boys, take Harry to Gringotts and then help him get his supplies," Arthur called over his shoulder as he began walking away. "We'll meet up at Fortescue's in 4 hours." Fred and George saluted before guiding Harry toward the tall white building. "So, Harry," George said conversationally, "how has summer been?" Harry thought about Daphne, her hugging him, the pleasant shiver that ran up his arms at the remembrance of that last hug, her beautiful smile. "Brilliant," Harry said with a small smile. Harry went down to his vault and gathered as many galleons as he thought he'd need for the year before beginning his shopping spree for second year. The book list was confusing since 7 of the 8 required books were all from someone named Gilderoy Lockhart. Flourish and blots was a nightmare. Apparently, Lockhart was doing a book signing, and every witch within apparating distance was here today. Not interested in getting anything signed, Harry wormed his way inside and gathered his books and paid. There were too many people for him to browse other sections. On his way out, Harry watched an altercation between Mr. Weasley and what had to be Draco Malfoy's father, since Draco was standing nearby sneering. It took Lockhart himself to break it up, and Harry got his first real look at the man. He wasn't sure if it was his smile or eyes, but something about the feathered blonde hair and the way the man carried himself made Harry uncomfortable. He snuck out as the attention was on the commotion, realizing he was breathing rather heavily. Fred and George stood outside conversing and waiting for him. "Crazy in there," Fred chortled. "Yeah," Harry gasped. "Saw your dad get in a fight with Malfoy." "That git," George spat. "Wicked to the core," Fred added. They finished shopping and had roughly 2 hours to themselves. Harry found a secluded bench and began reading while Fred and George explored the nearby quality Quidditch supplies. Harry had become a voracious reader after last year. His occlumency exercises had rapidly increased how fast he could consume, retain, and recall information. Therefore, when Fred and George returned half an hour later, they found Harry already halfway through Travels with Trolls. Harry appeared contemplative as Fred and George took a seat on either side of him. "Can you believe that blowhard?" George chuckled, causing Harry to look up. "Sorry," Harry scrunched his face in confusion. "Lockhart," Fred gestured to the book, "our new Dada instructor." "Seeing as how Quirrell vanished end of last term," George added. Harry shuddered as he remembered his last encounter with Quirrell. "Well," Harry attempted to answer the original question from George. "No, I don't think I do believe him. I mean, having fought a mountain troll, I can tell you that in no way can you stun them seconds before being turned into blood paste." He read that last part aloud. "Honestly, it feels like this is more of a fairy tale book than a textbook. I've not read a single thing in here that could be used in a real duel." "You hear that, Fred? Sounds like our Harry has some experience in such things, George." Harry blushed. "I did have dueling lessons with Professor Flitwick." "And in your expert," George began. "I'm not an expert," Harry interrupted. "Opinion," Fred continued. "You believe that Lockhart will be." "Bollocks," George presented. "Bollocks at teaching," Fred finished. Harry frowned. "I'm not passing judgment," he shook his head pensively. "If the other books are like this one, then it's probably safe to assume there won't be much to learn in Dada this year," he sighed. "Based on their titles, I have no reason to believe they won't be exactly like this one." Harry bookmarked his place and closed the book with a thwap. But you'll read them all anyway, won't you? George laughed. Harry shrugged. Mental, this one, Fred gestured. Ah, Harry cried, suddenly inspired. He stood and turned to regard both twins still seated on the bench. Do either of you have your book? Lists from last year. We do, they both responded. Can I see them? When we get home, they said. Harry lowered his shoulders in defeat. You do realize the books on our lists may not be what you'll have on. Yours next year, Fred asked. You mean the elective courses? Harry looked up. What did you two take? Study of ancient runes and care of magical creatures, they echoed. Do you know anyone who took arithmancy? Harry questioned. We do. Harry grinned mischievously. I've got 10 galleons for those book lists. Fred and George sat straighter. Give us 2 days and we'll have them. We'll need to come back to Flourish and Blots, Harry prompted. No problem. Great, Harry clapped his hands. That will solve any upcoming issues. With lack of teaching in Dada, Quirrell may have been, he trailed off. Strain. Smelly. Sure, Harry shrugged, but he did suggest a good book for first year. Let's head over to the cauldron and grab a drink, Fred said as he and George stood and guided Harry back into the crowd. They worked their way toward the entrance of the alley. Harry always enjoyed the magical world and found great joy in staring at the various folk around him. Fred exclaiming drew his attention away from a darker alley that people seemed to avoid. Oi, Fred, is that Arya Greengrass? George gestured off to their left at a small cafe with outdoor seating. Harry felt his heart attempt to jump from his chest and felt blood rushing to his cheeks. Sure is, George, Fred confirmed and whistled. She is quite a looker. Isn't she? Daughter is in Harry's year, I believe, George muttered, both having lowered their voices, but loud enough so Harry could hear. Slytherin, if I recall, Fred trailed off, struggling with the name. George whistled. Well, I'll bet that's her, he pointed. Quite the looker. You'd think we'd remember the name, Fred grunted. All the pranks we pull on the snakes. Starts with an A, George prompted. Nah, Fred waved it off. I'm thinking a B. Crack on, George chuckled. C. Daphne, Harry interjected and slipped away. Daphne, that's the one. The twins cried exuberantly, causing her to look around the crowd for the person shouting her name. They both winced and ducked into the throng. Good memory, Harry, Fred praised. Thought we were going to have to go through the entire alphabet. George looked down and whirled around in shock. Ugh, Gred. Yes, Forge. I think we misplaced Harry. Ah, shite. While the twins were panicking, Harry made his way over to the cafe. Being careful to keep out of direct line of sight, he noted Daphne was having a cup of tea with her mother. The two had clearly been shopping. Based on the bags sitting on the ground near the table, Daphne, as always, looked radiant. Her golden blonde hair was straight and cascaded past her shoulders. She seemed relaxed, but the small smile Daphne didn't quite reach her eyes, Harry thought. He approached the register, and after a lengthy debate, finally managed to convince the man to let him pay for the Greengrass ladies. Satisfied, he turned and slunk back into the crowd. He didn't make it far before he was accosted by the twins. Look what we found, Fred crowed. Sneaky, sneaky, Mr. Potter, George tutted. And what, pray tell, were you up to, Harry? And nothing, Harry stammered. I lost sight of you too. He nodded as if that was a good enough explanation. We could fry an egg on his face. Fred turned to his twin. This bears further investigation, George agreed. The two hoisted Harry from under his arms and made their way to the leaky cauldron. All the while, Harry protested his innocence and that it wasn't what it looked like. August 26, 1992, flashed across the screen. Harry was enjoying a quiet moment in the room he shared with Ron and reflecting on the last week. The twins, of course, had dressed him down about Daphne until he'd finally come clean that she was his friend. They gave him a strange look at that confession, but stopped taking the mickey out of him. Ron had been in an overall good mood, due to the sudden resurgence of the Chudley cannons. They were, for the first time in years, no longer dead last, still bottom 5 but not dead last. This meant Ron would prattle off stats, player names, and recent plays at random intervals, often when Harry was attempting to read. Harry loved Quidditch and was looking forward to playing again this year, but he liked other things too, like silence, which was in short supply. Mrs. Weasley was overbearing, loud, and convinced he was half-starved. She wasn't wrong and needed to eat triple portions every meal. Harry constantly felt he needed carried up the stairs to Ron's room after a meal. It was a nice change from the Dursleys, though. Ginny was an anomaly. Every time she saw Harry, she would turn beet red and bolt the opposite direction. This led to some epic collisions with furniture, stairs, support beams, and Mrs. Weasley. When she did manage to speak, which was rare, Harry found her nice enough. Those few times, she either didn't realize or forgot Harry was in the room. Showed that Ginny had inherited her mother's demeanor and temper. It also explained why her brothers feared her so much. The Weasley Harry got along with the most, outside of the twins, was Percy. Harry at first thought this odd because Percy reminded him quite a bit of Malfoy in how he portrayed himself. A couple of conversations, however, revealed that Percy was both highly intelligent and driven. Frankly, Harry thought Percy should have been a Slytherin. Percy always liked quiet and had managed to insulate his room rather well against the noise of the house. Harry spent a fair amount of time the last week in Percy's room, where he could read undisturbed, the only sound his and Percy's breathing, and the scratch of Percy's quill as he wrote letters along with studying. Harry respected Percy's privacy and didn't bother trying to find out who he was writing to, something Percy noted and appreciated. Harry was rummaging through his trunk for his main occlumency book, intent on reading and working on some mental defenses, when he saw his invisibility cloak and grabbed it. He draped it over his head and closed his eyes. Sometimes when he did this, he almost felt as if his father was standing there embracing him. Other times he thought he could still smell a hint of strawberry or lemon. He stood there for a couple of minutes, reminiscing about that night with Daphne, until he frowned. There has to be a better way to use this thing, Harry thought. I'm having a hard time believing Dad just draped this over himself like some cheap imitation of a ghost. Harry closed his eyes once more and focused on the cloak, attempting to sense any touches of magic. After several minutes of concentration, he felt a tiny drop of magic that seemed just out of reach. Every time he made to interact with it, it pulled away further. Frustrated, Harry pushed harder, only to find it retreat more. Sweat dripped off his forehead from the chase, and Harry felt both fatigue and anger. Why would the cloak resist him? Enough, Harry thought firmly. Stop avoiding me. And the magic stopped. Surprised, Harry reached out with his mind and grabbed the tiny drop. It felt unnaturally cold. In a strange way, it was comforting, and Harry felt his breathing even out and his body relax. Now that the chase was done, it feels almost familiar. The magic trembled with anticipation. Harry felt a nudge against his core. Instinct drove Harry in that moment, as the cloak called to a deeper part of him that he didn't understand. He knew what to think, but was unsure how or why he knew. Cloak. And the cloak shifted. Harry felt its weight around his shoulders and his upper back. The cloak fell away from his face, allowing him to see clearly once more. He looked down to see it had shrunk to his size, no longer dragging the floor. What once had been more like an invisibility blanket was now a true and proper cloak with a hood. Whoa, Harry breathed. Now that's more like it. He stepped over to a nearby mirror and inspected himself. The cloak was held together by a brooch in the form of a triangle with a circle and line. Harry could see himself just fine in the mirror, and the cloak still had its silver blue color that sparkled with hidden light. Curious, he lifted the hood over his head. His reflection disappeared. Harry gasped in surprise and lowered the hood. His reflection greeted him once more. After some brief testing, Harry found that, so long as the hood was up, his body was invisible, even if not within the confines of the cloak. He also found that he could revert the cloak back to its blanket form by commanding it to become, well, a blanket. Harry was confused why his dad would have given Dumbledore this wonderful cloak, and even more so why it was given in its blanket form. A small suspicion in the back of Harry's mind told him it was because his dad didn't fully trust Dumbledore. The testing also revealed that the hood could be commanded to stick. Harry found that no amount of movement could cause the hood to fall away. One of the immediate advantages that came to mind once Harry had successfully tested this was that he could move fluidly while invisible. He lowered the hood just in time for Ron to enter. The redhead cocked an eyebrow at Harry who, as far as he could tell, was admiring himself in the mirror. Channeling your inner Lockhart, Ron deadpanned. Checking out my cloak, Harry retorted. You're not wearing a cloak, mate, Ron informed confusedly. Yes, I am, Harry assured. He reached behind and grabbed the edge of his cloak, holding it out. See? No, Ron backed up a step. All I see is you holding your hand out with nothing in it. Harry frowned. Really? You sure you're all right? Ron pressed nervously. Harry huffed. Come here a second, Ron. Ron edged forward nervously. You mean you can't grab or pull on anything between my arms, right? Now, Harry questioned as he grabbed his cloak in both hands and stretched his arms behind his back. He balked when Ron's hand passed right through where the cloak was. I think you might be mental, Ron chuckled. Fred and George are waiting for you downstairs. He really can't see or feel my cloak, Harry thought in bewilderment. What exactly is this thing? Last question, Ron, Harry promised as he made his way to the door. Do you see anything on my back? Just your shirt, Ron shrugged. Thanks, Harry left and called out as he started down the stairs. Go. Cannons. The screen dimmed and Daphne breathed a sigh of relief. The one memory involving her she did in fact remember. Her mother had been pleasantly surprised to find their tea and snacks paid for. Try as she might, their mysterious benefactor's identity had never been discovered. Of course it would be Harry. The revelation didn't make Daphne feel any better, and she almost wished Harry hadn't shown it. She was grateful, though, because it gave her a small amount of confidence that not all her memories had been warped. September 1, 1992. Appeared on the screen, and Harry sat alone in a compartment on the Hogwarts Express, happily reading the standard Book of Spells, Grade 2. He had up to Grade 4 now, thanks to Fred and George accompanying him back to Diagon Alley one last time. On that trip, he had also procured the beginning books for arithmancy, care of magical creatures, and study of ancient runes. He'd also gotten a book titled The Essential Defense Against the Dark Arts, which he felt would be far more informative than the fiction Lockhart wrote. Harry did have to admit Lockhart's books were entertaining, in a sad sort of way, watching Mrs. Weasley attempt one of the cleaning spells from gadding with ghouls had been a cringe moment, though. A sudden crack caused Harry to jump back in his seat. Across from him stood Dobby, grabbing his ears and looking around nervously. Hey, Dobby, Harry waved, preparing to go back to his book. Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter once more, the elf cried before charging the wall and colliding with it, hard. Harry sighed over the shouts of bad Dobby and reached over to jerk Dobby by the collar of the ragged sackcloth he'd fashioned into a shirt. "Enough, Dobby," Harry commanded. "Last time you warned me I gotta." Mouth full of blood, "So you'll forgive me for not wanting to continue this conversation further." "Dobby is sorry, Harry Potter," Dobby said sadly. "You did give me a great birthday gift," Harry attempted to cheer up. The house elf. "Would Dobby like to see Miss Daffy once more?" Dobby questioned. "Hopefully." "No," Harry said quickly, although his heart did beat faster at the thought. "I mean, of course I would, it's just, we can't." "Dobby understands, sir, but Harry Potter must be warned. There is a great danger at Hogwarts. A very evil plan by very bad people." He suddenly clutched his throat and started banging his head against the wall, gasping heavily. "What kind of plan, Dobby?" Harry knelt and pulled the elf from the wall. "Can't say," Dobby wailed. "Harry Potter must not go to Hogwarts." Harry snorted agitatedly. "A little late for that, Dobby." Dobby suddenly had a manic gleam in his eyes. "Late," he said the word, almost as if tasting it. Harry backed away slowly. "Harry Potter must not go to Hogwarts," Dobby said firmly. "Dobby hates to do this to the great Harry Potter, but it is for his own safety. Dobby will iron his hands after as punishment." Harry, sensing danger, dove for the compartment door. Unfortunately, he was too slow and felt Dobby grab him. The sickening sensation of being squeezed through a tube occurred, and Harry fell the final 2 feet onto his bed at 4 Privet Drive. He jumped to his feet to find Dobby gone and the house eerily quiet. He pulled his hood up on the invisibility cloak he had taken to always wearing, except when showering, and made his way downstairs. "I'm going to kill that elf the next time I see him," Harry swore in his mind. He checked the time on the kitchen stove. It was 12:30 p.m. "Okay, so that's not bad. The express arrives at Hogsmeade Station at 5 p.m. It then sank in that he had no way of getting back. He couldn't apparate, as he'd learned it was called from Mr. Weasley. 4 Privet Drive definitely wasn't connected to the Flu network. It didn't even have a fireplace. His broom was in his trunk, so he couldn't fly. He also had no idea which direction to go, even if he could. Hearing the back door rattle, Harry bolted upstairs and back to his room, where he sat on his bed in thought. Despair began to creep in as he heard someone bustling about the kitchen. He didn't want to be here. Today was supposed to be a happy day. It suddenly occurred to him he still had a death grip on both his wand and the standard book of spells, grade 2. At least he wasn't defenseless. There was a crack, and a feminine squeak, and Harry was buried once again under a curtain of golden blonde hair. They both worked to untangle themselves, taking far too long and making too much noise. Daphne, finally getting her hair out of her eyes, began to open her mouth to chasten her friend when realization hit her. Harry watched Daphne's eyes widen in terror as they heard heavy footfalls climbing stairs. "Blanket," Harry screamed in his mind, ripping his cloak from his neck. He pulled Daphne forward and wrapped his arms around her as he threw himself flat on the bed underneath the cloak. Vernon entered the room 2 seconds later, glancing around suspiciously. Harry and Daphne held their breath. Harry had taken the extra precaution of putting his hand over Daphne's mouth. He felt her trembling and tightened his arms around her. After what seemed an eternity, Vernon huffed, muttered something about freaks, and stomped downstairs once more. They heard Petunia call from the garden and Vernon holler something unintelligible. Both sighed in relief, and Harry loosened his hold. Daphne was still trembling. "Why are we here?" Daphne hissed. "Dobby," Harry whispered back. "I'm going to kill that elf." "Elf," Harry brightened. "We can use yours. What was her name?" "Tipsy." "We can't," Daphne shushed Harry. "If Father found out, I'd be in trouble." "Oh," Harry deflated. She looked up at the invisibility cloak they were under. It was surprising how cool it felt despite their proximity. "Do you have your wand?" Daphne questioned. Harry nodded and shuffled, pulling it out of his front jean pocket before asking, "You?" She nodded. "We can take the night bus to Diagon Alley." "Great," Harry smiled. "How do we do that?" "Well, it starts with us getting out of here," Daphne whispered dryly. They suddenly realized their close proximity and blushed furiously. Daphne scrambled off Harry, taking the cloak with her. He was once again surprised to note it worked for her. She disentangled from it and handed it back to Harry, who took it and gestured toward the window. "Are you serious?" Daphne questioned incredulously. "We can't go out the front door," Harry protested. "They'll assume it has something to do with me, and I'll feel every bit of their anger when I get back next summer." Daphne winced. "Trust me," Harry pleaded. "I won't let you get hurt, Daphne." She bit her lower lip and nodded. Harry quietly opened the window and stepped out onto the roof, holding his hand out for Daphne. She took it with a death grip, not letting go. It made closing the window difficult. "You're going to have to let go of my hand," Harry cautioned. She nodded and did so. He then grabbed the ledge, hung, and dropped the final 5 feet, purposely falling on his rear to absorb the impact. Daphne, already terrified, looked close to tears. "Just do the same thing," Harry called softly. "I'll catch you." "Are you crazy?" Daphne retorted. "Trust me," Harry repeated. "I will catch you." Daphne gulped and mimicked Harry, grabbing the ledge and dropping her legs over. The moment her feet were free, her hands slipped and she fell with a scream. Harry caught her and they collapsed on the ground. Harry quickly had his cloak over them so they could recover. He scanned the neighborhood, thankful it was a Tuesday and folks were at work. After waiting a few minutes, Harry helped Daphne to her feet, keeping them both under the cloak. "Let's get away from this place, and then we can walk without the cloak," he said. Daphne nodded and kept close to Harry. She was out of her element in the Muggle world. He, while not comfortable walking down an unfamiliar street, didn't mind. The closeness was nice, and Daphne, as always, smelled wonderful. Eventually, Harry felt they were far enough away to safely remove the cloak. They ducked behind a fence and pulled it off before moving back down the sidewalk. Harry sent the cloak back to its native state, and it fell over his shoulders once more. He felt Daphne reach for his hand and didn't stop her when she threaded her fingers into his. He stole glances at her from the side of his eye, appreciating her dark blue blouse, Muggle jeans, and trainers. "You look beautiful." The words left his mouth, and he instantly wanted them back. Daphne pinkened. "Thank you." "How do we call the night bus?" Harry attempted to change subjects. "This looks like a good spot." Daphne released his hand and held out her wand. There was a bang, and suddenly a double-decker blue bus appeared. Stan Shunpike, the conductor, helped them on board, and Daphne told him their destination while Harry paid for the two of them. Harry asked for the time and was told it was 1:15 p.m. The two sat next to each other and began a hushed conversation. "You mentioned Dobby is the reason we're here," Daphne prompted. "Yeah," Harry nodded. "He's mental, keeps saying I'm in danger, and he has to protect me. How he thought sending me back there was protecting me is beyond me." "Did he say what he was protecting you from?" A sudden sharp turn caused Daphne to almost fall into Harry's lap. He braced so they didn't go toppling into the floor while the bus centered. Once more, Daphne, blushing, pushed off his torso. "He only said it was an evil plan, and it involved Hogwarts," Harry shrugged. Another sharp turn had Harry leaning into Daphne. "And he didn't say anything else?" She questioned quietly, her breath tickling his ear. Harry shivered pleasantly. "Well, he did say the word late before he jumped me. That was after I told him it was a little late for me to not go to Hogwarts. seeing as we were on the express. Daphne gasped and clutched Harry's knee. He felt a shockwave of sensation echo through his body. "That's it, late," she exclaimed. Harry was struggling to maintain cognitive thought. His brain was overloading as Daphne still had not removed her hand. Being late to the opening feast is a violation subject to disciplinary action or expulsion. It says so in the Hogwarts student handbook. Daphne's voice fell and she removed her hand from his knee. Harry watched as she nervously twisted her hands in her lap. "You mean that little bastard is trying to get me expelled?" Harry snapped, realization suddenly dawning. "I believe so," Daphne nodded slowly. "But why me?" The bus gave a loud bang, and Daphne squeaked in surprise, reflexively clutching Harry. "I like this bus," Harry mused happily. "Harry? Why did Dobby send me back too?" Harry blushed heavily. "I'm not sure, but I have a guess." She raised an eyebrow at him. "Go on." "Dobby, in his own odd way, is protecting me, yeah." Daphne nodded. "Well, wouldn't it make sense that he'd protect someone important too? Me also, like my friend." Daphne bit her lower lip and turned away to look out the window. "That makes sense," she replied softly. Harry let her be, busying himself by looking at some of the other passengers. Most were sleeping or reading newspapers. How they managed to do either of those things was a mystery to Harry. He instinctively flinched when he felt something hit his shoulder. The only thing stopping him from pulling away was Daphne's smell, which washed over him as she leaned her head against him. He glanced over and noticed her eyes were closed, a soft smile on her lips. Her breathing was beginning to even out as she relaxed. Harry knew she had been extremely nervous to be back at 4 Privet Drive. Much as he'd been, she also seemed very uncomfortable in Muggle areas and had been extremely fidgety until they'd gotten onto the night bus. The bus shook and Daphne nestled closer, her left hand coming up to rest on his chest where she clenched his shirt in her fist. Harry, not minding, draped his left arm over her, drawing her closer. Daphne sighed gently and her breathing slowed and deepened. An occasional, minuscule snore emanated from her. "I've changed my mind," Harry thought contentedly. "I'm going to thank Dobby next time I see him." The night bus stopped at the entrance to Diagon Alley at 2:40 p.m. According to Stan. 5 minutes, Daphne protested as Harry attempted to shake her. "Awake. We're here, Daphne," Harry persisted. She lazily opened her eyes and bolted aright upon seeing her position. Harry watched her face turn tomato red and horrified. He followed her, eyes down to his shirt to see a healthy-sized drool stain. Clearly, Daphne had enjoyed her nap. "Oh, Morgana," Daphne buried her face in her hands. "I'm so sorry." Harry reached forward and grabbed her hands, standing and pulling her up. They needed to get off the bus before Mr. Shunpike decided to take off to the next stop. "It's fine," he assured. "I'm really happy I was a good pillow." They got off the bus, and Harry held her back until it was clear to cover them with the invisibility cloak. He noticed Daphne stood closer than necessary this time, but didn't think much of it. "We can talk to Tom at the Leaky Cauldron," Harry whispered to her. "He was quite nice last year when I met him with Hagrid. I'm sure he'll have a good suggestion, and will use discretion." Daphne nodded, suddenly trepidatious. It didn't go unnoticed by Harry. "I'll make sure you're not seen," he promised. "If one of us has to reveal ourselves, it will be me. You just stay under the cloak." He grabbed her hand and entered the Leaky Cauldron. Daphne threaded her fingers through his. They navigated the sitting area slowly and cautiously, careful to stay close and not bump into anyone. Since it was past lunch, it wasn't too busy. Harry shuddered to think of attempting this at peak hours. It took a few minutes, but they made it to the bar where they slipped to the back. Tom was bustling about the kitchen and Harry pulled the cloak off them. Tom, Harry called, causing the man to jump. Merlin's beard, he exclaimed, turning to the sound of the voice. You're not supposed to be back here, he trailed off. Bless my soul. It's Harry Potter. He waved shyly. And who is this lovely lady you have with you? Harry flushed and squeezed Daphne's hand when she went to respond. I'd rather not say, Tom, he stammered. We're actually in a bit of a bind and need your help. Tom stared at them shrewdly for a moment before nodding. How can I help? We need to get to Hogwarts. Miss the train, Daphne finished, blushing heavily. Tom gave a knowing smile and wink. Best way would be to flew to Hogsmeade. I would suggest the Three Broomsticks. It's a pub there. And Madame Rosmerta is a good woman. Thank you, Tom, Harry smiled at him, and we'd appreciate your discretion on this. He reached into his jeans to pull out some galleons, but Tom held out his hand to stop him. I understand, Mr. Potter, he replied solemnly. You were never here. Daphne breathed a sigh of relief next to him. Tom left them, and Harry cast the cloak over them once more, and they made their way to the hearth. In no time, they were in an empty Three Broomsticks. They heard a chuckle and turned to their left to see a curvy sort of woman with a pretty face, arms crossed, staring at them amusedly. Harry was positive they couldn't be seen, and found himself thoroughly flummoxed. Daphne was shaking so badly he had to wrap an arm around her waist to steady her. Come on out of there, she said, a hint of laughter in her voice. Harry looked at Daphne and shrugged. She shook her head in terror until he removed the cloak. Oh my, Madame Rosmerta laughed heartily. This brings back so many memories. You must be Harry. How? Harry asked, flabbergasted. If I had a sickle for every time James came through here with that infernal cloak, she shook her head. Figures he would pass it down too. I've never seen or heard of anything like it. You knew my dad. Harry leaned forward, uncaring that they were caught in the open. I doubt there is anyone in Hogsmeade who didn't know him. She chuckled. But let's get you out of sight. You're lucky the place is empty right now. Best not to take chances, especially with your cute girlfriend. Harry stiffened and blushed, realizing he still had an arm around Daphne's waist. He dared not to look at her. Back under the cloak and follow me, Rosmerta instructed. They obeyed, and she cast a quick scourgify to remove the soot. Harry assumed that was how she found them out. Madame Rosmerta led them upstairs to a private room, where they seated and breathed a sigh of relief. They were as close to their goal as they could be and safe from unwanted eyes. I'll bring you two some butterbeers and we can talk, Rosmerta smiled and turned to leave. Do you know what time it is? Harry asked. 3:15, she informed after a tempest. Harry finally looked at Daphne. She looked a mixture of relieved and frazzled, and was glancing around the room, as if expecting shadows to jump at her. Daphne, Harry said softly, noticing she lifted from her seat slightly at his voice. Are you okay? I really can't get caught, Harry. She caught his eyes and he saw the fear in them. It confused him. Why are you so scared? She shook her head, her eyes welling with tears. I don't want to say, but I can't get caught. He nodded and grabbed her hand. You won't. We're safe and we're almost there. When the express arrives, we'll sneak down under the cloak and grab the last carriage. Our trunks and familiars are still on the train. No one will know the better, right? Tracy will know. I'm sure you can come up with some explanation for Tracy, Harry assured. What about you? No one will notice I was gone, Harry shrugged nonchalantly. Maybe the twins, but I can handle them. Daphne looked stricken for a moment at his admission, but recovered as Madame Rosmerta reappeared with 5 bottles of cold butterbeer. She opened 3 and passed 2 to Harry and Daphne. Harry's eyes widened when he took a swig. It was far better than anything he'd drank before. Daphne sipped hers nervously. I swear you look just like James, Rosmerta shook her head. Looks like you've inherited his penchant for mischief as well. What was he like? Harry asked. I never really knew him. Your father and his band of troublemakers were a menace to Hogwarts. And Hogsmeade. At least, that's the description most would tell you and. Remember, he was wicked smart and far more advanced than most. Realized in transfiguration and charms, fiercely loyal to his friends, and head over heels in love with your mum from the day he saw her. You remind me of him, she said wistfully, but I imagine there's quite a bit of Lily in you. You have her eyes. Harry's excitement was barely contained. You knew my mum. She was known as the smartest witch of her age. Rosmerta smiled at him. Very studious, hated pranks, and fought your father's advances. For 6 years, it was quite entertaining watching him pine after her the way he did. James could have had his pick of any witch he wanted, but he chose Lily and wouldn't even look at anyone else. I like reading, Harry said. Did Mum read a lot? She always had a book in her hand. Rosmerta smiled. Much like you. Do right now. Harry had forgotten he'd been lugging around the standard book of spells, grade 2 still. Apparently, he'd unconsciously been carrying it since they left, shuffling it from hand to hand as he interacted with Daphne. And you must be Daphne, Rosmerta winked. Daphne looked panicked. Don't worry, dear. I knew your mum when she was your age. Arya was never far from Lily. Those two were dear friends. It's fitting to see you two so close. I know Lily would be ecstatic if she were still with us. It's really important no one knows we were here. Harry trailed off, looking at Daphne worriedly. Rosmerta frowned briefly. I understand, she assured. Not a soul will. No, did you come from Tom's? They nodded. Then you have nothing to fear. Tom is a good man and won't betray your confidences. Thank you, Daphne said timidly. Rosmerta gave her a knowing look. It's my pleasure, dear. So Dad came through here a lot? Harry asked. Not from the flu, Rosmerta chuckled. He had other methods, but I think he'd be cross with me if I shared those. Where is the adventure if I tell you? Her eyes glazed over in reminiscence. Although I will admit, he'd be both impressed and proud of your current predicament. He and Lily didn't sneak out on dates until 7th year. Harry and Daphne both turned beet red and started protesting. Rosmerta watched them with a mocking grin. She's just a friend, Harry stammered. This is not a date, Daphne spluttered. And you two are just like your mothers. Rosmerta laughed heartily. I'd wager you have Lily's temper, Harry, and there is no doubt you have Arya's demeanor, Daphne. You act exactly like your mother did at your age. They both paused and sat, simmering. For Harry, it was therapeutic to know that he had so many similar traits. To his parents, he'd never had anyone talk about them like this. There was so much more he wanted to ask, just as he was about to continue. Rosmerta stood up and looked to the door. It appears rush hour is starting, she clucked. You two stay up here. And I'll have some food brought up. I'll come retrieve you when it's time to head to the station. I've really enjoyed our time together. I hope you both will come back to visit me next year. Thank you, Harry and Daphne said at the same time. She smiled over her shoulder. Make sure you take care of each other. Harry nodded solemnly, and Daphne bit her lower lip before giving a slight nod. With Rosmerta gone, the two sat in silence for a while before Harry leaned back in his chair and looked over at Daphne. She was finally calm, no longer fidgeting, and her color had returned as her constant blush had faded. She looked radiant as always. I know today hasn't exactly been ideal, Harry said, causing Daphne to glance over at him, but it's been fun, Daphne interjected with a tiny smile. She pinkened and nervously toyed with some loose strands of hair. Yeah, Harry chuckled. Madame Rosmerta returned with some snacks which they gratefully ate. Sipping on their butterbeers and enjoying each other's company, they Didn't talk much and far too quickly for Harry's liking. Soon it was time for them to head to the station. They thanked Madame Rosmerta one last time and drew close as Harry hid them under his cloak. The walk to the station was easy, and 10 minutes after arriving the express showed and ground to a halt. They waited as students filed out, unconsciously holding hands, before sneaking onto the train to change. When they got to Daphne's compartment, Harry took off for his own under the cloak. Shortly after, Harry helped Daphne into the last carriage and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Harry was sitting across from Daphne as the line of carriages began to move. She stood suddenly and moved to sit next to him. He was surprised but certainly didn't protest the proximity. He watched Daphne out of the corner of his eye and noticed she had a light pink blush dusting her face. He found out why seconds later as she closed her eyes and leaned her head against his shoulder. Harry suppressed his chuckle and draped his arm around Daphne, pulling her closer. A grin plastered to his face when he saw the small smile she wore. Yep, Harry thought. I'm not only going to thank Dobby, but I'm also going to buy him something real nice for Christmas. The screen faded to black, and Daphne stared down at her shaking hands, a maelstrom of emotion raging within. She felt cheated that she couldn't remember any of what had just happened. As far as she could recall, she had never left the Express her second year. How can I not remember that? She thought. Ignoring the tears that suddenly spattered her hands, Daphne stood, sending her chair clattering to the floor. Astoria went to follow, but Daphne, catching her eye, shook her head. Daphne made her way to the Slytherin table, trying to suppress the grimace as her head began throbbing with increasing intensity. Tracy Davis swiftly realized that Daphne was headed for her and briefly considered fleeing the scene. Where she would go, she had no idea. Instead, she gave a resigned sigh and Daphne was before her in seconds. Trace, Daphne said, her voice cracking from the strain of trying to control herself. Did I ever leave the compartment second year? No, Tracy whispered softly. In fact, I distinctly remember us talking about Neville the entire trip. You thought I was crazy for thinking him cute. Daphne swallowed and took a step back, eyes wide with fear. You never left the compartment, Tracy finished, looking concerned. This isn't happening, Daphne shouted internally. The room spun, much worse than previously, and her head throbbed painfully. She saw white spots and screamed in agony, crumpling to the ground. She thought she heard Astoria yelling. This is a nightmare. I'm in a dream. This isn't real. Astoria knew something was very wrong. Her sister had earned the Ice Queen nickname by being impossible to read, even under duress. That had been shattered within the last couple of hours, and emotions vividly played across Daphne's face. When the screen faded to black, Astoria saw the haunted look Daphne wore and knew there was no faking it. When Daphne moved to the Slytherin table, Astoria stood to go alongside her, but halted at the headshake from her sister. Seeing Daphne suddenly scream, then collapse, snapped any animosity toward her older sister. Unfortunately, her body was also under duress from the night's events, and her sudden exertion caused another coughing fit. Astoria was confused and concerned. Her sister was hurting badly, while a large part of her felt she deserved every single bit of the pain and hurt. A smaller part was becoming very alert to the claim Daphne didn't remember things the way Harry did. Astoria arrived at Daphne's side, just as the first cough exploded from her. She felt like her lungs were being torn as she hacked, doubling over in pain. Blood splattered the ground and she swooned. Shit, Astoria thought before she collapsed, her body convulsing. Daphne slowly returned to the waking world, her heartbeat pounding loudly in her head. Step away, please, Daphne heard someone yell, and a loud bang, like a cannon blast, echoed in the great hall. Daph, A voice that belonged to Torre called weakly, "Daph." She heard a wet cough and something splatter on the ground. Daphne groaned. "Sweet Morgana Albus," Pomfrey's voice shouted. "Clear the area, I can't work with everyone clamoring around." Another wet cough sounded. "What happened to Daphne?" It had to be Tracy asking. She sounded worried. "Minerva, Severus, Pomona, and Phileas, please get everyone back to their seats," Dumbledore commanded. Daphne forced her eyes open at the sound of the 4 professors demanding order. The room was spinning still, and she had a dull ache in the front of her skull. She whimpered and tried to curl into a ball. "Don't move, Daphne," Pomfrey soothed from far away. "I have to tend to your sister." Daphne connected the coughing to Astoria. A wet cloth found its way to her forehead. It felt nice. She tried to focus her eyes to make the room stop spinning. Suddenly, a pair of sharp blue eyes and a silver beard appeared in her vision. The headmaster spun around and around. Daphne giggled giddily. Madame Pomfrey appeared by her side. "Drink this," she heard Madame Pomfrey insist. A potion was pressed to her lips and she obeyed, uncaring that most of it spilled down the sides of her face. She saw Dumbledore wave his wand as he continued to spin. Slowly, the room stopped turning and she realized her head was propped on Tracy's lap. The blue eyes of the headmaster twinkled, and Daphne was barely able to turn to her side. Daphne felt Tracy grab her hair and hold it out of the way as she retched on the ground. Once done, Daphne turned away from the mess and started sobbing pitifully. The pain in her head had receded somewhat with the potion. "Astoria, you shouldn't be moving," Madame Pomfrey scolded. "That is my sister," Astoria snarled defiantly. Daphne suddenly felt a pair of arms wrap themselves around her and pull her into an embrace. A hand rubbed her back while another rubbed her head soothingly. Daphne hiccuped with the force of the sobs, feeling as if she was being torn apart. "Someone really fucked with your head, didn't they, Daph?" Astoria asked hoarsely. She nodded and sobbed harder. It took several minutes for Daphne to calm down enough to be able to converse. "I don't remember any of that," Daphne sniffled, her throat raw. She took a drink from a cup of water Madame Pomfrey brought over. "As far as I know, I never left the Express my second year." "I can vouch for that," Tracy added. "We share a compartment every year." Daphne never left the second year. Dumbledore frowned. He looked old and tired. "Paula Juice?" Severus questioned, having come back to check on his student. "Do you remember Daphne drinking anything?" Astoria questioned. "Tracy." The brunette sighed heavily. "Not really, but it is a long trip, so I'm sure she did at some point. The symptoms Daphne is experiencing correspond to cases I've read on memory magic exposure," Madame Pomfrey informed softly. "I'm not a mind healer, but Daphne needs to go to St. Mungo's as soon as she can." "Then how do you explain me?" Tracy protested. "I remember the same thing she does." "A mystery we must unravel," Dumbledore interjected. "However, now is not the time. Poppy, please keep an eye on these two. Are you sure you cannot break whatever Potter has done to seal us in here?" Snape questioned in his silky voice. "No, Severus," Dumbledore replied in a voice that sounded amused. "It would seem Harry has truly taken control of the castle and its wards. I cannot free us from this room at this time." McGonagall conjured a bed large enough for the sisters before levitating it to the corner by the staff table. Despite their combined protests, Madame Pomfrey forced the two to lie down and rest, insisting their bodies needed it. As the staff returned to their table, the screen flickered and began showing Harry entering the Great Hall for the second-year opening feast. Astoria looked to her right to see Daphne staring blankly ahead. She looked haggard and was breathing erratically. "Daph," Astoria whispered. Obviously, I had feelings for him, Daphne thought. I was even comfortable enough to fall asleep on his shoulder. Daph. His memory is backed by the DOM. That would mean my memory is wrong, right? Daphne. But what about Tracy? Is her memory wrong too? Why is she not reacting like me if so? Daffy. Don't call me that, Daphne snapped. Astoria snorted. Glad to know you're still in there. Daphne closed her eyes wearily. What do you want, Torre? She flinched as Astoria grabbed her hand, refusing to let go. We're going to figure this out, Daph. We, Daphne scoffed. Yes, we, Astoria said firmly. There is no we, Torre, Daphne said. You were right, he did love me. And he went through hell because of me. But you obviously liked him back, Astoria pointed at the screen. Harry was meeting Lockhart for the first time. Daphne shrugged. All I have is regret now, Torre, regret for what I said. And did to him. Regret for not being able to remember those moments, which clearly endeared us to each other. Harry is a forgiving person. Astoria trailed off as Daphne began to laugh mockingly. It sounded wrong. I didn't figure you to be a girl who read Muggle romance novels, Torre. Astoria frowned and opened her mouth to retort. You weren't there. Daphne shook her head, still chuckling miserably. I broke him, Torre. I saw it in his eyes. Whatever this is, she waved at the screen. I don't know, but I can assure you that he's not going to waltz in here once it's all done, forgive me, and snog me senseless. And yet he bought you these, Astoria countered, shaking the charm bracelet on her wrist at Daphne. The bracelet Harry had bought that first Christmas for Daphne. 6, Daphne nodded. 6 charms, 1 for each birthday and Christmas. The last was for my 14th birthday. Astoria paused. He didn't get you one for that Christmas. Daphne gave her a watery smile. I was particularly bitchy our 4th year. Why did you give this to me? Astoria pointed at the bracelet. Father. Is he really that bad, Daph? Astoria asked, disbelief prevalent in her voice. He is strict, Daphne shrugged. To you, not so much. He doesn't push you because of your blood curse. When I got that first gift, I knew Father would be cross with me, but I didn't want to get rid of it. Giving it to you was my way of preserving the gift without facing Father's ire. Daphne huffed and continued, and then the charms kept coming. By the end of 3rd year, I was fed up with them. I had rejected his affections, and yet he persisted. It was annoying and dangerous, and I hated him for it. But you clearly liked him, Astoria groaned. I know that now, Daphne half-shouted. Don't you get it, the two memories we've seen so far that would have impacted my feelings toward him I don't have in here. She pointed at her head. Oh, Astoria said, subdued. I don't want to talk anymore, Torre, Daphne grumbled when her sister went to continue speaking. Astoria sighed and nodded before leaning back into her pillows and turning her attention back to the screen, which now read September 11, 1992. Harry was on his way to Professor Flitwick's office to continue his dueling lessons. The head of Ravenclaw had informed Harry at the opening feast that he would need to have a compelling argument as to why Harry felt he needed such lessons this year. As he walked, Harry tried and failed to stifle the groan that came from the soreness in his legs and arms. He had continued his training regimen as soon as he'd returned to Hogwarts, but his body stubbornly refused to yield to the new daily routine. Apparently, his body preferred the forced inactivity over summer due to living with the Dursleys. In addition to the exercise, Harry had once more renewed his nightly practice sessions with abandon. 3 factors contributed to the intensity Harry now demonstrated every night: Daphne and their growing, friendship, the ease with which Quildamore had batted aside all of Harry's spells last year, and the creepy, crawly feeling he got whenever Professor Lockhart was near. Harry couldn't quite place it, but the obvious fraud unnerved him greatly, and he still couldn't articulate why. Earlier in the week, Harry had sworn he'd seen Lockhart staring at him with an almost hungry gaze. When he met the man's eyes, however, the look was gone, replaced by that infuriating smile. Harry wanted nothing more than to approach Daphne and ask if she felt the same, but had been unable to speak to her since term started. Speaking of Daphne, Harry was pleasantly surprised to find them exchanging secret smiles and looks when in class or passing in the halls. It warmed Harry every time it occurred and drove him to push harder during his training. How I wish we could walk side by side down the halls, Harry thought longingly. He arrived outside of Flitwick's office and knocked. The door opened, and he let himself in to find the half-goblin sitting atop a raised chair behind his desk, grabbing papers. "Mr. Potter," Flitwick greeted, setting down his quill and folding his hands atop his desk. "I take it you are here to discuss resuming our weekly sessions." "Yes, Professor." Harry took a seat and nodded. "Then I must insist you give me a valid reason," Flitwick replied. "It would not do for others to perceive you receiving special attention." Harry sighed. He wasn't sure how to convince his professor. "And don't think your nightly sessions have gone unnoticed," Flitwick warned. "I have half a mind to put you in detention for the next month, seeing as how you've broken curfew just about every night this week." Harry stiffened. "Not good. Therefore, I would encourage you to give sufficient explanation to your actions and intentions, Harry." "Now what? Do I tell him the truth? Will he even believe me, somehow?" "I don't think telling him I want to protect Daphne is going to get me any leeway." "Professor," Harry began slowly, "were you informed of what happened last year with Professor Quirrell?" Flitwick leaned back in his chair, his eyebrows disappearing into his hairline. "No, Mr. Potter." Harry took a deep breath and began explaining everything about his adventures last year. He didn't want to. Dumbledore had instructed him, for some reason, not to, but he needed Flitwick's teachings if he wanted to reach his goals. When he finished explaining the final encounter, he felt completely drained. His skin had taken a pallid color. "He batted away every spell I cast, including the third-year spell you taught me, as if they were nothing," Harry whispered. "He was toying with me. I was no threat to him. For some reason, he knew he couldn't touch me." Harry looked up with deadened eyes. "I should be dead, Professor. Voldemort mentioned his body was too weak. I think that's why he couldn't use the killing curse on me." He held up his hands, fingertips facing Flitwick. "Professor Dumbledore says my mother's sacrifice protects me. It allowed me to turn Voldemort to ash." His hands spasmed suddenly and he clenched them, forcing them to remain still. Flitwick looked at him sadly. "Sorry," Harry winced. "Sometimes I still twitch from the encounter. Madame Pomfrey says the after-effects of the cruciatus can last months." Harry sat up straighter. "That's why I need these lessons, Professor. Voldemort will come for me again, I'm sure of it. I need to be able to defend myself. I know it will take decades for me to ever get to where he is, but if I don't start somewhere, I'll never arrive. I understand if you feel it unwise to teach me, but I won't stop, even if you assign me detentions. I'll find a way to keep practicing and learning." He sighed and sat back, his sudden burst of courage expended. "But it would be much easier if you helped me, sir." "Very well," Flitwick said after a few minutes of silent contemplation. "We will continue our lessons 3 times a week, I think." Harry looked up, surprised and hopeful. That sounds wonderful." "Professor." "Monday, Wednesday, and Friday." Flitwick nodded with a small smile. "You are an impressive young man, Mr. Potter. I believe both your mother and father would be extremely proud of you if they were still with us." Harry flushed with pride at the compliment. "Regarding your nightly excursions to the third-floor classroom," Flitwick continued, and Harry felt a sense of foreboding. The half-goblin. Pause dramatically for a moment. Don't get caught. Harry sagged into his chair with relief. Thank you, Professor, I won't. I believe it would be wise for us to focus on grade 3 spells for our sessions, Flitwick continued. You can learn grade 2 spells in classes. This year, I take it you need a copy of the standard book of spells. Grade 3. Harry shook his head. No, sir, I have a copy in my possession. Flitwick quirked an eyebrow. You do. And grade 4, sir. May I ask why? I like to read ahead, Professor. At the end of last year, I was able to cast many of the spells from grade 2, even though I didn't know it until I bought the textbook. Flitwick looked impressed. Have you bought other texts, Harry? Harry nodded. Yes, sir, I have 2 books on occlumency from Professor Dumbledore, the third-year arithmancy, ancient runes and magical creatures books, as well as last year's Dada book. He purposely left out the legilimency book, not wanting to admit he'd taken it from the restricted section. I dare say you should have been a Ravenclaw, Flitwick chuckled. The hat thought about it, Harry shrugged, missing Flitwick's look of surprise. It said I had traits of all 4 houses, but felt I was more fit for Gryffindor or Slytherin. It really wanted to put me in Slytherin, but I told it no because of Malfoy. And it listened to you, Flitwick questioned in awe. He'd never heard of the hat taking suggestions. After I told it I wanted to make friends, Harry nodded. It seemed to agree I would be hard-pressed to do so in Slytherin. Flitwick frowned. And have you many friends in Gryffindor, Harry? Harry was silent for a couple minutes. Not really, he admitted softly. I really only consider myself to have one friend right now. Do you understand the books you mentioned earlier? Flitwick decided to change subjects. I haven't started any of the elective books yet, Harry informed. I've been reading the Dada book this week. Flitwick nodded. Should you have questions, please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Professor. Harry stood to leave. I'll see you Monday. Then. I look forward to it, Mr. Potter. Flitwick smiled. As the memory faded, Professor Flitwick forced himself to remain impassive. Ever since this began, the head of Ravenclaw had been analyzing every word in memory, building a hypothesis he was now rather convinced of. The fact he had no recollection of the memory Harry had just shown only confirmed his ruminations. Curious, Flitwick thought, very curious. It would seem I too have suffered a memory alteration much like Daphne Greengrass, and I suspect Tracy Davis. I must be careful to not force myself to attempt to remember what has been obliterated. Any reaction like Miss Greengrass would cause a panic, and I am now convinced Harry has a motive for his presentation considering this development. Poppy has already confirmed Miss Greengrass is suffering backlash from memory tampering, but I am struggling to understand why Albus would bother altering her memory. Flitwick looked over to McGonagall, whose lips were drawn into a thin line to hide her displeasure. Phileas had worked with Minerva long enough to know that her mind was currently racing. She glanced to him briefly, catching his eye, and imperceptibly nodded. So Minerva has caught on as well. Interesting. I wonder if she is also debating if her memory was altered. Albus has been busy, it would seem, but why? Flitwick exhaled and closed his eyes, focusing on what he'd learned so far. Croaker gave the key. Lord Potterblack, surely my peers have caught this, including Albus. Harry has been emancipated. He is a lord of 2 ancient and noble houses. Therefore, it is safe to assume that we are witnessing a trial. Harry is hiding this behind the obvious romantic interest in Miss Greengrass. He opened his eyes and looked over to the Greengrass sisters. Both looked worn out. Poor girls. I never took Harry to be a vindictive person based on my sessions with him. So I will salute the Slytherin move he has employed by making Daphne the scapegoat to distract from the evidence against The guilty parties being displayed. Flitwick took a drink of water, still lost in thought. Yes, Albus and Hagrid both knew about Peter Pettigrew being the secret keeper, as evidenced by the memory. Harry has already said. Sirius is dead, so the revelation is directed toward his testimony. Regarding events after the third task and the resurrection of Voldemort. Harry was very specific in describing the resurrection ritual and how. Pettigrew cut off his own hand. Clearly, Harry wants it known that Albus knew Sirius was innocent and allowed the poor man to suffer Azkaban for years. Flitwick noted Dumbledore was currently leaning forward on his elbows. His hands steepled, thinking. With the Ministry burying its head in the sand, Harry could never have aired this through standard outlets like interviews or a formal trial. The Wizen maggot is too corrupt, and Fudge is firmly in Lucius's pocket. No. This is a much better ploy. It also shows Croaker and the Department of Mysteries have declared their side, with the DOM backing Harry. The evidence we are witnessing is irrefutable. Additionally, Harry has ensured that the light, neutral, and dark factions are being shown the same memory at the same time through their children. The various reporters here, due to his disappearance, is a master stroke. Harry will simultaneously validate his claims on Voldemort's resurrection as well as indict those who are complicit in crimes against the now Lord Potterblack. The half-goblin frowned. But why did Albus alter my memory? I would have gone to him or Minerva regarding what Harry told me, based on Minerva's reaction just now. I went to her first. Did Albus obliviate us both the moment we confronted him? Why? The only logical explanation is the revelation that Voldemort was not destroyed, as we have believed. Obviously, dark magic is at play here. I find myself at a loss for how Voldemort survived his encounter with Harry as a baby. Albus clearly thought it dangerous enough, we knew, to take measures to remove our memory of Harry, telling myself about his experiences with Quirrell. Flitwick stole a glance back to McGonagall, who once again caught his eye and slightly shook her head, her eyebrows narrowing. So we should bide our time. I agree with Minerva. It does neither of us any good to confront Albus at this time. I doubt we could do much to apprehend him anyways. No, Harry has this in hand. Albus has already admitted as much, with confirming Harry has control of Hogwarts and its wards. That is a separate mystery to unravel, although I suspect Harry will reveal how in time. The screen flashed October 31, 1992. Harry was walking away from the Great Hall under his invisibility cloak. He didn't want to be involved in a celebration on the day he became an orphan. Why the hell do they celebrate today? Harry thought bitterly. My parents both gave their lives for mine today. That's not something you celebrate. Harry was lost in his thoughts, wandering aimlessly when he heard something that made his skin crawl. Rip, kill, tear. The voice was moving away from him and sounded vaguely familiar, as if he'd heard it before. Thoughts of Voldemort flashed through Harry's mind, and he broke into a run, desperately trying to follow the voice. He arrived on the second floor outside of a girl's bathroom, pausing when he heard a splashing sound. He looked down to see he was standing in water. Painted on the wall in what appeared to be blood was a message reading. The chamber of SECRETS has been OPENED. ENEMIS of the air, beware. Hanging from a nearby torch bracket was Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. Harry's blood froze. He remembered reading about the chamber's myth. In Hogwarts, a history, the sound of people approaching caused Harry to turn and run. He cleared the stairs leading to the first floor and rounded a corner, colliding solidly with someone who yelped. Harry groaned, forgetting he was still invisible, and attempted to disentangle from the person. He heard a familiar voice right as the smell of strawberries and lemons hit him. Harry, Daphne questioned. The sound of Daphne's voice shook Harry from his momentary stupor. Merlin, did he wish he could interact with her normally? Harry lowered his hood and staggered to his feet, helping Daphne to hers. What are you? She was cut off as Harry grabbed her hand and pulled, dragging her into a nearby classroom and shutting the door. He waved his wand, locking the door and putting up a privacy ward. I have to tell her, based on the message, the chamber is real. It's open. That means Slytherin's monster is going to purge the school, and anyone with a cursory review of history knows that the enemies of the heir are non-purebloods. Harry, Daphne questioned tentatively. Sorry, he rubbed his forehead and began packing nervously, only stopping when Daphne reached out and grabbed his hand. What's wrong? She asked gently when he looked at her. Harry started shaking. Do you know what the Chamber of Secrets is? Daphne shook her head. It's mentioned in Hogwarts, a history, Harry informed. A secret chamber Salazar Slytherin built that could only be opened by his heir. Supposedly, it contains a monster that only the heir of Slytherin can control, and that, once released, would purge the school of Muggleborns. Daphne was confused, and it showed. What does this have to do with you wandering around with your cloak? I don't like Halloween, Daphne, Harry sighed softly. Everyone celebrates the day my parents died and I became an orphan. It doesn't feel right to me. He felt Daphne pull him forward and embrace him. He didn't resist or flinch. He liked being close to Daphne. He inhaled as his nose touched her hair, breathing in her wonderful shampoo. The hug didn't last long. Enough, in Harry's opinion, but he didn't protest when she pulled away. You shouldn't be ashamed of that feeling, Harry, Daphne replied. There's no reason for you to celebrate today if you don't want to. Thanks, Harry scratched the back of his head nervously. I was avoiding the feast by wandering the halls when I heard a voice saying it. Wanted to kill and tear. I followed it up to the second floor, since it was moving away from me, and came across Mrs. Norris hanging from a torch and a message in blood regarding the chamber being opened. Daphne gasped and put her hands to her mouth in horror. It's going to get bad, Daphne, Harry whispered. I was trying to get away from there. Thank Merlin I was invisible. There's no telling what would have happened had I been found at that scene. Daphne swallowed and nodded, her eyes wide. You know I'm a half-blood, Harry reminded her. You'll have to be careful, Harry, Daphne said. You'll be targeted if what you've learned is correct. He nodded. I know you should be safe being a pureblood, but I want you to be careful also. Daphne smiled at Harry and pulled him in for another hug. You're sweet, she whispered before kissing him on the cheek. Harry stood there dumbfounded and flushed. Daphne also had a heavy blush, but still smiled at him. Harry recovered and shook his head. Oh, right, he began. I'll head out then. See you, Daphne. Bye, Harry, Daphne waved. Harry dispelled the charm and ward he'd placed on the door, drew his hood up and vanished. The screen faded and Astoria turned to Daphne, the question in her eyes. Daphne sighed. I don't remember that, Torre, she gestured at the screen. Nor am I going to try and search my mind. I'm finding that when I try and force myself to remember, I feel like my head is going to explode and pass out. Astoria frowned. But who would have messed with your head, Daph, and why? That's the million-galleon question, Daphne thought. Why? The obvious answer would be to hurt Harry. By denying me these memories, I've viewed his advances in quite a different way. It's obvious I have, or had attraction to him, based on what I'm seeing. I'm not sure, Daphne whispered to her sister. When all of this is done, though, I'm going straight to a mind healer to get help. I have to know what's real. Hopefully, I'll also be able to find out who changed my memories. Astoria looked pensive. What? Daphne questioned. Astoria frowned. Listen, Daph, I know you were a bitch to Harry, and I know you blame yourself for all of this, But this isn't Harry. I got to know him very well. She turned to look her older sister in the eye. He's the brother I never had. I love him, Astoria said simply. Once you get to know him, it's hard not to. Granted, this all seems quite vindictive. She gestured around the great hall. One thing I know about Harry, though, is he is hopelessly in love with you. Disgustingly. So, despite some of the things you did. She held up her hand when Daphne went to protest. What I'm trying to say, Daph, is that while this may seem to be all about you, that's not Harry. Don't flatter yourself. He wouldn't go through all of this to hurt you. That's not who he is. Daphne scoffed. You've only known him for 2 years, Torre. And you've known him, the real him, for less, Astoria countered. You have these wonderful moments that you can't remember. She pointed at the screen. But I spent every day with him outside of holidays for 2 years. I know Harry. What the sorting hat said was 100% accurate. He should have been a Slytherin. Astoria shook her head. There's something deeper here that Harry wants us to see. There's a reason for all of this. Why else would he tell me to hang on, that it was all going to be okay? Did Harry ever tell you what happened with Cedric? Daphne questioned softly. Astoria shook her head. You know I had an episode with my blood curse when he came back as beat up as he did. I didn't see Harry until we got on the express this year. Do you think it has something to do with the ministry and how they've been attacking him and Dumbledore? Daphne asked. You mean regarding you-know-who? Astoria thought for a moment. He does appear to be showing us each year. Maybe he'll also show what happened during the 3rd task. It's a pity Umbridge isn't here for this. Thank Morgana she's being tried for using blood quills as a form of punishment. Did you see the scars on Harry's hand earlier? Daphne visibly paled and shivered. You should have seen what he did, too. That woman. All we've heard are rumors, each more ridiculous than the next. Astoria said, everyone has a differing story on what happened, even the people who were in the class can't seem to tell the same story. What happened, Daph? You were there. Is it true that she wet herself? Daphne nodded. You would have released your bladder, too. Anyone would have. He snapped her wand like a twig and shoved each end through her palms, anchoring her to the stone wall. Astoria's eyes widened. He was speaking Parseltongue as much as English. Daphne continued. I have no idea what spell he used, but it burrowed those wand pieces through the stone without resistance. Umbridge screamed like a banshee until he silenced her. Both sisters shuddered. Astoria swallowed. There's a really hush-hush rumor that most of the castle agrees is true, but no one wants to say. Daphne gulped. You mean about what he summoned? Astoria nodded, staring at Daphne intently. You know, I remember that house elf Dobby, Daphne admitted. But not for anything that happened before this year. Harry summoned Dobby first and told him to fetch Sasha. Sasha, Astoria scrunched her nose in confusion. That elf Dobby, Daphne ignored her little sister. He popped away and came back with a... She shivered. Daph. With a basilisk. Astoria blinked. What? November 7, 1992, flashed across the screen and Harry was lying in a bed in the hospital wing. The bones in his left arm had been vanished by the Git Lockhart, and now he was waiting for the Skeelgrow to do its job. He hardly felt it outside of the tingling. He was lying awake when a repentant Dobby appeared, his hands in bandages. You ironed your hands, Harry noted. Yes, and Dobby will iron his feet tonight after what he has done. The house elf admitted. You didn't vanish my bones, Dobby, Harry sighed. No, sir, but Dobby did enchant the bludger to chase the great Harry Potter. You what? Harry said in a barely restrained shout. He started thrashing in the bed to reach the elf so he could strangle him. Are you trying to get me killed? Oh no, sir, Dobby cried, stepping back and holding both his ears. Dobby only wanted to seriously injure or maim the great Harry Potter. Never kill. Harry cried in exasperation. Why Dobby? If Harry Potter's injuries forced him to leave Hogwarts, then he could. Be safe, Dobby explained as if it made all the sense in the world. Dobby, Harry said with carefully controlled outrage. Please stop. Trying to save me. I'm not going anywhere. Hogwarts is my home. Dobby went to protest, but snapped away when the hospital wing door opened and Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey entered with someone levitating behind them. Put him on the bed over there, Pomfrey said quietly. Petrified, McGonagall whispered. Do you think he took a picture of the attacker? There was a soft click, and the acrid smell of smoke and melted plastic filled the room. What does this mean, Albus? McGonagall questioned. It means, Minerva, that the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened again. Again, Harry thought, this has happened before. The mandrakes won't be ready for quite some time, Pomfrey sighed. I'll make sure he is as comfortable as can be. The three departed to speak further. Dobby reappeared once they'd gone. Dobby, Harry whispered hurriedly. When was the Chamber of Secrets last opened? Dobby looked at Harry wide-eyed while shaking his head. Must not say. Please, Dobby, Harry pleaded. This is important. 50 years ago, Dobby whined, and then began beating his head on the floor. Bad Dobby, Harry let him get it out of his system. Thanks, Dobby. He closed his eyes to sleep. The great Harry Potter will not leave the school, Dobby questioned. Defeatedly. Not a chance, Harry muttered before finally zonking out. Then Dobby will do what he must, sir, the elf replied, snapping his fingers. November 8, 1992, showed on the screen. Harry found himself incredibly comfortable, which was odd because the hospital beds were anything but. In fact, Harry was convinced he'd get better rest on a slab of granite than the hospital wing beds. Therefore, his brain jarred him out of his restful slumber when it realized that hospital bed does not equal good sleep, and he was getting fantastic sleep. He opened his eyes slowly and found he could move his left arm, something he was extremely grateful for. Granted, it was a bit rigid and tingled a bit, but he was thankful his bones appeared to be in working order. The room was rather dark, odd considering there were windows next to every bed to let the morning light in. The window he looked through shocked him fully awake, because instead of seeing the morning sky, he saw greenish-hued water. What in Merlin's name? Harry thought. A few low-burning gas lamps lit the area. He looked around and noted he was in his dorm. No, wait, not my dorm, or at least not my bed. My window is on the right, not my left. Also, the curtains on my four-poster are red and gold, not green and silver. Harry's eyes widened. Green and silver. He vaguely remembered Dobby making a parting quip before he fell asleep. Oh shit. A gentle snoring came from his right. He'd heard that snore once before. Oh fuck, I am so dead. And of course, the smell of strawberries and lemons assaulted his nose. I'm going to murder that little imp, Harry swore. The next time I see him, he's dead. I take back what I said about Christmas. He's getting hexes and curses for Christmas. How dare he do this to me? Daphne is going to slaughter me. All they'll find are chunks on the wall when she's done with me. Daphne shifted and draped an arm and leg around Harry, snuggling into him. But what a way to go, Harry thought giddily. No, stop it, bad Harry, I need to escape. The conundrum for Harry was that his wand was on the nightstand, to his left, slightly above his current position on the bed. Daphne had a firm grip on his right side, and her head had somehow made it to his chest. She also decided to bless Harry by drooling copiously on him. Harry, for his part, was feebly attempting to paw at the nightstand with his left hand. The awkward angle and recently grown bones, not to mention the tingling, made this a futile effort. Nevertheless, he persisted, raging internally the entire time. Okay, seriously, Daph. Drool. How much drool does this girl produce? Do all girls drool when they sleep? Now I need a shower on top of getting the hell out of here. I swear I'll never live this down if I get caught. First, I'll be expelled. Then I'll have articles ran on me. No longer will I be the boy who lived. Oh no, I'll be the boy who snuck into the girls' dormitories. Wait, no, that's too long. Gah. He pawed several more times for his wand, without result. In the great hall, Daphne had turned beet red. Astoria at her side was cackling. I'll bet you don't remember this one. Astoria laughed, clutching her sides. I don't think I want to, Daphne said, mortified. Harry was tired. 15 minutes of failed attempts had worn him down. Daphne had not moved. Change of strategy, Harry mused. I need to free my right arm. Then I need to get my wand. The problem is this leech has me in her clutches. Harry rolled into Daphne slowly. Once he got on his right side, he began worming his arm free. Her hair tickled his nose, and he felt a sneeze coming on. Merlin, please. Harry begged, don't sneeze. It took all he had to hold it back, and he pulled his arm free as he spasmed from holding back the sneeze. His core ached and he suppressed a groan. He was panting quietly, but his arms were free. I hate that elf so much right now. Daphne snorted and rolled away from Harry, taking all the blankets with her. A blanket hog too, Harry scoffed in his mind. He sat up, grabbed his wand from the nightstand, and cast a quick tempest spell. It was 3:18 a.m. A privacy ward followed shortly after. Just in case. Harry moved to get out of the bed and found his rear glued to the mattress. Oh, you're kidding me, Dobby. He tried and tried, but could not move from the bed. Finally, it was too much, and he roared in frustration. Wrong thing to do. Several things happened at once. First, Daphne bolted upright, wide awake, and recognized that Harry Potter was in her bed. Second, Daphne rightly identified that her privacy had been violated by said Harry Potter. Third, Daphne deemed whatever nonsense Harry Potter was attempting to stammer out was not worth her time, and a good hexing was in order. Harry, seeing the murderous intent on Daphne's face, not that he blamed her, he just felt it needed redirected toward Dobby, deemed it wise to counter whatever she had intended with an expelliarmus. Daphne's wand jumped out of her hand and fell limply on the bed. Between the two, Daphne narrowed her eyes and with a snarl jumped atop Harry and started throttling him, uncaring that she could have easily grabbed her wand. Oh no, this needed a hands-on approach. Once again, Daphne Greengrass was straddling the boy who lived and attempting to choke the stuffing out of him. What the hell, Potter? Daphne shrieked. It was Dobby, Harry managed to gasp out. A likely excuse, Daphne hissed, leaning down to stare Harry in the eye. Harry noted that Daphne was wearing a light pink tank top, which was hanging lower than either of them wanted it to. He averted his eyes as best he could. Daphne noticed and looked down. She yelped and fell off of him, tumbling to the end of the bed. Harry noted she was wearing black pajama shorts and had fantastic legs. Not a good time, Potter, he chastened himself. Daphne sat up and gathered herself before glaring at Harry. Out, she pointed. I can't, Harry informed. I don't give a witch's teat, Daphne shrieked. Out. It's not like I want to be here, Daphne, Harry argued. Daphne looked affronted. And yet somehow that was the wrong thing to say, Harry thought in confusion. Oh, so you don't like being in my bed, Daphne scoffed. Actually, it was quite enjoyable, Harry admitted sheepishly. You're very warm and smell good. He found himself being smothered with a pillow, Daphne shouting incoherently the entire time. Thank Merlin for that privacy ward. A few minutes later, they both sat gasping for air. Okay, let's say I'm willing to reason this out, Daphne huffed. I'm telling you, Daph, Harry tried again, not realizing he called her. Daph, I was asleep in the hospital wing after Dobby tried to seriously maim me, and I woke up here stuck to your bed. That damn elf, Daphne swore. Tell me about it, Harry griped. They both looked at each other breathlessly and started laughing. Soon. They couldn't stop. Tears of mirth poured down their cheeks. Eventually. They recovered. Harry spoke first. So, he trailed off, what now? Daphne tried pushing him off the bed. It didn't work. What time is it? She asked. Harry waved his wand. 3:58 a.m. Daphne nodded. Right, I'm going back to sleep. You'll be staying up. And ensuring no one catches us in this ridiculous mess. Wake me at 6 a.m., and hopefully the sticking charm will have worn off. Oh sure, Harry thought sarcastically. Princess here needs her beauty. Rest, but Merlin forbid the guy who was in the infirmary for having his bones vanished gets his sleep. Sounds good, Harry nodded. Daphne attempted to get comfortable while Harry sat there. It didn't work, and eventually she huffed loudly. Harry looked down to see her, glaring up at him. Are you just going to sit there? She questioned expectantly. Oh, yes. I can't sleep if you're going to sit there creeping on me, Daphne informed. I'm not creeping. Then lie down, you prat. Grumbling, Harry complied. Daphne, not so subtly, scooted closer and laid her head on Harry's chest. Harry. Yeah. Why is your shirt wet? Harry hesitated, then shrugged. Because you drool, Daph. I do no such thing. Remember the night bus. Shut up, Potter. Harry chuckled. Yes, ma'am. Daphne harumphed and got comfortable. Soon she was asleep once more, snoring softly. Harry ran his hand through her hair, not having anything else better to do. A few minutes later, she started drooling. Again. Okay, now she's doing it on purpose, Harry convinced himself. I'm still going to kill Dobby for all the trouble he's put me through. But first I'm going to get him his Christmas gift. Daphne snuggled closer, mumbling quietly. Make that 2 Christmas gifts. In the Great Hall, Astoria looked at Daphne with a mocking smirk. Daphne caught it, and, attempting to project some modicum of dignity, raised an eyebrow at her little sister. Yes. Say, Daph, Astoria said mischievously. You remember when you were 11 on Christmas break, and I was being particularly annoying by trying to trick you into telling me what you got me for Christmas. Daphne ground her teeth. Yes, and as I recall, you chased me up the stairs, and when I ran into my room, you blasted the door open and stuck me to the wall, right above my bed. Do you remember that, Daffy? Astoria teased. Don't call me that, Daphne demanded. And yes, I remember that. What's your point? Well, as I recall, Mum came upstairs to see what the fuss was about. And scolded you first, then me. Mum always favors you, Daphne complained. Yes, I am her favorite, Astoria preened. But that's not my point. Morgana, give me strength, Daphne prayed. You see, I remember Mum telling you to get me down, Astoria trailed off, inspecting her fingernails. Daphne paled. And you did so, quite skillfully I might add, Astoria blew some invisible dust off her nails and grinned at her sister. You hag. Yes, but you love me, Astoria fluttered her eyelashes. Just like you. Louvre Harry. Oh, you bitch, Daphne growled. Police, Astoria waved her hand at her older sister. You could have easily freed him. You wanted him in your bed. Admit it. I don't even remember any of this. Daphne flapped her arms. True, Astoria nodded sagely. But we both know that you wanted him to cuddle you. For all I know, the person or persons who altered my memory took away my ability to cast the counter-sticking charm. Uh-huh, Astoria drawled. Keep telling yourself that, Daffy. You're insufferable. Daphne snarled. Yeah, but I love you, Daffy. Daphne huffed. I love you too, Torre, she mumbled. Harry woke Daphne at 6 am as instructed, and was grateful to find he could move. He made a hurried exit, but not before Daphne gave him a hug and kiss on the cheek for being a good pillow while simultaneously promising to capture and murder Dobby with him. Harry suspected she was secretly pleased with the house elf, but would rather die than question her commitment. He had a minor panic attack when he thought about the wards on the girls' dormitories, which prevented boys from accessing them going off. His cloak, however, seemed to mask his signature and not trigger the wards. With the password Daphne had given him, he was able to flee the Slytherin common room and head back to the hospital wing. He climbed back into the bed, immediately missing the comfort of Daphne's bed, her warmth and her smell. He fell into a restless sleep until Madame Pomfrey woke him up. November 14, 1992, flashed on the screen. Miraculously, Harry had not been caught when Dobby snapped him into Daphne's chambers. The only change since that night, almost a week ago, was now the secret smiles Harry and Daphne shared in classes, hallways, or the Great Hall evoked a light blush for them both. Just yesterday, Harry and Daphne were passing each other in a hallway and managed to brush hands. Even the memory of it sent pleasant tingles down Harry's spine. With the school in a constant state of fear, with the attack on Creevy, Harry attacked his training regimen and personal studies with renewed vigor. He'd taken to moving with the hood of his cloak up even more frequently, preferring the solace of invisibility. His dedication to improvement had not gone unnoticed by Flitwick, who commented on it during their last session. While Harry was doing his best to remain hidden in the shadows, another was doing the exact opposite. Draco Malfoy. He'd been pontificating all week about how the heir of Slytherin was finally going to clean the filth from the schools. Harry had heard the word mudblood more times than he cared for. And that temper Madame Rosmerta told him he inherited from his mother was reaching a boiling point. Unfortunately, it peaked earlier in the afternoon. On the way to dinner, Harry stumbled across Draco and his cronies, who were more than pleased with Colin Creevy's petrification. Usually, Harry would ignore this. Draco, however, spotted Harry and decided to explain how even the so-called savior of the wizarding world was also a mudblood. He'd then made a particularly vicious insult to Harry's now-deceased mother, and Harry had hexed Draco into next week. Before an all-out brawl broke out, Professor Snape swept in like a bat. The greasy git ignored Harry's attempted explanations and asked Draco, a trustworthy source, to provide his account. Harry noticed Daphne standing nearby and shook his head with a sigh. He knew what was coming. Daphne, to her credit, moved to defend Harry when Snape rounded on him, but stopped when Harry caught her eyes with his own. Snape gleefully issued detention to Harry, who was sort of saved by an unlikely third party, Professor Lockhart. Snape, thinking this the worst kind of punishment one could inflict, happily transferred the responsibility, and Lockhart cheerfully clapped Harry on the shoulder while telling him to meet later tonight in his office. Harry flinched under the touch of the professor and looked over to see Daphne biting her lower lip. A sudden urge to hug her or hold her hand nearly overwhelmed him, but instead he grit his teeth, squared his shoulders, and marched into the Great Hall. He did manage to sneak her a tiny, pained smile, which displayed more as a grimace before he left. Harry, can you possibly imagine a better way to serve detention than by helping me to answer my fan mail? Lockhart beamed down at him as the two sat in his office with stacks upon stacks of letters and envelopes around them. You respond to every single one of these, sir? Harry asked in bewilderment. Indeed I do, Harry. Lockhart sent that unsettling smile once more toward Harry. Harry felt his skin crawl. Now I'll do the responses, obviously, Lockhart informed. You will. Address the envelopes and seal them. The list of addresses should be on your desk. Harry nodded and set to work. It was mind-numbing, and Harry found his thoughts drifting to a certain golden blonde-haired witch. Hours later, his hand spasmed as he wrote, and his quill snapped, ruining his current envelope. Damn Cruciatus curse, Harry thought. Still can't stop that from happening sometimes. It's worse when it happens in duels with Professor Flitwick. He set his quill down for a moment and rubbed his eyes with trembling hands, the beginning of a headache coming on. There was a pressure on the backside of his skull causing the dull ache. Harry rubbed there vigorously and shook his head. He turned to glance at Professor Lockhart and was surprised by the intense stare he received. Lockhart blinked, and Harry's imagination ran wild as he thought he caught a hint of red in the irises of the fraud. Everything all right, Harry? Lockhart grinned. Yeah, Harry rubbed his eyes. Good Lord, look at the time, Lockhart exclaimed. Spooky how time flies when one's having fun. Harry noted they'd been at it for 4 hours. He sighed at the lost time and forced himself to stand. He'd been pushing far harder recently than he'd realized, and his body was feeling it. My head too, apparently, Harry thought. Now remember, Harry. Lockhart clapped Harry's shoulder and opened his office door to let Harry free. Harry stiffened at the touch, shivered, and almost tripped in his haste to pull away. Fame is a fickle friend. Celebrity is as celebrity does, remember that. Thanks, Harry replied hurriedly, feeling the pressure in the back of his head intensify. He wanted to get out of the office and away from Lockhart. The man unsettled him something fierce, not quite like Vernon, who inspired fear and loathing. No, this was a different feeling. Something creepy. Harry didn't look back as he bolted from the office, returning to the solace of his invisibility cloak shortly after. His headache didn't depart until breakfast the next day. November 25, 1992, flashed across the screen. Harry was sitting in Dada, doing his best to hide the overwhelming giddiness flowing through his body. Normally, a double period of Dada with Slytherin and the phony Lockhart would result in Harry spending time revising homework from other classes or reading the third-year elective books. Today, however, Lockhart had partnered each Gryffindor with a Slytherin in an attempt to promote inter-house relations. Harry, thanking Merlin for his luck, was partnered with Daphne Greengrass for the day. They currently sat shoulder to shoulder at their desk, both flushed and listening, as Lockhart explained the intricacies of the Expelliarmus charm and how he used it to devastating effect against a vampire. Harry was only half listening, while Lockhart recounted a tale from voyages with vampires when he felt pressure on the right side of his skull. He winced and closed his eyes. He felt a small hand touch his left elbow. Harry, Daphne whispered, are you okay? Harry grit his teeth as his head throbbed once more, painfully, and then returned to a dull ache. Daphne's touch helped distract him from the pain. Why, yeah, he managed to hiss. Just a headache. Lockhart finished, giving them a questionable demonstration of the charm before instructing them to practice with their partner. Harry and Daphne moved to a corner of the room, where Harry once again appreciated how beautiful Daphne was. She looked over at Lockhart in confusion as he demonstrated the wand motion. I don't think that's the right motion, she muttered, frowning. It's not, Harry supplied, breathing a sigh of relief as his headache finally receded. Daphne turned to him expectantly. Watch, Harry instructed, and with a flick of his wrist and a soft Expelliarmus, Daphne's wand flew into his waiting hand. Whoa, Daphne whispered, staring at her now empty hand. First try. That's very impressive, Harry. He smiled genuinely at her and shook his head, handing her wand back. I've actually been able to do this spell since last year, he informed, sheepishly, while rubbing the back of his head. What, how? Daphne's eyes narrowed. Harry looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. Private lessons with Flitwick, he whispered. And what do you do in these lessons? Daphne asked, looking slightly put out. Harry paused momentarily before shrugging. We duel. Mostly. You do realize that Flitwick is a former 3-time dueling champion of Britain, Daphne deadpanned. Yeah, he might have mentioned that a couple of times, Harry replied. Daphne appeared to want to ask more questions, but Lockhart had begun doing rounds, so she hesitated. Show me again, she commanded. Sure, Harry demonstrated once more, but mid-cast his wand hand spasmed and his aim was off, the red bolt of light hitting the wall. Behind Daphne. Daphne blinked as Harry swore softly. What happened? She asked in confusion. Sorry, Harry hissed as he willed his hands to stop shaking. Harry, Daphne grabbed his hands. Why are your hands shaking? He paled and a cold sweat started on his forehead. Daphne's expression softened and she squeezed his hands. It's okay, she soothed. You can trust me, Harry, I won't hurt you. Harry swallowed. It's because of the Cruciatus curse. Daphne inhaled sharply. Who? She questioned swiftly. Last June, Voldemort, Harry trailed off. June, Daphne murmured to herself, but why are you still experiencing aftereffects? Pomfrey says it's because of the stress my body is under, Harry shrugged as if it didn't matter. Daphne's eyes narrowed dangerously. Harry, she hissed, what is going on? Not here, Daph, Harry sighed. Later, if we can find the time. Daphne huffed and nodded. Harry knew she wasn't mad at him. She was mad for him. You're going to tell me, Harry, she said in a tone that brooked no debate. Yes, ma'am. The two spent the rest of the class with Harry teaching Daphne how to do the spell. When she finally got it and disarmed him, a radiant smile appeared on her face, and momentarily losing herself, she hugged Harry fiercely. He didn't flinch and enjoyed it for as long as was proper. Before Daphne realized her predicament and pulled away, blushing heavily, she mumbled her thanks, knowing she would have to answer for her action later. Thankfully, Lockhart stepped in and praised the two for being able to successfully cast the disarming charm. Harry was then requested to demonstrate to the others, which he did reluctantly, not liking the attention. The happy memory of Daphne hugging him, however, allowed him to ignore the nerves of addressing his peers. He was relieved his headache didn't reappear for the rest of the class. As the screen faded to black, Astoria turned to Daphne, who was opening and closing her mouth without a sound. It would have been funny to tease her about looking like a fish, but the pale skin and watery eyes caused Astoria to pause. She called out to her older sister several times, but they seemed to fall on deaf ears. Daffy, Astoria said harshly, finally getting her sister to look at her. What's wrong? Daphne started shaking, choking back harsh sobs. When she spoke, Astoria could tell Daphne was holding back a flood of emotions. Torre, she whispered so softly that Astoria almost missed it. I'm scared. Astoria didn't know what to do with that admission, so she leaned forward and pulled Daphne into a hug. The dam holding back the emotions burst, and Daphne started sobbing uncontrollably. It was several minutes before Daphne could speak, and when she did, it was with a ragged voice. I remember that class, Daphne revealed, but not how Harry does. Astoria let out a wet-sounding cough. What? In that class, I was partnered with Harry, but he didn't teach me. He humiliated me and gloated about it. All I remember is thinking he was arrogant, attention-seeking, and believed in his greatness far more than he should. Astoria frowned as her sister continued to cry softly in her arms. That description sounded oddly specific. Her eyes scanned the Slytherin table and caught Draco Malfoy staring at her. Their eyes met. Draco grinned evilly and winked. I'm going to kill that fucking ferret, Astoria thought grimly. If he did anything to Daphne, there won't be enough of him left to identify once. I'm done. Daphne stiffened, and Astoria knew Daphne realized who else spoke like that about Harry Potter. Normally, she would expect the Ice Queen to show up and hex her offenders into oblivion. Instead, Daphne trembled and clutched her sister like a lifeline. Tori, I'm really scared, Daphne repeated weakly. December 7, 1992, flashed on the screen. Harry was standing in a crowd of other students for the first session of the recently approved and announced dueling club. Sadly, Harry's hopes were dashed against the stones when he saw their instructors, Lockhart and Snape. Harry was sure that Flitwick would have been here, due to his pedigree. What a waste, Harry thought as he watched Lockhart get blasted off the stage by Snape, although it is entertaining to watch him fumble about. Wouldn't mind seeing Snape get blasted either. Something pressed into his hand. He flinched, turning to find no one nearby. Harry frowned and looked down to see a strip of folded parchment with a short message. Meet tomorrow, 8 p.m., 3rd floor, abandoned hallway, 2nd door on right. Harry was so distracted by the note that he almost missed Lockhart espousing how Harry had mastered the disarming charm and could demonstrate for them all. Of course, Snape offered Draco Malfoy as a suitable opponent. Sighing, Harry took his place and quickly disarmed Draco in the first round. Malfoy looked about to rage when Snape grabbed his shoulder and whispered in his ear, quickly causing the Ponce to grin deviously. Naturally, Draco jumped the count and used a spell Harry hadn't seen before. The cobra that appeared on stage gave Harry pause, and before he could react, Lockhart stepped forward and hit the reptile with an unknown spell that served no purpose other than to enrage the creature. Hissing and spitting, it reared up and prepared to strike a Hufflepuff by the name of Justin Finch Fletchley. It stopped only when Harry commanded it to, uncaring that every face in the Great Hall now turned to him, many with mouths agape. As you command, Speaker, the cobra inclined its head. Thank you, Harry replied, also bowing his head. The cobra began to slither toward Harry when Snape intervened and dispelled it, staring at Harry with more surprise than loathing for once. Harry finally noticed every eye on him. Shit, he thought. Forgot talking to snakes is considered a bad thing. What was it called again? Parselmouth. What the hell, Potter? Justin shouted before storming off. The Great Hall broke into whispers and murmurs, and eventually a single phrase began to circulate. Heir of Slytherin. Harry grimaced, did his best to ignore the shocked expression Daphne wore, and turned on his heel and left. The crowd parted with ease, people wanting to give him a wide berth. Harry exited the Great Hall, rounded a corner, and pulled the hood up on his cloak. He had a feeling he would be invisible even more often than not moving forward. December 8, 1992, flashed on the screen. Harry was walking to the Great Hall after his last class had let out. The opportunity to go invisible was still waiting to present itself, since the hall was littered with students. Harry had gotten used to the whispers and stares as he went about his business, and pointedly did his best to ignore them all. Suddenly, he stiffened. Rip killed Tyr. The voice sounded distressed and pained. Harry, without a thought, bolted in the direction he heard it, hurtling upstairs and around corners. Entering a corridor, Harry stopped short, breathing heavily. Unmoving and floating was the Gryffindor ghost, nearly headless Nick. And below him, Justin Finch Fletchley. Caught you red-handed, Peeves hollered before cackling and pointing at Harry. Naughty, naughty potty. Harry flinched and went to draw his hood up when he heard a shout that made him freeze. Potter, McGonagall called, walking up and observing the scene. Her lips drew in so much they disappeared. Harry was acutely aware of the whispers and murmurings of those around him. "Come with me," McGonagall commanded, grabbing his arm and dragging him off. Harry flinched at the touch and gently pulled his arm free, following the deputy headmistress. "Lemon drop," McGonagall said as they arrived on the 7th floor and stood outside a gargoyle statue. The statue turned and revealed a spiral staircase which they began climbing until they entered the headmaster's office. "Wait here, Potter," McGonagall said before departing to find the headmaster. Harry swallowed and looked around, his eyes glancing over the silver instruments which whirred and spun at varying speeds. He longed to inspect the bookshelf near the desk, but held back. His eyes caught a flicker of red and gold, and he heard an odd chirruping sound. Harry approached the sound and saw a magnificent bird perched on a gnarled stand which had a tray of ashes below it. Harry's breath caught in his throat as the bird met his gaze with its own. A phoenix, Harry thought, recognizing the bird from Fantastic Beasts. And where to find them? "You're gorgeous," Harry whispered to the bird. The phoenix preened. Harry reached out but hesitated. Can I pet you?" The bird inclined its head. Harry tentatively stroked the plumage of the phoenix, marveling at the magic he could feel crackling around and through the creature. Something felt off, however, and Harry frowned, thinking about what he'd read. Realization struck him. Is today a burning day? The bird chirped. "Oh, I am so sorry," Harry apologized. "Don't let me hold you up." The phoenix stared at Harry for several moments before gently nipping at his fingers. Harry resumed petting him for another minute before another chirp caused him to stop. There was a bright flash of white light and Harry squinted against it. Then it burst into flames, vanishing into the ash pile. Harry gently leaned over the tray and sifted the ashes until he saw the baby phoenix looking up at him. Somehow, Harry knew it was a male. "Don't worry, buddy," Harry smiled. "You're still gorgeous." He reached down and picked up the baby phoenix, allowing it to nip at his finger playfully while it flapped its tiny wings. Harry sat down in a nearby chair with the phoenix in his palm. Dumbledore found him there minutes later. "Ah, I see you've met Fawkes," Dumbledore said warmly, taking a seat at his desk. "Yes, sir," Harry nodded. "It was his burning day, and I told him to not let me hold him up." "About time," Dumbledore chuckled. "He's looked dreadful these last few days." "He's gorgeous," Harry mumbled, still looking at the bird in his palm. Fawkes hung. Fawkes chirruped happily. "I didn't petrify anyone," Harry said absently. "I'm not the heir of Slytherin." "Of that, I have no doubt," Dumbledore spoke, steepling his hands and staring at Harry curiously. "It was an unfortunate coincidence that had you placed at the scene before they were discovered. Nevertheless, I must ask you, Harry, is there anything you wish to tell me?" Harry turned to catch Dumbledore's eyes. "No, sir." "Very well," Dumbledore inclined his head. "You may go, Harry." Harry nodded and stood. He reverently placed Fawkes back in the ashes, giving the bird a final gentle poke. "See you later, buddy," Harry smiled down at it. "Don't be a stranger." Fawkes protested Harry's departure quite raucously. Harry paused at the door before turning to face Dumbledore. "Professor." "Yes, my boy." "Did anyone die when the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago?" There was a long pause. Harry stared at the door, his posture rigid. "There is no evidence the chamber has ever been opened, my boy," Dumbledore replied carefully. "But students have, sadly, perished within these walls in the past." Harry nodded. "Thank you, Professor. Good night." And he left without waiting for Dumbledore to reply. It was time to meet Daphne. Harry entered the specified classroom exactly at 8 p.m., still invisible. He saw Daphne jump as he opened the door and quickly pulled his hood down. He closed the door and cast a privacy ward and locking charm, which he reinforced with a rune cluster on the door. He figured the reinforcement would keep anyone below 6th year out. He had barely finished when he felt Daphne tackle-hug him, knocking him back against the wall. He held her for several minutes, reveling in how right it felt to have her in his arms. He basked in how well her body melded with his own, how wonderful she smelled, and the feelings just her touch could elicit. Reluctantly, he allowed Daphne to pull away. She looked at him with watery eyes. "I know you didn't do it," she said huskily. "I know you're not the heir of Slytherin." Harry felt a weight he didn't know he was carrying lift from his chest, and took a stuttering breath. "Thanks," he replied weakly. I didn't realize how much I needed to hear that." She smiled toothlessly at him, a single tear escaping. Harry brushed it away without thinking, gently cupping her cheek. "Harry," Daphne swallowed. "What happened last summer?" In response, he grabbed her hand and led her to the back wall where he sat down with her. He didn't release her hand, and she threaded her fingers through his. They sat shoulder to shoulder for what felt like hours before Harry took a deep breath and began explaining what happened last year with Quirrell, who turned out to be Voldemort. He wasn't sure when, but at some point he started crying. Daphne joined him shortly after, when he spoke about the Cruciatus curse and how weak he felt facing Voldemort. Daphne held him tightly while running a hand through his hair. "That's why I've been training with Flitwick," Harry said hoarsely. "But I'm so tired, Daph. So tired. Pomfrey says I need to rest and stop pushing myself, but I can't." He shuddered violently. "Voldemort batted everything I threw at him away as if it were nothing," Harry whispered in a haunted voice. "I have to be better. I know he'll come for me again." Harry sobbed heavily. "And now everyone thinks I'm the fucking heir of Slytherin just because I'm a Parselmouth." "You're not the heir, Harry," Daphne assured him while gently rocking back and forth. "The hat was right," Harry choked out. "I should have been a Slytherin." "It told you that?" Daphne asked in surprise. Harry nodded. "Yeah, it wanted to put me there, but I told it I wanted to make friends, and it seemed to agree that Slytherin wasn't the house for that." She froze in shock. His next admission shattered her composure. "I don't want to be alone anymore." "Oh, Harry," Daphne cried, clutching him to her. "You're not alone. I'm here, Harry." Harry clung to her like a drowning man to a buoy, years of pain and hurt pouring out through his tears as his body convulsed with the force of the sobs. "I can't lose you, Daph," Harry choked out. "You won't," Daphne assured soothingly through her own tears. "I'm safe, Harry. You'll protect me. I'm your friend, right?" He nodded. "And you're my friend, Harry," Daphne whispered. "I won't leave you. I won't hurt you." Harry was exhausted and his body spasmed sporadically. The stress began rolling off him in waves, and his body started to shut down with it. His eyes became bleary as he looked up at Daphne's tear-streaked face. Somehow, she looked even more radiant than normal. "Dobby," Daphne called. The house elf appeared with a small pop. He looked subdued and anxious. Daphne breathed a sigh of relief. "Dobby is here, Miss Daffy," Dobby said nervously. "I know you want to protect Harry," and she paused. "And me." Dobby nodded, pulling his ears. "Harry is very tired, Dobby," Daphne said in a watery voice. "Please. Just for tonight, can you help him sleep? He desperately." Harry didn't hear the rest. He was too drained, and Daphne was too warm. He fell asleep in her arms. Late that night, Harry awoke briefly in his bed. The curtains were drawn, and he felt something or someone running a hand through his hair. He stiffened before his other senses caught up, and strawberries and lemons wafted in the air. "Daph," Harry mumbled, relaxing. "Hush, Harry," Daphne whispered. "I'm here, go to sleep." He closed his eyes and fell back asleep, a small smile on his face. In the Great Hall, Daphne felt sick, watching her younger self interact. With Harry caused butterflies to erupt in her stomach. She broke down. When he said he didn't want to be alone anymore, Astoria held her. Through it all, "I've been robbed," Daphne thought morosely. "Someone robbed me of those precious memories, and by proxy, they robbed me of Harry's affection." She clenched her hands so hard, she thought her fingers would break. Tears rained from her eyes. "And I did the opposite of what I promised him. I did leave him." The last thought caused Daphne to break down so badly that Madame Pomfrey forced her to take a calming draught. "I did hurt him." December 25, 1992 appeared on the screen. Harry was sitting on his bed without a present to open. He didn't mind nor expect any different, and so busied himself with researching the Chamber of Secrets and its monster. He'd already sent Daphne's gift off with Hedwig, a goblin silver night bus charm with citrine headlights. Dobby had flatly refused any gifts from Harry, stating, quite adamantly, that he could not accept clothes while he was in service to another house, although he did wail and shout about the greatness of Sir Harry Potter for several minutes before popping off to do, well, whatever it was he did. Harry decided he'd save the multicolored socks he'd bought the elf for a rainy day. Nearly all students had gone home for the Christmas break, especially with the supposed heir of Slytherin staying behind. Before the evening feast, Harry had a breakthrough. He was reading Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them to learn more about Fawkes when he came across the passage about basilisks. While unproven, it is my personal belief that an indirect gaze into a basilisk's eyes will not kill but will cause petrification. Sadly, there is no way to validate this theory, Harry read softly to himself. So that's it then, a basilisk, Harry thought. Makes sense. Salazar Slytherin was known for being associated with snakes, as well as a known Parselmouth. Why wouldn't the monster hidden within the chamber be a basilisk? Harry gulped. But that means it's over 1,000 years old. He pondered whom he could tell, but he kept coming back to the same phrase. King of the Serpents, Harry muttered. Fuck, no one is going to believe I'm not the heir of Slytherin when I reveal what is petrifying people. Harry tapped his chin in thought. He gasped and stood, causing his book to tumble to the floor. There's another Parselmouth in the castle. It's the only way to control the basilisk. The realization caused Harry to sit back on his bed limply. Great, now I have 2 new objectives. Find out what happened 50 years ago and figure out who the other Parselmouth is. January 15, 1993 appeared on the screen. It was late night and Harry was working on the later third-year Dada spells from his book. Sweat ran in great rivulets down his face and body. Thoughts of Daphne pressed him to do more, to not stop. He smiled despite the stitch in his side. Daphne had been getting bolder lately. Just yesterday she had hung back after Dada and dragged him into a hidden alcove where she tried to squeeze the air out of his lungs. Harry didn't care and returned with his own bear hug. Daphne held him until the last possible second before they guaranteed being late to their next classes. Harry, being bold, kissed her on the cheek before they rushed off, both sporting heavy blushes. Exhausted, Harry began making his way back to his dorm. He wasn't 3 steps out from the classroom he used when he caught a small black book lying on the ground. A quick inspection revealed it to be blank. Shrugging, Harry pocketed it and continued back to his dorm. After a late shower, Harry sat in bed and thumbed through the book. It looked like it'd be a good diary. Harry had never thought to write in a diary. He yawned and placed the diary on his nightstand before going to sleep. The following day, Harry wrote in the book for the first time. When it wrote back, he had an interesting discussion before he realized the book was almost 50 years old. When he asked about the Chamber of Secrets, The book offered to show him what happened. Well, that was different, Harry thought as he returned from whatever, or wherever he just was. He now had two very important details to mull over. Firstly, Hagrid was innocent, and the creature shown by Tom Riddle was an acromantula. No way those could petrify people. Second, someone had died that year, which meant Harry now had an origin point to research. He determined it was best not to write in the diary further. For some reason, the book gave off an ominous but familiar feeling. The next day, January 17, 1993, the diary was gone. Nothing else was taken, just the diary which Harry had left on his nightstand. This gave him pause, as now he had to assume that the Parselmouth he was looking for was in his own house. February 14, 1993, arrived and Harry was still enduring the whispers and murmurings of his fellow students. Draco had continued to deride him, but was adamant that there was no way the mudblood Scarhead could possibly be the heir of Slytherin. Nonetheless, Harry kept to his invisibility cloak as often as possible, preferring to travel in the shadows. When he entered the Great Hall that morning, he found it gaudily decorated with pink banners and red hearts. Apparently, in an effort to raise morale, Lockhart convinced the staff to allow him to decorate and hired a group of dwarves, dressed as cupids, that could be used to receive and deliver valentines throughout the school. Those poor dwarves. Harry tactfully chose to not engage in such a ridiculous service, and instead, first thing that morning, sent a rose and an anonymous note to Daphne via School Owl. Hedwig was not pleased. He watched as she opened it with a small blush, smelled the rose and pocketed the note. She placed the rose in her hair above her ear and wore it the rest of the day. Harry was rewarded with a dazzling smile from her whenever she thought it safe to give. Harry, too, received a Valentine well-wish from Daphne, delivered by School Owl. He opened it and felt his heart flutter in his chest as he read, "Happy Valentine's Day, Harry. Your friend and Valentine." Harry spent the rest of that morning with a stupid grin on his face. Not even Snape's class could wipe it off. On his way to Charms, however, he was accosted by one of the dreaded cupids. After a futile struggle, the little demon was perched upon Harry's ankles reading the most ridiculous poem Harry had ever heard. And of course, Draco Malfoy was right there to hear it from start to finish. Harry wasn't bothered when they laughed at him or mocked the poem, but when Malfoy realized it was Ginny who sent it, based on her reaction, and doubled down, Harry stepped up to defend the poor girl, who was redder than a tomato. Wands were drawn. Harry swiftly relieved Malfoy of his, and Snape intervened, happy to assign detention and take points from Harry. Lockhart appeared and managed to get Harry out of detention. Sadly, the points remained lost. Harry left with a splitting headache and the fleeting thought that he'd seen a hint of red in Lockhart's irises once more. In the Great Hall, Astoria looked to Daphne, who shook her head and bit her lower lip. Of course, I wouldn't remember getting a Valentine from Harry, she thought sadly. It's amazing how happy I look in these memories. Is this really how he has always seen me? She shivered with dread. Morgana, save me. How will he see me later on? March 12, 1993, flashed on the screen. It was a terrible day for Harry. The only person who was able to prove his innocence was Professor Flitwick, whom he'd spent the day with dueling, when news of another attack, which hadn't occurred in months, echoed through the castle. All fingers pointed to one Harry Potter. Flitwick defended him vehemently, and by some small miracle Harry was not expelled or arrested. For the first time in 50 years, another student had died at Hogwarts. Harry didn't know her well, only by reputation of being wicked smart and a bossy know-it-all. She was a muggle-born Ravenclaw named Hermione Granger. Hagrid was arrested and charged with the murder and sent to Azkaban. Dumbledore was sacked the same day. McGonagall took up the position. A speech was given in the Great Hall by a stout man with green bowler hat who turned out to be the Minister of Magic. He assured everyone the school was safe now, and the culprit had been apprehended. Harry wondered if the response would have been different had a pureblood been killed. Harry spent the rest of his days working himself to exhaustion every day, even weekends. If he wasn't exercising, training, or studying, he was in the library looking for articles 50 years ago. With Hagrid being apprehended, Harry was able to narrow his search even more. On May 27, 1993, Harry finally had a breakthrough late that night and found a newspaper clipping which specified a student named Myrtle had been killed and Hagrid was expelled since insufficient evidence was available to prosecute. It was too late to alert anyone, so Harry returned to his dorm and assured himself that he would alert McGonagall as soon as possible. He sunk into his bed, bone-weary, and promptly passed out. May 28, 1993, flashed across the screen. Harry was walking to McGonagall's office to tell her what he'd learned and suspected. Raised voices drew his attention, and he made his way to a nearby closed door that he knew was currently an unused classroom. "Don't come any closer," a female voice shouted. Harry tensed as he recognized it as Daphne. "Give it up, Greengrass," the slow drawl of Malfoy responded. "Did you think I wouldn't notice? You've been making googly eyes at Potter for months. It's disgusting that a pureblood princess such as yourself would stoop so low as to interact with a mudblood like Potter." Daphne scoffed. "Who I associate with is none of your damn business." Malfoy tutted. "Language, Greengrass, who knew such a beautiful pureblood had such a foul mouth." "Stay back," Daphne shouted in a strained voice. Harry tensed. "Not to worry, Greengrass," Malfoy and others chuckled grimly. "We just want to talk." There was a bright blue flash behind the door, and Malfoy yelped. "Stupid bitch," Malfoy shouted. "How dare you strike me?" There was a slapping sound, and something smacked the stone floor. Harry attempted to open the door, but it was sealed. He tried. Alohomora to no effect. "You're going to pay for this, Greengrass," Malfoy yelled. "Clearly you need a stronger lesson in respect." Daphne screamed in panic, and Harry heard another slap. Harry saw red, blood red. He snapped his wand forward and the door exploded into the room from the force of his magic. He had forgotten to will his cloak to stick, and the concussion from his spell blew his hood off, causing him to be visible. Months of training with Flitwick, along with self-study, had heightened Harry's battle senses. One aspect of training with Flitwick that Harry appreciated was that the half-goblin didn't teach him how to duel. No. Dueling was for tournaments with rules. Flitwick was teaching Harry how to fight. There were no rules in a fight. Well, there was one, and the voice of Flitwick echoed briefly in Harry's mind as he took in the scene before him. "Mr. Potter, there is one rule I encourage you to follow when in a fight. Use whatever means necessary to achieve this rule, because you can be assured your enemy will be the last one standing." Daphne was looking at him with a mixture of hope and terror. An ugly bruise already prominent on her right cheek. Her left eye was swelling shut. She was on the ground surrounded by Malfoy and 4 others. Harry recognized as Crabbe, Goyle, Nott, and Zabini. Draco was bent over, a block of ice around his groin. Crabbe and Goyle were fumbling for their wands. Nott had a look of shock on his face. Zabini was dangerous. He had a wand pointed at Daphne. Harry moved automatically. His first Expelliarmus caught Zabini in the chest, ripping the wand from the dark-skinned boy's hand. Harry ignored it, allowing it to sail over his shoulder. A deep pulso sent Malfoy across the room and into the far wall with bone-breaking force. Nott cast a tripping jinx which Harry sidestepped easily, returning with a stupefy that had the boy crashing face-first into the Stone, instantly breaking his nose. Zabini scrambled for Knott's wand, while Harry dodged a series of hexes and jinxes from Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy was struggling to his feet. An opening presented itself with the two gorillas, and Harry felled one with another stupefy before sending a cutting curse at Malfoy, who was just back on his feet. Whether it was fortunate would be debatable, but Harry's wand hand spasmed and the cutting curse went high, right above Malfoy's head. The Ponce nearly pissed himself when he saw the aftereffects. The Bonebreaker curse Harry sent next was on target and shattered Malfoy's wand hand. Harry was drained. The Bonebreaker was a new 4th year spell he'd recently practiced. Sweat poured from his body as he faced off against Goyle and Zabini, who was rearmed. Harry continued to duck and dodge several spells but was slowing as he tired. Finally, another opening presented itself, and Goyle went down to a stupefy. Zabini got a depulso off that hit Harry square in the chest and sent him crunching into a wall. Daphne screamed and Harry felt his world spinning. It was Daphne who struck Zabini in the back with an Expelliarmus, disarming him. Harry used the last of his magic to stupefy the boy. Harry staggered forward, chest heaving. He was finding it hard to breathe. Daphne was at his side, hugging him and sobbing. "Thank you," she hiccuped, kissing his cheek. "Thank you." "You're safe," Harry breathed wearily before inspecting Daphne's injuries. She winced when his fingers grazed her cheek. "Who?" She looked at Malfoy, who was moaning in pain, cradling his hand, and trembled. Harry released her and walked over to Malfoy, who screamed in terror when he saw Harry approaching. Harry grabbed the git by the front of his robes and drove his fist straight into the ugly Ponce's nose. The satisfaction of hearing Malfoy's nose crunch only inspired Harry to do it more. In the heat of satisfying vengeance, Harry missed Daphne's yell. It wasn't until he felt a firm hand grab him by the collar and jerk him away that he noticed she was calling him. Snape stood over him. "Apoplectic." "Potter," he sneered in rage, "attacking my snakes, and a woman no less." "No," Daphne screamed, outraged. "He saved me." "Silence," Snape barked, breathing heavily. He reached down and grabbed Harry by the arm. Unable to help himself, Harry flinched and squirmed. "Stop," Daphne shouted. "He doesn't like to be touched." "What's all this then?" A new, cheerful voice intervened. "This doesn't concern you, Lockhart." "Harry, my boy," Lockhart chided. "In trouble once again, I see. This certainly isn't the way to increase your renown." Snape's eye twitched. "I blame myself," Lockhart sighed. "Gave him too many bouts of wisdom. Poor boy has gone and mixed them up." "Gilderoy," Snape spat, "would you please escort Miss Greengrass to the hospital wing while I sort this mess?" Lockhart blanched and then quickly recovered. "Why, yes, of course." Daphne protested and tried to run to Harry, but Snape stunned her before she could. Harry wanted to fight back but was barely standing on his feet, and he was having a hard time breathing. Snape quickly delivered Harry to McGonagall's office, his original destination, and explained, briefly, what he'd come across to the woman with obvious bias. He left to tend the others while Harry stared down his head of house, who looked infuriated. So infuriated, in fact, that she didn't notice the thin line of blood trickling down Harry's chin. Harry couldn't understand what she was saying, as each breath was becoming harder than the next. "Why do I taste blood?" he thought groggily. Then he knew no more. The screen faded and Daphne shot out of her bed, wand in hand, ready to exact extreme vengeance, despite the fact she had no memory of what she'd just witnessed. All she knew was that it was finally time to vent the hurricane of emotion raging within. She stopped in shock. However, as 5 red bolts were fired from the staff desk into the Slytherin table, 3 from Flitwick, 2 from McGonagall, Malfoy, Crab, Goyle, Nott and Zabini fell from their seats to the floor. In all my years, McGonagall was trembling with rage. Minerva, Dumbledore cautioned. Do not, ALBUS, McGonagall shouted. I agree with Minerva. Flitwick stood and waved his wand. The 5 stunned boys had ropes conjured around them, and they were levitated behind the staff table in the far corner from Daphne and Astoria. Miss Greengrass, Flitwick addressed Daphne. I take it you want to press charges. Daphne hesitated, but eventually nodded. You don't remember the incident, do you, Miss Greengrass? McGonagall questioned. Daphne shook her head, too stunned to speak. That will be handled, Flitwick assured. Dumbledore moved to speak once more, but hushed when he noted that, outside of Severus, the staff table stood united with Minerva and Phileas. The usual twinkle in his eye vanished briefly before he exhaled and nodded in agreement with the two. Daphne returned to the bed next to Astoria, who was coughing lightly. I'm sorry, Daph, Astoria said, giving her older sister a hug. We have to figure out who did this to me, Torre, Daphne replied with a hint of desperation in her tone. I was attacked, and the person who obliviated me knew it. Torre nodded. We will, Daph, I promise. I feel like shite, Torre, Daphne said hollowly. He saved me again and I don't remember it. She choked on a sob. Oh, Daph, Astoria sighed and held her sister. Daphne, Madame Pomfrey came over. Would you like another calming draft? Madame Pomfrey, Daphne looked at the healer with haunted eyes. Does the obliviate spell also modify emotions? Pomfrey frowned. Are you speaking regarding the memories Harry is displaying? Yes, Daphne nodded. Even if I don't remember what he's showing. Shouldn't I still feel affection for him? I'm not a mind healer, Pomfrey reminded. But in theory, yes, your emotions should be unaffected. Daphne went white as a sheet and started shaking. Torre, Daphne gasped. I think someone did more than obliviate me. Astoria stiffened. What do you mean? When I think of Harry, all I feel is annoyance, irritation, and hatred. Madame Pomfrey looked shocked when Daphne saw her expression. She wailed. May 29, 1993, flashed on the screen. Harry awoke in the hospital wing to find Madame Pomfrey standing over him and waving her wand. Don't move, she instructed. You punctured a lung when 2 of your ribs broke. I've regrown the bones, but your lung is still healing. No. Activity for the day, understood. Harry groaned and nodded, looking down at his bare chest, which was peppered with ugly purple bruises. Can't heal those until your lung is repaired, Pomfrey informed. Harry exhaled and nodded. He was going to ask about Daphne when Pomfrey forced him to drink a potion, which immediately sent him into a restless sleep. He awoke a couple hours later to voices. What are we going to do, Poppy? A voice that sounded like Professor Sprout questioned. I don't know, Pomona. With Albus gone, we need to evacuate the school. I still need a couple of days for the mandrakes, Sprout replied. It just doesn't make sense, Pomfrey lowered her voice. Isn't the heir of Slytherin supposed to be after non-purebloods? If so, why would they take 2 purebloods to the chamber? Were you informed of who was taken? Sprout questioned. Harry could hear Pomfrey nod. It's simply terrible, those poor girls. Their parents are already on the way here. He wanted to shout, scream, and beg them to tell him who. The sinking pit in his stomach kept growing. It felt like an eternity of silence. Finally, Sprout spoke. Yes, I imagine Molly Weasley will raise hell when she gets here. Not that I'd blame her. It's Cyrus Greengrass I'm more worried about, Pomfrey hissed. You. No, he sits on the Board of Governors. Someone is going to Azkaban. Over this. Harry felt sick. A single name echoed repeatedly in his head. Daphne. Sneaking out of the hospital wing took far longer than Harry wanted it. 2. He was beyond grateful to his father for passing down the wonderful invisibility cloak, because, once again, it proved invaluable to him. Having quietly redressed in his dirty clothes from the encounter with Malfoy and company, Harry slipped through the door and attempted to jog to find the last person he thought he would need, Gilderoy. Lockhart. Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey had seemed both incredulous and impressed that Lockhart claimed to know where the Chamber of Secrets was and was going to save the captured girls. On his way out, Harry overheard them both muttering that Gilderoy would be out of the way for the time being. While Harry agreed with the two, he couldn't risk the chance that Lockhart actually knew where the location was. Harry speculated it had something to do with Moaning Myrtle, the menace of the second floor girls' bathroom. He made his way there at a brisk walk after finding it extremely difficult to breathe from the jogging. As he climbed the last set of stairs leading to the second floor, Harry found Gilderoy packing outside the bathroom, mumbling to himself. Harry lowered the hood on his cloak and approached the man hopefully. "Professor," Harry called. Lockhart paused mid-step and turned his head toward Harry. "Harry, what are you doing here? I heard you were going to the chamber to save the two girls that were taken," Harry said breathlessly. "Do you know where it is?" Lockhart gave that unnerving smile. "I believe it is within this bathroom," he gestured grandly before frowning. "Sadly, I cannot seem to figure out how to open the chamber." Harry nodded and staggered forward, his body aching. Sweat glistened on his forehead as he entered the bathroom to find it flooded. He splashed around looking for any sign. It seemed like a normal bathroom to him. Lockhart followed and waved his wand around, uttering what sounded like nonsense to Harry. Myrtle was nowhere to be seen or heard. Eventually, Lockhart called Harry over to a sink where he pointed out an engraved snake on the side of a faucet. Harry, having a sudden burst of inspiration, whispered to it in parcel tongue, "Open." The sink slid back with a mechanical clicking sound, revealing a large, dark hole. "Pipes," Harry realized. "That's how it's been getting around." "Well done, Harry, well done." Gilderoy clapped Harry on the shoulder. Harry flinched at the touch, shrugging it off reflexively. He debated jumping down the pipe, but hesitated since he couldn't see the end. "Well, this does look interesting," Lockhart mused, rubbing his chin. "Maybe I should grab a broom to investigate further." "No," Harry said quickly as Lockhart turned to leave. "This is Salazar Slytherin's chamber. Surely, he didn't jump down a pipe to enter it." Harry asked the question to himself as much as Lockhart. On a whim, he called out another word in parcel tongue. "Stairs." A spiral of stairs formed, leading down into the pipe. Lockhart chuckled lightly, clearly impressed. "Right then, shall we go save the fair damsels, Harry?" Lockhart smiled creepily and cast Lumos before descending with his wand tip alight. Harry followed close behind, his wand also alight. The descent was arduous, and Harry was sucking huge gulps of air by the time they found flat ground. He looked around at the bones of various animals that littered the tunnel they stood in, still breathing heavily. He was thankful he couldn't taste blood. Lockhart appeared undisturbed and continued down the tunnel with Harry in tow. They stumbled across a huge snakeskin that chilled Harry's blood when he saw it. It was massive. Harry estimated it to be 20 meters long and 1 meter in diameter. Lockhart paled slightly when he saw the skin but soldiered on. Oddly, he didn't comment. Eventually, the two arrived at an elaborate door covered in metallic snakes. Lockhart looked expectantly at Harry, who was doubled over. Madame Pomfrey hadn't been kidding about no activity today. "Open," Harry managed to gasp out. The snakes glowed briefly, before receding with a clicking sound, as if a lock was being released. The door soundlessly opened, and Lockhart stepped through, followed by Harry. "Professor," Harry whispered, the hairs on his neck standing on end as he could see a faint green glow ahead. You do know that we're about to fight a basilisk. Not to worry, Harry, Lockhart winked. I've come across one before. I'm sure you read on it in Year with the Yeti. Harry stopped. He was sure of it this time. Lockhart's irises had glowed. Read before he winked. Yeah, Harry stammered. Something wasn't right. All of Harry's senses were screaming to run. Get different help, stay away. Only the thought of Daphne being down here with the monstrous snake kept his feet moving in the same direction as Lockhart. Harry gripped his wand tightly, every hair on his arms and neck vibrating with anticipation. His hands spasmed briefly, and Harry ground his teeth as he willed them to stop. He couldn't afford any misfires. They entered a large circular room with an ominous elongated statue. What must have been Salazar Slytherin. 2 small waterfalls ran down the shoulders of the statue, pooling on the floor. The room was lit by an eerie pale green glow that seemed to come from somewhere high up, casting shadows at odd angles. Lockhart continued forward confidently. Harry saw 2 bodies on the ground at the base of the statue and, uncaring of the consequences, made for the closest one. It turned out to be Ginny Weasley. She appeared unscathed and was breathing. Harry sighed in relief. He moved to Daphne, who was nearby, and noted that her cheek was an ugly purple and her eye still swollen shut. She was still breathing. Harry's stomach clenched as everything clicked into place. He whirled, expecting to see Lockhart standing before him, only to find Tom Riddle grinning smugly, the head boy badge gleaming above his breast pocket. Harry began. Expelliarmus. Harry felt his wand ripped from his hand, flying behind him. He turned on his heel to see Lockhart with that creepy smile now holding 2 wands. The irises of his eyes were blood red. The great Harry Potter, Tom spoke languidly. At last we meet. Harry's mind was racing. Nothing made sense anymore, as if he could read his thoughts. Tom spoke. You are confused. That is to be expected. How or why you here? Harry stammered at a loss. You should be older. What you see before you is but a memory of me. And Lockhart. A fool, Riddle chuckled darkly, but a useful fool. Harry saw Riddle shimmer. He blinked and rubbed his eyes, only to see him shimmer once more. Yes, I am not quite corporeal, Riddle admitted to Harry's unspoken observation. But soon I will be. When I last opened the chamber, my plans were foiled when the school was threatened to be shut down. That muggle-loving fool Dumbledore saw too much. Therefore I preserved myself within my diary so that I could one day unleash Slytherin's monster again. Harry noted the diary on the ground near Tom's feet. I, who have gone further than anyone else in magic, will be reborn shortly. Harry heard Gilderoy collapse behind him. How, Harry thought. How, Riddle laughed. The more one writes in the diary, the more control I gain over them. It was quite easy to stroke the ego of this foolish narcissist. Within days I had a full hold on him. From that point forward, it was but a matter of time before the chamber was opened. Once again, the young man paused. Imagine my surprise when Lockhart began grousing about the undue fame a boy who supposedly defeated the Dark Lord held. My curiosity was piqued, and soon I learned all about the boy who lived, Harry Potter. I simply had to meet you. But why? Harry questioned and gestured around. All of this, students injured or killed, just to get me here. How is that you, a mere baby, brought down the most powerful wizard the world has ever seen? A wizard who delved further into magic than any had ever dared. The question drove me mad. Therefore, I used the fool to delve into your mind, learning what you held most dear. After all, I had to give you incentive to make your way to me. Harry realized the headaches he experienced were legilimency attacks. You see now, Riddle said mockingly. It was trivial to discover your infatuation with the Greengrass girl. Lockhart's idiotic idea on Valentine's Day did bear fruit, as we noted your fervent defense of the Weasley girl, therefore both are now here. Riddle's image shimmered and Harry noted. He appeared more solid. Tell me, Harry Potter, what happened that night you defeated the dark Lord? What do you care? Harry heard Daphne groan as she began to stir. Awake, Voldemort was after your time. Voldemort is my past, present and future. Riddle walked over and grabbed Harry's wand. Harry riffled Daphne's robes and quickly found her wand. Gripping it firmly, Riddle, wand in hand, began writing flaming letters in the air, spelling. Tom Marvolo Riddle. A swipe of his hand rearranged them to read, I am Lord Voldemort. Harry's eyes widened in realization, and he reacted on instinct. He raised Daphne's wand and began casting as quickly as he could at the young Voldemort. In horror, Harry watched the young man lazily bat away each spell. Harry felt his body screaming in protest as he approached total magical exhaustion. Riddle stood with a devilish smile as Harry keeled over, gasping for air. Impressive for one so young, Riddle gave a nod of approval. Yet, futile, you will die here, Harry Potter. I will enjoy breaking you and then I will unleash the beast on the muggles Dumbledore loved so much. Dumbledore, Harry panted, is twice the wizard you ever were. Why? Riddle snarled. Because of his obsession with love as the most powerful magic. Riddle spat, and Harry was surprised to see the spittle ripple the water. Let me educate you on the foolishness of love, Harry Potter. Riddle scowled. There is only power and those too weak to seek it. Harry watched as Riddle pointed his wand not at him, but at Daphne. Harry's body moved without thinking, diving to intercept whatever curse Riddle was casting. Crucio. The pain was excruciating, far worse than any before. Clearly, Riddle's body was far stronger than Quirrell's. Every nerve felt as if it were aflame. Harry's throat tore from the violence of the scream as he rolled on the watery ground in agony. He felt a sharp spike of pain in his chest and tasted blood. After what seemed an eternity, the pain receded and Harry struggled to pull in air through his ragged throat. Harry, Daphne screamed, and he felt her arms cradle him. Pathetic, Riddle scoffed. Do you see now, Potter, the futileness of love? Harry felt Daphne's tears splashing his face as she sobbed. Let's play a game. Riddle twirled Harry's wand in his hand. Let's pit the heir of Slytherin and his monster against the supposed vanquisher of the Dark Lord. Daphne, Harry gasped weakly, pulling her down so he could whisper in her ear. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of Hogwarts 4. Riddle hissed in parcel tongue. It's a basilisk, Harry urged. Whatever you do, don't open your eyes. He felt Daphne stiffen, and he pushed her aside so he could stagger back to his feet. Above him, the mouth of the statue opened slowly to reveal a large dark hole. Harry heard a scraping sound echoing in the chamber. It's coming, Daphne, Harry shouted hoarsely. Don't look. The ground shook as the monstrous basilisk landed. Daphne screamed in terror, her hands covering her eyes. Harry knew there was nothing he could do against this creature. No spells he knew would faze it. He didn't have goblin steel to combat it. The only thing he could do was run. He moved to Ginny as Riddle addressed the creature. Kill the boy. Harry used his last vestiges of strength to haul Ginny over his shoulder. He stumbled to Daphne and grabbed her hand, pulling her up. He made it 2 steps before Riddle hit him with another crucio. Ginny tumbled to the ground as Harry writhed and screamed. His chest felt as if it were being torn apart. Please, Daphne begged, stop hurting him. The pain stopped and Harry, through bleary eyes, saw the giant snake bearing down on him. Harry rolled away as it struck, cracking the stone where he had just been. Daphne screamed, once more covering her eyes. Harry forced himself to his feet as the basilisk turned to Daphne's. Scream and struck out. Harry reached her first and threw her aside. The basilisk's jaws clamped shut on empty air. "Kill the girl," Riddle hissed. "No," Harry returned in Parseltongue. The basilisk hesitated, confused. "Two speakers," it stated, and Harry thought its voice was strained. "Must rip, must kill, must tear." "I command you, kill the boy," Riddle hollered. "Please," Harry wheezed. "Stop, I don't want to hurt you." "Hurt must kill." The basilisk lowered its head to Harry's level, and Harry found himself staring directly into the snake's eyes. He knew he should be dead, but instead he found himself paralyzed, unable to move anything but his mouth. "You are a true speaker," the basilisk observed. "Impossible," Riddle exclaimed. "Only I am the true descendant of Salazar Slytherin." Harry noted a red rune glowing brightly on the foot of the statue. It was a compulsion rune, and it appeared to be linked to the basilisk. "Please," Harry gasped out, "let me help you." Harry," Daphne whimpered. Harry felt blood run from his mouth down his chin. He knew his lung was injured once more. "I'm on borrowed time," Harry thought desperately as he heard Daphne call his name. "I need help, something, anything." Riddle continued hissing at his snake, which appeared to be fighting the compulsion rune on Harry's insistence. There was a small flash of orange light, and Harry felt his spirit lift as a beautiful sound echoed. Within the chamber, Harry saw the orange and red plumage of Fawkes, as the phoenix dropped something in dove, striking the basilisk in the eyes and tearing one out. The basilisk shrieked and pulled away, releasing Harry from its gaze. He looked up and grabbed what Fawkes had dropped. The sorting hat, he thought incredulously. With the basilisk's attention firmly on Fawkes, and Riddle shouting in rage, Harry ran to the compulsion rune, intent on canceling it out. He raised Daphne's wand, and felt it get ripped from his hand by Riddle's. Expelliarmus. The basilisk screamed as Fawkes tore out the second eye. Trilling in victory. Wandless and out of options, Harry pulled the hat over his head. Nothing happened. Then Harry felt something heavy collide with the top of his skull, and nearly knock him smooth out. He swooned and reached up, clasping the hilt of a sword which he pulled free from the hat. Riddle appeared to establish control over the basilisk once more, which turned to his voice. Fawkes flew above, out of reach, still singing his uplifting song. Harry tried to inhale but found himself choking. After a panicked moment, he was able to cough blood and suck in an agonizing breath. His vision blurred as Daphne sobbed, still covering her eyes, and curled into a ball on the wet floor. "They call you a hero, Potter," Riddle shouted, incensed. "Didn't you?" "No, every hero must make hard choices. Let's see how you fare with this one." Time slowed for Harry. He heard Riddle command the basilisk to kill Daphne, and it moved to obey. At the same time, Riddle raised Harry's wand and turned to Ginny, shouting the first spell Harry had ever learned. A bright green light burst free from the wand. There was limited air remaining in his lungs. Pure adrenaline is all that kept him on his feet. His skin was now tinged blue from lack of oxygen. Blood ran down his chin as he struggled to breathe. In a final moment of desperation, Harry made the impossible choice. He dove over Daphne, raising the sword above his head. The green light struck the body of Ginny. The open jaw of the basilisk enclosed around Harry, slamming his elbows into the stone floor. The pommel of the hilt hit the stone, anchoring the sword as the basilisk impaled itself on its blade. Harry felt an agonizing pain explode in his right shoulder. The scream that burst from his chest freed the blockage in his throat, sending blood into the watery ground. A cold liquid washed down Harry's arms as the basilisk shrieked and thrashed in its dying throes. He saw the great beast pull away from the painful sword embedded in its brain before it spasmed and fell, crushing the body of Ginny beneath its massive weight. "I'm sorry," Harry screamed in his mind. "I'm so sorry, Ginny, I couldn't save you both." Bitter tears fell from his eyes as he began to feel a burning coursing through his veins. He convulsed harshly, unaware of Daphne screaming, unaware of Tom Riddle shouting in outrage as Salazar Slytherin's beast was finally felled. A brackish black liquid bubbled in Harry's throat, and he coughed it out. He felt the burning in his shoulder and observed a giant fang impaled. Through it, he knew he was dead. Daphne was saying something, but his mind couldn't register it. All he heard was a high-pitched noise that didn't seem to end. Riddle's mouth moved, and he brought Harry's wand to bear on Daphne. Suddenly, sound registered once more in Harry's ears. "This changes nothing, Harry Potter. Your girl will still die." Somewhere within, Harry's blood burned. Not from the venom, not from the remnants of the Cruciatus curse. It gave him strength. It gave him power. Power to protect those he loved, with a last-ditch effort and a clarity Harry couldn't explain. The boy sat up, jerked the fang free from his shoulder with his left hand, and rolled to the diary where he drove the fang down, impaling the cursed object. Riddle was mid-cast when he screamed, the Avada Kedavra dying on his lips. He writhed and clawed at the air. Black ink poured in waves from the diary before, with a final shriek of defiance, the memory of Tom Marvolo Riddle disappeared in a foul wind. Harry lay on his back, wheezing and convulsing as the basilisk venom coursed through his veins. Blood poured from the open hole in his shoulder, turning the water around him red. His chest rose and fell rapidly and sporadically as he desperately tried to get air into his working lung. Red and black bubbles foamed on his lips. And then Daphne was there. Sweet, wonderful, beautiful Daphne. Her blonde hair was frazzled and splayed in all directions. Dirt, blood, and muck were smattered across her face. Her sapphire blue eyes were wet with tears as she futilely tried to staunch the bleeding in Harry's shoulder, not realizing the deadliest venom in the world was destroying his insides. "No," Daphne shouted. "Don't leave me, Harry." Harry tried to speak, only to hack blackened blood. "Help," Daphne screamed at the chamber. "Please." She was shaking, and her hands were covered in blood as tears ran uncontrolled down her cheeks. "Please don't go," Daphne begged him. With a Herculean effort, Harry reached up and gently cupped Daphne's bruised cheek. He then pushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and his arm fell limply to the ground. His vision began to darken as he watched Daphne panic. He tried to tell her it was going to be okay, but felt more black blood roll down his face. Then, just as his vision had fully darkened, he felt his senses begin to return. He blinked as his eyes regained focus. His ears could hear the pained sobs of Daphne as she held him. He took a much-needed breath, relishing the relief it brought as he gasped for more air. Daphne looked at him with hopeful eyes, daring to believe he would survive. Fawkes was perched on his chest, crying into the fast-shrinking hole in his shoulder. Harry reached up and stroked the gorgeous plumage of the phoenix. "Thanks, buddy," he breathed. Fawkes chirped softly. "Harry," Daphne hiccuped as she moved forward and lifted his head into her lap, running her fingers through his hair as her tears rained on his face. "Daph," Harry sighed in relief. "You're okay." Realization that there was a second girl who needed saving sunk in. "Ginny," he choked back a sob. Daphne shook her head. "I'm sorry, Harry." "Fuck," Harry cried, covering his eyes with his hands. "Damn it." A primal scream ripped from his throat at the injustice of it all. He didn't stop until Daphne gently took his hands in her own, squeezing his palms. "It's not your fault," she assured Harry harshly. "You did everything you could, Harry." He grimaced and nodded through the tears. "You saved me," Daphne assured him. "I'm safe." A blue flash of light barely missed Fawkes, who squawked and took Flight once more. Harry sat up with Daphne's help, leaning back against her chest wearily, as they both saw Lockhart standing with his wand pointed at them. Behind him was the corpse of the basilisk, jaw opened. Ginny lay beneath its head, her lower half crushed. Harry, Lockhart examined the room in awe. Harry, Harry, Harry. Harry felt Daphne stiffen behind him. Her arms tightened around his midsection as she burrowed her face in his back. And then that uncanny, creepy smile appeared on the man's face as he focused his attention on the two children. Harry felt his skin crawl and desperately wished he had a wand. There were none nearby, and the sword was still impaled in the basilisk. Lockhart kept his wand trained on them as he began chuckling. "What a story this will make," he said. "Story?" Harry questioned warily. "Yes, my boy, a story," Lockhart gestured grandly. "Gilderoy Lockhart, slayer of Salazar, Slytherin's basilisk, and savior of the boy who lived." He laughed maniacally. "Unfortunately, you two will need to be obliviated, of course," Lockhart informed once he'd calmed. "Leave Daphne alone." Harry tried to stand but collapsed as his legs refused to support him. "You truly are a hero, Harry," Lockhart grinned lecherously. "I think I'll have fun with your girlfriend." Daphne clutched Harry painfully, whimpering and trying to hide behind Harry from the approaching man. "I'm not heartless," Lockhart assured. "There's no need for you to witness anything, Harry." Fear Harry had never known clutched his heart as he thought of Daphne. He wanted so desperately to stop the man before him, but his body was no longer obeying his commands. Lockhart raised his wand with a flare, preparing the spell. A flash of red and orange darted past. Snap! Fawkes struck at the opportune moment. Lockhart's wand was halved as he brought it down toward Harry. Obliviate. The spell, unsupported by a working wand, backfired savagely. There was a burst of white light, and the concussion sent Harry and Daphne tumbling away. Harry scrambled to shield Daphne with his body. The water on the ground rippled from the blast. The smell of ozone overwhelmed the chamber. Daphne shook and sobbed beneath Harry as he held her. Silence emanated. Trembling, Harry glanced over his shoulder. Lockhart was impaled on several of the basilisk's fangs. The concussion had blasted him right into the creature's open maw. Daphne sobbed in relief as she looked around Harry. Harry felt her arms wrap around his neck as she pulled him down, hugging him brutally and kissing his cheek as tears rolled from her eyes. Harry held her like a lifeline. Even covered in filth and muck, the faint scent of strawberries and lemons wafted from her. Time lost meaning as they clung to one another. At some point, Fawkes landed and hopped over to the two, chirruping. "Fawkes," Harry smiled at the bird, stroking its plumage. "Thank you so much. You're a wonderful friend." Fawkes chirped and inclined its head. "Can you heal Daphne?" Harry asked. Daphne attempted to protest, but hushed when Harry overruled her. Fawkes dropped 3 tears into her mouth, and her bruised cheek, swollen eye, and minor cuts all faded. The phoenix then cried a few more tears for Harry, allowing him to move functionally once more, even though the boy was completely exhausted. The next hour was a brutal slog for the two. Harry's muscles spasmed from the aftereffects of the Cruciatus curse. Apparently, phoenix tears did nothing for that. They searched for their wands before they carefully pulled Lockhart free from the mouth of the basilisk. With the help of Fawkes, they were able to shift the head of the basilisk away from Ginny. Harry and Daphne both retched when they got her body free. Harry freed the sword and relocated the sorting hat. With everything gathered, Harry placed the diary in his pocket, leaving the basilisk fang behind, and put the sorting hat atop his head. "Grab Ginny's hand, Daph," Harry said tiredly while he wrapped his right arm around her waist. She nodded wordlessly and gently picked up Ginny's limp hand. Harry, holding the sword in his left hand, reluctantly reached down and pinched Lockhart's robe with his thumb and forefinger. "Okay, Fawkes," Harry sighed. A flash of fire blinded the two before they reappeared in a brightly lit room, and pandemonium ensued. Many things happened in what seemed a constant blur of motion to Harry as he and Daphne leaned wearily against one another, his hand still around her waist. Fawkes lifted from Harry's shoulder and chirruped at a surprised Dumbledore before flying around the office and singing a mournful tune. Arthur and Molly Weasley screamed in agony at the sight of their daughter, both cradling her body. McGonagall looked sick at the corpse of Lockhart and the many holes in his body. Cyrus and Arya Greengrass snatched Daphne away, inspecting her for injuries with expressions of utter bewilderment when they found none. Harry swayed on his feet, only the sword keeping him upright. The sorting hat draped over his left eye, obscuring his vision as Dumbledore looked at him with a mixture of awe and pride. Fawkes, at request of Dumbledore, landed on Lockhart, and the two disappeared in a flash of fire. Fawkes reappeared seconds later and repeated the action with Ginny. Molly and Arthur Weasley departed quickly to wherever Ginny was sent. Harry couldn't meet their gaze. "Harry saved me," Daphne said simply when questioned by her parents. It was Cyrus Greengrass who turned to the boy, hand outstretched. Harry shook it weakly. It was all he could do to not collapse. "House Greengrass is in your debt, Mr. Potter," Cyrus stated solemnly. "If there is anything we can do, please just ask." He didn't know what made him do it. Maybe it was the ebbing adrenaline frying his brain, or it was the grief and lingering guilt of not being able to save Ginny. It might have been the affectionate look Daphne was giving him as she reluctantly began to allow her mother to steer her from the office. "Can I take Daphne to Hogsmeade next year?" Harry asked, sorting hat still atop his head. He heard, inside his head, a familiar voice chuckling. "I stand by what I said, Harry Potter. You would have done well in Slytherin." Daphne stared at Harry in surprise and shock, mouth agape. Arya Greengrass looked highly amused, Dumbledore serene, but his eyes twinkling madly. Harry swore he saw McGonagall's mouth twitch upwards. Cyrus looked torn, several emotions rolling in his gray eyes. Harry noted Daphne didn't really take after her father. He stood roughly 6 feet tall, had short, cropped black hair and a black goatee. "I will think on it, and we will speak later," Cyrus informed stiffly before guiding his wife and starstruck daughter from the room. "A Gryffindor through and through," McGonagall snorted, surprising Harry, although that was a Slytherin move, young man. She followed the Greengrass family, leaving Harry alone. Dumbledore. He fell on his rear, the hat briefly blinding him before he wearily pulled it off his head. The sword clanged to the ground, and Harry pulled the diary from his robes, tossing it in front of him. Slowly, Harry recounted every agonizing detail, gesturing to the diary, which Dumbledore inspected with interest, as well as the sword. Turns out it was the sword of Godric Gryffindor himself. When Harry expressed his concerns over the sorting hat, telling him he should have been a Slytherin, as well as his Parselmouth abilities, Dumbledore finally spoke. "Your concern about being the heir of Slytherin is unfounded, my boy. You see, when Voldemort gave you that scar, he transferred some of his powers to you. That is why you can speak to snakes." Harry was shocked at this revelation. He touched his scar warily. "But why did the hat want to put me in Slytherin then?" Harry questioned. "The better question, my boy, is why did the hat place you in Gryffindor?" Dumbledore countered. Harry shrugged. "Because I asked it to." "Exactly." Dumbledore clapped his hands, startling Harry. "You see, Harry, it is our choices, rather than our abilities, that reveal who we truly are." Dumbledore pointed to the sword. "If you still have doubts, look closely at the blade of the sword." Harry did so, seeing Godric Gryffindor engraved. Only a true Gryffindor could have pulled that sword from the sorting Hat, Dumbledore assured. So you see, Harry, you are exactly where you should be. Harry sighed in relief and nearly jumped from his skin when Lucius Malfoy burst into the room, demanding to know why Dumbledore was at Hogwarts. Behind him stood a haggard-looking Dobby. Harry, ignoring the back and forth between Lucius and Dumbledore, began watching as Dobby pointed at Harry, then Lucius. The house elf would then smack his head into the nearby wall before repeating the motion. It wasn't until Harry realized that Dobby wasn't pointing at him, but the diary that he remembered. The fight in flourish and blots between Arthur and Lucius. There had been a black book that Lockhart had picked up after the exchange and walked off with, the same black book that was now on the floor before Harry, with a large hole in the center. It must have been Lucius who had it and, perhaps, intended to plant it on the Weasleys. The fight must have rustled it free, and Lockhart, being the creep that he was, pocketed the book. Harry nodded in understanding at Dobby, who stopped pointing and seemed to sag with relief. The discussion between the two adults in the room came to a conclusion with Lucius kicking Dobby and throwing his cloak over his shoulder before storming out of the room. Harry was already in motion, tugging off his shoe and meeting Dumbledore's gaze. The old man merely nodded with a smirk. Harry pulled his sock off, lodged it between the pages of the diary, and forced his protesting legs to move as he called for Mr. Malfoy to stop. The man stiffened and turned, glaring daggers at Harry. You dropped this. Harry passed the diary to him, in flourish and blots. Lucius scoffed as he took the book, leafing through the pages and scowling in disgust at the filthy, holy sock. He flung it away before clenching the book so hard his knuckles turned white. You have no proof, he said silkily. I have my memory, Harry countered, grinning when he saw Dobby staring at the sock in his hands with awe. Lucius, seeing Harry's attention elsewhere, turned to Dobby. Master has given Dobby clothes, Dobby said. Dobby is free. What? Lucius snarled. Dobby is free, Dobby repeated while jumping around gleefully. Lucius swore and ripped his wand free from his cane. You have cost me a servant, boy. Fatigue had dulled Harry's reaction times to sluggish paces. He had no counter to the incoming attack. The spell halted on Mr. Malfoy's lips as a strong hand stopped the wand arm of Lucius mid-swing. Cyrus Greengrass, with furrowed brow, stood between the two. Now, Lucius, Cyrus said dangerously, you wouldn't happen to be considering harming the boy who saved my daughter just moments ago, would you? Lucius paled and swallowed before jerkily tearing his arm free and sheathing his wand. And what's this? Cyrus snatched the diary from Lucius, inspecting it closely. It's Potter's, Lucius grunted. And yet you had it in hand, Cyrus questioned with a lethal tone that made Harry's spine shiver. Lucius scowled and turned on his heel, storming off. Harry felt the diary pressed back into his hands. Mr. Potter, I have decided to allow you to escort my daughter to Hogsmeade next year, per your request, so long as she is willing. He emphasized the last word. Harry nodded, his heart skipping several beats and his stomach doing flip-flops. Cyrus thanked Harry once more, before departing in the direction Malfoy went. Harry sagged against the wall before sliding to a sitting position. Completely drained, he knew he needed to see Madame Pomfrey, but couldn't bring himself to move further. As he sat there, his mind began replaying the conversation with Dumbledore. Choices, he thought. They reveal who we truly are. Dumbledore lied to me again. He knew about Riddle. I saw it in the memory from the diary. He knew Hagrid was innocent. He must have known I was a Parselmouth, since he believes Voldemort transferred some of his powers to me. He sighed wearily. How did no one figure out it was a basilisk? It's in a first-year textbook. You can count on one hand the creatures that can petrify people. Dumbledore knew Tom Riddle was Voldemort. So he knew that Tom opened the Chamber of Secrets previously. Slytherin is always associated with snakes. Doesn't it make practical sense for the king of serpents to be the beast in the chamber? Harry coughed, his lungs burning. Why not ask me to open the chamber? Once I knew it was Myrtle that died 50 years ago. It was easy to derive where the chamber was located. Surely the supposed greatest wizard since Merlin could have come to the same conclusion. His body spasmed several times. Damn Crucio curse. Why the hell did he knowingly hire a fraud? I knew. Lockhart was all hot air a quarter through his first book, and a creep. With one look, why did he leave Hogwarts undefended when the Granger girl was killed? Harry tried to stand, but fell back to the ground with a groan. If choices we make are what define us, then what does that make Albus? Dumbledore. A soft trilling stirred him from his ruminations. Fawkes was standing at Harry's feet. If phoenixes could smile, then Fawkes was smiling at Harry. Hey, Fawkes, Harry smiled weakly. How are you? Fawkes chirped and hopped into Harry's lap. Good, you're really amazing. The phoenix preened proudly. Harry chuckled at his antics, ending when a wet cough erupted from his lungs. He covered his mouth and saw specks of blood on his palm. He exhaled raggedly. Thank you, Fawkes. Thank you for saving Daphne. Thank you for saving me. Fawkes trilled sadly. It's not your fault, Harry said huskily as tears started to fall. We couldn't save Ginny, buddy. The phoenix hopped atop Harry's shoulder and nuzzled his face gently. I'm tired, Fawkes, Harry whispered drowsily. A flash of flame was all it took for Harry to be deposited on a rock-hard bed that Harry would have recognized anywhere. He didn't even need Madame Pomfrey hovering over him to know he was in the medical ward. Fawkes chirruped at him and Harry closed his eyes, his last sight. Fawkes tucking his head under his wing and Madame Pomfrey waving her wand in the air. The screen faded to black and the great hall was completely silent. Daphne sat mouth agape, shaking at the revelations. Astoria was coughing heavily into her blood-soaked hand. Tears ran down her cheeks. Harry had told her what happened that day, but seeing it was a harrowing experience. Madame Pomfrey appeared shortly after and had Astoria down a couple of potions to replenish her blood and suppress her cough. Seeing her older sister's shell-shocked expression, Astoria reached over and weakly squeezed her hand. Daphne was shaking uncontrollably, clutching her head and trying to not convulse. She clenched her teeth as a gut-wrenching sob burst free, and tears began streaming down her face. I want to remember, Daphne strained, but that's not how I see it. What do you mean? Astoria questioned gently. I remember Snape stunning me, Daphne explained, but then I woke up in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey told me Harry Potter saved me. Mum and Father were there. They took me home for a few days. I remember you coming home for a few days, Astoria nodded. I'm rather shocked that Father agreed to allow Potter to escort me. Daphne whispered. I know for a fact that never happened, though. Astoria paled. What? Daphne stammered. Astoria shook her head. Tori. That's not true, Astoria shuddered. And no, Daphne trailed off. You did go once with Harry, Astoria informed. The whole school would remember that. Daphne looked stricken, then sick. Astoria's heart went out to her older sister. Tori, Daphne took a stuttering breath. What happened when I went with Potter to Hogsmeade? Astoria clamped her mouth shut and refused to meet Daphne's eyes. Tori, Daphne pleaded. She shook her head, letting her black hair cover her face. Please don't make me beg, Tori. The sorrow in Daphne's voice went out, and Astoria pushed her hair from her eyes. She let out a heartfelt sigh. Well, Astoria swallowed. You really don't remember. Daphne narrowed her tear-filled eyes. Right, Astoria nodded. You two went out the first Hogsmeade weekend, and you must have had a good time. Daphne felt her throat close with apprehension. You two kissed, Astoria said sheepishly, and you told me in private. He was your first kiss. Astoria watched as the blood drained from Daphne's face. She looked dazed. Mechanically, Daphne turned around, grabbed her pillow with both hands, and buried her face into it. Muted wails and screams were all Astoria heard as she rubbed Daphne's back soothingly. Meanwhile, Flitwick was impassively analyzing everything he'd seen. The revelation that Lord Voldemort is in actuality Tom Marvolo Riddle must be significant. It was before my time at Hogwarts, so I can only speculate at this moment. What is pertinent is that Albus has always known Tom Riddle was Voldemort, and even suspected him during the first attack. Why that information was not shared and acted upon is a mystery. I find myself in agreement with the 12-year-old Harry. Why did Albus not act? He glanced over to McGonagall to see her brow furrowed. She's reasoning it out just as I am. Flitwick hid a chuckle behind a feigned cough, taking a drink from his glass of water. The hearing of Lockhart I don't hold against Dumbledore as much. Merlin knows the Dada position is jinxed and nearly impossible to fill. I am surprised at the man's behavior, but there is no telling what the possession of that diary changed in him. I find it overly concerning that Albus allowed Hagrid to be arrested and sent to Azkaban when he knew, without a shadow of a doubt, it was an acromantula he was caring for. Those have no capability to petrify anyone. Additionally, it is known by the staff that a colony of the beasts live in the Forbidden Forest. McGonagall appeared to be wrapping up her thoughts. Flitwick would catch her eye in a moment. The only logical conclusion to Albus's inaction is that he wanted Harry to confront Voldemort again, because he knew Voldemort first opened the chamber. It stands to reason that Voldemort was once again involved at the beginning of the year. Albus would have known that. Therefore, he willingly allowed Harry and Voldemort to encounter one another. The only question is why. The two are certainly inexplicably linked due to Harry surviving the killing curse and Voldemort surviving, well, death. It almost seems as if Harry is being groomed to face Voldemort, but that seems too far-fetched to entertain at this moment. I must have faith that Albus doesn't have such ridiculous intentions toward the boy. He caught McGonagall glancing at him and met her gaze briefly. She shook her head imperceptibly. We continue to bide our time then, Flitwick thought. Very well, Minerva. Flitwick inclined his head slightly at the woman. The screen flickered and Harry appeared, sitting in his chair. Well, Harry smirked. That was my second year. How many of you had experiences like that? He leaned back and steepled his fingers. I'd wager none of you, he shrugged. Just wait for next year. We're on pins and needles, Croaker called from off-screen. Harry chuckled and shook his head. Let's take a brief intermission. Harry waved his hand and the lights brightened in the great hall. Oh, and Poppy, please check on the little lioness. She's known about the encounter, but I'd imagine seeing it shook her pretty badly. Astoria gave a watery snort and wiped her eyes. Pratt. Madame Pomfrey, surprisingly, followed Harry's request and gave Astoria another once-over, even though she'd done so not 10 minutes ago. Pomfrey pointed at Daphne, who was still shrieking into her pillow. Questioningly, Astoria shook her head and provided a sad smile. Pomfrey gave a terse nod and returned to her desk. 20 minutes passed by, and the lights began to dim once more as Harry addressed the great hall. Year 3, Harry stated blandly. Quite possibly my favorite year at Hogwarts. For once I didn't face Voldemort. Spoilers, Lord Potterblack. Ah, right, Harry scratched the back of his head. Sorry, Croaker. Onward to summer. May 30, 1993, flickered on the screen. Harry, still in the hospital wing, lay in bed surrounded by his thoughts. No one else was there. The Bodies of Ginny and Lockhart had been moved earlier that day. Daphne was home with her parents. He couldn't recall if they'd spoken. Tears trickled down his cheeks as he stared at the ceiling, replaying yesterday's events. I stood no chance. If it wasn't for Fox and blind luck, Daphne would be dead. I would be dead. His hands clenched his sheets in frustration. I'm not powerful enough to equal even a memory of Voldemort. Harry's body spasmed painfully. Madame Pomfrey had indicated it could take up to a year for him to not feel the aftereffects of the Cruciatus curse. Apparently, the more you suffered from it, the longer it took for your nerves to heal. Fucking Crucio curse. Damn Voldemort, every spell deflected. He stubbornly refused to sob. Painfully, he swallowed back the emotion, begging to burst from within. Couldn't save her. Ginny, she's dead because of my ineptitude all year. I worked to do better, to be stronger. And for what? Nothing in the end, I could do nothing. A sobbing snort escaped. And that was against a Voldemort who was, what, 16? 17. Granted, he had 4 or 5 years on me, but damn, I couldn't touch him. Had he been fully corporeal, I doubt I would have been able to cast at all. I'd have been on my knees begging to die. A soft pop broke Harry from his downward spiral. He turned his head to see a remorseful Dobby nervously wringing his hands. The sock that set him free was tied around his waist proudly. Dobby, Harry greeted emotionlessly, uncaring of the tears that still trickled from his eyes. Dobby is sorry, sir, the house elf said. Had Dobby known you were so badly injured, he would have brought you here faster. But Dobby knew the great Harry Potter was thinking, and then the pretty birdie showed up and you spoke with it. Dobby felt it rude to interrupt. Harry smiled sadly. It's okay, Dobby. Fox was making sure I was okay, and you had just earned your freedom. I don't blame you for being distracted. Dobby is a free elf because of the great Harry Potter. Harry shook his head. You're a free elf because you're a good friend. Dobby has never had a friend. That made Harry's chest clench painfully. Well, now you have one. I'm your friend, Dobby. Dobby burst into tears. It was several minutes before he calmed, still weeping happily. What are you going to do now, Dobby? Harry asked. Dobby must find work, the house elf replied, although it may be difficult for Dobby because Dobby wants to be paid and have vacation days. Harry thought for a moment. Would you like to work for me? Work for the great Harry Potter? Harry shrugged. Sure, I'll pay you 1 galleon a week and you can have 2 days off a week. Dobby blinked. That is too much. Oh, really? I thought it was too little. Dobby will tell stories of your greatness, sir, Dobby exclaimed, practically worshipping the boy. But Dobby would prefer 1 day off a month. Deal, Harry agreed. So, what do we do now? Do we need to sign anything? Dobby shook his head, ears flapping wildly. Harry Potter must only grab Dobby's hand and allow Dobby to bond with him. Okay. Harry reached out his hand, which Dobby immediately took. There was a small flash of light, and Dobby was now bonded to Harry Potter. The house elf was beside himself with joy. Harry and Dobby eventually agreed that Dobby would stay at Hogwarts until called. The thought of the house elf at the Dursleys didn't sit well with Harry. With their agreement in place, Dobby popped away, leaving Harry alone. Once more, he sighed, feeling better after his encounter with the eccentric elf. I have to do more, he thought resolutely. I have to become more powerful, for Daphne, for Dobby. I won't let someone else die because of my inability to fight. I'll talk to Flitwick next term, ask for more lessons, more training. I'll work until I break, and then I'll pick myself up and keep working. Sleep began to creep on him, and he yawned, allowing his eyes to close. For my friends. For Dobby. For Daphne. June 19, 1993, flashed on the screen. Harry, under his invisibility cloak, made his way to the mirror of Arist, just like he'd promised last year. When he finally arrived in the flame-lit room, he removed his cloak and approached, happy to see his heart's desire remained unchanged. His mum and father were there, smiling and waving. He was there, older, standing next to an older Daphne. Their daughter was between them, smiling and waving happily at him. He sighed and took a seat, wrapping his cloak around his shoulders. It felt good, having an heirloom from his father around him. "Hey, Mum, Dad," Harry said thickly. "Well, I made it another year." He tried to fight the tears. He really did, but they came anyway. "You won't believe what happened this year. It's a bit of a long story." "Really, but I think we have time." And so, he told the mirror of all his experiences, his triumphs and failures, his fears, hopes, and dreams. "I couldn't save Ginny," he whispered sadly. "There wasn't time. Tom was too powerful." His body shook and spasmed, causing him to hiss in displeasure. "But I'm going to do better," he promised. "Next time you see me, I'll stand proudly. You'll be proud." He stood and made ready to leave. "Because I'm going to make this a reality," he pointed at the mirror. "I promise." Harry turned and drew his hood back up, not looking back. The five within the mirror continued to smile and wave, before flickering and fading as he left. June 20, 1993 appeared on screen. Harry was sitting alone in his compartment on the Hogwarts Express, reading a textbook. Outwardly, he appeared calm and collected. Inwardly, he was dreading another summer at the Dursleys. He flinched when the compartment door suddenly opened. "Harry." He looked up at the familiar voice. Daphne stood in the doorway, looking as angelic as ever. His heart skipped a beat as she entered and closed the door behind her. "Can I join you?" He nodded dumbly as she took a seat beside him and sidled over until their shoulders were touching. Her wonderful scent permeated his nostrils, and he took a calming breath, basking in her presence. He felt her reach over and tentatively grab his hand. "It wasn't your fault, you know," she whispered. "Ginny, I know you feel responsible." Harry swallowed. He didn't want to talk about that. He didn't want to remember. "If I was more pow." "Don't," she cut him off firmly. "It wasn't your fault, no matter what anyone says. Do you understand?" He stared at her in surprise. "Why, yeah, okay." "Good." She stuck her head up imperiously. "Now then, did Father give you an answer regarding your request?" It took Harry a minute to process her question. When it clicked, he blushed furiously. "He said yes, so long as you are willing." Daphne appeared extremely pleased, her own face taking on a heavy blush. She nodded demurely. "Good." They didn't speak another word, just sat holding hands while the train continued on its path toward London. Eventually, Harry felt something wet on his shoulder and glanced to his left to see Daphne sound asleep. With a small smile, a light trail of drool trickled from her mouth, causing him to chuckle softly and shake his head. "At least she's comfortable," he thought bemusedly. "Dobby," he called softly. The house elf appeared with a soft crack. "Can you bring a blanket?" Dobby nodded and reappeared seconds later with a fluffy blanket, which Harry levitated over Daphne before wrapping his arm around her and pulling her tight. She mumbled something incoherently and sighed. Contentedly, Harry wore a permanent smile for the rest of the trip. For the first time in weeks, his mind wasn't plagued with failures, what-ifs, or the summer. He was content. Harry dozed off for a couple hours, only to awaken as the train began squeaking to a halt. A sinking feeling dropped to his stomach as he realized this sacred moment with Daphne had to end. Reluctantly, he shook her awake. She stubbornly refused until he told her they were here, at which she darted up. Mortified, she noted the drool stain on his shirt. Aye, she stammered. I swear I don't usually do this. Harry laughed raucously, causing Daphne to turn blood red and start smacking his chest furiously. It's not funny, you prat. He finally relented, grabbing her hands and pulling her in for a hug. Maybe it's because you're comfortable, he posited. Whatever, she mumbled into his chest. Harry took a deep breath, etching every memory of Daphne into his senses. I'll miss you, Daph, Harry whispered, stroking her hair gently. She trembled before looking up at him with watery eyes. I'll miss you too, she smiled sadly. See you in September, Harry sighed and released her, feeling empty. He grabbed his things and turned to go when he felt her tug on his cloak. He paused and turned as she hugged him brutally one final time and gently kissed him on the cheek. To remember me by, she whispered huskily. You better come back. Mister, you owe me a trip to Hogsmeade. Harry grinned, not caring he was blushing. You got it. It wasn't until he exited the train and looked for Vernon that a thought struck him. How did Daphne grab my cloak? The screen faded to black, and Astoria watched Daphne clutch her head in agitation. Daph. I want to remember, Daphne growled. Astoria pulled her older sister in for a hug. Daphne's shoulders immediately began shaking as she wept. We'll get them back, Astoria said comfortingly. Every memory, Daph. We'll undo everything that's happened. Daphne shook her head defiantly. We will, Daph. Astoria frowned as her sister continued to deny her claim. He'll never forgive me, Torre, Daphne hiccuped. I did the opposite of what I promised. I hurt him, I left him. Daph, Astoria sighed in exasperation. You've probably been obliviated, had compulsion charms cast on you as well as confundus. Charms? I doubt Harry is going to hold that against you once we explain it to him. I called him a freak, Daphne said so quietly Astoria had to strain to hear her. You what? Astoria gasped. In potions, Daphne sniffled. I called him a freak, Torre. I'm no better than them. July 2, 1993, flickered on the screen. Harry was getting a full dressing down by Vernon about the impending arrival of his Aunt Marge. Arguably the foulest of the Dursleys, Harry wanted nothing to do with the hateful woman, but didn't want to risk the wrath of Vernon for the time being. Do you understand, freak? Vernon spat. Yes, sir, Harry replied monotonously. Good, Vernon waved. Off with you then, you'll begin dinner the moment Marge arrives. Like hell I will, Harry thought. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Harry shut his door and locked it, doubting it would do him any good. He had limited time and wanted to be out quickly. 12 days at the Dursleys was enough for a lifetime. Harry was leaving. Damn the consequences. He activated the shrinking rune on his trunk, wiped out the same rune from last year to deactivate the ward scheme, and pocketed the trunk. He let Hedwig go free. She'd been bored since there had been no incoming letters to respond to. Not that Harry expected any, just because Daphne and he were getting closer didn't mean she'd be writing to him just yet. He knew her father had reluctantly agreed to him escorting her to Hogsmeade. A final look around to ensure he had everything, and Harry pulled the hood of his cloak up and hopped out his window. He gently closed the window and dropped off the roof after a brief hang, stifling a maniacal laugh. Harry slunk away to freedom. 30 minutes later he felt safe enough to find a hidey hole to remove his cloak. No need to shock anyone by appearing out of thin air. A deserted alley worked well enough. Harry ducked into it and pulled his hood down. He missed the giant black dog which had been tailing him since he'd left 4 Privet Drive. As soon as he was visible, he felt a great weight bowl him over, and suddenly he was being attacked by the long, slobbery tongue of the dog. Harry was unsure if he was scared, enraged, or happy. The continued happy whining and incessant licking eventually drew out a defeated laugh. Down, you mangy mutt, Harry pleaded, shoving playfully. The dog agreed, backing off, tail wagging furiously while he barked and turned in excited circles. Sweet Merlin, Harry chuckled, you're monstrous. The creature was big. It almost looked like a grim, an omen of death. Mentioned in Newt Scamander's book, Harry found it odd the creature had found him. He was positive there had been nothing in the alleyway when he entered it. You've been following me, haven't you, boy? Harry scratched the dog's head. It barked in reply, jumping slightly and nuzzling Harry. For his part, Harry furrowed his brow in thought. Something was off about this dog. You understand me? Another bark and jump. The dog licked Harry's hand. One bark for yes, two for no, Harry tried again. You understand me, don't you? Woof. Harry's eyes widened. You're an animagus. Woof. Whoa, Harry breathed. Why don't you transform? Bark, bark. The dog whined and shook its head. Then it nudged Harry and moved away from him, almost as if it was beckoning. You want me to follow you? Harry questioned. Bark. He didn't know what made him do it. Maybe it was the fact that this animagus hadn't done him any harm, even though it could have. He figured if it wanted him dead, he'd already be dead. There was also a familiar, fuzzy, warm feeling in his gut that he knew this dog. It was like an old friend greeting him, and despite the little sliver of doubt in his consciousness, Harry wanted to know who this person was. Okay. The dog barked again in joy and trotted off with Harry in tow. They went several blocks before veering off the sidewalk into an empty drainage canal. The dog hopped into a large storm drain and melded with the darkness. Harry hesitated at the edge of the large drain. That's it. I've gone nutters. I'm following a stranger into a storm drain. He chuckled. Where's that Gryffindor courage, Potter? Harry climbed into the storm drain and followed it for a while until he came into a larger room with stagnant water. The dog was sitting expectantly, tail wagging. The room was dimly lit from the sunlight outside, and Harry could hear water dripping lazily, echoing around him. Okay, he said softly. The acoustics of the room caused his voice to be unnaturally loud in his ears, and he winced. I've followed you. Now, who are you? The dog began transforming, and soon a tall, lanky man with straggly, shoulder-length hair and a sunken appearance stood before him. The shadows made the hollow eyes the man sported look even crazier than Harry he imagined the man would look in daylight. Harry also noted the man wore black and white striped, tattered clothing, even though his hairs set on edge. The sight of the man nearly knocked him off his feet, as a slew of flashes erupted in his mind, bringing snippets of memories he never knew he had within to the forefront. Pafu, Harry muttered confusedly, and the man's knees buckled, and he fell to the concrete ground. Without a care, a racking sob bursting from his chest, he crawled to Harry and wrapped his arms around the boy, hugging him with all he was worth. To Harry's surprise, he didn't flinch at the touch. Thank Merlin, the man cried. I thought you wouldn't remember. Harry swallowed, unsure how to respond. Who are you? He tried. How did you follow me? I'm your godfather, Harry, the man revealed, and I am so sorry that I've not been there for you. I'm very familiar with that cloak. It belonged to James. Funny thing, it doesn't mask your smell or footsteps. I followed you with my ears and nose. Harry swooned on his feet, suddenly feeling overwhelmed and sick. He felt the man stand and steady him. Easy, pup, the man comforted. I promise I'll tell you everything, but not here. Harry choked on the emotions raging within. Where have you been? Not here, Harry. Two hands fell on Harry's shoulders as the man lowered his face to be level with Harry's. I need you to trust me, Harry, the man pleaded. We have to go somewhere safe. Do you understand? I promise I'll tell you everything once we're there. This is crazy, Harry screamed within. Who the hell is this man? Why do I feel like I know him? Why do I feel so happy? I should be terrified. He couldn't speak. All he could do was nod dumbly, and then he felt the familiar sensation of being squeezed through a tube, and he appeared outside a large Muggle townhouse somewhere in London. The man instructed him to wait there under his cloak as he changed the wards and vanished within. The door eventually opened and resigned Harry stepped forward while lowering the hood on his cloak as the door creaked closed behind him. Holy shite, Astoria gasped in shock as she watched Sirius Black reveal himself on screen. Daphne nodded, mouth agape in agreement. That's why he came back so different, Daphne thought. He was learning from Black, which means everything we thought we knew about the man was probably wrong or a lie. She looked over at the staff table. Dumbledore had gone pale but remained impassive. His blue eyes had taken a hard look. Snape appeared angered and disgusted, a sneer plastered on his face. McGonagall and Flitwick looked surprised. There was a palpable tension. At the staff table, Daphne observed. She grabbed Astoria's hand. Instinctively, the rest of the Great Hall had exploded into disbelieving chatter. The fact that Harry Potter willingly went along with Sirius Black had shocked the viewers. Reporters were scribbling furiously on parchment. Sweet Morgana, Daph, Astoria whispered loud enough for Daphne to hear. That means Harry really is Lord Black now. Daphne blinked. What Croaker said, Astoria reminded her older sister. He's been calling Harry Lord Potterblack this whole time. Well, fuck, Daphne thought. It's bad enough that I clearly fancied him and ruined it. Now I get the added bonus of him having a dual lordship. I can count on two hands how many people could make that claim in recent history. An image of the little blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl from the mirror of Arist flashed in Daphne's mind. Why do I keep thinking of her? Daphne thought miserably. That's Harry's heart's desire. Tears began falling onto her lap as she stared blankly ahead. Or is it my desire too? I know you don't really remember me, Harry, the man said once the door was closed. Harry looked around the dark hallway. The air was musty and smelled of mold and mildew. The house appeared abandoned. Where are we? Harry questioned. Where I grew up, the man replied. I'm Sirius, by the way, Sirius Black. I'm also called Padfoot, but you always called me Pafu, Harry finished. Sirius choked up. Yeah, that's it. Harry stared at the man, his godfather. He felt tired and drained by the revelation. Before him was a link to his past and parents, and while there were so many questions he wanted to ask, there was only one that mattered to him right now. Where have you been, Sirius? Sirius sighed heavily and offered a grimace. Let's talk in the kitchen. Harry, oh, and try to not make too much noise as we pass the stairwell. My mother hangs at the base of it and she's a right bitch. Hates me almost as much as she hates non-purebloods. Harry followed silently, figuring he could explore that conversation. Further later, the two entered the dusty kitchen and Sirius busied himself making tea, even though it had obviously been years since anyone had been here. He moved with a familiarity about the kitchen. This is the ancestral home of the Blacks, you know, Sirius informed. Conversationally, never felt like home to me, though. I can relate, Harry said numbly. Sirius flinched. I've seen enough over the last couple days, Harry. We can discuss your life with the Dursleys when you're ready, if it's any comfort. James and Lily would never have left you with Petunia. We're going to figure out why you were there, and not with your godmother, Arya Greengrass. What? Astoria shrieked at the revelation. Every head in the Great Hall turned toward the Greengrass sisters before rapidly returning to the unfolding drama on screen. Harry stiffened. Daphne's mum is my godmother. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Daphne Greengrass, you know her. Harry blushed. She's my friend. A cup of tea was placed in front of Harry. He stared at it. Sirius took a seat from him and sipped at his own cup slowly, hissing at the temperature. Take a minute on that, he gestured to the cup. It's damn hot. Harry nodded. You and Daphne were born pretty close to each other, Sirius reminisced aloud. I swear Lily was beside herself when Arya had a girl. They were convinced it was fate that she had a boy. James had too. Practically beat Arya off with a stick so he could explain the Potter. Family magic to your mum. Harry frowned. Family magic. Merlin's balls, Sirius swore. There is so much to educate you on. Let's start with your original question, and we'll build from there. Sound fair? Harry shrugged. Yeah. I've been in Azkaban for the last 11 years and some change. Ever heard of Azkaban? It's a prison, right? Right in one, Sirius sipped his tea. The worst kind of prison, Harry. I dare say hell would be more pleasant than Azkaban. Harry shivered. Why were you there? I figure that's why you look so gaunt and are wearing prisoner clothes. Sirius smirked. I'm surprised you recognized I'm a convict and didn't flee or draw your wand. Didn't feel right to me, Harry revealed. There was a familiarity about you. My gut said you were safe. Sirius visibly sagged in relief. Thank Merlin I spent so much time with you as a baby, Harry. I think it's what you are remembering. I'll be happy to share those memories with you later. Harry toothlessly smiled in return and nodded. I'd like that. I think it'll be faster if I show you what happened, Sirius mused. Aloud, I doubt you've been made aware, having been locked in the Dursleys the past 12 days, but the Daily Prophet has been going berserk with me having broken out of Azkaban, so you're currently sitting across from an accused mass murderer. Sirius expected several different reactions. Harry Belly laughing wasn't one of them. If that were true, I'd have already been dead, Harry finally gasped. Out, you've had ample opportunity to kill me. You are Lily's son, Sirius smiled. Merlin, I miss her and James. Me too, Harry sobered quickly. Not that I remember them much. We'll fix that, Harry, Sirius promised. First, let's get you acclimated with what happened the night Voldemort murdered your parents. See, can we not? Harry pleaded. I don't want to see that right now. Sure, pup, Sirius hesitated. You'll need to see it eventually, though. It's the only way I can answer your question of why I didn't escape sooner. Later, Harry assured. I have more questions. Fire away. I've met Mrs. Greengrass before, when I first came into Diagon Alley. With Hagrid. Hagrid, Sirius interrupted. Not Minerva. Harry shook his head. Shit, Sirius muttered. I need to see this. Hold that thought. Creature. An ugly, old house elf appeared in the kitchen with them. He was ragged and filthy, and uttering the most profane insults Harry had ever heard. Filthy blood traitor calls creature, the elf moaned. If Mistress could only see, Mistress would never allow filthy mudbloods in her home. Creature, Sirius barked. Shut up. You are not allowed to insult myself or Harry any further. The elf's mouth snapped shut and he scowled. And I forbid you from using the word mudblood, Sirius continued. Creature opened his mouth. And blood traitor, Sirius added quickly. The old elf started beating the floor, enraged. Sirius folded his arms and smirked. Now, go bring the pensive from the study, creature. With hateful eyes, the elf stood and snapped. A few seconds later, a medium-sized stone basin appeared on the table. That will be all, creature. Sirius dismissed the elf who vanished with a snap. Sirius sighed. No clue what we're going to do about food, creatures. Liable to poison us both. Harry had an idea. I think I can help there, Dobby. Dobby appeared, ecstatic at being called. The great Harry Potter calls. Dobby and Dobby answers. Harry chuckled. Dobby, can you stay here with me this summer? We could really use the help around the house. Dobby can do. Dobby jumped for joy. Great, this is my godfather, Sirius Black. Harry introduced Sirius, who waved. Sirius, this is Dobby, a free elf. Nice to meet you, Dobby, Sirius greeted. Dobby is unworthy, the house elf sobbed, to be greeted by the godfather of the great Harry Potter. Right, Harry cleared his throat. There's also an elf here named Creature. Please be nice to him and make sure he doesn't do anything nefarious. Also, if you could fix us up some dinner, that would be great. Dobby saluted and vanished with a crack. Sirius chuckled. Excitable fellow, isn't he? You have no idea, Harry sighed. He tried to get me expelled all year. Because I was in danger. Turns out he was right. Voldemort opened the Chamber of Secrets, and it contained a basilisk. Sirius paled. Oh, what now? A basilisk, Harry repeated. And you fought it. Yeah, Harry said nonchalantly. I have so many questions, Sirius blinked. Me too, Harry returned. They sat in silence for several minutes. Neither stared at anything in particular. Dobby brought some sandwiches which they absently munched on. Finally, Sirius caved. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to attack this chronologically. It's the only way we can both stay on track and cover the numerous questions we both have. Unfortunately, that means we have to start with what happened the night Voldemort struck. Harry winced but acquiesced, so Sirius began narrating as he pulled memories from his mind. The silvery strands swirled within the pensive, and Harry's mind was soon swimming with words like Fidelius, secret keeper, and prophecy. So, Mum and Dad learned of a prophecy that involved Voldemort and me, Harry questioned, and because of that they went under the Fidelius charm and used Peter Pettigrew as the secret keeper at your request. Right, Sirius affirmed. We thought I would be too obvious a choice. Would have died rather than betray your parents. No one suspected. Peter would know, so we made the switch at the last moment. Harry paused in thought. But you said that Dumbledore cast the spell. Yeah. Sirius's face darkened. He nodded grimly. Wouldn't that mean he knew Peter was the secret keeper? Correct. So, if he knew that Peter was the secret keeper, then why did you spend the last 11 years in Azkaban? Harry asked. That, Sirius began, is the question, Harry, one I hope we both can answer by reviewing what's been going on these past 11 years. Do you think it has something to do with the prophecy you mentioned? Harry posited. Sirius shrugged. It's difficult to say. I never heard the prophecy, just knew of it. James said it was far safer that I didn't know what it said. But how did Voldemort find out about it? Harry questioned in confusion. If Dad didn't tell you, why would he have told Peter? Sirius chuckled. Merlin, kid, he shook his head. You are as sharp as your mother. Lily would be so proud of you, pup. Harry flushed at the praise. I found this bit out in Azkaban, Sirius scowled. When Voldemort failed to kill you, his inner circle went into disarray, and many were eventually captured, tried, and sentenced to Azkaban. Since I was assumed one of the top Death Eaters, I got to share a cell adjacent to many actual Death Eaters. It was from them that I eventually learned. Severus Snape overheard the prophecy and fed it to Voldemort. Coupled with Peter's betrayal, it led Voldemort right to James and Lily. Harry felt a weight drop into his stomach. What? Snape is the reason. My parents are dead. How do you know Snivelus, Harry? He teaches potions at Hogwarts. What? Sirius stood suddenly, knocking his tea over. He immediately began packing and swearing up a storm. Harry desperately wanted to do the same, but was laced with so much confusion. He was unsure how he wanted to feel or react at the moment. In the Great Hall, chaos erupted. Every staff member had their wands out and trained on both Dumbledore and Snape. Dumbledore stood defiantly with an opaque, but strong shield around him, and Snape. Tell me it isn't true, Albus, McGonagall said tersely. Tell me you didn't. Actually no, and sentenced Sirius Black to Azkaban. Tell me you aren't employing the man who is responsible for my 2 cubs being dead in Harry Potter's hellish life. Minerva, I promise there is an explanation, Dumbledore replied. Calmly. These are but lies from a deluded boy with visions of grandeur, Snape interjected silkily. These are memories certified by the Department of Mysteries, and their head unspeakable, Croaker, Flitwick corrected. Tread carefully. Severus, your campaign of hatred against Harry has been well noted by us through the years. His memories only serve to verify what I have long suspected. It was no secret you hated the Marauders, McGonagall agreed. And they hated you. There is no point in this, Minerva and Phileas, Dumbledore said with an edge to his tone. This experience will never end if we stand here and bicker. I have my reasons for my actions, and I will be happy to share them with you once we are free from this room. Until then, I suggest we temper our rising emotions for the time being and address them later. This is not finished, Albus, McGonagall sniffed, and Morgana help. Both you and Severus, if what we are witnessing is true. I will see you both in Azkaban if your reasoning is insufficient. Then I find it fortuitous that my reasoning is sound, Dumbledore kept an even tone. McGonagall and Flitwick shared a look with each other, then nodded at the other professors who stood with them. Wands were stowed. Dumbledore lowered his shield, and they returned to their seats. The students in the Great Hall whispered amongst themselves as Harry's memory continued. That pasty-faced, greasy-haired, hooked-nose fucker is teaching at Hogwarts, Sirius ranted. Harry nodded. Sirius took a deep, calming breath and returned to his seat. You need to see this, Harry. Just stick your finger into the bowl. Harry complied and was transported within the memory. He returned. Several minutes later, tears streaking down his eyes, Sirius was weeping unashamedly. It was the worst day of my life, he sobbed. So, Dumbledore sent you after Peter, Harry murmured emotionlessly. And when I cornered him, well, you saw, Sirius trailed off. 13. Muggles dead, a finger which he cut off left. I was sent to Azkaban. Without a trial. Because you said you killed them. Which I as good as did, Sirius nodded. I convinced James to make the switch. I didn't think about the fact that Dumbledore knew. I didn't realize he betrayed me. When the Aurors arrested me, I was so shocked I said I killed them. They took that as a confession, and I didn't even get a trial. But you were there first, Harry pointed out. You pulled me out of that crib. And then I gave you to Hagrid, Sirius whispered thickly. I've made so many mistakes in my life, Harry, but none come close to the mistake I made the night I handed you over. Sirius began to weep brokenly. He didn't stop until Harry took a seat beside him and side-hugged him. Sirius embraced his godson and pat his back as he pulled himself together. Well, you're here now, Harry offered. And I'm not going anywhere, Sirius promised. You're stuck with me. Pup. Harry gave his first genuine smile of the night. Good. Now I want you to show me everything up until tonight, pup, Sirius requested. I'll teach you how to pull the memories, leave nothing out. It's imperative that I try and understand what's been going on, and if Dumbledore has slipped and tipped his hand. Harry complied and staunchly refused to join Sirius in the memories of his years before Hogwarts. When Sirius exited the pensive, he was beyond livid. The unforgivable curses are too good for them, Sirius swore. I swear. I'll go murder them right now. No, Harry cried. If you do, then Dumbledore will know, then what? Sirius growled and sat down reluctantly. Once I'm free, the Dursleys will suffer every injustice they've ever put upon you, pup. Then, and only then, will they be granted the mercy of death. Can we not talk about them right now? Harry requested. I'm more Curious about my godmother. Sirius huffed. That's a tough nut to crack, he admitted. From what I saw, Arya recognized you. However, her reaction left much to be desired. I'm not exaggerating when I say that Arya and Lily were thick. As thieves, they had big plans for you and Daphne. I'm talking marriage contract plans. It was James that kept that from going forward. I never got the full details on why he was so against it, just that it was family magic. What is family magic? Harry queried. Well, it's exactly as it sounds. Sirius rubbed his chin. Family magic is magic that is specific to a family. For example, black family magic revolves around the dark arts. Much like our name implies, we're not a good family. I was always the white sheep of the black family, being a Gryffindor and all. So the Potters have family magic. Harry was still confused. Every magical family that sits on the Wisengamot has magic unique to them, Sirius affirmed. So yes, the Potters have family magic also. And the black family magic is dark arts related. We practically invented the dark arts, Sirius chuckled. A lot of what is in the upstairs library is exclusive to us. Then you don't know what my family magic is, Harry stated more. Then questioned. I have an idea, but only because James hinted at it from time to time. Sirius grinned. And Sirius stood and stretched, refilling his tea before returning and taking a sip. Listen, pup, Sirius began. I knew James since he was a kid, long before Hogwarts. We were good friends. The Blacks and Potters were close. Arcturus Black and Charles Potter were brothers-in-arms, having both fought against Grindelwald at the height of his power. You know who Grindelwald is, yeah. Magic is might, Harry nodded. 10 points to Gryffindor, Sirius grinned. So, like I said, James and I were brothers and everything but blood since we were in nappies. He's the primary reason I went to Gryffindor. I practically demanded the hat. Put me there. Harry almost spat out his tea. I did the same, he gasped. The hat wanted to put me in Slytherin, but I told it no because of Malfoy. Slytherin, Sirius raised an eyebrow. I'll show you later, Harry shook his head. Right, at any rate, close, you get it. I get it, Harry huffed. Move on. Sorry, Sirius chuckled. When James first saw your mum, it was as if Cupid himself hit him in the heart, or balls. Harry groaned. Sirius cackled. Sorry. Get on with it, you mangy mutt. Oi, I resemble that remark. I swear to Merlin, Harry fumbled for his wand. James was stricken. I'd never seen anything like it. On the express, we had both promised to land as many pretty birds as possible. When Lily Evans was sorted, James had this thunderstruck expression on his face. I knew right then that our promise amounted to nothing. I still gave it my best, mind you, but James had eyes only for your mother. No one else. Sirius wore a wistful expression. What does that have to do with Potter family magic? Harry groused. And what do you mean land pretty birds? You mean like make friends? Sirius blinked. Oh, dear God, you've had the talk, right, pup? What talk? You know, the talk. Birds and the bees, flowers and pollination and stuff. You've lost me, Harry admitted. Ah, shite, Sirius grumbled. Stay here, I'll be right back. Harry watched Sirius tiptoe upstairs. He was gone for a good 5 minutes before he returned with a thick book which he smacked down on the table and began turning. VVA, he muttered, flipping through pages. There was a collective gasp in the great hall as students began muttering and blushing. The staff wore mixed expressions. When Harry appeared on the screen grinning in his chair, there was a general sigh of relief. You didn't honestly think I would subject you to all of that, Harry questioned. Although I should, Merlin knows it was the most embarrassing conversation of my life. In the background, a high-pitched, distorted laugh could be heard. Aha, Harry jumped up and pointed off screen. You heard it right. He laughed. Croaker laughed. You're going barmy, Lord Potterblack, Croaker deadpanned. Harry scoffed. Please, I was barmy after that discussion, let me tell. You. The screen returned to Sirius and Harry at the table. I'll never look at Daphne the same again, Harry muttered in shock. I'm sure you won't, Sirius chuckled. How can you talk about that stuff so? Openly. Well, yeah, Harry spluttered. My years at Hogwarts were filled with. Moving on, Harry overruled. So, now that you know how bobbies are made. Harry fumbled for his wand, while Sirius belly laughed at him. Back on topic, pup, Sirius chastened lightly. Potter's family magic. I'm confused why you're so frazzled. Merlin, give me strength, Harry prayed. In the Great Hall, Astoria cackled loudly. You say the same thing. She pointed at Daphne, who was beet red. You two really are perfect for each other. From what I've gathered, Potter family magic is heavily tied to bloodlines. Charles was smitten with Doria when he first saw her. He never looked at another woman. James was smitten with Lily when he first saw her. He never looked at another woman. You get where I'm going with this, pup? Sirius gestured at Harry. I think so, Harry grunted. I saw it in the memory, Sirius reminded Harry. When you looked at Miss Daphne Greengrass. I've looked at no one else, Harry finished bluntly. Not a bad choice, Sirius assured. Her mum is drop-dead gorgeous. She was one of the few who refuted my advances. Never did get what she saw in the Greengrass bloke. What was his name? Sirius snapped his fingers a couple of times. Cyrus, that's the one, bit uptight but decent enough bloke. Daphne says he's a hard man, Harry put in. War will do that to you, Sirius nodded sagely. He was a bit of a stickler for the old ways. Old ways, Harry scrunched his face in confusion. Something you will need to learn if you wish to woo your pretty bird. And who's going to teach me? Harry snorted, gesturing at Sirius. You. Quite right, I am after all the Lord Black. There's a certain decorum that must be observed. Like shaggy, uncut hair and hollowed eyes, Harry deadpanned. I knew you got more than just James's dashing good looks, Sirius crowed. Okay, so let's say that I've been, hopelessly, irreversibly, head over heels infatuated with a certain blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty. She has golden blonde hair, Harry corrected before smacking his hand over his mouth. Sirius laughed mockingly, falling off his chair to the floor. In the Great Hall, Astoria giggled at Daphne, who had somehow turned even more red than before. Sweet Morgana Daff, Astoria snickered. He never stood a chance. I want to crawl into a hole and die, Daphne groaned. It is quite romantic, though, Astoria sighed dreamily. Did you hear him, golden blonde hair? Oh, shut up, Harry rolled his eyes. I'm just taking the mickey out of you, pup. Sirius wiped his eyes. Feels good to laugh. Didn't get to do much of that for 11 years. Harry winced. All right, you're basically saying that Daphne is my, what? Soulmate. Sirius shrugged. That's where I can't help you, pup. I don't know, and we'll never know. I just know that Lily is likely crowing in victory at James right about now, because she knew all along that you and Daphne were meant to be. Did Arya know any of this? I'm not sure, Sirius hummed in thought. Probably some parts Merlin knows. She was just as excited as Lily to get that contract hammered out. Then why didn't she say anything when she saw me? Harry questioned in exasperation. Why didn't she come find me if she was my godmother? You mean all this time I could have been raised in a loving, caring home, and instead I was sentenced to the equivalent of hell on earth? All very good questions, Sirius nodded. Just remember that Dumbledore has a hand in all of this, pup. Sending me after Peter. Sending you to the Dursleys. Not fighting for me to have a trial. Going to find out more tomorrow, I promise you. You think he prevented me from going to my godmother, Harry stated. I wouldn't put it past him. It is clear that Dumbledore wanted you to go to the Dursleys. Why, I have no idea, but I do know that anything or anyone who stands in the way of his agenda can be moved. If Arya petitioned for you, it's highly likely she was obliviated by Albus. And if she didn't, then there may be other players on the chessboard. Harry, Sirius replied grimly. Let's hope it's just the one. What are we doing tomorrow that is going to give us more information? Harry questioned. We are going to Gringotts, Sirius informed. The Goblin Nation is neutral, so once I'm there, Wizarding Britain has no jurisdiction. I'll be able to walk freely and speak with the Black account manager, Ranlock. We'll also talk with the Potter account manager, Agnock. Harry blinked. I have an account manager. You do, and a family vault, different from the trust vault you accessed. With Hagrid, Sirius revealed. That's part of what we need too. Investigate. You should be getting statements, investment reports, and mail. I'm sure Dumbledore has his hand in this. Harry felt numb, and tired, and drained. Sirius could see his godson wearing it heavily. Listen, pup, Sirius sighed. Let's call it a night, yeah? You can take my brother's old room, it's across from mine. We can continue this journey tomorrow. Yeah, Harry agreed but hesitated as he stood. Hey, Sirius. Yep. Do you? He trailed off and scratched the back of his head nervously. Are you sure there wasn't a marriage contract? To his credit, Sirius refrained from laughing or teasing Harry. Why, pup, are you saying you'd like there to be? Harry closed his eyes for a second. Memories of Daphne flashed in his mind. Memories of the mirror of Arist and what it revealed to be his innermost, deepest desire. He gulped. Would you think me crazy if I said yes? Harry asked weakly. Sirius grinned. If I hadn't grown up with James, then yeah, I'd say you were off your rocker. But knowing what I know now, pup, you're not crazy. Harry exhaled in relief. Just don't get too upset if it turns out there isn't a secret contract. All right, pup. Harry followed his godfather up the stairs, being extra quiet as they passed the landing. He paused at the door Sirius indicated and turned, suddenly hugging the shocked Sirius. Thank you, Sirius, Harry said tiredly. For everything. I know this isn't how we wanted it to turn out, but I'm glad you're here now. Sirius returned the hug and gave Harry a squeeze. Me too, kiddo. Night, Sirius, Harry called tiredly. Oi, pup. Sirius waited until Harry glanced over his shoulder. You're not crazy, kiddo. Harry gave a half smile and opened his door. You're in love, Sirius called with a laugh. Harry lay on his bed, fighting the fatigue that threatened to overtake him. The parting words of his godfather echoed in his mind. Love, is that what I feel toward Daphne? He lifted his head and flipped his pillow over, enjoying the chill when he placed his head back down. I guess it's possible. My mum loved me and she died for me. I know I was prepared to die for Daphne in the chamber. An image of him diving over Daphne to intercept Voldemort's curse flashed in his mind. Maybe Sirius is right. Harry blanched, briefly recalling a very uncomfortable discussion with his godfather. And maybe I need to reevaluate my definition of love, based on my original definition and the, Sirius version. I think he's right. I do love Daphne. A small smile flitted across Harry's face as he closed his eyes. He let out a small gleeful laugh. I love Daphne Greengrass. The next morning, Harry awoke, feeling more rested than he could remember in recent memory. He was in a stranger's home and said, Stranger was a convicted mass murderer. Harry had never, in all his life, felt safer. He yawned and stretched before climbing out of bed. Sirius burst into the room, whistling, and stopped. Harry was changing shirts, the scars on his back, arms, and chest clearly visible. Malnutrition showed heavily on his scrawny frame. Sirius had to take a calming breath and force a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Morning, pup." Harry pulled his shirt down, hiding the scars. He turned and flashed a genuine smile at his godfather. "Good morning, Sirius." "Hungry." "Starved." "Let's eat then." Sirius clapped his hands. "Dobby should have breakfast done, then we'll head to Gringotts." Harry nodded and followed Sirius to the dining table where breakfast was waiting. He ate with gusto until a question arose in his mind. "Are you sure it's wise for me to be seen in Diagon Alley?" Harry asked. "We'll be taking the flu directly to Gringotts," Sirius informed. "Being Lord Black has certain advantages, one being we have a direct flu to a client waiting room." Harry finished his breakfast and stood. Sirius quickly downed his tea and followed suit. Harry noted Sirius was dressed in formal robes and had shaved and trimmed his hair. He still carried a haunted look, but overall appeared much healthier and less maniacal. The two stepped out of the flu into a large waiting room. Black tile lined the floor, shining in the bright white light emanating from the high ceiling. Leather couches and chairs were scattered about the room, some with side tables nearby. Sirius plopped down on a chair and kicked his feet up on a nearby footstool. Harry took a seat on a nearby couch. "Now what?" Harry asked. Sirius chuckled. "I suspect we'll see Ranlock in." The door opened, and a wizened goblin entered. "Now," Sirius quipped and stood. "Ranlock, it has been too long." "Lord Black," Ranlock inclined his head. "And I see you have brought Mr. Potter with you." "Yes, I believe a discussion with Agnock will be in order today," Sirius informed. "HMPH, indeed." Ranlock turned and beckoned the two to follow. Sirius shot Harry a wry grin, and they swept through several hallways. Before arriving at Ranlock's office, Ranlock took a seat behind his desk. Folding his hands atop his desk, Sirius and Harry took seats on the opposite side. Sirius appeared very relaxed but radiated an air of confidence and authority. "Maybe I should let him teach me the old ways," Harry thought. "How can Gringotts help you today, Lord Black?" Ranlock questioned. "I'd like to start with obtaining my lordship ring," Sirius replied. Casually. Ranlock gave a sadistic grin and disappeared for several minutes before he returned with a small wooden box which he opened for Sirius. "Your ring," Ranlock intoned. Sirius reached forward with his thumb and index finger, but halted above the ring. Steeling himself, Sirius grabbed it and slid it over his left index finger, hissing in pain briefly until there was a small flash and Sirius sighed in relief. "It appears you are indeed recognized as Lord Black," Ranlock confirmed, with a toothy smile. "What further business do you have with Gringotts this day?" Sirius sniffed derisively, his momentary lapse of confidence forgotten. "The banishment of Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Malfoy from the Black family, along with her son, Draco Malfoy. If Lucius Malfoy has any ties to the Black family and its assets, I would like them broken." Ranlock nodded and opened a desk drawer, pulling out several forms, which he began filling in and flicking over to Sirius. Sirius snatched the forms as they arrived, giving them a quick glance before nodding and taking a black quill from the desk and signing. Harry looked at the signature in confusion. "Blood quill," Sirius answered, wincing slightly as he signed a third form. "Illegal to use outside of Gringotts and official ministry documentation." "Anything else, Lord Black?" Ranlock asked. "I would like Andromeda Tonks and Nymphadora Tonks reinstated too. The Black family, should they desire it." Ranlock riffled through his desk and pulled more forms out. Sirius signed them as quickly as they came. When Ranlock sat back and folded his hands atop his desk, Sirius gave another request. "Harry Potter," Sirius clapped his godson on the shoulder, "is to be my heir and the future Lord Black." Ranlock raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure that is wise, Lord Black?" Sirius quirked an eyebrow. Harry caught the glare Ranlock sent in his direction. "Mr. Ranlock," Harry spoke up. The goblin turned to Harry in surprise. "Did I do something to offend you?" Harry asked confusedly. "You have refused to respond to Gringotts' correspondence," Ranlock informed. "We do not take kindly to being ignored, even by a wizard as esteemed as yourself. I can honestly say I have never received any letters from Gringotts." Harry admitted. "The first letter I received from the wizarding world was my Hogwarts acceptance letter." Ranlock blinked and then pressed a button on the underside of his desk. A hidden door slid open on silent hinges, admitting a heavily armored goblin. Ranlock said something in a language Harry didn't understand, and the guard saluted and stepped back, the door closing and melding seamlessly with the wall once more. "We will address this startling revelation with Agnok momentarily." Ranlock deadpanned. He opened another desk drawer and pulled out a stack of papers which he began filling out. Once again, Sirius signed them as Ranlock flicked them over. They were about halfway through when the main door opened and another goblin entered, roughly the same appearance as Ranlock. "Mr. Potter," Agnok stated stiffly, "I find myself surprised." Ranlock spoke in what Harry would later learn was called gobbledegook for several minutes with Agnok, who eventually nodded and departed. Sirius finished signing the last document and flexed his hand, rubbing it painfully. "Hurts after a bit," he told Harry with a smirk. Ranlock pulled the same box he'd presented to Sirius earlier back out. "Air black your ring," he said stiffly. Harry looked at it warily before sighing and taking it, slipping it on his left index finger. There was a flash and the ring resized itself. Harry swore he saw a flicker of relief filter through Sirius's eyes. The door opened and Agnok returned, appearing off-put. About a minute of discussion occurred between the two account managers before they finally addressed their clients. "Lord Black," Ranlock began, "I believe our business is concluded." "Mr. Potter," Agnok stepped forward, "it would appear we have issues that need to be addressed. A guardianship block was initiated to prevent you from taking any inheritances." Sirius blinked. "What guardianship block?" Harry questioned. "Yes, it would seem your guardian has attempted to bar you from taking any inheritances until you come of age," Agnok informed. 17, Sirius stood up indignantly. "Who the hell is his guardian? It should be me as his godfather or Arya Greengrass as his godmother." Agnok and Ranlock shared a look. "His guardian is Albus Dumbledore," Ranlock stated. "What?" Sirius bellowed. In the Great Hall, McGonagall, Flitwick, and the majority of the staff were glaring daggers at Dumbledore, who nervously fingered his wand, anticipating a strike at any moment. "You have much to explain, Albus," McGonagall said tersely. "And much to answer for," Flitwick added. Dumbledore sighed and shook his head. Meanwhile, Daphne was still reeling from something she technically knew, but now had firm confirmation from Harry through his memories. "He loves me," she thought numbly. "He really loves me." "Earth to Daphne." Astoria poked her sister in the ribs. Daphne hissed in pain. "What? Did you catch that? The goblins didn't refute that Mum is Harry's godmother," she said softly. "Why would Mum never tell us about Harry, and why did she not try and claim him when his parents were killed?" Astoria paused for a moment, scrunching her face in thought. "How did Mum not completely freak out when you two met Harry in Diagon Alley?" Daphne appeared impassive and turned to the staff table, watching the professors argue. "Maybe she did, Tori," Daphne muttered. "Is it so hard to believe that Dumbledore might have interfered?" Astoria shivered. "If that's true, does that mean he also messed with your head?" Daphne shrugged. "Maybe. I still can't figure out the reason why. Though, what plans could Harry and I having a relationship possibly impact?" Astoria licked her lips nervously. I don't know Daph, but Malfoy knows. Something. What? Daphne snapped. Earlier when you were upset, Astoria whispered. He looked over at me, grinned and winked. Daphne sat up straighter, turning her gaze to the lump of 5 students. In the far corner, they were still stunned and bound. If Malfoy is involved, Daphne trailed off. Then maybe those who serve him are too, Astoria posited timidly. Morgana, help us if that's true, Torrey, Daphne breathed. Back on screen, Sirius was letting his displeasure be known. How did Albus fucking Dumbledore override the written will of James? And Lily Potter, Sirius raged. Harry was surprised when both account managers actually flinched. It appears there has been an oversight, Agnock responded. Gringotts is looking into it as we speak. From what we have discovered, the will of James and Lily Potter has remained sealed. Sirius opened and closed his mouth, at a loss for words. He sank back into his chair and placed a shaky hand over his eyes. Merlin's Harry balls, he swore weakly, and Harry's mail. All correspondence has gone to Mr. Potter's guardian, Agnock replied. Sirius was already shaking his head. Not that, personal mail, surely. Harry received mail from well-wishers. Ranlock cleared his throat. Gringotts has discovered a complication. This is my surprised face, Sirius deadpanned with a frown. How the hell do we undo this nightmare? We would recommend engaging the services of a solicitor, Agnock advised. Due to the scale of this problem, we feel it would be wise to have legal counsel. And I trust Gringotts will cover the costs of said legal counsel. Considering the scope of this monumental oversight, the 2 account managers did well to hide their scowls. Harry sensed that goblins were rather covetous of gold, and noted that Sirius was hitting them where it would hurt the most. Of course, Lord Black, Ranlock grunted. A savage grin spread across Sirius's face. Then I would like to request Ted Tonks. Ranlock blanched. Ted Tonks did not come cheap. It made sense. However, Sirius had just readmitted the man's wife into his family. We will contact him, Ranlock informed stiffly. Mr. Potter, Agnock beckoned. If you would follow me, we will confirm your heirship. I thought it was blocked, Harry questioned. Attempted, Agnock pointed out. None can deny you your rightful heirship. Let's go, pup. Sirius stood and motioned for Agnock to lead the way. The 2 entered Agnock's office, where he opened a similar box to the one Ranlock presented. Your heirship ring. Agnock held the box in an outstretched hand. Harry warily picked up the ring and placed it on his left middle finger. It flashed brightly and shrunk to size. Heir Potter, Agnock inclined his head. If you would return with Lord Black to the waiting area, we will send Ted Tonks to you when he arrives. Harry nodded numbly and followed Sirius back to the waiting room, where the 2 took seats in adjacent chairs. Sirius, Harry called, scratching the back of his neck nervously. Ahem. What just happened? A meddlesome old goat has stuck his crooked nose in affairs that he should have no business interfering with. I'm lost, Harry admitted with a sigh. Dumbledore attempted to prevent your claim to House Potter, Harry. Sirius informed. He has no authority to do so. The very act is suspicious. More concerning, however, is that James and Lily's will was never read on their death. I told you yesterday your parents would never have allowed you to go to the Dursleys. Also, there's the issue with your mail. You should, at the bare minimum, be receiving personal mail, but you aren't. Sirius leaned back and rubbed his face in agitation. These are issues we need Ted Tonks to investigate and unwind, Sirius continued. He's the best solicitor in Britain. Andy knows how to pick them. Andy. Andromeda Tonks, knee black, Sirius waved his hand. My oldest cousin and oldest sister to Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange. I know of Malfoy, although I've never met her, Harry murmured, rubbing his chin in thought. Sirius chuckled. My 3 cousins were considered the most beautiful and deadly witches of their generation. Andy fell in love with a muggle-born, Ted Tonks, and was cast out from the family. And you reinstated her, Harry noted. Correct, Sirius affirmed. Andy was always my favorite, Sissa was. Okay, but standoffish. Bellatrix was and is batshit crazy. Harry blinked. The Lestrange family are all Death Eaters, part of Voldemort's inner circle. Bellatrix is arguably the most fanatical of Voldemort's followers. Thank Merlin I wasn't in a cell adjacent to that loon. Sirius scowled in remembrance. And Nymphadora. Ted and Andy's daughter, Sirius answered. Haven't seen her since she was a kid. The door to the waiting room opened, and a single man entered. Carrying a briefcase and wearing a sharp muggle suit, he adjusted his tie before approaching the two. His expression was practiced indifference, although an eyebrow did quirk when he saw Sirius Black. Lord Black, Ted Tonks inclined his head slightly. It would appear Gringotts has insisted I take your case. Harry eyed the man as he stood ramrod straight, his knuckles whitening as he clenched his briefcase handle. Clearly, he was uncomfortable to be in the same room as Sirius. Ted's black, wavy hair had streaks of gray. He was clean-shaven, and his brown eyes glittered with wisdom. Ted, Sirius sighed. I would hug you, but I'm sure you're not happy to be here. Quite, Ted grunted. There's a lot to discuss, Sirius gestured at Harry. You're not here for me, you're here for my godson. Ted's eyes widened as he regarded Harry. Harry Potter. That's me, Harry gave a half wave. With Sirius Black, Ted Tonks gawked. It's a long story, Ted, Sirius said grimly, and Andy should be there too. Hear it? Ted turned an analytical eye on Sirius. Andy, he chuckled. You know she always said you were innocent, still believes it to this day. She's right, Harry stated firmly. Ted appraised Harry for a moment before giving a slight nod. Very. Well, dare I ask what you need me for? Sirius took a deep breath and explained what they knew so far, as well as informing Ted of his changes to the Blacks and how they discovered Harry's guardianship woes. Ted had taken a seat shortly after they began. Now caught up, he sat in contemplation. Harry twiddled his thumbs while Sirius leaned back in his chair, looking up at the ceiling with closed eyes. We need to start with a heritage test, Ted informed. What's that? Harry questioned. It's a test that reveals what families you are tied to through blood, Sirius said, still keeping his eyes closed. It's mainly used to ascertain if you have other inheritances. And you think I might? Harry asked. It's possible, Ted nodded, but it would be wise to see if Dumbledore has his hands in any other of your affairs, or if this is relegated to just House Potter. This is all so confusing, Harry shook his head in frustration. I don't understand any of this. Sirius sat up. Dobby. Dobby appeared with a pop. How can Dobby serve the great? Sirius handed the house elf a slip of parchment while cutting him off. Can you run to Flourish and Blots and procure these books, please? Dobby nodded enthusiastically and vanished. The books will help you understand what we're talking about, Sirius grinned at Harry, and better help you woo Miss Greengrass. Ted raised an eyebrow at Sirius. Can we do that test thing? Harry jumped to his feet, flushing slightly. The three stood and moved to Agnok's office, where Harry was required to press his thumb into a needle sticking out of a cracked stone basin. He did so, hardly registering the pain, and Agnok stepped away with the basin. Several minutes passed without his return, causing Ted to frown. Something wrong, Sirius looked over at Ted. They should have been done 5 minutes ago, Ted muttered. Suddenly, Agnok reappeared, clearly frazzled. He took a seat at his desk and attempted to appear composed, but his hands shook slightly. I must say, Mr. Potter, Gringotts has not had this much excitement since the break-in almost 2 years ago, Agnock stated. What happened? Ted demanded. The heritage test yielded, Agnock paused, curious results. And what does that bloody mean? Sirius snarked. It means that Gringotts needs time to evaluate the results of the test. Before we can speak further, Agnock replied cryptically. Ted narrowed his eyes. Oh. Yes, Agnock nodded and waved his hand. The door behind them opened. Gringotts will contact Mr. Potter and his solicitor, Ted Tonks, when we have come to a conclusion. See that you do. Ted nodded stiffly and jerked his head toward the door at Sirius and Harry. The three departed into the hallway where Ted took the lead, taking them back to the client waiting room. Okay, what the hell? Sirius threw his hands in the air. I don't know, Ted shrugged. This is a first for me. Both adults turned to Harry, who fidgeted nervously under their gaze. Sirius caught it inside. Let's go home, pup, he motioned to the flue. Home, Harry thought, feeling a warmth rush through him. An image of Daphne flickered in his mind. I wish Daph was here. She'd know what is going on. See, Sirius, Harry hesitated. What about the, he mumbled the last part unintelligibly. The what now? Harry felt blood rushing to his face. He didn't want to say it. Sirius, nodding the growing embarrassment of his godson, did what all good godfathers should do. He doubled down. Sorry, pup, I didn't catch that, he grinned cheekily. Can't we check for marriage contracts? Harry whispered. You'll have to speak up, kiddo, Sirius practically sang with mirth. Damn it, you mangy mutt, Harry bellowed. Can we check for bloody marriage contracts? Sirius doubled over laughing, slapping his thighs while Ted looked in. Surprise. Dare I ask? Ted looked at Sirius, who shook his head, wiping at his eyes. You heard Herr Potterblack, Sirius snorted. How can we find out if there are any active marriage contracts, specifically tied to House Potter? Ted blinked. Well, I can have Agnock run a check. Please, Harry requested. Ted stepped away for a few minutes before returning. It would appear there are no active contracts for House Potter, he informed. Harry sighed in defeat. Told you not to get your hopes up, kiddo, Sirius shrugged. Looks like you'll need those books even more now. Yeah, Harry mumbled, staring at the floor. Ted glanced at Sirius, who shook his head with a wry smile. Sirius held out his hand. I meant what I said, Ted. I really want to see Andy. Ted grinned and shook the offered hand. Andy will be thrilled to see you. Obviously, we'll need to work on getting you acquitted. I have a plan for that, Sirius assured. But let's get the family together first. When is Andy free? She's off tomorrow. Even if she wasn't, she'd make time. Excellent, let's start early. Say 8 a.m. Tell Andy to flew the ancestral home of the Blacks. She'll know what it is. Ted nodded, and Sirius led Harry to the flue. Thank you for your help, Mr. Tonks, Harry said. I don't know what's going on, but I am still grateful. We'll get this sorted, Harry, Ted smiled. After all, we're family. Family, Harry thought. I have a family, a real family. The green flare of the flue flames hid the smile that lit across Harry's face. July 4, 1993, flashed across the screen. Harry was standing in the sitting room with Sirius when the fireplace flashed, and out stepped Ted Tonks, and whom he assumed to be Andromeda Tonks, knee black. The woman was tall, stood ramrod straight, and had long black hair. She was older than Sirius, but still beautiful, with sharp, aristocratic features. A huge smile broke free when she saw Sirius grinning at her. Siri! She gave a very unladylike squeal and ran to embrace Sirius. Andy, Sirius accepted the embrace from his oldest cousin. Merlin, it is good to see you. And you, Andromeda swiped at her watery eyes. I've always known you would never betray James. It was Peter, Sirius said solemnly. Andromeda swore. Then she noticed Harry standing off to the side. "Siri, is this who I think it is?" "This is my godson," Sirius smiled sadly. "Harry Potter," Andromeda breathed before she whacked Sirius in the chest. "You have much to explain, Siri." "We'll get to that," Sirius promised. "First, I need that gorgeous brain of yours." "Oh. Let's take a seat in the dining room." Sirius swept an arm behind his cousin, leading her out of the room. "We'll take a quick trip via pensive, then you'll understand what we need." Andromeda glanced at her husband, who held his hands up defensively. "Don't look at me," Ted protested. "I'm in the dark just as you." Andromeda snorted. "Can I excuse myself?" Harry sighed. "I don't want to see it, Sirius." "Go ahead, pup," Sirius smiled sadly. "You'll be in your room." Harry nodded morosely and trudged up the stairs, careful not to wake the portrait. He plopped on his bed and exhaled while he grabbed one of the 3 books Dobby had bought him. He wanted to understand what had happened in Gringotts. Harry thumbed through the pages absently. "I really wanted a contract." He smiled softly. "I really need to learn this old way stuff. Sirius says it's important too. Daphne, so that makes it important to me. I'll learn it all for her." In the great hall, Astoria glanced at her older sister, who wearily leaned back against a stack of pillows. "What about you, Daph?" Astoria asked gently, smirking slightly. "Huh. Do you wish there was a contract?" "Tori," Daphne scolded. "What good would there be if there was one?" "Harry hates me." "You don't know that," Astoria countered while brushing a stray strand of her dark hair behind her ear. "So." Daphne bit her lower lip, refusing to look at her sister. "It doesn't matter what I want." Daffy," Astoria poked her sister in the ribs hard. "Stop being so stubborn, just answer the bloody question." "Fine," Daphne snarled. "Yes, I wish there was a contract." "See, was that so hard?" Astoria teased. "I wish I never hurt Harry," Daphne continued, tears starting to fall. "I wish my emotions and memories hadn't been fucked with." Her body shook as she began sobbing. I wish that I was worthy of his love." She turned and buried her face in her pillows, wailing. On screen, Harry was still reading his book when a knock on his door interrupted him. Andromeda cracked the door slightly. "May I come in, Harry?" Harry set his book down and nodded nervously. Andromeda entered and took a seat on the edge of his bed. Harry watched her scan the room before appearing to focus on his book. "What book are you reading, Harry?" "It's an occlumency book," Harry replied hesitantly. "Dumbledore gave it to me because Voldemort can read my thoughts." Andromeda nodded. She had seen the memory Harry had provided to Sirius. "And have you established a mindscape?" Harry gave a toothless smile. "I have. I've also sorted my memories." Andromeda quirked an eyebrow. "That is to be commended for one so young, Harry. You have done this simply from reading the text." "Yes," Harry sighed. "I've not had anyone to help me practice. I don't really understand what it means about mental defenses and shields. I try and meditate every night, but I'm sort of stuck at the moment." "I could help you learn," Andromeda offered. "That would be great," Harry exclaimed, enthusiasm bleeding out of him. Andromeda smiled. "Before we begin, I would like to run some medical diagnostics on you." Harry flinched. "Just to ensure you are healthy enough for the method in which we will learn, Harry," she assured. "To truly master occlumency, one needs a leg alignments to probe your defenses." "Oh," Harry appeared relieved. "Okay, sure." Andromeda stood and removed her wand. "Excellent, just stay there. I promise this won't hurt. I don't know if Siri has told you, but I am a senior healer at St. Mungo's, so you have nothing to fear from me." She waved her wand in several complex motions and appeared to be reading something Harry couldn't see. Eventually, she frowned. "I'll be right back, Harry." Andromeda swept out of the room, leaving his door open. In the hallway, Harry heard Andromeda call for Sirius. The two spoke in quiet tones, but not enough for Harry to not overhear. Something is wrong, Siri, Andromeda informed. The test results are showing Harry is healthy and nominal. Isn't that good? Sirius sounded confused. Andromeda scoffed. Considering the memories we witnessed, there is no possible way Harry is not severely malnourished. I can tell from a glance he's far behind the average in mass and height for his age. Group. So, what are you saying? Bear in mind I'm not a senior healer, Andy. You'd kill every patient you tried to help, Andromeda snorted. There was a long silence. I'm not sure, Andromeda admitted, and that worries me. Okay, Sirius trailed off. Suggestions. Andromeda hummed. A thought. Suddenly, Andromeda and Sirius were in the room. Harry looked at them apprehensively. Madame Pomfrey always said I was fine, Harry said timidly. As she would, Andromeda nodded. Poppy would have run the same. Tests I did. I assume she is unaware of your home life. Harry shivered. I've never talked about it with her. Then she may be assuming you're slightly stunted, but are growing on your own curve, Andromeda mused. I would like to run another test. This will cause a slight pinching in your abdomen. It's normal, and I would ask you to not lash out. I'll do my best, Harry promised. Andromeda jabbed her wand forward in Harry's direction, making sharp circling motions and muttering an incantation aloud. Harry felt a pinch in his core and gripped his sheets tightly. It doesn't really hurt, he thought. It's just uncomfortable. I wonder what she's checking. Morgana's tits, Andromeda swore aloud, nearly flooring Sirius, who appeared torn between outright laughter and abject shock. He settled for something in between. Andy, aye, he spluttered and chuckled, coughing from the sensation. Merlin's beard, woman, I never knew you had it in you. Siri, Andromeda said with suppressed rage. Bring the Black family. Grimoire. Pardon. You heard me. Right, I'll be right back. Sirius stepped out of the room, leaving Harry and a flustered Andromeda behind. Am I okay? Harry questioned. Andromeda smiled tightly. You will be, dear. Sirius returned carrying a very large, an old, tome which he sat on the bed and looked at his cousin expectantly. Turn to the healing spells section, Andromeda commanded. You. No, I cannot touch the book yet. So, you're going to rejoin the family? Sirius asked hopefully. With you in charge, I suppose I'll have to. Someone needs to ensure. The Black family name stands for something. Sirius cackled. Oh, if Mother could see the family now. Focus, Sirius. Right. Sirius turned to the requested section, allowing Andromeda to read. Before she would motion him to turn the page, this went on for several minutes before Andromeda found the section she was looking for. I thought the Black family magic revolved around dark arts, Harry thought aloud. Well, pup, it does, Sirius grinned. But we need to know the counter curses and how to heal the injuries our family magic can inflict, yeah. Harry shrugged. It made sense in a twisted sort of way. Andromeda looked up from the grimoire and waved her wand in the air, speaking in a language Harry didn't understand. Numbers and words appeared in the air before Andromeda, who was reading and tapping her chin thoughtfully. There are 3 problems, she noted. Siri, be a dear and bring Ted. Up here. Sirius poked his head out the door and shouted for Ted, who quickly clambered up the stairs. Once he arrived, Andromeda looked at the 2 men sternly. I need to verify something. I will enter Harry's mindscape. Should you see anything out of order occur, you must stun both Harry and me too. Break our connection. Do you understand? What the hell is going on, Andy? Sirius narrowed his eyes. I'll explain once I've verified, Andromeda replied neutrally. Do you understand? Ted placed his hand on Sirius's shoulder. We understand, hun. Harry, Andromeda took a seat on the bed close to him. I would like to visit your mindscape, if you'll just stare into my eyes for a moment. Harry obeyed, staring into her hazel eyes until he felt a slight probe at the front of his head. He didn't fight it, and the two found themselves in the meadow that was Harry's mindscape. Andromeda looked around with a smile. Impressive, Harry, she praised. I take it the flowers are your memories. Harry nodded. Yes, and the snitches are new memories I haven't sorted. You sort them every night, I take it. Most nights. And these? Andromeda knelt to inspect one of the Daphne flowers. Why are these flowers different? Harry blushed. Those are special. Andromeda gave Harry a knowing glance and showed mercy by not commenting. She looked around for something and, not finding it, turned back to Harry. Harry, have you encountered anything in your mindscape that you can't explain or that seems foreign to you? Harry rubbed his hands together nervously, clearly uncomfortable. You have, haven't you? Why, yeah. Can you show me? Why you don't want to see it, Harry stammered. It is essential that I see it, Andromeda persisted. With a sigh, Harry led Andromeda out of the meadow and into a portion of his mindscape that was raw and unfinished. The ground was dry and cracked, dirt kicked up with every step. No snitches floated in the air, and no flowers were present. They walked for several minutes before coming upon what appeared to be a swamp. Harry halted on the edge. Don't touch the water, Harry warned. It's not safe. Andromeda nodded and knelt, noting that it was not water but a black ooze that seemed to pulse with ill intent. She shuddered involuntarily and probed the ooze with her mind. The backlash sent her flying backwards several feet, where she collapsed with a curse. There was a loud screech of defiance, and a face briefly materialized in the ooze before retracting. Thank you, Harry. Andromeda breathed heavily as Harry helped her back to her feet apologetically. I've seen enough. Harry joined Andromeda as they departed his mindscape, returning to Harry's room. Both were visibly sweating, and Andromeda was panting. Andy, Ted asked concernedly. It's fine, Ted, Andromeda assured. I found what I expected. Start talking, Andy, Sirius demanded. I ran a standard diagnostic, Andromeda began after catching her breath. It came back nominal, which should not be possible, considering Harry's upbringing. Therefore, I did an inspection on his magical core and noted that it is severely depleted, or so I thought. Something didn't add up. The first test showed nominal, but the in-depth test known to senior healers showed his core was much lower than the standard for his age. And the Black family grimoire has a diagnostic that can dive deeper than the two I ran, Andromeda revealed. It showed that Harry's core has been magically locked to roughly 30% capacity, meaning Harry has roughly 70% of his core suppressed. Ted questioned incredulously. That's not all, Andromeda sighed. The suppressor was also charmed to show nominal results on the standard checkups. Dumbledore, Sirius spat the name out. The magic you're speaking of can be done by only a handful of people in Britain. I agree, Andromeda acknowledged. Unfortunately, it goes deeper. Shit, Sirius sighed, leaning heavily against the doorframe and waving for Andromeda to proceed. The test also revealed that Harry's core is being sapped. It's barely noticeable, but it's there. I decided to enter his mindscape, where Harry showed me something that is foreign and doesn't belong. She waved her wand and muttered a spell. Harry's scar began to glow with a pale blue light. Based on what I witnessed, I believe it to be a minor possession that is centered within his scar. There was a loud, profound silence. Harry spoke first. Why you're saying Voldemort is in my head? How? Sirius paled. I don't know, Andromeda said defeatedly. In all my years, I've never come across anything like this. Sirius gulped. The Black L library, he stuttered out. There has to be something there. Where would I look for possession-related magic? Ted questioned. Eager to help. Possessions are generally related to souls. Andromeda rubbed her chin. We have a section on soul magic. Sirius snapped his fingers. We can. Go look. Hold it. Andromeda stopped the two from leaving. I believe I can. Break the block on Harry's core. Is it dangerous? Sirius asked immediately. No, but it will knock Harry out for the rest of the day. She gave Harry a small smile. My only concern is this parasite. Will it make me stronger? Harry questioned. Absolutely, Andromeda answered. Considering the block and parasite, you have basically only been able to utilize a quarter of your potential, Harry. Then please break the block, Harry insisted. I need to get stronger. Andromeda held up her hand to stop Sirius from jumping in, as he seemed ready to. Why? Harry stared pointedly at Andromeda. The last 2 times I've encountered Voldemort, he's batted away my spells as if they were not worth his time. This is unacceptable. I've already had to watch someone die because of my incompetence. We saw the memory, Harry, Sirius said sternly. It was not your fault. I need to be stronger, Harry repeated. Do it. I won't let Daphne be in danger again. I won't let Voldemort hurt her. Very well, Andromeda acquiesced. Lie down. Harry complied, and Andromeda began waving her wand and muttering. He saw a bright beam of light impact his chest, and then darkness overtook him. Hours later, late in the night, Harry regained consciousness briefly. He heard Sirius and Andromeda conversing nearby. He should be dead, Siri, Andromeda stated incredulously. To have his core suppressed so heavily while housing what is essentially a parasite. It's a miracle he survived. How is he now? I broke the lock. His core is recharging. And the parasite. I won't be able to investigate until he's awake and recharged. Sirius sighed in relief. Are you staying? I will stay to ensure Harry recovers. Ted has owled St. Mungo's to let them know I'm out for a family emergency. I'll have Dobby ready your old room then. Dobby. Master Black calls Dobby. Please ready Andy's old room. Creature can show you the one. Thank you, Siri. Me, Sirius scoffed. Thank you, I'm still reeling over what you've discovered. What has been done to that poor boy is unforgivable, Andromeda stated angrily. He's strong. He's had to learn strength because he's only known duress. Andromeda sniped. His pain tolerance is abnormal. You saw the memories, Andy. Yes, we will need to address his exposure to the Cruciatus, I believe. There is a potion we can brew from the Black family grimoire that will help him recover faster. It won't make it go away, though. Find out what we need, and I'll get on it immediately. Money is no object. Putting the Black family fortune to good use. For Harry, I'll spend the whole vault. You really love him. He's my godson, Sirius stated simply. What friend would I be to James if I didn't take care of his son? Harry deserves everything I can give and more. You always were the best of us, Siri, Andromeda said fondly. I learned from you, Andy, Sirius chuckled. Get some rest, I'll watch over Harry. Harry faded back into unconsciousness. In the great hall, chaos had erupted. The staff were now standing. Some had slung curses. Dumbledore and Severus stood behind an opaque dome, wands out. Minerva, I must insist you cease, Dumbledore cautioned. Think of the students. The students are the only reason we are not already dueling, Albus. McGonagall trembled with rage. How could you? Flitwick frowned. He knew he could tear down the defense, but the magical backlash could endanger the students trapped in the Great Hall. Harry had to have known this would be the reaction to these revelations. If his intention is to keep us trapped in this room, then an all-out war between the staff is not his goal. Additionally, I believe Albus has rightly divined that the memory will only play so long as he and Severus are watching. Minerva, Flitwick called, we must bide our time, need I remind you that the memory will not play unless those two are watching. McGonagall's nostrils flared with displeasure. Keep that shield handy. Albus, when this is done, we will have more than words. At that assurance, Dumbledore blanched. The staff quickly returned to their seats while the students all breathed a sigh of relief, while witnessing a throwdown between the Hogwarts staff and the legendary Dumbledore would surely be a spectacle to behold. No one wanted such a clash to occur when they were mere feet away. The screen flashed July 4, 1993. Harry woke up feeling better than he ever had. Colors appeared more vibrant, sounds sharper and clearer. It was as if every sense was enhanced. He sat up too fast and felt the room spin, forcing a groan from him. The door opened and Andromeda stepped in. Good morning, Harry, she smiled. Go slow, your body is acclimating to your unlocked magic. Harry nodded and felt an involuntary spasm jerk his right arm forward. He winced and grabbed at his shoulder, rubbing it. I will brew you a potion to help with the aftereffects of the cruciatus curses you've suffered, Andromeda informed with sympathy lacing her tone. It won't stop the spasms entirely, but they will be less frequent and intense. That'd be great, Harry said hoarsely, clearing his throat several times. He turned to the nearby nightstand and found a glass of water which he drank greedily. There was a potion sitting there as well which he snatched and inspected, holding it out to Andromeda curiously. That, Andromeda pointed, is a nutrient potion which is part of a 2-month program you are starting today. Once done, your body should be within healthy ranges for boys your age in both mass and height. Currently, you are severely malnourished and coupled with your suppressed core, have not been able to grow healthily. Harry blinked. I'm going to get taller. And bulkier, Andromeda added. Everything you need to woo your pretty bird, Sirius sang mockingly as he entered Harry's room with breakfast. Drink that sludge and eat. Pup, we have a lot to discuss today. Harry resisted the urge to snark back at his godfather and complied. Downing the fruity nutrient potion, it didn't taste like sludge, and eating his full English breakfast with gusto, Sirius began talking while Harry ate. Okay, pup. After much deliberation, I have regretfully agreed that discretion is the better part of valor, while I want nothing more than to throttle Dumbledore and accuse him of line theft. Ted has assured me we need more incriminating evidence, and the best thing we can focus on, for now, is clearing up his meddling in House Potter affairs while simultaneously working to get me acquitted through a fair trial. Following most of that, Harry nodded. So here's the deal, kiddo, Sirius sighed. You can't tell anyone, and I mean anyone, about being Heir Potterblack, especially not Daphne. Harry stiffened, his fork halting halfway to his mouth. I don't like that. Neither do I, pup, Sirius agreed, and I would think less of you if you were okay with keeping secrets from your pretty bird, but that's not the point. No one can have any inclination that you and I are tied together. Remember, I'm considered a mass murderer out there. Andromeda snorted. The only mass anything you did was stealing the vert. Sirius clamped his hand over Andromeda's mouth. My, exploits aside, he continued with a warning glance at Andromeda. No talking. None, zip, nada, got it. Yep, Harry popped the pea. Right. Sirius stood up a little straighter and looked at Andromeda, who spoke. Harry, with your core now unlocked and stable, it is actively attacking the parasite within you. In other words, the parasite, not your core, is now unstable. With occlumency, you should be able to suppress any ill effects of the parasite until we can remove it. However, if you ever found your mental shields compromised, there is a chance the parasite could influence your behavior drastically. And you'll still teach me occlumency? Harry questioned. I will. Speaking of learning, Sirius cut in, I just remembered something. Your airship rings can be made invisible. All you have to do is will them to be so. Harry looked down at his hand, and the 2 rings vanished. Right, Sirius clapped. Make sure they stay that way. How are we supposed to get you a fair trial? Harry asked his godfather. I have a plan, Sirius grinned. You're going to have to learn all about the Marauders and what we got up to in our days at Hogwarts. We made a very special piece of magic, a map, and that map is the key to my freedom. I'm lost. You won't be, Sirius assured. We have a lot to go over and a lot to plan. You're going to be doing occlumency lessons with Andy, and you'll be dueling with me. I'll start teaching you some of the Black family magic. You will teach me how to duel. Harry raised an eyebrow. Andromeda laughed lightly. Believe it or not, Harry, Siri, and your father were 2 of the best aurors the DMLE had ever seen. DMLE? Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Sirius defined. But I can't use magic outside of school. This home is one of the most warded locations in Britain. Pup, Sirius chuckled. You could duel Voldemort in this room and the Ministry wouldn't even get a ping on their tracers. That's brilliant, Harry was excited. I can learn while I'm here. And get stronger, Sirius nodded. I would also like to have my daughter help, Andromeda told the 2. Dora is currently an Auror in training, learning under Aleister Moody. Mad-Eye is considered the best Auror the Ministry has ever seen. Sirius nodded. I'm surprised he's still taking apprentices. He sees a certain potential in Dora, Andromeda said cryptically. So how will Dora help? Harry asked. She can put you through the Auror fitness program, Andromeda replied. Combined with your nutrient potions, I believe you will find the results most appealing. As will Daphne, Sirius interjected. Okay, I'm in, Harry smiled. Then, I believe it is time for me to explain how exactly I broke out of Azkaban, and why now of all times. Sirius motioned for them to accompany him downstairs. We'll take a couple trips via Pensive and then I'll expand on the importance of the map we need to find. Harry followed, reveling in the newfound energy and strength he felt. July 6, 1993 appeared on screen. Harry entered the sitting room to find Sirius and Andromeda speaking with a younger woman with vibrant violet eyes and bubblegum pink spiky hair. The woman was chewing gum loudly and blowing bubbles while nodding occasionally. She was the first to notice Harry's presence. Watch her, Harry. Hi. Harry, Andromeda smiled and indicated the woman. This is my daughter, Nymphadora. It's Dora or Tonk's mum. If you say so, Dora, Andromeda smirked. What about Nym, or Nymph? Sirius cackled, which turned into a yelp. As Tonks fired a stinging hex at him. Okay. Tonks ignored Sirius and stepped forward, appraising Harry. So, you want to go through the Aura training program? Harry nodded. He doesn't look like he'd manage the first half hour. Tonks turned to Sirius. I'll manage, Harry stated firmly. Tonks hummed. I'll need to see what I'm working with. Basement, Sirius jabbed his thumb over his shoulder. That's where the dueling ring is. Think you can handle me, Squirt? Tonks taunted. Sirius snorted. Harry ground his teeth and tried to not let his frustration show. I can hold my own. Want to make it interesting? A wager, perhaps? Really, Dora, Andromeda scolded. 10 galleons, I thump you in less than a minute. Tonks held out her hand expectantly. I'm probably being hustled, Harry thought in irritation. But Merlin knows I'm not going to let this woman make a fool out of me. I have to prove myself, so I'm going to last at least a minute. You're on. Let's go then. Tonks winked and sauntered downstairs. Sirius shook his head and chuckled grimly. Good luck, pup. You're going to need it. The four went downstairs to the basement, where a pseudo-training area and dueling ring were set up. Dummies lined the walls as did an assortment of weapons and dusty tomes. Tonks walked with practiced ease, a predatory gleam in her eyes as she stopped and turned on her. Heel to face Harry. No holding back now, Squirt. Tonks pointed at Harry with her wand. And no crying when I thump you. 1 minute is all I have to last, right? Harry questioned. Tonks smirked. Mum, can you keep the time? Just holler every 15 seconds for me. Of course, dear. Harry squared his shoulders, and per dueling protocol, did a half bow. Tonks fingered her wand with a knowing grin. And Geo, Sirius called while Harry was still bent over. What the hell? Harry shouted as he ducked the stunner Tonks sent his way. He barely had time to get a pratigo off as curses smashed into his shield. It shattered almost as soon as it appeared, and Harry had to roll away to prevent himself from being injured. Never had he been more thankful for his lessons with Flitwick, as they were the only reason he wasn't kissing the stone floor. 15, Andromeda called. Screw this, Harry muttered as he spun away from a jinx he couldn't identify and pulled the hood of his invisibility cloak up. Sirius doubled over laughing. Hominem Revelio, Tonks called, then appeared shocked. How the fuck? Dora, language. Sorry, Mum. Tonks yelped as Harry sent a stupefy at her. Her reflexes were sharp, however, and she batted it away where it collided with the ceiling. Sneaky little squirt, Tonks giggled. You're making this fun. Harry sent several more spells her way, always moving so the direction appeared random. Tonks easily countered, shielded, or deflected them, before whispering a spell of her own. Gotcha. Harry's eyes nearly jumped out of his sockets as a silent stupefy rocketed directly at his torso. 30. Almost there, Harry thought, and how the bloody hell does she know where I am? The two exchanged spells until Tonks raised a stone wall between them. 45. Well, it's been fun, Squirt, Tonks teased, but time for me to collect. You wish, Harry called. Harry fully expected to catch Tonks off guard, since he had moved while she was behind the wall, when Daphne Greengrass emerged from behind the wall. However, the bonebreaker died on his lips and his eyes went wide as saucers. Daphne, Harry stammered, not even registering the stupefy that put his lights out. He awoke to see a smirking Tonks over him, holding her hand out. He groaned as he allowed her to pull him to his feet. Suddenly, he gasped, turning a full circle. Daphne, she was here. Sirius was leaning on a nearby training dummy, slapping his thigh with joyful tears running down his face. Andromeda looked at Harry with a touch of sympathy, but her eyes danced with mirth and her mouth slightly quirked upwards. Harry looked at the two in confusion before turning back to where Tonks was, only to see Daphne standing there once more. Bloody hell, Harry cried and leapt away. Don't be that way, Harry, Daphne pouted before making kissy faces at him. How, Harry stuttered. Daphne's face shifted back to Tonks. The golden blonde hair went bubblegum pink once more. Dora is a metamorph magus, Andromeda revealed. It's a black family trait that only emerges every few generations. Dora is the first one in almost 100 years. Whoa, Harry exhaled. That's wicked. You owe me 10 galleons, Tonks winked. But you cheated, Harry spluttered. I did no such thing, Tonks said indignantly. If anything, you cheated, using whatever you did to become invisible. Oh, that's just my dad's cloak, Harry shrugged. It's really handy. Then we're even, Tonks sniffed. I won, you lost. Whatever, Harry grumbled, fishing 10 galleons out of his pockets and slapping them into her outstretched hand. How did you know what Daphne looked like, and how did you find out where I was while I was under my cloak? She saw her in some of your memories, Harry, Andromeda shook her head at her daughter. Really, Dora, hustling a child? They don't pay Aura trainees, Mum, Tonks protested. And I used to. Spell that tracks footprints, squirt. One of the more useful spells from the Aura program. It allows me to see the residual heat patterns left by your feet. Since your cloak doesn't cover the soles of your shoes, it still shows. Sirius clapped Harry on the shoulder. I'm proud of you, pup. Use every advantage. That was a stroke of genius using the cloak that way. I honestly thought you had her for a second there. I will admit it caught me off guard. Tonks finished counting the coins and pocketed them with a smirk. So you'll teach me? Harry questioned. Tonks sighed dramatically. I suppose. She will, Andromeda stated firmly. Awa, take the fun out of it, Mum. Harry hesitated. Just don't turn into Daphne again. And why not? Tonks grinned lecherously. It's not fair. All is fair in love and war, squirt. Harry shook his head. I could never hurt Daphne. I won't duel you if you look like her. Tonks quirked an eyebrow but didn't readily respond. After a minute of silence, she acquiesced. Okay, squirt. I can play by those rules. It's not like we'll be dueling much anyway. After all, we're doing the fitness portion of the Aura training program. Harry visibly relaxed. Tonks snorted. Careful, Harry, don't get too comfortable, she cautioned. This program is a literal hell. I give you 10 minutes and you'll be crying for Daphne. I can handle it, Harry frowned. No time like the present. Tonks shrugged and turned to Sirius and her. Mum, you two may as well head upstairs and do something productive. I'll send what's left of the squirt up once I'm done with him. Play nice, Dora, Andromeda warned. Yes, Mum. Good luck, kiddo, Sirius called over his shoulder. Remember, he needs to be able to do occlumency lessons with Andy tonight, Nim. Don't call me that. 10 minutes later, Harry almost called for Daphne, just like Tonks predicted. It was a combination of pride and sheer willpower that prevented him from doing so. He liked to believe that his usual daily exercise routine was robust, especially since it had been constructed alongside Professor Flitwick. He was wrong, so very, very wrong. Whatever Tonks was putting him through was every bit the hell she promised, and Harry lost his breakfast half an hour in. Something tells me this is going to be a long summer, Harry thought, while on his hands and knees, panting and pouring sweat. Get up, squirt, you're not even close to being done, Tonks barked. Honestly, Harry gasped, I'd rather face the basilisk again. If you can talk, you can work. Get a move on. Tonks smacked the top of his head, balked, and wiped her now sweat-covered hand on her pants. That's another 10 reps for getting sweat on my hand. July 20, 1993, flashed on the screen. Harry and Sirius were at Gringotts, speaking with Agnock, who appeared to have good news. The mail block on Air Potter has been released, Agnock informed with a toothy smile. Excellent, Sirius exclaimed and clapped his hands. There are over 165,000 combined parcels and packages to deliver, Agnock deadpanned. Come again, Sirius choked. Agnock repeated the figure. That's a lot of mail, Harry breathed in shock. We'll need to buy a warehouse, Sirius muttered to himself before looking at Agnock. I'll talk to Ranlock and have him work with you for a delivery address. Very well, Agnock nodded, then grinned mischievously. There is also the matter of the storage fees. Of course, Sirius inclined his head knowingly before smiling wickedly, a vindictive glint in his eye. Please bill those fees to Air Potter's magical guardian, seeing as how he is the reason mail has been undeliverable. Agnock's eyes shone with mirth. As you command, Lord Black. Sirius, how are we going to sort through that much mail? Harry questioned as the two made their way to Ranlock's office. You won't need to worry about it, pup, Sirius assured. It'll give me something to do while you're at Hogwarts. I'll forward along anything I think pertinent or of interest to you. Harry's shoulders sagged with relief. Thanks, Sirius. Not a problem, kiddo, Sirius chuckled. Not a problem. August 18, 1993, flickered on the screen. Harry was standing outside. 12 Grimmauld Place with Tonks and Andromeda. Dobby had monitored the Dursleys' house for the Hogwarts owl, carrying his school supplies. Letter and intercepted it. Dora had convinced Moody to assign her to bodyguard duty for Harry, while Sirius had allowed himself to be spotted in France, forcing security to lax in Diagon Alley. So it was that Harry was going, with Andromeda and Dora, shopping for his school supplies and a whole new wardrobe. The nutrient program had just finished, and Harry had gained 8 inches in height and almost 3 stone in weight. He now stood at 54 and had above-average mass. Just that morning, Sirius had one arm hugged Harry and gone on and on about how much he looked like James, now that he was the proper height and weight. Harry was quite happy with the comparison. We'll start with Twilfit and Tattings, Andromeda remarked as she eyed Harry. Harry agreed. His clothes were well small. Off we go then, Tonks grinned, grabbing Harry's arm and apparating away. Harry really hated side-along apparition. They arrived in Diagon Alley with a crack, and Harry took a moment to steady his feet and let his stomach settle. Andromeda arrived shortly after, and the three made their way to Twilfit and Tattings. Hours later, Harry emerged in high-quality acromantula silk robes and feeling much more confident in himself. Even Tonks found it hard to tease him, as he was quite handsome. Another major change was Harry no longer required glasses. Andromeda had performed some black family magic to have his vision corrected, and Harry was immensely grateful for it. For the first time in his life, he could see clearly. A haircut later, and the three were able to enjoy lunch and ice cream before finishing the supplies shopping and preparing to depart. That is, until Harry revealed, to his chagrin, that he needed to get a birthday present for Daphne and wanted their input. A stern glare from Andromeda kept Dora in line, and the two ladies listened to Harry's thoughts and offered a suggestion based on his experiences. A happy Harry, charm in hand, allowed Tonks to side-along apparate him back to Grimmauld Place before heading upstairs to wrap it. It was a snake charm, consuming its own tail with small emerald eyes. Harry felt a basilisk charm would hit too close to home. Hedwig left with the gift shortly after, Harry wanting it to arrive early. August 20, 1993, flashed on the screen. Harry and Sirius were discussing some of the recent revelations about Hogwarts and the new Dada teacher for the year. They had just come up from a brutal dueling session. Harry was up to OWL level now, but still nowhere near a threat to Sirius. While this frustrated Harry, he had to remember that he was still just a kid, and development would take both time and effort. He would have to keep putting the work in and wait for the results to show. Remus will be teaching Dada this year, it looks like, Sirius hummed, while strumming his fingers on the table. That's Moony, right? Correct, Sirius nodded. I'm not sure if I should be mad at him or happy that he'll be at the school to watch over you. What do you mean? We've talked about Remus's furry little problem. Sirius smirked in remembrance briefly before it faltered, then he sighed heavily. It has caused Remus to have a hard life, Harry. Try not to judge him too harshly for never checking in on you. Based on what we've learned about Dumbledore's meddling, I wouldn't be surprised to find out the old goat had told Remus to stay away from you. What is Remus like? Sirius smiled wistfully. He's a good man, Harry, arguably the best of us. He's been dealing with his condition since we were kids. It's what pushed each of us to become an animagus. James and I were always the primary troublemakers, and Remus was our moral compass and kept us in line most of the time. He went along more often than he should have and, on rare occasions, was directly responsible for whatever mischief we caused. He paused in thought. You do remember the words to activate the map. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Harry held his hand over his heart as if reciting a pledge. And the kill phrase. Mischief managed. Good. Sirius, Harry licked his lips. What was Peter like? The rat, Sirius spat out. I guess we should have seen it coming. Considering his spirit animal is a bloody rat. He huffed in agitation, running a hand through his hair. Peter was always hiding behind one of us. He stuck to our group and was a great scout due to his form. We always thought he was just a shy bloke, a little off at times, and more timid than the rest of us. He exhaled and closed his eyes. Truth is, Peter is a coward, but a smart coward. Peter allies himself with those who have power. In school, that was your dad. James was a brilliant wizard. Hell, I wasn't too bad myself. Not many can claim they became animagi before 16. Harry nodded wordlessly. When Voldemort came around, Peter flocked to him. The problem was, we never knew or noticed. Maybe it was our unflagging faith in our bond of brotherhood. It's what made Peter the deadliest of all of us. Sirius trailed off, lost in thought. What? That he flocked to Voldemort. Sirius waited until Harry met his gaze. No, Harry, Peter is a traitor. Betrayal is in his very nature. He's the hidden dagger waiting to be grasped from the cloak and slid across the unsuspecting throat. That's why he's the most dangerous of us all. He is patient and waits for the perfect opportunity to strike. But he's Ron's rat Scabbers, right? Harry asked. That's why you escaped Azkaban, because you saw him in the paper. If he's been that close to me all this time, why not off me? Self-preservation, Sirius responded immediately. And keep your friends close but your enemies closer. Peter is in the perfect position. He's latched onto a family firmly in Dumbledore's pocket, keeping his ear to the ground for any whisper of Voldemort's return, and he's in prime position to strike at enemy number 1 the moment he is commanded to. He has everything to gain by being patient. If he strikes early, he loses every advantage he's built up, and more than likely his life. Dumbledore may be a meddlesome old goat, but he is still the only wizard Voldemort ever feared. Not to mention he's already defeated one Dark Lord in Gellert Grindelwald. So why the map? Harry questioned. Why not just have me stun the rat the moment I go to bed after the feast? He likely won't be there, Sirius informed. Don't get me wrong, Harry. If you have a chance to capture him, take it. With my escape going public, Peter will be on high alert. Additionally, there are the Dementors to worry about. They're what guard Azkaban, yeah. Yes, and they are terrible, terrible creatures, Sirius shivered. They feast on pain and negative emotions. Their very presence saps all feelings of joy and happiness from you. All the while, you relive your worst nightmares. They also can administer the kiss, which removes your very soul and leaves your body alive, but no more than an empty husk. Frankly, the Ministry should determine how to eradicate the foul creatures. And they're going to be at Hogwarts, Harry deadpanned. Don't underestimate Dumbledore, Harry, Sirius warned. Even the Dementors will behave with him present. Does this mean I should learn the Patronus? Yes, Sirius grinned mockingly. Won't be too difficult for you, I'm sure. Really? Harry seemed surprised. He knew the Patronus charm was NEWT level, and most full-grown wizards and witches couldn't cast a corporeal Patronus successfully. With your core now pretty much at full strength, Sirius scoffed. You'll be fine. Harry waited for the jab. And of course, I'm sure you can conjure some memory of Miss Greengrass to aid you, Sirius teased. There it is. Harry rolled his eyes, his cheeks coloring. September 1, 1993, flashed on the screen. Harry was seated at the dining table with Andromeda, Sirius and Tonks eating breakfast and reviewing their plans. Now remember, pup, Sirius pointed at Harry with his fork, a bit of egg tumbled off the utensil and onto the table. Give Remus a chance, but be wary. He's always been a Dumbledore man, and rightly so after what Albus did for him. Just watch what you say. Once I've spoken with him, we'll get him firmly in our camp, but I can't speak to him until we have the rat. And he'll know about the map, Harry agreed. Which is your highest priority? Remember, Harry, the map never lies. Find the map, you find Peter. Find Peter and everything changes for both of us. So no pressure, Harry rolled his eyes. Don't forget to practice your occlumency every night, Harry. Andromeda spoke up. It is vital to your continued battle with the parasite in your scar. Yes, Aunt Andy. Harry had taken to calling her that as he'd gotten close to her. And don't forget to keep up your training, Squirt, Tonks chimed in. If you don't, I'll make it even worse next summer. Harry flinched. You got it, Nim. He accepted the stinging hex that followed with a hiss. Make sure you spend plenty of time having fun, doing pranks, and wooing your pretty bird, Sirius added. Harry blinked. Confidence is key, Sirius continued, oblivious to Harry's sudden hesitancy. Women want to know you're comfortable around them and in your own skin. Remember what you've learned about the old ways. And you'll knock her socks off. We also like sweets, flowers, and cards, Tonks interjected. And respect, Andromeda narrowed her eyes at Sirius. Right, thanks. Harry flushed and looked at his half-eaten plate. I'll be sorting your mail, don't forget, Sirius grinned. Goblins just finished warding the warehouse I bought, so I'll be able to come and go as I please without worry. If I find anything of note or interest, I'll send it over via Dobby, who, by the way, you can call at any given time. He is, after all, your elf. Harry smiled. He'd grown quite fond of Dobby and considered him a true friend. If you get cornered by Dumbledore, do not look him in the eyes, Andromeda stated firmly. A talented Legolimens can easily infiltrate your mind without eye contact, but it requires a more noticeable approach. Giving eye contact is the equivalent of walking them to your front door, unlocking it, and then daring them to open it. Got it. Harry felt a cold sweat on the back of his neck. And if Dumbledore calls you to his office, make sure you take Minnie with you, Sirius added. Any meeting with the headmaster, disciplinary or otherwise, should always occur with your head of house present. Minnie's a good woman, Harry, and she'll defend her cubs violently if need be. Yes, she is a dear friend of Dumbledore, but if push came to shove, she'd pick you over him every time. Harry still couldn't figure out how, or why his father and Sirius got away with calling McGonagall Minnie. He was very confident the stern woman would flay him alive if he attempted such a thing. Make sure you take Daphne to Honeyjukes, Tonks suggested. She'll like that place. I don't know a girl who doesn't. Dora makes a good point, Andromeda agreed. Oh, Sirius slapped the table. We never signed your form, do you? Have it, pup. Harry nodded and pulled it from a pocket in his robes. Sirius snatched it and handed it to Tonks. Nim, if you would do the honors. Tonks rolled her eyes dramatically as her features morphed briefly into that of Vernon Dursley. Harry watched as Tonks, now Vernon, signed the form. He was very relieved when Tonks swiftly returned to her bubblegum pink hair and female figure. Tonks passed the signed form back to him, and Harry reverently folded it and returned to his robes. Anything else we missed? Sirius asked aloud, tapping his chin. Dear Merlin, I hope not, Harry thought. Oh, Sirius exclaimed again, and Harry sighed. Gringotts, right, Ted is still working on getting your parents' will unsealed, pup. That is another critical task. Sadly, we are trying to exercise discretion, which roughly translates to galleons and under-the-table transactions. It's going to Take time, but Ted is on it. What about the other complication they mentioned, with the heritage test? No news, other than you likely have additional lordships, and for the life of me, I have no idea what those could be. Damn squirt, Tonks quipped. Can't settle for 2 lordships. Language, Dora, Andromeda scolded. Tonks huffed. Yes, Mum. Don't forget that we're family, Harry, Sirius reminded. If you need anything, just send Dobby. We're here for you, between the 3 of us. 4, Andromeda corrected. Right, 4 of us, Sirius nodded. We can answer any question or need. You have, understand. Harry blinked several times, his eyes wet. There was a lump in his throat that wouldn't seem to go away. He swallowed several times, too. Scared to move as he knew he'd start crying. His family looked at him with sympathy and another emotion Harry was still trying to come to terms with. Love. Why, yeah, Harry croaked. Family. I have a family now, a real family. And in celebration of your return to Hogwarts, Sirius grinned and set a long package on the table. Harry hesitated. No tricks, Sirius promised. This is meant to cover all the birthdays and Christmases I missed, and hopefully you'll be able to crush your competition this year. Harry opened the gift and sat thunderstruck. It was a firebolt, a real firebolt. He lifted it with trembling hands. Make sure you take Miss Greengrass for a spin on that, Sirius pointed. Merlin knows James, and did many a date with Lily with a final flight. Your mum hated flying, but with James she never said no after he convinced her the first time. I don't know what to say, Sirius, Harry said, awestruck. Thank you. You're welcome, pup, Sirius gave Harry a genuine smile. We love you, kiddo. Harry's vision blurred. He really tried to hold back the flood of emotions. He did, but the dam broke anyway. An hour later, Harry stood outside the flue with his family surrounding him. Last-minute hugs were issued, a couple of hair ruffles and a teasing remark from his godfather and cousin. Sirius pulled Harry aside. Briefly. I finally found them, he informed with a whisper, pulling out an old mirror. What it is, Harry raised an eyebrow. A 2-way communication mirror, Sirius grinned. Your dad and Remus made them. I have one and now you have the other. Just point your wand at it and call my name, and we'll be able to talk at any time. Harry brutally hugged his godfather, who patted him on the back affectionately. Time to get going, kiddo, Sirius advised, and Harry pulled away, rubbing at his eyes. Thanks, Sirius. Harry took a pinch of flue powder and stepped into the hearth, throwing it down and calling for King's Cross Station. His last visual was his family smiling and waving at him while calling for him to have a good school year. Harry exited the flue and turned when he heard someone fall behind him. It was Tonks. Tonks, Harry raised an eyebrow. Almost forgot, Tonks hissed and got back to her feet. I convinced Moody to let me escort you to the station. Padfoot stuff, you know. Harry often forgot his godfather was at large and considered a mass murderer. Of course, the ministry would want him escorted to the Express. Harry never could reason out how Dumbledore didn't discover he'd left Privet Drive, and he wasn't inclined to ask. The less he thought about the Dursleys, the happier he was. So our story is simple. I picked you up from 4 Privet Drive. We took the night bus to Leaky Cauldron and flew to King's Cross. Got it. Harry raised an eyebrow. What about Tom? Tonks scrunched her face in confusion. The Leaky Cauldron. Harry leaned in close and whispered. Did you pay off Tom? Shite, Tonks swore, balling her hand into a fist and smacking it into the palm of her other hand. I'll take care of that as soon as you're on the train. Speaking of which, haul ass, Squirt. I need to close this loose. And language, Nim. Harry chided over his shoulder, pulling his trunk behind him. He knew the stinging hex was coming. At the last second, he dropped his trunk and spun, wand in hand, and deflected it into the ground. Tonks whistled appreciatively. Nice squirt, but don't call me that. You got it, Dora. Harry grinned and picked up his trunk. Prat! Tonks snorted, turned, and promptly tripped, stumbling into the flue where she cursed aloud. Harry chuckled and entered the express. He found an empty compartment and levitated his trunk above his seat. Secretly, he hoped to share the compartment with Daphne. He did a last-minute inspection of himself, satisfied he looked every bit the lord he would eventually be, and took a seat before relaxing and closing his eyes. Minutes later, the activity outside the express increased as more students and families arrived. Harry began scanning the crowd for the familiar golden blonde hair he was so fond of. Eventually, he located Daphne. The sight of her caused his heart to skip several beats and his stomach to do flip-flops. Harry knew he had changed and grown quite a bit over the summer. After all, he had been severely stunted, so it made sense he'd develop, once malnutrition was a thing of the past. Daphne, on the other hand, was beginning to develop quite well. She'd always been gorgeous to Harry, the most beautiful girl he'd ever laid eyes on. Now she was entering womanhood and her assets were reflecting that change. Harry felt stirring in an area that made him reflect briefly on his talk with Sirius. Flushing and mortified, Harry attempted to focus on the other, younger, girl standing beside Daphne. Must be her sister, Harry thought. She looked like Daphne in facial structure, had the same blue eyes, but had black hair like her father. She also seemed paler and frailer than Daphne. Harry recalled Tracy telling him Daphne's sister had been sick. He'd never discussed it with Daphne, figuring she'd tell him when she was ready. Harry smiled as he saw the small girl bounce on her heels in excitement and dart for the express, leaving Daphne behind. Harry chuckled and wondered what house the girl would end up in. Daphne gave parting hugs to her parents and boarded the express, which caused Harry to sit ramrod straight and check his appearance and robes once more. It was time to be Air Potterblack, just as Sirius had taught him. Thank Merlin Sirius gave me those lessons. I really doubted him, but the mangy mutt does know his stuff. The etiquette lessons, pureblood culture explanations, and old way teachings had been filled with awkwardness, laughter, and no small amount of mockery. Sirius stressed, however, that they were important, and one could only be loose with them so long as they knew the appropriate times to be. Having seen this demonstrated firsthand at Gringotts, Harry latched onto those teachings from his godfather. Several students poked their heads into Harry's compartment as they passed but left him alone. Even the first years paid him no mind. Harry frowned, finding this odd. Then a sudden thought struck him. They don't recognize me. Why would they? I'm no longer the scrawny boy in hand-me-down clothing with barely functional glasses. No, now I have repaired vision, expensive robes, and am taller and fuller than before. Harry enjoyed the feeling of being incognito without having to rely on his cloak. It was a wild experience, being invisible in plain sight. Student after student continued to walk past, not giving him a second glance. Harry almost burst out laughing when Daphne did the same, her golden blonde hair falling like a waterfall past her shoulders. Smirking, Harry stood, smoothed his robes, and stepped out of his compartment. Excuse me, Heiress Greengrass, Harry called in a confident tone. I noticed you are looking for a compartment. I would be delighted if you would consider joining me. Daphne stiffened and turned on her heel, her impassive, cold expression in perfect form. Merlin, she is beautiful. Daphne's sapphire blue eyes widened in shock. Her mouth opened and closed several times wordlessly. Still gorgeous, even when she's imitating a fish. Harry swept his arm behind him in the direction of his compartment. Daphne slowly entered with her trunk, which Harry promptly levitated. Next to his own, he turned to see Daphne gawking at him. Harry gave her a lopsided grin, took her hand, and issued a chaste kiss while performing a half bow. "A pleasure, as always," he said sincerely before turning to the compartment door, wand in hand, and placed a locking charm, notice not charm, and an additional ward cluster to reinforce the lock. Should keep out anyone except Remus, Harry thought smugly. In the Great Hall, Astoria turned to her sister. "Damn, Daph," she exclaimed. "Do you remember this?" Daphne, mouth agape, shook her head, indicating she did not. "Pity he is fit." Daphne nodded. "Like really fit, I mean you're literally speechless," Astoria sighed. "It's really quite romantic." "What?" Daphne finally found her voice. "This," Astoria made a shooing motion at the screen with her hand. "He learned our ways just for you." Daphne wanted to deny it. She wanted to tell Astoria that he learned those things because he was a future lord of 2 houses. She knew. Better, Harry had done it for her, only her. And I can't even remember it, Daphne thought bitterly. On screen, Harry took a seat across from Daphne and leaned back. Casually, patiently waiting. "H, Harry," Daphne squawked. "Daphne," Harry winked. He watched as she thoroughly looked him up and down, enjoying every second of it. Usually he found himself being the one caught starring. To have the tables turned was, well, satisfying. Thank you, Andy, for those occlumency lessons, Harry thought. His body was going into overdrive with Daphne, practically leering at him. Only his proficiency with occlumency kept the blush off his face. Unfortunately, it did nothing for the heat traveling south, so he cleared his throat respectfully. Daphne squeaked and turned to look out the window while chewing her lower lip and attempting to control her breathing. There was another minute of awkward silence before she appeared to regain control and turned to look at him, a heavy blush staining her cheeks. "What happened to you?" she questioned softly. "I had a great summer," Harry grinned, emphasizing the word great. "How was yours?" In the Great Hall, Astoria started giggling uncontrollably. "Morgana's tits," Astoria swore. "You can cut the sexual tension with a knife." "Torre," Daphne smacked her sister atop the head. "Well, it's true," Astoria started fanning herself. Daphne blushed and didn't argue. It was true. Her younger sister leaned in with a taunting grin. "Don't worry, Daffy. I know he's all yours." "Torre." On the screen, Daphne blinked. Mine," she stammered. "You can't come back looking like. She trailed off and gestured in his direction. Then just tell me." "Your summer was," she air-quoted with her fingers, "great." "But it was great," Harry shrugged. "I feel better, healthier, stronger." He paused before each word, never breaking eye contact from her. "Sapphire blues." "What happened to your glasses?" Daphne breathed. "Don't need them anymore," Harry replied. "Got my eyes fixed." Oh, Daphne's blush spread down her cheeks to her neck. Well, it looks, nice." "Thank you," Harry inclined his head and gave her a lopsided grin. "You look stunning, as always." Daphne gawked, finding herself unable to comment. "You never did answer my question, Daph," Harry remarked. "Cue question. How was your summer?" It was good." "Anything eventful happen?" "Not like you know." "Looking forward to anything this year?" A brief flicker of irritation crossed Daphne's features. "More like dreading." "Something." "Her sister, I'd imagine." "Ah, a pity," Harry sighed dramatically. "And here I was looking forward to our Hogsmeade trip." "No," Daphne, clearly frazzled, protested. "I didn't mean that. I'm looking forward to that also." "That is quite a relief," Harry grinned cheekily. Daphne huffed. "Are you really going to not tell me what happened to you?" "I was unaware anything happened to me, Daph." Daphne pinched the end of her nose and started flailing her hand in his. Direction. Why do you look so different? Well, Harry paused. I found that I was malnourished from my upbringing. I had that resolved. Oh, Daphne said lamely, well aware of what he was referencing. I may have also engaged in some robust training programs, Harry added. They helped contribute to my, he paused and motioned to himself, physique. Daphne hummed in agreement, caught herself, blushed heavily, and covered her eyes briefly in embarrassment. Harry found it both endearing and entertaining. That's right, Daph. Your turn to feel all flustered and hot under the collar, huh? And as if hearing his mental challenge, Daphne glowered at him, straightened and clenched her jaw. Harry could practically hear her saying telepathically, I know what you're doing. Two can play this game. She stood and stepped over to his side, sitting unnecessarily close to him. Taking his hand, she looked up at him with round puppy dog eyes, batting her eyelashes at him sweetly. Oh damn, Harry thought. That's just not fair, Daph. Have you noticed anything different about me? She questioned innocently. I absolutely have. She's developing quite nicely. Sirius wasn't joking when he said Daphne would be a looker. Yes, Harry's voice cracked, causing him to blush despite his acclumency. You are becoming a gorgeous, mature woman, Miss Greengrass. I find myself quite pleased with that response, Mr. Potter, Daphne admitted sultrily. Harry swallowed, suddenly nervous. He needed a subject change. The game was becoming too dangerous. Did you enjoy your birthday? Harry asked. Daphne smiled, seemingly satisfied she'd evened the score. She pulled away slightly, but kept a hold of his hand. I did. I take it you received my gift. Harry felt Daphne stiffen and her hands started to pull away. He grasped it tighter, confusion running through him. Daph. Oh, yes, she stumbled. Very much so, thank you. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Daphne appeared guilty, but he felt her sidle closer to him and place her head on his shoulder, so he let it go. I love every gift you get me, Harry, Daphne whispered. I wish I could wear them. Harry sat in thought for a moment. Your father. He felt her nod. I understand, Daph, Harry assured, squeezing her hand reassuringly. Do you want me to stop getting them? Harry felt her grip on his hand tighten, while her other hand grabbed the sleeve of his robe. No. There was a brief silence until Daphne spoke once more. I give them to my sister, she revealed so quietly Harry had to strain to hear it. The gifts? Harry asked in an understanding tone. Yes, Daphne whispered. Younger sister. Daphne nodded. She starts this year. Is she on the express with us? Harry questioned gently. Yes, Daphne pulled away to look at Harry. Her eyes were watery and she spoke in a choked voice. You don't think less of me, do you? Harry. Not at all, Harry smiled reassuringly. You have a duty to house Greengrass, after all. Daphne sniffled, swiping at the tears that began to fall. Harry wrapped an arm around her and pulled her closer. I wish I didn't, Daphne admitted. We'll figure it out, Daph, Harry promised. Together. She gave him a toothless smile, her lower lip quivering. You're too kind, Harry. In the great hall, Astoria turned on the bed to face Daphne, who was bawling her eyes out into her pillow. Astoria coughed wetly, her own emotions were in turmoil. Seeing her older sister in shambles hurt her more than she ever thought possible. She grabbed Daphne and pulled her into a hug. Astoria's own tears began to fall as Daphne's body racked with sobs. On the screen, Harry kept his arm around Daphne as she leaned on him, her head on his chest. Her hair covered her face in a curtain, and Harry ran his fingers through the strands contentedly. The express had long since started moving toward Hogwarts, and Harry heard the snack trolley coming their way. Would you like anything from the trolley, Daph? Harry asked gently. Daphne looked up at him. Her eyes were reddened and slightly puffy. She wiped her nose with the sleeve of her robe and nodded. Preference. Something chocolate, please. Daphne twiddled her thumbs, not meeting Harry's eyes. Harry stood and stepped out. He exchanged pleasantries with the trolley witch and ended up purchasing 2 of everything, as well as several gilly waiters. He returned to find Daphne looking out the window. It was just beginning to rain heavily. Lightning flashed in the distance, and the following thunderclap caused her to jump slightly. Looks like a big storm, Harry remarked while he set down his purchases. Chocolate frog. Daphne smiled brightly at him and brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Thank you, Harry. My pleasure. Harry plopped down beside her and took a bite out of a licorice wand. I used to collect these, you know, Daphne told him while chewing on her chocolate frog. She was holding an Albus Dumbledore card. Never could get Herpo the Fowl. Apparently, he was a limited run and wasn't very popular. With a name like that, I'd expect he wasn't, Harry chuckled. Do you still have your collection? Daphne flushed prettily. Somewhere, Father didn't think it proper for someone of my status to indulge in such frivolities. If I ever find a Herpo the Fowl, I'll make sure you get it, he promised, while holding back the frown that threatened to overtake his expression at Daphne's admission of her father's belief. She gave him a wan smile and continued eating her chocolate frog. Outside, the storm worsened. Rain lashed against the windows. Lightning flashed, illuminating the darkened sky. Thunder echoed in the air, sometimes so loud it shook the seats of their compartment. During those moments, Daphne would jump and cling tightly to Harry, which he didn't mind one iota. The two continued to munch on candy and exchange small talk when Daphne shivered. It's cold, she noted, rubbing her arms. Harry's breath misted as he exhaled, surprising him. It is cold, but why? The lights in the compartment flickered, and the train began slowing. Harry. Surely they wouldn't think Sirius is on the train, Harry thought. Hurriedly, acutely aware of the rapidly dropping temperature as the express continued to grind to a halt. He flicked his wand from its holster, a gift from Tonks, into his hand, ignoring the light spasm that started from his shoulder and traveled down to his fingers. Always happens during heightened emotions, Harry thought in irritation. Damn Cruciatus curse. A crackling noise caused him to look over his shoulder. The window was slowly icing over. Daph, Harry swallowed nervously. Dementors are about to board. He heard her breath hitch and felt her hand seek his own. Something crashed into the window, hard, and Daphne screamed. Around them, they could hear similar screams from other compartments. Harry rounded on the window as a flash of lightning illuminated a large, pale, scabby hand with long, ugly nails which scratched at the icy glass. Daphne backpedaled into Harry in her attempts to get away, almost bowling him over. Harry kept his balance, however, wrapping his left arm around her protectively. Both shivered as frost began creeping along the walls of the compartment. Their breath came out in great plumes of mist. Harry, I am SSC scared, Daphne chattered. He wanted to tell her it was going to be okay and that he'd trained for this and could repel the foul creatures. Instead, all he could do was nod jerkily and keep his wand trained at the door while he attempted to conjure a happy memory so he could summon his patroness. Intensified screaming a few compartments down caused a whimper to escape from Daphne. Harry moved her behind him, standing before her protectively. Just as Andromeda taught him, he clamped down on his mental shields and cleared his mind. A calming breath later, he located the memory needed for the charm, Daphne giving him a kiss on the cheek at the beginning of summer. The happiness filled him, and he waved his wand, confidently crying, Expecto Patronum. An ethereal, silver stag burst from his wand, stamping its hooves. Within the compartment, warmth, happiness, and comfort radiated. Through the two occupants, Daphne stared at the patroness' mouth. Agape in awe, Harry felt relief flood through him right as the door shuddered. Familiar voices suddenly filled Harry's head and his. Patroness flickered. Please. Daph, Harry gasped as his patroness flickered again. He's just a baby. He clutched his head as his patroness began to dissolve. A loud creaking sound indicated the compartment door had been wrenched open. Move, girl. No, Harry shouted, and his patroness flared to life once more. There was an unearthly wail, and something deathly cold brushed Harry's cheek, causing him to scream in pain. Avada Kedavra. The words echoed in Harry's mind, spoken by a cruel, evil voice. Harry knew no more as darkness took him. Harry. The feminine voice seemed so far away. Harry groaned, his eyes fluttering open, and tried to focus on whoever was calling him. Harry. That's Daphne's voice, Harry thought. He gasped, and his eyes regained focus on the tear-stained face of Daphne, who was holding his head in her lap as she sat on the floor of the compartment with him. The door to the compartment was still open. Crying, conversing, and sounds of movement emanated from the hall outside their compartment. Harry groaned and coughed heavily, sitting up slowly with Daphne's help. He pawed at the seat for his unopened chocolate frog and shakily unwrapped it. The enchanted treat never got its first jump as Harry snatched it and took off the head with a swift bite. He immediately felt better. Here, Harry offered the frog to Daphne. Eat and you'll feel better. Daphne obeyed, and her complexion began to return to normal. She shivered and rubbed her arms. Dobby, Harry called, and the elf appeared with a crack. Can you please bring 2 blankets? Dobby can do this for Master Harry and his miss, Dobby cried exuberantly and popped away. How? Daphne pointed at where Dobby was just as the house elf reappeared with 2 thick blankets in hand. Harry thanked Dobby, who promptly vanished and cast an overpowered warming charm on the 2 blankets before standing and helping Daphne back into her seat. He closed the compartment door, not bothering to lock it, and draped one of the blankets over Daphne's shoulders. She clutched it to herself and gave him a gentle smile, shuddering with pleasure at the warmth. Thank you. Harry forced a smile and took a seat next to her. I heard my mum, Harry reminisced. It sounded like she was here in the compartment. My concentration broke. Daphne could have gotten hurt. What happened? Harry's voice cracked and he cleared his throat. The Dementor, Daphne flinched. It forced the door open right as your patroness began to dissolve. It reached for you and you screamed and your patroness flared brightly. I didn't see the rest, but I think the Dementor might have touched you because you screamed and passed out, taking your patroness with you. When my vision returned, the Dementor was gone. Harry nodded, and Daphne shot up with a gasp, the blanket dropping from her shoulders. Astoria. She prepared to bolt out of the compartment when an older, taller man with scars on his face and brown hair that had streaks of gray appeared at their doorway. He was dressed in shabby, patchy robes and looked at them appraisingly. Are the 2 of you okay? We're fine, Professor, Harry replied, but Miss Greengrass would like to check on her sister. I take it you mean Astoria Greengrass, the man addressed Daphne, who nodded fervently. I just saw to her. She made me promise to tell you she is fine. Daphne choked back something that was a mixture of a sob and a sigh of relief and sank back into her seat next to Harry, who helped get the blanket back over her shoulders. She smiled toothlessly at him as she pulled the blanket tighter around her. The man broke off a piece of chocolate from a large bar and handed it to Harry. You 2 split that, he instructed. It will help. Thank you, Professor Lupin. Harry nodded gratefully. Remus hesitated, and a flicker of surprise crossed his features before he inclined his head at Harry. I will go speak to the conductor, please try. And stay in your compartment until we get moving once more. Harry nodded and began gently rubbing circles on Daphne's back. Remus left their doorway, and Harry flicked his wand into his hand. Waving it at the door which closed, he then recast his previous charms. And Warden shut his eyes wearily. Nothing we did could have prepared me for a real encounter with one of those creatures. Thank Merlin I was able to repel it. He felt Daphne's hand tenderly touch his cheek, which still stung from the icy touch of the Dementor. Just a red splotch, Daphne informed gently. How are you feeling? Tired, Harry admitted. I would imagine that was a corporeal patronus. Most adults can't do that, Harry, Daphne said through a mouthful of chocolate. She poked him in the ribs. You should eat. Harry complied and felt better. The chocolate from Professor Lupin must have been higher quality because warmth and energy followed each bite. Daphne, having finished her piece, snuggled closer to Harry and pulled her blanket up to her nose, burrowing in its warmth. I'm glad your sister is okay, Harry said. Me too. Daphne's voice was slightly muffled with her blanket over her mouth. When did you learn to cast the Patronus charm, Harry? Harry hesitated. He really wanted to tell Daphne all about his summer and his newly discovered family. Sirius had made him promise, however, that he wouldn't reveal anything, even to Daphne. Too much was at stake for a slip-up. Harry, however, didn't want to lie to Daphne. It didn't feel right to him, so he chose to tell the truth. I learned it over the summer, but I can't say anymore. He sighed and looked down at his hands. Please don't ask me to tell you anything else about it. Also, I would really appreciate if you could keep my ability to cast a corporeal patronus a secret. Daphne stared at him for a moment before nodding slightly. Okay. Harry. The express started moving once more. Harry and Daphne, outside of a brief conversation regarding Dobby and why he called Harry Master, didn't speak much for the remainder of the ride, instead enjoying each other's presence. Before long, they were pulling into Hogsmeade and preparing for the start of the third year. Before Daphne left the compartment, she looked over her shoulder at Harry. I look forward to our Hogsmeade trip, Harry, she said with a dazzling smile. Me too, Daph. Harry returned her smile, feeling an emptiness in his chest as she left. The screen flashed to a new memory, with Harry sitting at the Gryffindor table while the sorting ceremony was underway. Currently, Astoria Greengrass was sitting on the stool with the hat atop her head and covering her eyes. Scattered whispering had begun throughout the great hall. It had been 3 minutes and the hat still hadn't sorted the girl. Gryffindor, the sorting hat shouted, causing several people to jump in surprise. The whispers turned to full-blown murmurs and outcries of surprise. A Greengrass going to Gryffindor. Harry watched, appalled, as the expressions of his fellow Gryffindor students shifted to sneers. The sorting hat was pulled from Astoria's head, and she stared wide-eyed and afraid at the table. She took a tremoring step forward when the initial jeers from the students closest to her began, causing her to flinch and tremble. What the hell is wrong with these people? Harry thought, outraged. She's an 11-year-old girl, not the second coming of Voldemort. He heard the laughter and mockery getting louder from the Slytherin table behind him and scoffed. Doesn't take long for them to turn on one of their own, does it? Then, again, it doesn't take long for anyone in this castle to turn on you. What was it Lockhart said? Fame is a fickle friend. HMPH, probably the wisest words he ever spoke. Harry watched Astoria's eyes water and her lower lip quiver. Fuck this. Harry stood, uncaring of the silence that quickly enveloped the great hall, uncaring of the eyes that now watched him, and not the scared little girl, and uncaring of whatever insults would be thrown his way. He stepped over the bench he was sitting on and strode, confidently, toward Astoria Greengrass, who had stopped and was staring at him with wide, fear-riddled, watery eyes. He paused before her and extended his hand, which she gently took. He did a half-bow and brushed his lips across her knuckles. "Miss Greengrass," Harry spoke loudly, "allow me to be the first to welcome you to Gryffindor. If you will permit, I would be honored to escort you to our table." Starstruck, the girl could only nod wordlessly as Harry hooked his arm and allowed Astoria to numbly grab hold while he led her to where he previously sat. He glanced briefly at the Slytherin table and noted Daphne hurriedly swiping at her eyes with a relieved smile. Harry gently helped Astoria to sit and plopped down beside her before he gave her a warm smile. Thank you," Astoria whispered timidly. "It is my pleasure, Miss Greengrass," Harry nodded. "I'm Harry Potter. By the way," Astoria, despite her nerves, giggled, "everyone knows who you are. Mr. Potter. Please call me Harry." "Harry," Astoria amended. "Call me Astoria, please." "As you wish, Astoria." The sorting completed and food began filling the tables. Astoria looked around nervously and, seeing the glares coming her way, shrunk towards Harry. "Don't worry about them," Harry soothed. "Opinions around here change as often as the front page of the Daily Prophet. I doubt that will be the case with me." Astoria mumbled as she looked at her hands currently clasped in her lap. Her stomach growled loud. Enough for Harry to hear, but she didn't move to load her plate. The lions don't like having a snake in their midst. Harry laughed and began loading a plate for Astoria, setting it down before her. "That's where you have it wrong, Astoria. You're no snake." She looked up in surprise. "The Greengrass family has a long history of being in Slytherin," she protested. "Well, maybe Ravenclaw too, but never Gryffindor." "So," Harry smirked, "want to know a secret?" She nodded and leaned forward, wide-eyed. "The Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin," he whispered in her ear, holding back a chuckle when she gasped in surprise. "So, if there's a snake in the midst of these lions, it's me." Astoria smiled sheepishly at him. "But what does that make me?" "Why, Astoria," Harry grinned at her mischievously, "you're a little lioness, of course." And as Harry chuckled and turned back to his plate, he grunted in surprise as Astoria crashed into him, hugging him fiercely. "Thank you," she said harshly, tears budding in her eyes. "No problem, Astoria." Harry found himself surprised that he didn't flinch at her touch. "Torre," Astoria mumbled into his robes. "Huh. Call me Torre, please." "Okay, Torre," Harry grinned down at her. "Are you going to let me go now?" She pulled away and pushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear before turning to her plate. Harry was pleased to note that she was smiling and no longer concerned with how people around her stared. Must be a Greengrass girl thing. Hugging, Harry thought amusedly. Not that I mind. After the feast, Harry made his way up to his dormitory while Astoria followed the prefects with the rest of the Gryffindor first years. Harry arrived before Neville, Ron, Dean, and Seamus and quickly inspected Ron's area, hopping to find Peter in rat form. Sadly, the cage was empty, and Peter was nowhere to be seen. Harry swore under his breath and retreated to his bed. Damn, Sirius did say it'd be unlikely for Peter to be hanging around. Harry sat on his bed as the other 4 boys meandered in. Neville took to his corner and began preparing for bed, while Dean and Seamus continued to catch up on their summer escapades. Ron, however, approached his bed and took one look at the empty cage before swearing loudly. "Bloody cats," Ron bellowed. "Poor scabbers, they've probably gone and eaten him." "What are you on about?" Dean questioned, coming over to investigate. "My rat," Ron pointed at his cage. "One of those bloody cats got him. See the blood." Blood, Harry thought. How did I miss that? He stood and approached. "Blood?" he asked aloud. Ron snarled, spun, and shoved Harry roughly. "Piss off, Potter." Harry stumbled backwards into his bed. What the hell, Ron? Ron whipped his wand out and pointed it at Harry, who responded by flicking his into his hand. Shut it, Potter, Ron growled. We're not friends, don't speak to me. And I won't curse you. Harry, despite his anger, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It must have shown in his expression. Confused, Ron spat. Tell me, Potter, did you even try to save her? Harry paled as realization began to take hold. Nothing to say to that, eh, Potter? Bloody boy who lived. What a load of shite. Harry forced his mental shields down, culling the emotions begin to swirl within and put on an impassive expression. He stood straighter, but kept his wand at the ready. I don't know what you're talking about, Harry said calmly. What's your problem with Harry, Ron? Seamus questioned. This git, Ron indicated Harry, is trying to claim he had nothing to do with my sister Ginny dying. You really believe I'd be allowed back in Hogwarts if I did? Harry raised an eyebrow. Ron snorted and shook his head. His face was as red as his hair. You mean to tell me that you show up in McGonagall's office with Ginny's body and a snake, and you had nothing to do with Ginny being dead? Confusion filled Harry's head as he considered the accusation. Snake. He had defeated the King of Serpents, yes, but he knew for a fact he didn't show up in that office with a snake. Is that true, Harry? Dean asked, coming to stand beside Seamus. No, Harry shook his head. He's a bloody liar, Ron pointed at Harry. The snake he saved is still here, after all. Hell, her sister is in Gryffindor now. Harry blinked. You mean Daphne? Caught on, have you? Ron laughed derisively. Took you long enough. Potter. Daphne Greengrass, Neville questioned from his bed. He hadn't moved to intervene, but was watching and listening intently. Look, Ron, Harry attempted a different approach. I'm sorry about Ginny, truly, but shut you, P, Ron roared. You don't get to say her name. Harry watched as Ron waved his wand and sent a flipendo his way. He easily batted it into the ground, where it flashed briefly before fizzling out. Suddenly, Dean, Seamus, and Neville were all moving toward Ron. Easy, mate, Dean said. Hold on, Ron, Neville called. What the bloody hell are you doing, Ron? Seamus demanded. Ron found himself being held back by the three boys. He struggled and attempted to push through them but was unable to, so he settled for shouting at Harry. What happened, Potter? My mum calls us home and tells us that Ginny died. She tells us you were the one who brought her body back. She tells us that Ginny's lower half was completely crushed. Then she tells us that you stood there, holding onto Daphne fucking Greengrass, a snake who was still breathing, alive and unharmed. Ron burst free of the three holding him back, wand pointed at Harry. Why did she survive but my sister didn't, Potter? Ginny worshipped you. She talked nonstop about how happy she was to come to Hogwarts, where the bloody boy who lived attended. But did you give her the time of day? No, and now she's dead because of you. Harry was doing his best to control his temper. Ron was grieving that much was obvious. Harry had hardly spoken a word to Ginny at school, outside of that dreadful Valentine's incident with the dwarf. Then again, he'd spent most of last year in solitude under his cloak, due to the school believing he was the heir of Slytherin. If Ron expects me to apologize for saving Daphne, he's got another thing coming, Harry thought grimly. Even if I had to do it 100 times over, my decision wouldn't change. I can't talk about what happened, Harry informed, but I did the best I could. I'm sorry about your sister, Ron. So, you chose the Greengrass bitch over my sister, Ron said matter-of-factly. Don't call her that, Harry stated with a frown. Touched a nerve, have I? Ron grinned maliciously. You save your slimy girlfriend, then tell us you can't talk about what happened to my sister. Ron began laughing, but it sounded unhinged to Harry. That's bloody perfect. You're a fucking hero, aren't you, Potter? I understand you're upset, Harry grit his teeth. Ron stalked forward until he was a few steps away from Harry. Neither had lowered their wand. Fine, don't tell us the truth, Ron hissed. At least now I understand where your loyalties lie. You want to play with snakes, Potter. Don't be surprised when you get bit. Just drop it, Ron, Harry sighed, not wanting to argue or talk further. Let's all go to sleep. Yeah, Ron snorted. That's right, coward. Turn tail and run, just watch. You're back, Potter. You and those Greengrass bitches will get what's coming to you. Something in Harry snapped at that statement, quicker than any could. Follow, Harry disarmed Ron with an Expelliarmus, chained into a Depulso, which sent Ron crashing into the far wall and hit the red head. With an Incarcerus, which conjured thick ropes around him, all of this was done silently and within what felt like a heartbeat. Neville, Dean and Seamus stared at Harry in shock as he glared down at the struggling Ron, who was too disoriented and surprised to shout. Listen carefully, Harry said with deathly calm, the air around him crackled with magical power, causing the three standing boys to take a step back. You can say and think whatever the hell you want about me, but if you lay a finger on Daphne or Astoria Greengrass, I will end you. He stared down each boy before they wisely looked away. Any of you, Harry emphasized. Harry turned and stalked out of the dormitory without another word. He had excess energy that needed to be burned off, and he wanted to talk too. Serious now more than ever, he saw Astoria sitting in a chair near the fire speaking with an older girl. Both were smiling. Astoria caught Harry's eye and waved. Harry shot her a friendly smile and waved back before exiting through the portrait of the fat lady. September 4, 1993 flashed across the screen. Harry and Astoria were walking down to breakfast together. People have been really nice the last couple of days, Astoria chattered animatedly while Harry escorted her to the Great Hall. It had become somewhat of a routine for the two to walk arm in arm everywhere. Astoria thought it fun, and Harry figured it was good too. Practice for when he escorted Daphne at Hogsmeade. It also helped that Harry found Astoria incredibly easy to get along with, friendly and, in contrast to her older sister, quite bubbly once you got to know her. While Tonks filled the role of an older sister who had the ability to beat his arse into the ground, Astoria filled the role of the younger sister. The fact that Astoria was related to Daphne, Harry's love interest, certainly helped solidify the perception Harry had toward the girl. Astoria was just fun to be around and to talk with. That's good, Harry nodded. Let me know if anyone isn't. Astoria gave a very unladylike snort. There's been a very interesting rumor recently. Have you heard it? There are always rumors at Hogwarts, Harry groused. I swear news travels in this place faster than a breaking story at the Daily Prophet. You didn't answer my question, Astoria pointed out. You didn't tell me the rumor, Harry countered with a smirk. Astoria huffed. Okay, Dark Lord Potter, she rolled her eyes. Harry stopped and groaned, rubbing his face with his free hand. Seriously? Well, that's what they're calling you now, Astoria shrugged as if it didn't bother her. Harry figured it didn't. I'm just curious how you earned said moniker, what you do the night after the welcoming feast. Harry frowned, nothing that needs spoken. Astoria released Harry's arm and walked ahead of him before spinning on her heel and walking backwards. That's not what I heard, she sang. I heard that you threatened your dorm mates with unspeakable horrors should they defy your demands. Like ensuring I have a peaceful breakfast, Harry snarked. Astoria paused and Harry, who was lost in thought, found himself enveloped in a hug. Thank you, Harry, she whispered. Sure thing, little lioness. Harry patted her on the head affectionately. I really am hungry, though. And I am looking forward to you taking me for a ride on your firebolt. Astoria poked him in the ribs. Don't think I've forgotten. How could I? Harry chuckled as they entered the Great Hall. You keep reminding me. It's not every day you get to fly with the youngest seeker in a century, Astoria exclaimed as she began loading her plate up. Then you won't mind if we use a school broom? Harry asked, innocently, as he took a bite of toast. Prat, Astoria smacked him playfully on the chest. Where's the fun in that? I want to feel the speed, Potter. Harry snorted and sent a spoonful of eggs tumbling off his plate. If the little lioness wanted to test the limits of the firebolt, he would be happy to oblige. The two finished breakfast and made their way outside. Toward the Quidditch pitch, there were several students enjoying the weekend by flying around or hanging out around the Black Lake. Harry pulled his firebolt from his pocket and unshrunk it as they arrived at the Quidditch pitch. Okay, Tori, Harry instructed the girl who was currently bouncing on her heels in anticipation. Let's go over some basic. Yeah, Astoria waved off Harry's instructions. I got it, hold on. Tight, don't let go, have fun. Right, Harry shrugged and mounted his broom. He looked over his shoulder at Astoria. Well, come on then. Astoria clambered up and seated herself, scooting forward and wrapping her arms around Harry. He made sure she was secure before nodding to himself. Ready, he called. Yes, Astoria huffed. Now less talk, show me what this thing can do. Hurry. The firebolt shot off like a bullet at Harry's command, taking them high into the air. This was where Harry felt his most free, in the air with the wind whipping at his face. Everything else faded away. The past, the present, the future, none of it mattered when on a broom. All that mattered when Harry took to the sky was how far he could push his own limitations. Now, on what was currently the fastest broom in existence, Harry intended to find out. The fact that he had a laughing Astoria clutching to him for dear life was icing on the cake. He leveled out of his steep climb high above the Quidditch pitch. Astoria was gasping for air behind him as she laughed giddily. Wow, she screamed. This is incredible. Oi, Tori, Harry called. Ever heard of the Ronsky feint? Nope. Hold on. Astoria screeched as Harry dove down, the firebolt rapidly shrinking the distance between them and the ground. At the last possible second, Harry pulled up sharply, and their feet barely skimmed the grass. Astoria laughed so hard she began coughing. All right back there, Harry asked over his shoulder. Why, yeah, Astoria assured, coughing wetly. Faster, Harry, take me over the lake. As the lady wishes, Harry took off once more, allowing Astoria to get a spectacular view of the Black Lake. Beautiful, Astoria breathed as they glided through the air. Harry heard Astoria cough wetly again. Tori. Harry asterisk cough. Can you take asterisk cough asterisk me down? Harry immediately complied, landing on the far side of the lake. He turned and stared in horror at Astoria, who was coughing blood into her hands. Blood had trickled down her chin and onto her school robes. Tori, he cried and prepared to take off. I'll get you to Pomfrey. No, she gasped, sucking in air between racking coughs that doubled. Her over, please don't. Harry hesitated. But you're bleeding, he protested. Please, Astoria begged, sliding off the broom and sitting in the grass, where she took calming breaths. It's my fault. What? Harry dismounted and sat beside her, rubbing her back as she continued to cough sporadically. Dobby. The house elf appeared. How can Dobby help Master Harry? Can you please bring some towels and clean water? Dobby nodded enthusiastically and popped away, reappearing less than a minute later. Harry thanked Dobby and handed Astoria a towel while wetting another in the clean water. Thanks, Astoria smiled weakly as she held back smaller coughs. Mind filling in me on what's going on? Harry wrung out the wet towel and handed it to Astoria so she could clean her hands. A flick of his wrist sent his wand in hand, where he used a scourgify to help clean Astoria's robes. I'm dying, Harry, Astoria said somberly. Harry felt like he'd been hit in the gut with a bludger. What? Astoria sighed in relief as her cough subsided. She gratefully accepted. Another wet towel from Harry, and wiped her face with it thoroughly, before tossing it into the grass and pulling her knees up to her chin. Do you know what a blood curse is, Harry? Astoria questioned softly. Harry paled. He'd seen those mentioned in some books from the Black Family Library at 12 Grimmauld Place. When asked, Sirius had told him. It was some of the most bitter magic invented, as it required a living sacrifice from the last living member of a family, even the Black family, known for its proficiency and creativity in the dark arts, had not delved into the magic of blood curses, although they did appreciate both their vindictiveness and viciousness. I know that they require a living sacrifice of the last living member of a family, Harry replied with a shudder. Astoria nodded. That's a decent enough explanation, she coughed. And to Harry's relief, it didn't sound wet. Once cast, a blood curse manifests randomly within children born after it is cast. That's awful, Harry said. Why would anyone want to do that to another family? Astoria shrugged. It's been so long now that we're not sure. From what we've gathered, a deal over some land went bad between the Greengrass clan and Thatcher clan. An invading army of a nearby fiefdom nearly wiped out the Thatcher clan shortly after the deal was struck or violated, we're not sure. The last member of the Thatchers, enraged, invoked the blood curse on the Greengrass family. I was the lucky inheritor for this generation. What does it do? Harry asked hesitantly. The blood curse, I mean. It's ugly, for both the family and those who have it manifest, Astoria replied. You can't marry out of it, and any with Greengrass blood can manifest it. This means even Daphne's children will have a chance of getting the curse. Once manifested, any strenuous activity, heightened emotion, or mental exertion can cause an episode where you lose blood rapidly, as you've seen. It also has the happy repercussion of shortening your lifespan. Astoria began plucking up blades of grass aimlessly. Of course, there's no telling how long you have left to live when you have a blood curse. Only that every time you have even a minor episode, you are reducing whatever time you have left. Harry looked appalled. I'm sorry, Tori. Had I known, I would have. Never. No, Astoria shouted violently, then began sobbing brokenly. Don't apologize. Don't pity me, please. Harry watched as Astoria sobbed into her hands and slowly pulled her into a hug, hoping it could be some comfort to her. She calmed down over time, and Harry was thankful she didn't start coughing again. All my life, I've been treated like a glass doll, Astoria said morosely. You're the first friend I've ever had who has treated me like a normal person. I don't want that to change, Harry. But I don't want you to shorten your life, Tori, Harry said gingerly. I'm going to die anyway, Harry, Astoria glowered at him. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe 20 years from now. The blood curse guarantees I won't live a long life. I just want to live, Harry. Today, I got to experience flying on a borderline professional level. Do you know how wonderful that is? I don't know if I'm that good, Harry protested while scratching the back of his head. I think I understand where you're coming from, Tori. I just don't know if I can knowingly do things that will allow you to have an episode. Isn't that my choice? Astoria challenged. Or are you going to be like my sister and deny me any opportunity to experience life? Harry stiffened. I'm sure Daphne is just looking out for you. Daphne would have me in a permanent bubble if she could, Astoria snipped. I love my sister, Harry, but it's exhausting when I'm hardly allowed to even breathe for fear of shortening my life. She flopped back on the grass and stared at the sky. I know my time is limited. That's why I want to live to the fullest, even if it's only for a little bit. Did you know that Daphne argued I shouldn't come to Hogwarts? That I should be privately tutored, slowly and carefully, because magical Exhaustion can trigger my curse. Harry shook his head dumbly. Of course, he didn't know those things. I fought and kicked and screamed to get here, Astoria huffed. And now that I'm here, I want to experience it all. Magic, flight, potions. Love, everything. Damn the consequences. She rolled over and looked at Harry expectantly. So, what are you going to do, Harry? Are you going to run to a professor or worse, run to my sister and tell her what happened? Harry swallowed. He was already uncomfortable enough about keeping his summer discoveries from Daphne to knowingly hide he knew about Astoria's affliction and behave as if he wasn't taking time off her life. Could he really do that? Images of his time with the Dursleys in his younger years flashed through his mind. He knew what it felt like to be caged and unable to experience life. No, Harry sighed. I won't tell anyone. Astoria stood up shakily, staring down at Harry. You're serious? No, Harry thought automatically. Sirius is my godfather. Damn you, Sirius, Harry muttered under his breath. How many times had he heard that quipped back to him over the summer? He almost groaned aloud when he replied, Yes, I'm serious. Astoria tackled Harry with a hug, sending them both sprawling to the ground. She clutched him so hard he thought his ribs would crack. Thank you, thank you, thank you, she cried. You're an amazing friend, Harry. Can't breathe, Harry choked. Astoria pulled away and sat back sheepishly. Sorry. Listen, Harry took a deep breath. I won't say anything, but you have to say something if you're feeling overexerted. I get that you want to experience life more than you know, but I don't want to knowingly be shortening your life. Astoria studied Harry for a moment before shooting him a smile and holding out her hand. Deal. In the great hall, Daphne turned to Astoria. Did you really mean that, Torre? Astoria regarded her older sister with a sigh. Daphne looked like hell, and tears still spilled slowly down her cheeks. Yes, Daph. I know you do it out of love and concern for me, but frankly, it's stifling. With Harry, I was able to experience so many wonderful things. Yes, I suffered many times from our antics, but I've never once regretted it. She paused for a moment in thought. That's not true. I regretted one decision. The Patronus charm, Daphne stated knowingly, because of my reaction. I don't blame you, Astoria assured. Had I been in your shoes, I probably would have reacted the same way. Daphne shook her head. But he taught you the Patronus charm. Because you asked him to, I attacked him for it. Worse, I never gave him a chance to explain himself. But we know that you didn't have some of these memories, Astoria gestured at the screen. You wouldn't have known he had a childhood like he did, that he would understand me and want to help me experience life. Daphne sniffled and wiped her nose on her sleeve. Torre, you have to look at this from his perspective. When I attacked him over what happened, he would have been under the assumption that I knew about his childhood. Then I don't give him a chance to explain his actions and I refuse to forgive him. How do you think he took that? Astoria knew how he took it. Poorly. One more dagger in the heart, Daphne said miserably. One more reason for him to hate me forever. Astoria watched as Daphne sobbed into her pillow. She desperately wanted to comfort her older sister, to tell her that it was going to be okay and that Harry was going to forgive her. At this point, however, she wasn't so sure. Yes, Daphne clearly had someone tampering with her mind and emotions. But did Harry know that? Did he know that her actions were motivated based on false memories and emotions? She reached over and pulled Daphne into a hug. The screen flashed September 9, 1993. Harry was walking toward his first Dada class with Professor Lupin. He was also extremely frustrated at his failure to locate the Marauders map. Just last night, he had spent several hours raiding Filch's office, where Sirius had been sure the map would be. I checked every bloody drawer, cubby, nook, and cranny of that office. Harry thought bitterly. All I have to show for it is the strong suspicion. That Filch has an unhealthy obsession with chains. He arrived outside the classroom and noticed Daphne was there. She approached him with a smile. "Hi, Harry," she greeted. "Hey, Daph. I just wanted to say thank you for what you did for Astoria." Daphne quickly grabbed his hand and gave it a squeeze. "It was my pleasure." Harry tried to ignore the blood rushing to his face. "Torre is awesome." Daphne nodded and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, turning as the classroom door opened. They filed in to find all the desks pushed to the side of the wall, creating a large open space in the center of the room. "Go ahead and place your things against the wall," Lupin called. "Just wands today." Harry and Daphne set their things down next to each other and stood side by side as Professor Lupin introduced himself and the objective of the class. Today, they would be learning about how to combat boggarts. There were a few questions for the students to answer, and then everyone was told to line up. No one looked overtly enthused to be broadcasting their greatest fears to other students. After Neville broke the ice, however, with a Snape dressed in old grandma clothing, it helped assuage many concerns. Harry got wrapped up in the laughter around the room, which was the key to defeating a boggart, and found himself looking forward to his turn. That changed, however, when Daphne took her turn before him and the boggart morphed into Astoria laying in a pool of blood, her face deathly pale and her eyes wide open and unmoving. Daphne attempted the ridiculous charm, and the boggart, instead of changing into something funny, morphed into Harry, laying on the floor and coughing brackish fluid as he struggled to breathe. Harry paled as Daphne screamed, dropped to her knees, and began crawling forward. He'd never watched the memory of his fight with the basilisk, so he had no idea how bad of shape he was in after the fight. Instinctively, he moved to reassure Daphne he was okay, wand in hand. Professor Lupin arrived first, however, and pulled her away from the boggart, which rounded on Harry. The boggart appeared unstable for a moment before it morphed into a standing Daphne. Harry hesitated. "Get away from me, freak," the boggart Daphne yelled. "How many times do I have to reject your advances before you leave me alone? I hate you. You're a freak. Didn't your parents raise you to be better behaved? Who could ever love you?" Harry reeled as if struck physically, before clamping down on his mental shields and shaking his head. The boggart morphed once more, and Daphne was now writhing on the floor screaming, the way she was. Jerkily moving, Harry knew what he was witnessing, Daphne being tortured by the Cruciatus. "I hate that fucking curse," Harry roared in his mind, raising his wand. The boggart morphed a third time, this time turning into a Dementor. Harry gasped as the room was suddenly flooded with an unearthly chill. Voices assailed his mind once more. "Please." Harry swayed and raised his wand while muttering, "Expect. He's just a baby. Do pat. Move, girl. Esrenu, yo. Avada Kedavra." Harry nearly blacked out, and suddenly Professor Lupin was there, arms stretched wide. There was a popping sound as the boggart morphed into a large white ball. Lupin cast the ridiculous charm and banished the boggart back into its cabinet before dismissing the class for the day. Harry moved over to check on Daphne, who was still sobbing brokenly. She clung to Harry tightly when he knelt next to her. Harry enveloped her in a hug and breathed in her sweet-smelling shampoo, thankful she was okay. Professor Lupin offered them both some chocolate, which they gratefully took before sending them off. Daphne grabbed Harry's hand and held it tightly before dragging him into an abandoned classroom. The moment the door closed, she threw herself at Harry and attempted to squeeze the life out of him. "I'm sorry, Harry," she exclaimed. "For what that boggart said, I would never say those things." Harry swallowed, his eyes watering. "It's okay, Daph," he managed to say huskily. You're okay, I'm okay. I won't ever hurt you, Harry, Daphne said quietly. I won't ever leave. You, I promise. They held each other for nearly half an hour before it was time to go to their respective next classes. Reluctantly, they stood and made ready to leave. Daphne hesitated with her hand on the door handle. She turned back to Harry and leaned forward, kissing him just to the side of his lips. She turned away, her golden blonde hair covering her face from Harry's view and likely hiding her furious blush, all the occlumency shields in. The world couldn't prevent the blush on Harry's face. He gently touched where her lips had just been before he felt Daphne take his hand and open the door. Walk me to my next class, she asked, refusing to meet his eyes. Sure, Daph, Harry stated numbly. Harry found he didn't care if the school saw them holding hands. In the great hall, the screen faded to black, and Astoria turned too. Daphne, who was clutching her head, wide-eyed and pale. Daph. Fucking hell, Daphne choked. Oh, Torrey. Daphne swooned, and Astoria caught her before she pitched off the bed onto the stone floor. Daph, Astoria shouted, pulling her older sister close. What's wrong? Class, Daphne sobbed so hard it felt like she was convulsing. I don't remember that class that way. What do you remember? Astoria asked as Daphne continued crying. Harry went before me, and his fear was a dementor, not anything to do with me, Daphne bawled. But that's asterisk hick not hick the problem. Calm down, Daph, Astoria soothed. Just breathe. Daphne began hyperventilating. His fear, Torrey. Which fear? The hick asterisk first asterisk hick asterisk 1. Astoria was confused. I'm not following you, Daffy. Daphne felt the room begin to spin, and she felt the contents of her stomach rising. B-bucket. Shite, Madame Pomfrey, Astoria called. Pomfrey came rushing over with a bucket, and Daphne promptly emptied what little she had remaining in her stomach. She was shaking uncontrollably, sobbing and choking on her phlegm. Pomfrey forced another calming draught into her and conjured another blanket and pillow, placing warming charms on them, before forcing Daphne to lie down. The calming draught appeared to help, but Daphne still trembled beneath the blankets and wept quietly. Astoria fought back her own tears that were falling, not wanting to trigger her blood curse if she could help it. She coughed weakly and laid down beside Daphne. Daph, talk to me, Astoria pleaded. I'm so weak, Daphne whispered pathetically. If I didn't let them do this to me. Stop, Daph, Astoria said firmly. You didn't let anyone do this to you. His fear, Daphne blubbered. His fear, Torrey. Astoria waited for Daphne to get it out. In potions. Astoria stiffened. I asterisk hick, said asterisk hick, the same asterisk hick asterisk words to him, Daphne admitted. Oh, sweet Morgana, Astoria choked. Did you say more? Daphne bit her lip and nodded, tears pooling into her pillow. Someone in that class shared Harry's fears with whoever did this to Daphne, Astoria thought. September 10, 1993 flashed on the screen. Harry and Astoria sat in the Gryffindor common room on a couch near the fire. Astoria closed her textbook with a thwap and turned to Harry. So, you and Daphne, huh? She grinned mischievously at him. When were you going to tell me? I don't know what you're talking about, Harry scoffed. Police, Astoria waved off his protestations. The whole school knows. Big surprise there, Harry muttered irritably. It's not like you've done a good job hiding it, Astoria pointed out. Even Daphne, who is usually pretty sneaky, hasn't been very slither about it. And pray tell how you're so confident these rumors have merit. You mean outside of the Dada incident, where Daphne's greatest fear is you dying, and yours is her rejecting you or her being tortured? Astoria deadpanned. Harry flinched. He didn't like thinking about that, and he hadn't wanted to face a boggart since. Those aside, Astoria showed him some form of mercy. You too. Constantly sneak little smiles or glances at each other whenever you're in the same room. And don't get me started on your woeful attempts at being subtle when you brush hands with each other in passing. Harry balked. We don't. Spare me, Astoria interrupted. You do admit it. Whatever, Harry groused. Since when did you get so observant? I'm the baby's sister, Astoria shrugged. It's my duty to find out as much embarrassing information as possible, and then use it to humiliate my older sister. You are pure evil, Harry observed. Prat! Astoria smacked him on the arm and looked at him expectantly. Well what? Harry questioned, trepidation lacing his tone. You do fancy my sister, yeah. Harry spluttered and started to stand, only to be jerked back by Astoria. Answer the question, Potter. Well, I mean, why yes? Harry flailed his arms in exasperation. Yes. Okay, I fancy Daphne. Love her is the better way of saying it, Harry thought. So, Astoria folded her arms. Harry blinked. Is this some sort of guessing game girls play? Because I'm lost. Astoria rolled her eyes. When are you going to ask her out? Technically, I already have, Harry stated automatically. I'm escorting her to the first Hogsmeade trip this year. Astoria's eyes widened with every word Harry spoke. Harry's brain finally caught up to his mouth, and he gulped and clamped a hand over his mouth right as Astoria squealed loudly. He frantically threw a hand over Astoria's mouth to shush her as those in the common room glanced over at the pair in confusion. Will you be quiet? Harry hissed. We don't want the whole school to. No. Astoria narrowed her eyes as Harry kept his hand over her mouth. Daphne did this to her sometimes. There was a surefire way to get free. She licked his hand. Harry shivered in disgust as he jerked his hand away. Astoria cackled, then yelped as Harry rubbed his hand across her face. Gross, she wailed. It's your spit, Harry protested. Astoria writhed on the couch, pawing at her face. Don't teach that trick to Daphne, Potter. I will if you don't keep your mouth shut about this, Harry warned. Gah, fine, Astoria acquiesced before sitting up with a wry grin. Well, Merlin save me, Harry prayed. Well, what? Astoria smacked his arm. Tell me how the bloody hell you got father to agree to let you escort Daphne. Harry groaned and leaned back while shutting his eyes. This has something to do with the basilisk, doesn't it? Astoria whispered conspiratorially. Merlin's balls, woman, Harry swore. How do you know about that? Astoria just glared at him. Well. Oh no, I'm not talking about that, Harry said while folding his arms defensively. Okay, Astoria seemed unperturbed. Let's talk about your budding relationship with my older sister then. She batted her eyelashes at Harry. Have you two kissed? It all started when the Chamber of Secrets was opened. Harry began, pointedly ignoring the question. October 30, 1993, flashed across the screen. It was morning and Harry made his way down to the common room to find Astoria sitting on the couch in front of the fireplace. He plopped down beside her and ruffled her hair. Good morning, little lioness. His smile faltered when he saw the sour expression on Astoria's face. Everything all right? Astoria huffed and folded her arms. Daphne and I had a spat last night. Before curfew. Harry nodded. It seemed the two sisters argued at least once a week. Want to talk about it? Astoria waved him off. Not really. Harry noticed Astoria was wearing a very familiar charm bracelet. That's a really lovely bracelet. Astoria glanced at her wrist, and a small smile played on her face. Daphne got it for me. Nice gift. Harry whistled as Astoria held her wrist out for him to examine. She gets me a charm every Christmas and birthday, Astoria stated. The Daphne charm was the first one I received. She said it was so I could remember her by The heart was so I could remember how much she loved me. The night bus reminds her of how sometimes she wants to get away from me, but despite those feelings, she will always come back and be there for me. She scrunched up her face. Not that I really comprehended that one as much, but it was kind of funny and sweet. And the snake, Harry prompted. Astoria shrugged. She thought for sure I'd be a Slytherin. Guess that didn't go quite as planned. Sounds like your sister really loves you, Harry nudged Astoria playfully. Of course she does, Astoria scoffed. She just needs to stop being an overprotective wet blanket. It's suffocating. And you've told her that. Every time, Astoria assured irritably. She took a deep, calming breath and turned to Harry. Enough about my problems. What about you? You've been rather off-put of late. Harry hesitated to respond. She wasn't wrong. Weeks of inability to locate the Marauders map was beginning to wear on him. The additional tension in his dormitory wasn't helping either. Dean and Seamus avoided him entirely, but would cast furtive glances his way. Neville had attempted to converse with Harry a few times, but it felt forced and awkward. Ron merely scowled any time Harry was in proximity. Then there was Peter Pettigrew, who was still roaming the castle as a rat and hadn't been seen in weeks. Ron made sure to bemoan that fact whenever someone who would listen was nearby. Harry was thankful Ron had enough sense to not accuse him of having anything to do with the rat's disappearance, more so than the ongoing quest for the map and dormitory drama. Harry was feeling on edge. Knowing Peter was roaming around and could strike at any moment worried Harry. The desire to catch the rat was becoming overwhelming, and Harry had a hard time focusing on other activities like Quidditch. Ron also contributed with his not-so-subtle assurances of retribution for both his sister's death and Harry's sound trouncing of him at the start of the year. So far, no threats had been realized, but Harry found himself constantly on guard. He'd made Astoria swear to tell him if she had any problems from Ron or heard about Daphne experiencing any harassment. As if that wasn't stressful enough, Sirius had decided he was putting the recently dubbed Malepicalypse on hold so he could be closer to the school. His idiot godfather had arrived in his animagus form and set up shop in the Shrieking Shack. Harry had vehemently protested this via mirror call, but Sirius was adamant that he had to help sniff out Pettigrew. Nothing, however, had him rattled or feeling more nervous than tomorrow, the first Hogsmeade weekend where he would officially escort Daphne. Harry felt Astoria poking him in the ribs. Earth to Harry, she called. You there? Huh, Harry shook his head to clear his mind. It didn't work. Eloquent, Astoria quipped. What's got you so distracted? Hogsmeade, Harry swallowed. Astoria's eyes lit up with a mixture of joy and mischief. She clapped furiously and squealed. Oh, it's your date with Daffy. Harry blushed heavily. It's not a date. Police, Astoria shooed his protestations away. Well. Harry threw his hands in the air in exasperation. Well, what? What's the plan, Potter? Astoria leaned forward. Surely you've thought this out. Harry trailed off. You don't have a plan. I know we'll go to Honeyjukes, Harry half stated, half asked. Weekly. Astoria scoffed. I should hope so. That's a base expectation. What else have you got? Harry scratched the back of his head. I was going to wing it. Astoria frowned. I'm not really much of a planner. Harry winced as Astoria's frown transformed into a glare, Gryffindor and all. I suppose I could help you, Astoria smiled wryly. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. For a price. Harry gulped, then sighed. Okay, what's the price? Admit it's a date. What? Harry choked. It's not a... Yeah, Astoria cut him off and stood. She turned on her heel, too. Stared down at Harry, who shrunk into the couch away from her. Now. See here, Harry Potter. You're about to escort heiress Greengrass in an official capacity. That means this is the pureblood equivalent of a date. She placed her hands on her hips and glowered at him. So, you're going to march back into your room and put on some nice clothes. Shirk the school outfit. Daphne won't be wearing hers. Harry nodded and stood, not wanting to argue. And bring a jacket, Astoria called at his retreating form. She shook her head and muttered, boys. Harry came down minutes later wearing nice black slacks, dress shoes, and a forest green button-down with a black dragon-hide jacket. Andromeda and Tonks had made sure he was properly clothed this year. Astoria whistled as she looked him up and down. Nice, that'll get a reaction out of Daffy. Harry blinked. Astoria stepped forward and unbuttoned the top button of his collar. That's better, she hummed. Now are you ready for my infinite wisdom regarding my older sister? Harry nodded eagerly. Astoria motioned him to lean down, which he did. She tousled his hair, getting at how she thought Daphne would like it, and then gave Harry a quick hug while whispering, wing it, have fun and be yourself. She shoved him playfully toward the portrait. Entrance. Go on, have fun. And remember, you're going to tell me all about it when you get back. Why do I feel like I'm missing something important? Harry thought as he stood at the exit to the Gryffindor Tower. No, not important. Something obvious. He shook his head irritably. Focus, Potter, you've got a date. No, escort. Yeah, that's what it is. Escort. Harry was halfway to the Great Hall when he noticed something peculiar. Well, a couple of somethings. Firstly, students were staring at him with befuddled expressions. Harry was used to different reactions. Like scowls Ron, sneers most Slytherins, terror anyone who bought into the dark Lord Potter rumor tripe, or his personal favorite, unmitigated loathing, Malfoy and Snape. Secondly, said students he passed which bequeathed him with said variety of expressions were all dressed in school robes. Not a soul wore anything casual or muggle. Nope, full school robes, almost as if... Oh, that girl is the devil incarnate, Harry thought grimly. She'd give Voldemort a run, I'm serious. And, as always, he cursed at himself for thinking those words as he heard his godfather's voice echo in his mind. No, Harry, I'm serious. Damn it, serious. Damn it, Astoria. Harry's eyes widened and he dove into a nearby alcove. Shite, Daphne. Uncaring if any saw, he jerked the hood of his invisibility cloak up and thanked Merlin he was able to prevent Daphne, who was just ahead. And rummaging through her bag from seeing him, he fumed as he stomped his way back to the Gryffindor common room. I'm going to murder her in her sleep, Harry plotted. I'll smother the demon with a pillow. Daphne will understand once I explain it to her. If I do it right, no one will ever know. He dropped the hood of his cloak and said the password to the fat lady, who swung open to admit him. Astoria's cackling echoed in the common room and Harry really tried to hold a scowl. Unfortunately, laughter is contagious, and Harry found himself cracking a grin before he shook his head and joined the girl he saw as the sister he never had. On the couch, he laughed with Astoria for several minutes. Okay, it was a good prank. I'll get her back, though. In the Great Hall, Astoria was doubled over, clutching her stomach and laughing uproariously. Daphne stared at her in puffy-eyed wonder. Small smile cracking her usual somber expression. Tears of mirth ran down Astoria's cheeks, and before long, laughter began to spread down the tables. Within a minute, almost everyone was laughing heavily. Even some of the staff members. I'll never forget that, Astoria choked out between guffaws. It was the best prank I ever played. Daphne found herself actually smiling and giggling slightly. She hated herself for it, feeling she didn't deserve happiness, but seeing Astoria in stitches, along with the rest of the Great Hall, moved her. He was so mad at me, Astoria shrieked with mirth. And Daphne felt a harsh laugh bark out of her, like a dam bursting. Laughter began to flood out of her until she was laughing alongside her. Sister, the laughter was healing, and it removed so much of the despair and pain she had been carrying. She laughed until her ribs hurt, and then she laughed more. For the first time in weeks, tears of joy, not sadness, fell down her cheeks. Several minutes later, people calmed, although the occasional snort of mirth would burst out. Daphne felt the weight of despair begin to set in. Once more, as the memory which had, oddly enough, paused, started back up, Astoria wiped her eyes, breathing heavily, and shook her head in disbelief. "That's just like Harry," she mumbled. "What do you mean?" Daphne questioned confusedly. "He knows how ugly all of this is." Astoria gestured aimlessly at the room. "That memory served a singular purpose, Daph." "To make us laugh?" Daphne asked incredulously. Astoria nodded. "Harry always thinks about others." Daphne stared at the screen in awe. Was that true? Did he purposely interject a happy, funny memory to bring brevity to those watching? She watched as Astoria continued to giggle occasionally. Her baby sister looked like she was glowing, vibrant. Daphne looked down at her own hands, which no longer shook with stress, but instead vibrated as the last vestiges of happiness ebbed from her. Even though she felt the guilt creeping in once again, she too felt better, happier. She found herself extremely grateful to Harry. The screen flashed October 31, 1993. Harry stood in front of a full-length mirror in his dorm, wearing the same outfit as yesterday, and double-checked his appearance. He also checked his watch for the 50th time to ensure it was indeed October 31st. Satisfied, he grabbed his jacket and headed downstairs where Astoria awaited. "You look good," she complimented with a smile. "Now remember what we talked about yesterday." "Right." Harry checked his watch again. Astoria rolled her eyes. "It's actually today, Harry. Off with you, shoo." Harry complied and heard Astoria give a final parting demand as he departed. "Remember, you're going to tell me everything when you get back." Harry paused in the hallway outside the fat lady portrait and took a few calming breaths. "Remember what Sirius told you. Confidence, just be confident. You've got this." The Great Hall approached far faster than usual, and Harry found himself looking through the sea of students for the golden blonde hair of Daphne. He quickly located her, and his heart skipped a beat. Daphne looked incredible. He found a blush exploding on his face as he realized they were wearing matching outfits. Daphne was wearing a white blouse, forest green jumper, and a long black skirt with black stockings. She caught his eye, and the two weaved through the crowd until they were standing before each other. Daphne examined Harry for a moment before a blush also found its way to her face. Remembering his manners, Harry cleared his throat and extended his hand. "Heiress Greengrass." Harry brushed his lips across Daphne's knuckles. "Will you do me the great honor of allowing me to escort you today?" "I find that quite acceptable, Mr. Potter," Daphne replied demurely. Curtsying, Harry grinned and held out his arm, which Daphne delicately placed her hand upon. The formalities out of the way, Harry leaned in and whispered, "Nice choice of outfit. You look stunning as always, Daph." Daphne snorted, but brought her hand to her mouth and passed it off as a gentle cough. "Great minds think alike, it would seem." She eyed him through her long eyelashes. "You look quite dashing yourself, Harry." Neither noticed students in the crowd pointing and whispering as people realized Harry Potter was taking Daphne Greengrass to Hogsmeade. A pathway cleared to Filch, and Harry and Daphne provided their signed permission forms and started down the path toward the carriages. "I assume you haven't much of a plan?" Daphne questioned knowingly. "You talked to Torrey, I take it," Harry chuckled. Daphne shook her head. "No, but I'm sure there's a story there you'll have to tell." Harry scoffed. "Oh, there's a story all right. Your sister is the devil." Daphne giggled, and Harry felt a pleasant shiver run through his body at the sound. "We can explore Hogsmeade together then," Daphne suggested. "I've only been a few times, when my mum took us." Harry helped Daphne step into an empty carriage and followed her up. He was going to sit across from her, but she jerked him into the seat beside her and grabbed his arm. Harry felt her lean her head on his shoulder and inhaled deeply the scent of strawberries and lemons. "Merlin, I love that smell." "This is nice," Daphne mumbled happily. Harry wrapped his arm around Daphne's shoulders and pulled her closer. "Yes, it is," he smiled. "Well," Daphne prompted suddenly. Harry felt his eye twitch. "What is it with Greengrass girls and that word?" "Well, what? What did Tori do that has caused you to label her the devil?" Harry laughed, startling Daphne, who pulled up from his shoulder and stared at him with a raised eyebrow. "Let me tell you," Harry began. The two exited the carriage laughing as it arrived in Hogsmeade. Harry was glad Astoria's antics could make Daphne laugh. "Tori always has been a nuisance," Daphne admitted with a smile. "I'd rank that as the best prank she has ever pulled, though." "Thank Merlin for my cloak," Harry sighed in relief. Daphne reached behind Harry and pinched the cloak between her fingers. "You wear it everywhere, don't you?" Harry paused in surprise. "You can see it." Daphne quirked an eyebrow. "Yes, I've always been able to see it." "But how?" Harry questioned, dumbfounded. "No one else can see it." "I figured that out," Daphne nodded. "No one has ever commented on it, and you've had it on even in the hospital wing. Although I probably should have been more curious as to why I am able to see it." "And touch it," Harry added. "I tested it with Ron last year. He couldn't touch the cloak." "Curious," Daphne tugged at the cloak playfully. "Maybe it likes me." "There's a mystery to unravel," Harry mused. "I really wish I had access to the Potter family vault. Maybe there's a manual for this thing tucked away in there." "Maybe," Harry smirked with a shrug. "Would you like to explore the shops?" Daphne asked. "We can replenish any supplies we may need." "That works," Harry grinned. "Lunch at 3 Broomsticks." "I think Madame Rosmerdo will enjoy that." Daphne smiled in remembrance, her cheeks pinkening prettily. The two explored the various shops until lunch. Both ended up replenishing their quills and inks, as well as purchasing some interesting books they found. They agreed to visit Honeyjuke's after lunch, as it wouldn't do well to go on an empty stomach. Neither knew when nor noticed until much later they started holding hands. It felt natural, easy, and comfortable. They talked about everything and nothing as they walked around, uncaring of those who stopped to stare or point and whisper. Harry found himself wanting this more than anything he'd ever wanted. Being around Daphne was an indescribable feeling to him. It was as if his blood itself called for her. Harry assumed that feeling was the Potter family magic, but had no way of validating it outside of insights from Sirius. The two made their way to 3 Broomsticks for lunch, and during a lull in the conversation, Harry posed a question to Daphne. "We can do this again, right?" Daphne looked up at him. "Do what?" Harry squeezed her hand unconsciously, causing both to look down at their joined hands. "This." Daphne looked into his eyes, and Harry found himself lost in her sapphire blues. "I'd like that," she stated softly, looking up at him while slowly leaning in. "Me too," Harry whispered as he leaned towards her, his eyes focused on her lips. Just as their lips were about to meet, they were interrupted by the raucous laughter of a group of 7th years who stumbled out 3 Broomsticks, having hit the butterbeer a little too hard. Daphne bit her lower lip and pulled away, frustration flashing in her eyes. Harry clamped down on his occlumency shields, thankful his face was now impassive and not sending a murderous glare at the gits who interrupted what was about to be the only memory he'd ever need to cast his Patronus. Hungry? Harry questioned lamely. Daphne pushed a stray lock of hair from her face. Famished. The two entered the 3 broomsticks and found an unoccupied table. In the corner, Harry held out Daphne's seat and made sure she was settled before dropping beside her. They were greeted by Madame Rosmerta, who shot them a knowing smile the moment she saw them. Welcome back, little lovebirds. Harry and Daphne stammered out greetings while sporting furious blushes. It took several stumbling sentences for the two to place their lunch orders, which Madame Rosmerta went to fulfill, but not before providing a parting sentence that flustered the two even further. It warms my heart to see the two of you so close. Lily would have been ecstatic to know you're dating Arya's daughter, Harry. Neither wanted to meet the eyes of the other. There was an awkward silence punctuated by the general din of the relatively full establishment. It was, after all, the first Hogsmeade weekend of the year. Harry struggled to gather his courage. Even though he was screaming internally to be a Gryffindor, seeing Daphne looking at the table where her hands rested and twiddling her thumbs, Harry finally found his voice. It doesn't have to be a date, Daph, he said gently. We don't have to label whatever this is. Daphne looked up, her expression unreadable. Her mouth opened and closed several times without a sound. What if I want it to be? She finally asked timidly. Harry could hear his own heart beating. He swallowed nervously. Then, that would be brilliant. Madame Rosmerta chose that moment to appear with fish and chips for the two, along with a couple of butterbeers. She gave them a knowing grin and moved to serve her other customers. Harry and Daphne both shared a smile as they began to tuck into their food. The admission that this was, indeed, an official date seemed to relieve the awkwardness. What do you want to do when you graduate Hogwarts, Harry? Daphne questioned after taking a swig of butterbeer. Harry paused with a chip halfway to his mouth before setting it down. No one had ever asked him what he wanted to do after Hogwarts. Come to think of it, Harry had never given it much thought. I've never really thought about it, Harry admitted thoughtfully. Actually, I'm not even sure of my options. Daphne hummed and nodded. Are there any subjects you like? I enjoy ancient runes, arithmancy, and charms, Harry responded enthusiastically. Are you sure you don't like potions and dada? Daphne teased. Harry made a sour face. Kind of hard to enjoy potions when Snape is teaching. Daphne scowled at the mention of her head of house. As for dada, Harry continued, we haven't had a consistent teacher. Also, I see dada as an offensive application of charms. That's very insightful, Daphne said as she reached across the table to snatch one of Harry's chips, hers having been consumed. He didn't mind and smirked when she automatically reached for another. I enjoy transfiguration too, Harry added. Any suggestions on what I should pursue? Based on your preferred subjects, it sounds like you may want to aim for being a curse breaker. Harry chewed and swallowed his last piece of fish. What does a curse breaker do? They break curses, Daphne stated cheekily in the process of eating another chip from Harry's plate. He pulled his plate away from her and she looked up at him with a pout. I gathered that, Harry deadpanned. But what does that mean? Exactly. Daphne cocked her head to the side. Curse breakers remove, counter, or break curses placed on objects or places for a living. My understanding is there can be lots of travel involved if you hired on with Gringotts. They send curse breakers around the world. That sounds adventurous. Harry smiled and pushed his plate back to Daphne. She unabashedly began snatching the remaining chips. What about you, Daph? I'd like to be an enchantress. What do they do? Mostly add charms and wards to jewelry, Daphne explained. Although they also aid curse breakers in identifying artifacts found from ancient magical sites, since they have a more in-depth knowledge on how certain objects can be enhanced. Sounds like we'd make a great team then, Harry grinned. Daphne smiled shyly at him. It does, doesn't it? Should we head to Honeyjuke's? Harry questioned, seeing Daphne had finished his chips. Daphne glanced around and nodded. Harry placed a couple of galleons on the table and helped her stand before escorting her outside. They waved goodbye to Madame Rosmerta as they left. Once outside, Daphne grabbed his hand and dragged him off to Honeyjuke's. The heady aroma of chocolate filled the air of the store, which was littered with every sweet imaginable. Harry learned that Daphne had a healthy appreciation for sugar quills and mentally noted it. The two departed almost half an hour later, both holding fair-sized bags. On the way out, they noted a wanted poster that showed Sirius Black shouting soundlessly at the camera. Harry felt Daphne's grip on his hand tighten, and he looked down to see her strained expression as she examined the wanted poster. She chewed her lower lip for a moment before looking up at him, worry evident in her eyes. "Does it scare you, Harry?" Daphne asked softly. "Sirius Black." She nodded. "Not really," Harry shrugged. Daphne looked alarmed. "You're not worried he'll come after you?" Harry went to respond but faltered. He'd almost forgotten that he couldn't be aloof or casual about his godfather. Truthfully, Sirius was about as dangerous to Harry as a ball of cotton. He had to remember, however, that the rest of the wizarding world considered his godfather to be a convicted mass murderer. "I am worried," Harry assured, "but I don't want other people to see that. I just have to trust that Dumbledore has the proper protections in place to prevent him from getting to me. Fat chance, considering I had to fight Voldemort my first year and a barking basilisk last year." He cringed. Wasn't much of a fight on either encounter, though. The two paused at a fenced area. A dilapidated shack sat in the distance, which Harry knew to be where Sirius had currently taken up residence. He felt Daphne shiver and lean on him. "Just promise me you'll be careful, Harry," Daphne whispered, and Harry was touched by the concern he could hear in her tone. "I promise," he said, feeling it was a promise he could keep this year, considering Sirius was innocent. An autumn wind blew through Hogsmeade and Harry removed his jacket, cast a warming charm on it, and draped it over Daphne's shoulders. She pulled it closer with a dazzling smile, her sapphire blue eyes sparkling. Harry felt his heart clench painfully as he stared at her. "I'm so thankful I met you that day in Diagon Alley," Harry told her. "Thank you for being my friend, Daphne. My life was very bleak until you entered it." He hesitated briefly before continuing. "I cherish every smile we secretly share, every hidden touch in the hallways." He looked towards the shrieking shack and saw a very familiar large black dog watching them both. A part of Harry wanted to hex his godfather, but another part of him drew courage from his distant presence, knowing he was going to get the Mickey taken out of him. Later, Harry pressed on. "You're a beautiful person, Daph," Harry said softly, the wind carrying his voice to Daphne's ears. "And the most beautiful witch in all of Hogwarts." He turned to find Daphne staring at him with a blazing intensity in her eyes. The wind caught her hair and blew several strands across her face, which she absently tucked behind her ear with an eager smile. He leaned down as she stood on her tiptoes, and this time nothing interrupted as their lips met. Fireworks erupted in Harry's body, and his mind shut down as he focused on the sensation of Daphne's lips. They were soft, pliable, and molded perfectly with his. She tasted like strawberries, and Harry inhaled through his nose, taking in the smell of her shampoo as his hands settled on her waist. He felt her arms snake around his neck as their kiss deepened. Harry was positive his blood actually sang. He wanted more. Instinctively, his tongue darted forward and caressed her bottom lip, that lip she so often chewed when thinking or when she was nervous, a habit of hers. that he loved. He felt her lips slightly part, and her tongue met his as he pulled her closer to him. She let out a hum of pleasure which was overshadowed by a sudden, shocking bark from the large black dog. Startled, the two jumped and pulled away, both breathing heavily and blushing. The dog stood on the other side of the fence, tail wagging and tongue lolling as it panted at them happily. Daphne giggled and gently petted the beast while Harry examined his surroundings, praying. Sirius had a damn good reason for interrupting what had been rapidly escalating into a full-blown snog. Sure enough, Harry noticed Draco Malfoy and his cronies come out of a nearby shop. The Ponce took one look at Harry, sneered, and stormed away. Harry gave his godfather an appreciative nod. That could have been bad if Draco caught us, he thought. We're not in a courtship, so it would reflect poorly on Daphne if she was caught snogging me, more so because I'm a half-blood. He watched as Padfoot gave a happy bark and trotted away. Daphne looked up at him with a pleased smile, her eyes shining. He found himself smiling back at her as he took both her hands in his own. That was, he began. Wonderful, she finished. Harry gave her a lopsided grin. Can we do it again? Daphne raised an eyebrow at him in mock haughtiness, but her smile gave her away. I find your suggestion acceptable. Harry made sure there was no one nearby and whipped off his invisibility cloak, commanding it to become a blanket, and draped it over them. No interruptions this time, he thought determinedly as Daphne snuggled up to him. The screen faded to black, and Astoria turned to Daphne with a teasing grin. It vanished when she saw the despair on Daphne's face. Her heart immediately went out to her older sister. Daphne's shoulders began to bob as angry tears spilled down her cheeks. Astoria reached out and grabbed Daphne's hand, squeezing it comfortingly. I hate that these memories have been taken from me, Daphne sobbed. Did you see how happy I was, Torre? Astoria hesitated to respond, but stammered out, why yeah, Daph. And that happiness was taken from me, Daphne hiccuped. I can tell that I was in love with him, just from watching these memories. Astoria watched as Daphne sobered almost immediately. Sorrow was replaced by uncontained rage. Suddenly, the Ice Queen was back in full force. I'm done crying, Daphne growled, clambering out of their bed and walking authoritatively over to the staff table. Professor Flitwick's eyes widened as Daphne stood before him, her face set with grim determination. Professor, Daphne controlled her anger with great effort. Will you please revive Draco Malfoy? May I ask why, Miss Greengrass? I need answers, and I have reason to believe Malfoy has them. And what? Professor McGonagall inserted herself into the discussion. Are your reasons, Miss Greengrass? Draco gave me a knowing look earlier. Astoria spoke from behind. Daphne, having followed her sister out of their shared bed. When Daphne was explaining to me what she felt about Harry, I noted that her emotions were oddly similar to Malfoy's. I turned to look in his direction, and he smiled and winked at me, almost as if he knew why. Daphne was upset. Madame Pomfrey agrees that Daphne's emotions have likely been tampered with, along with her memories. He was also in the class where Harry's greatest fears were revealed. Daphne choked back a sob as her eyes watered. In potions, she trailed off and swallowed heavily, steeling herself. I was in a rage and said everything Harry showed in that memory to him. That is not enough to prove guilt, Flitwick observed objectively. At best, you have speculation of intent and confirmation that Draco was in a class along with over a dozen other students, each equally able to reveal the fears displayed in said class. Please, Daphne begged, and her voice lost all fight and strength. I must know, even if it leads to nothing. I believe Draco at least has an idea of who did this to me. To her left, Dumbledore and Severus watched impassively, neither choosing to intervene or protest the outcome of the ongoing discussion. Flitwick found this suspicious but said nothing. He shared a look with McGonagall, who gave a slight inclination of her head. Flitwick sighed. Very well, Daphne, but you and your sister will leave your wands with Minerva. Yes, Professor, Daphne stated with evident relief as she handed over her wand and followed the diminutive charms master to the pile of 5 stunned and bound boys. A wave of Flitwick's wand, and Draco Malfoy spluttered and struggled against his bonds. Seeing the 3 standing before him, Malfoy scowled. My father, he began indignantly, is not here and has no influence over me, Flitwick interrupted curtly. It would do you well to cooperate with our questioning. Draco spat derisively at Flitwick's feet before he noticed Daphne standing nearby. Ah, he gave a mocking smirk. The stupid bint has finally had enough. What did you do to me, ferret? Daphne demanded. Draco cackled evilly, his eyes flashing with malice. It doesn't matter. You'll be mine when this is all over. Astoria moved to strike, but Daphne held her back firmly. Daphne knelt down next to Malfoy, speaking quietly so only he could hear. Draco, do you remember what Potter told you in potions before he disappeared? Do you remember how he had you glued to the wall with nothing more than the sheer force of his magic? The words were spoken with a loving, sweet caress that unnerved the previously confident Malfoy. Potter's gone. Malfoy ensured all his loathing was poured into the enunciation of his arch-rival's name. MHM, Daphne hummed gently, and you assume he'll never come back. What if he does, Draco? What if he comes tonight? Draco paled, his bravado giving way to terror. Daphne reveled in the fear displayed. The foul bigot deserved it. Now you understand, Daphne nodded. Tell me what the fuck you did to me, Draco, and I may have the mercy to put in a good word for you. Should Potter show his face tonight? Draco began licking his lips nervously, his eyes darting around the room, as if seeking invisible enemies. All I did was use compulsion charms. When? Daphne demanded. I don't. When? Daphne screamed, grabbing Malfoy and shaking him. 3rd year, after Christmas break, Draco admitted. And 4th year, Daphne snarled when Draco nodded. And this year, another nod. Who messed with Daphne's memories? Astoria questioned angrily. Draco shook his head and laughed heartily. You know, Daphne croaked. Draco leered at Daphne. Oh, I know, and I can't tell. Unbreakable vow. So shove it, Greengrass. Accept the inevitable. You're mine, I will have you, and when I do, I'll make you beg. A red bolt of light silenced Draco, issued by Flitwick. That's enough of that, Flitwick stated with a disgusted expression. Come, Daphne, Astoria. There is nothing more to learn here. Daphne felt frustration boiling over once more. She clenched and unclenched her hands as she stood before stomping on Draco's face. His nose crunched under her heel, and she felt a small amount of satisfaction run through her as she stormed away. I'll kill myself before I let Draco Malfoy have me, she thought grimly. On screen, Harry was sitting in the Great Hall during the Halloween feast. Usually he would avoid such a thing, but after his spectacular date with Daphne, he was finding it awfully hard to feel mournful. Instead of a lugubrious expression, Harry wore a goofy smile that did not go unnoticed by Astoria. Harry turned to his friend when she poked him in the ribs. I see someone had a good date, Astoria chirped and waggled her eyebrows. Give me all the juicy details. Really? Harry groaned playfully. You do understand we would be talking about your sister, yes? Astoria shrugged. I just want to make sure you showed Daffy a good time. Harry sighed wistfully. Oh, it was a good time. Take her to Honeyjukes. Yep. Sugar quills. Bought her the entire case. Lunch. 3 broomsticks. She ate my chips. Astoria snorted mid-drink, sending pumpkin juice over her plate. How was the first kiss? Incredible. Harry balked when he realized what he said. Astoria started laughing happily. "Oh, the dirt I have on Daffy," she rubbed her hands together while chuckling evilly. Harry felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. "You're wicked, you know that." Astoria smiled sweetly at him. "Yep." At the conclusion of the feast, Harry and Astoria followed the rest of the Gryffindors to their common room. There appeared to be a bit of a traffic jam, as students were backing up in the hallway that led to their entrance. Percy Weasley, head boy, as he was apt to remind anyone, and everyone, muscled his way through before demanding someone send for Dumbledore. This, of course, had to travel to the back of the group before a few older students were able to break away. Minutes later, McGonagall and Dumbledore arrived and made their way through the crowd. By now, Harry and Astoria knew that something was wrong with the fat lady. Sense of foreboding entered his mind. No, he thought, Peter wouldn't jeopardize his position. It took about 10 minutes for the other paintings and portraits to locate the fat lady. When they finally did, Dumbledore was able to get her to reveal that it was Sirius Black, who had cut her portrait when she'd refused him access to the common room. Hearing this, Harry swore in his mind and resolved to speak with Sirius as soon as possible. The only reason for Sirius to infiltrate this deep into Hogwarts was because he was in pursuit of the rat. Harry felt Astoria clutch his arm tightly. He looked down to see fear resonating in her gaze, and her body shook involuntarily. He remembered what she'd told him about her blood curse, triggering due to heightened emotion, and pulled her in for a hug. "Don't worry, little lioness," he whispered. "It'll be okay." Astoria didn't look too assured. Harry knelt down to look her in the eyes. "Tori," he stated firmly, "we're going to be okay, yeah." She nodded, her eyes wet. "How are you not scared?" Harry decided it would be best to lie. "I'm terrified," he replied. "I'm just decent at hiding it." Everyone returned to the Great Hall immediately, McGonagall ordered. The masses slowly made their way back to the Great Hall to find the other houses assembling within. Dumbledore waved his wand and the tables vanished. Sleeping bags appeared along the floor, and the floating candles were dimmed to allow the enchanted ceiling to show the clear night sky unimpeded. The doors to the Great Hall closed and locked. Professors and prefects gathered and were sorted into search parties who would scour the castle top to bottom. Harry found this highly amusing and was grateful. His continued occlumency sessions before bed allowed him to control his surface expressions when needed. Harry found a spot along the wall and settled in. Astoria followed closely and sat next to him. Both were surprised when Daphne approached, her own sleeping bag in hand. She plopped down beside Harry. "What happened? All I've heard is we're here because of something to do with you Gryffindors. The entrance to our common room was compromised," Harry informed. Sirius Black was said to have been the culprit. Daphne's eyes widened, and she grabbed Harry's hand comfortingly. "Are you okay?" Harry fought back a blush as he looked at Daphne and remembered how good her lips felt just hours ago. "Why, yeah," his voice cracked, deepening his blush. Astoria snickered, causing both Harry and Daphne to glance her way. The little demon child was staring at their joined hands and biting her bottom lip to contain her laughter. "Daffy has a boyfriend," she sang quietly. "Don't call me that," Daphne hissed, blushing furiously. Harry noted that Daphne didn't deny Astoria's statement. The two sisters were gearing up for a rather epic dispute when the call to sleep came and the floating candles were extinguished, ending the impending chaos before it began. Daphne huffed irritably and burrowed into her sleeping bag. Harry and Astoria did the same, and Harry shivered when he felt the cold from the stone floor seeping through his sleeping bag. Both Greengrass girls were shivering. Harry could hear Astoria's teeth chattering. He sat up and flicked his wand into his hand. 3 warming charms later, and the 3 sighed contentedly. "Thank you, Harry," Daphne whispered, pleased. "Yes, thank you, Harry," Astoria sighed comfortably. "This is much better. You'll have to teach me that spell." Daphne flinched, but chose not to comment. "When you're older," Harry said softly. Astoria's breathing stabilized as she dozed off, leaving Harry and Daphne facing each other as they lay on their sides. The artificial starlight illuminated the room, just enough so Harry could make out Daphne's facial expressions. She smiled toothlessly at him. "Thank you for being there for Tori," she whispered. "She's putting on a brave face, but I know she's scared." "She's like the little sister I never had," Harry admitted. "I won't let anything happen to her." "And me?" Daphne asked, oddly unsure. "I'll protect you, Daph," Harry promised. "Always." She smiled at him and reached out with her hand, which Harry gently took with his own. Daphne closed her eyes and fell asleep a few minutes later. Harry watched her as sleep eluded him. He heard the patrols shift. Snape and Percy Weasley tell Dumbledore the castle was clear, and Dumbledore tell them that the students would remain sleeping in the Great Hall. Guards were set up to watch over the sleeping students, and the rest of the professors retired to their personal quarters, including Dumbledore. The prefects on duty sat near the doors, speaking in hushed tones. Harry heard a stirring nearby and turned from Daphne to see Astoria whimpering in her sleeping bag. She began tossing and turning, her whimpering increasing. Harry knew she was having night terrors. He did plenty himself throughout his childhood. The worst ones, however, had been since he'd come to Hogwarts. They always involved Daphne. He gently shook Astoria awake. She gasped and sat up suddenly, her body shaking and her shoulders bobbing with quiet sobs. Harry was surprised when she threw herself at him and hugged him tightly. He wrapped his arms around Astoria and rocked her back and forth. "It's okay," Harry assured. "You're safe." "I'm scared," Astoria whimpered. "I'll watch over you while you sleep," Harry promised while putting his back against the wall and sitting up. "I won't let anything happen to you, little lioness." Astoria gave him a watery smile and nodded once while rubbing her eyes. She settled back down but scooted closer to Harry, who stretched out his legs. She placed her head in his lap and he ran his hand through her hair, slowly rubbing her head until she fell into a peaceful sleep. Harry turned his attention back to Daphne, who was watching him with a warm smile. Having woken up from Astoria's stirring, she mouthed silent thank you to Harry, who shrugged nonchalantly. He saw Daphne eyeing her sister and winked at her, patting his other leg. Daphne appeared to debate how she wanted to proceed. Eventually, she scooted closer to him and propped her pillow against his leg. Harry watched Daphne close her eyes contentedly when he ran his fingers through the hair he loved. Her breathing evened out quickly and Daphne fell into a deep sleep. Harry closed his eyes and reflected on his day. All in all, it had been absolutely brilliant. He did owe Sirius a visit to discuss what the hell happened that caused him to charge into Hogwarts. With the Dementors stationed on the grounds and entrances, Harry knew that Padfoot, not Sirius, had breached the castle. So Padfoot spots the rat and pursues him to Gryffindor Tower. Rat sneaks in somehow and Padfoot transforms to Sirius. Harry paused his musings for a moment as Astoria murmured something unintelligible. Around a corner, I would assume, as the fat lady didn't mention he was an animagus. Sirius demands entrance into the Gryffindor Tower, and the fat lady rather bravely denies him access. Pressed for time, Sirius attempts to cut his way in, but for some reason retreats, I would assume because of approaching students. He sighed and determined he would discuss what happened with Sirius tomorrow. Instead, he would focus on the Greengrass girls currently sleeping in his proximity. Harry had to hold back a laugh of disbelief when he realized that both girls were drooling rather heavily. Daphne's pillow had slipped down a bit, and her face was resting on his right leg while she snored lightly. Astoria, on the other hand, was living up to her nickname as she snored loudly. Harry knew that both of his legs would be saturated by the end of the night and shook his head. It's either a girl thing or a Greengrass thing, Harry thought amusedly. It's not so bad, though.